Blood splattered everywhere. A woman's dazed gaze fell to the spear impaling her left chest. When she felt the coldness of the blade penetrating her heart, her pupils shook as her body slowly lost strength. As the woman collapsed to the ground, an owner of an anguished cry rushed to the spearman's back. The spearman let go of his spear, startled by how quick the voice was approaching him. But that was it. The spearman quickly spun around, swinging his fist at the enemy behind his back. The target fell backward from the impact. The spearman didn't stop and swung down his bloody fist once more. The target's head burst open in an instant. Even then, the spearman didn't stop. Once, twice, thrice. He roared and screamed, bashing the target's head until he finally smashed the man's skull and brain to pieces. Only then did he stop his fists and look around with a pair of bloodshot eyes. He picked up his spear. Then, he kicked off the ground, which was wet with a disgusting mixture of brain matter and human flesh. The man resembling a demon shot into a swirling fog. Into a swirling fog of ashes. Cough. The collapsed woman heaved out a dry cough. She scowled from the smell of ash in the area. But her frown only lasted a moment. She lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings. Is anybody there? Only a bleak gust of wind blew by. Is everyone dead? She waited, but no reply came back. Kook. She let off a sudden chuckle and began humming as if she was singing a lullaby. Dead, dead, everyone's dead. She looked at a burnt corpse near her and thought it looked better than some others. In another spot, a lump of meat that was once a human being floated in a pool of blood. She looked around once more as disappointment emerged on her expression. Her throat hurt. She somehow managed to raise her upper body before spitting out her saliva. Her complexion lightened a little before she looked up at the distant sky with her blurring sight. How did she end up like this? One day, an alien race appeared in her world. Although it was only discovered later on, this race had been chased away from its original home world. After suffering a crushing defeat, they had wandered aimlessly in outer space for a very long time before invading her planet. In order to become its new overlord. Those retards. This woman was the princess of a certain kingdom subordinate to the empire. She was 6 years old when she heard the news of the alien race's appearance, and she was 10 when she heard the news of the empire collapse. Despite being praised as the never-setting sun for their overwhelming technology and magic engineering, the almighty empire had fallen in less than 4 years. Soon, the alien race devoured the chief deity worshipped by the empire, turning the land into an ownerless wilderness. That was probably when everything began. Deprived of its chief deity, the planet fell prey to the many other races that had been eyeing the planet for an opportunity to pounce. The first invading alien race posed its leader as the new chief deity and began a bloody invasion throughout the planet. It was around then that new alien races began to appear one by one. One had appeared in the name of survival, one under the banner of conquest. Recalling the events of the past, the princess chuckled feebly. The land once ruled by mankind was now a war ground for several foreign races. Pushed around this way, pushed around that way, the original inhabitants devolved to a candle flickering in the wind. But accompanying the appearance of these foreign races were the 7 unworshipped gods, who were born together during the birth of the planet. The 7 gods promised to help the surviving humans, and the inhabitants promised to worship them in return. And so, the deal was struck. But to the surprise of the inhabitants, help from these gods came in a strange way. Their method of fighting back was to form an army by summoning another race that most resembled the world's inhabitants. There was no other choice. Even the mighty empire was toppled in a brief 4 years, so how could the kingdoms that served under it resist the alien races? Furthermore, the population had fallen drastically due to the war. Those damned sons of bitches. The princess spat out a curse as she blankly stared up at the sky. We shouldn't have trusted them in the first place. In truth, it wasn't so bad in the beginning. The first earthling summoned to aid the inhabitants grew at a shocking speed under the gods' divine protection. However, as their influence grew and gradually overwhelmed that of the inhabitants, the situation began to change. There really were all sorts of reasons. Some formed groups by nationality, some by the color of their skin, some by religion, and some by politics. In the end, profit was the problem. The factionalization among the Earthlings began to cause rifts in the relationship of the once united kingdoms. The alliance formed under the desire to survive broke into pieces, and the ensuing internal conflict naturally weakened their forces. There were some who even revolted against the new gods. It was truly unfathomable. But was that all? In the end, the majority of Earthlings refused to participate in the final battle. They coldly ignored the inhabitants' desperate pleas and returned to their home world. This was why rage boiled inside the princess. Sons of. She was about to curse once more but quickly shut her mouth. A soft sound echoed out amidst the gradually cooling mountain of corpses. The sound approached her, but it stopped a bit to the right of her. Standing there was a burnt corpse. Amazing. In front of the corpse was a large darkness that couldn't be described with words. Truly amazing. I did not place much hope, but to think you survived this bloody battle. An earthling? As if to answer the princess's question, the collapsed man raised his head. A powerful emotion surged up within the princess's heart, but she had no choice but to swallow it back down. The state of the earthling was horrific, so much so that she wanted to avert her gaze. The number may have been extremely small, but it wasn't as if no earthlings participated in the battle. The state of the burnt man clearly demonstrated that he had fulfilled his duty in this battlefield. When the princess thought this far, she began to develop a sense of sympathy. At the same time, she felt it was a shame. If only all the other earthlings were like him. I want to praise your achievements a bit more, but you do not have much time left. A low-pitched voice struck her ears. Since you kept your promise, it is time for me to keep mine. Tell me, what is it that you wish? As darkness set in the man's eyes, his weakened eyes looked forward. When he opened his mouth, he spurted out bits and pieces of his organs along with a mouthful of blood. His voice seemed to be lost, as only the sound of wind passing through his vocal cord came out. You do not have to speak. I can simply read your mind. So, you wish to be revived? The princess almost laughed. Wishing to be revived? What use would it be? Everything was already over. No. How foolish, your life is hanging by a rope. Then what is it that you want? Don't tell me, riches. Honor? In this situation? What? Suddenly, the tone of the darkness went up. You want to start over? An ominous sensation suddenly rose up in the princess's heart. Impossible. An enraged voice shook the earth. Even with your achievements, how could it be possible to reverse time? You wanted to return everything to the way it was with only what you've accomplished. Impudent. Perhaps if you accomplished today's feats dozens of times more, but in the current state, I cannot grant your wish. Never mind your soul, not even a single piece of your body can be sent back. How persistent. Given that your life is about to end and the feats you have accomplished until now, I shall restrain myself. Tell me another wish. Then, a heavy silence descended. Why did you make such a wish? Was the darkness moved by the pitiful sight of the man dropping his head? The voice reverberating in the princess's ears softened slightly. Child, hurry and wish for your revival. If that is truly your wish, you can ask again in the future after you've accomplished more feats. Though, I can't say that it will be possible. The man's shoulders jumped ever so slightly. He seemed to be cackling. It was already a miracle just to have survived this battle. But he had to accomplish feats equaling dozens of what he accomplished already. The man, the princess, and the owner of the voice all knew it was impossible. The man raised his head just barely. His mouth moved slightly. Your memories. You want your current feelings too. Since you can't send back your body or soul, you want to send back the feelings you felt here? The darkness seemed to be taken aback, as silence descended once again. Sending back feelings based on memories. Certainly, feelings are only thoughts of your emotions. After a long silence, the voice answered. But even that is difficult. Although it was only for a brief moment, the mouth of the dying man twisted up. I am truly sorry. That was it. The man's shoulders stopped moving. Plop. His head slumped, never to rise again. Just like that, he stopped moving. How foolish. Suddenly, a hand-like thing reached out from the darkness. As if it suffered a great loss, it slowly caressed the man's head. I understand. The princess, who had been watching this scene unfold, spoke up. The darkness stopped its hand. You are a descendant of the royal families. That is correct, O Venerable Gula. The princess smirked as if to ask why that mattered. The kingdom has fallen. The gates must have been taken over by now too. With everything he's experienced, wouldn't it be better to die? Even though the oath will cause him to lose his memories, that'll only make for a cleaner ending. He will have a place to return to. No, this child didn't wish to return. The heavy tone of the voice caused the princess's eyes to widen. He said he wouldn't have a place to call home even if he returned. A place to call home. Those words moved the princess's heart. Perhaps, she felt a sense of camaraderie. With the kingdom's collapse, she also didn't have a place to call home. Although a few humans would have surely survived, their fate would be no different from that of livestock. After all, humans couldn't become the victors of this war. Then why didn't you just grant his wish? Her quiet grumbling made the darkness smile. Nonsense. All results must follow causes. No matter what, this child's wish would have resulted in interfering with the past. The princess chuckled bitterly. She couldn't understand, nor did she want to. It just sounded like an excuse. His achievements were simply not enough to become the cause. You say that, but you seem to be regretting it quite a bit. How could I not? This child was originally born with the fate of an executor. Executor? The princess was surprised. The executors were the apostles who carried out the will of the 7 gods. They were the 7 leaders chosen to fight against the monsters threatening the world. The problem was the only one of them participated in this battle. Right, he shone brighter than any of the other stars. If only he didn't ruin everything with his own hands. Why do humans only learn to regret after everything is over? The darkness fell silent. The princess also closed her mouth. She had spoken up because she didn't want to die lonely. Although she regained her consciousness for a brief moment, she knew from the moment she opened her eyes that she wouldn't live for long. The princess's eyes turned to the dead man. His humble end was all the more pitiful. She had no way of knowing for certain, but if he wished for the reversal of the time, he must have lived through life-or-death situations of incredible degree. But even that had not been enough to grant his wish. He had fought like a dog and died like a dog, without receiving any compensation. O Venerable Gula! After a moment of hesitation, the princess rummaged through her pocket. Please grant this earthling's wish. The royal oath, you haven't forgotten about it, have you? The darkness's brief confusion disappeared, and it stopped talking. Inside the princess's wide-open palm was a beautifully crafted necklace. Although it was stained with blood, its original beauty couldn't be hidden, as it shone brightly. That is. With the oath you made to my father and this man's achievements, wouldn't it be enough to grant his final wish? Even if reversing time is difficult. Do you have a reason to go this far? Of course. When Earthlings crossed over to this world, the royal families also promised to reward them for their efforts. The princess had no desire to even think about the bastards who ran away from the final battle, but the Earthling in front of her had stayed until the end. Since he had honored his duty, it was time for her, as the princess, to honor the royal family's promise. Plus, this was the final ounce of pride she could keep before dying. But I can grant your own wish instead. What can you do for me? The princess laughed out loud. One thing she learned from this long war was that not even gods were omnipotent. What could she even wish for in this doomed world? I will say it again. This child cannot go back. Only his feelings of yearning and regret. Even those would not be etched into his mind and only pass by like a fleeting dream. He might end up treating it like an insignificant dream and forget all about it. One thing I am sure of is that both you and him will die in this place. Are you saying that that is okay? The darkness's voice struck the princess's ears multiple times as if to reaffirm her wish. It would be a lie if she said she didn't have second thoughts. But, she was exhausted. The war had gone on for too long. Although she endured all this time as one of the rulers of this land, she now wanted to rest. Returning to nothingness and falling into an eternal sleep didn't sound too bad. If only all earthlings were like you. Then, she wouldn't have had any regrets. You want to grant his wish that much? Even at the cost of giving up what rightly belongs to you? A smile formed on her lips for the first time. Yes. Finally, the wish had been decided. In that case, fine. She could feel something like a pair of wings spread open from the darkness. Come closer, my child. Suddenly, her body turned light like a feather. By the time she noticed this, her vision had become half blurry. The world spun, and something unknown came up to her eyes. The last thing she got to see was... I cannot wait. A blue fragment rising above the man. Until I meet the two of you again. And the darkness laughing in joy. When he was young, he thought that the entire world was green. That people were green, that roads were the refreshing color of grass, that animals were dark green, and that the sky was light green. Green colors danced no matter where he looked. One memory he had of his childhood was the time he went to the zoo with his family. Rather than walking around and watching enclosures, they entered a safari, where visitors rode on a bus to tour an artificial wilderness. Paper bags filled with raw meat hung on the side of the bus. The eldest brother sat on the seat next to the window, and the 2-year-old sister took the mother's lap. He recalled being a bit down, unable to sit together being neither the oldest nor the youngest. The bus stopped. The wild animals lounging around the field sauntered up to the bus. The green animals jumped into a fierce competition for food. The way they pounced on each other reminded the boy of the game, whack-a-mole, so he laughed faintly. It was then. A single animal. Just one. It sat on top of a boulder like an emperor, reflecting the shining sunlight. The boy's smile disappeared. Why? Its color. Unlike any of the other animals he had ever seen, that one animal wasn't green. Did it feel his gaze? The beast stared into the boy's eyes. As if enchanted, the boy became afraid. He averted his gaze instinctively and stopped breathing. Both his hands and body trembled, and his heart pounded crazily. Even as he was swallowed by terror that no boy his age was able to withstand, the boy raised a question. Why wasn't that animal green? No, I must have made a mistake. The boy took a deep breath and looked out the window again. It was then. The window shook violently. The beast had been far away, but it had approached the bus before the boy noticed. But why was it ignoring the food hanging on the bus and sticking to the window? The beast opened its mouth and revealed its fearsome teeth. It repeatedly tried to chew on the window. The boy didn't understand what had transpired. Still, he flinched and shrunk back. I have to run. Why isn't the bus moving? I'm scared. I want to get away from here. Mom. Just as the boy was about to burst into tears, a warm hand carefully covered his eyes. It must have frightened you a lot. The voice was as silvery and gentle as a spring breeze. Just that single sentence made the boy feel relaxed and relieved. The boy jumped into the woman's embrace without checking to see who it was. There, There, everything's okay. The scary lion isn't here anymore. Ah, the bus is moving again. Pat, pat. The woman gently patted the boy's back, and his stifled breathing became relaxed. Only then did the boy raise his head to take a look. Suddenly, the woman's hands stopped. She drew closer to the boy, studying him carefully. Then, she gasped in surprise. Oh my goodness. Really? When the boy tilted his head in confusion, the woman smiled. Your eyes are beautiful. My eyes? Yes, they're beautiful. In the 7 colors of the rainbow. The boy stared at the woman curiously, but she only smiled in return. Then, she let out a sigh, as if she found something to be a great loss. If only you were a little older. No, perhaps it's better that you grow up unaware. Before long, the safari tour ended. Tourists got up one by one, but the boy showed no sign of leaving. The woman also hesitated, as if she wasn't ready to give up. The woman whispered into the boy's ear. What's your name? Say, Seol. Seol. That's a pretty name. She then met the gaze of the blushing boy. Hey, once you grow a bit older, and we somehow meet by coincidence, will you come to me? To you, Nuna. Yes, I'll be there if you ever need my help. Although the boy couldn't understand what she meant, he still nodded his head in her embrace. Soon, the sound of his mother and younger sister looking for him rang out. Here, promise. A soft sensation touched the boy's forehead before disappearing. Let us meet again, little prince. As the boy held his mother's hand and walked out of the bus, he looked back longingly. The woman was smiling brightly and waving her hand, all the way until the boy disappeared. Time passed, and the boy became an adult. He had grown until the special memories from this day turned faint. With age, he lost his fear of wild animals, and he began to research the phenomenon he experienced that day. What was this ability of his? Why did he have a power that no one else did? In the end, he could not arrive at the answer, but he began to figure out the conditions where the green color appeared and disappeared. His life began to change as he began to apply this power to his everyday life. And when this ability suddenly disappeared one day, his life rapidly spiraled out of control. Sirak Land was a casino located in Kangwon Province's Sokcho City. Regardless of winning or losing, people pressed buttons like a robot and flipped cards, as both cries of joy and despair rang out together. A young man looked down at a table with nervousness on his face. He stole a glance at the dealer, who remained expressionless. After glaring at the table like a hungry beast, the young man opened his mouth with great difficulty. Stop. No, double down. The dealer immediately put his hand on the deck, as if he had grown bored of waiting for the youth's decision. The young man's throat dried up. His chin dripped with sweat, and his back was drenched as well. But unlike the anxious youth, the dealer flipped the card with apathy. The young man wrapped his hands around his head. The sound of joy and despair once again rang out. Park Hyung, you get lucky today. Choi. When a well-built man walked out of the entrance and greeted him, the bespectacled man shivering outside smoking a cigarette shook his head. Lucky? Damn, I'm barely even. What about you? It's the same for me. Guess today's not my lucky day. I came outside to take a short break. I have a small headache from staying at the same table for hours on end. I figured the cold wind would cool me off. When the bespectacled man grumbled, the well-built man grinned. Yeah, I feel you. Just as the well-built man began to rummage his pocket, a loud shout suddenly struck his ears. With their eyes wide in surprise, the two men turned their heads to a young man on his cell phone. Choi furrowed his brows before tilting his head. He kind of looks familiar. Who? That young man on his phone. You know him? Him. Of course, I do. That's Seol. I think he's been coming here longer than you. I first saw him 3, 4 years ago. Choi was inwardly impressed with how long Park had been here and stared at the young man with a shocked expression. 4 years. But he looks so young. He should be in his mid-20s now. He used to be famous around these parts. Park licked his lips with a tinge of regret in his face. But Choi simply shrugged his shoulders. Really? I've seen him a couple times. He didn't look all that special. He's like that now, but for about a year, he was the real deal. Back then, some people fought to move to his seat whenever he left. I guess he has some skills then. No, I wouldn't really say he's skilled. He's bold, maybe. He knew when to gamble like a demon. He kept strict rules for himself, not going overboard, always bringing a set amount with himself. It felt more like he was coming here to play, not because of an addiction. Anyways, he was a weird one. How did he turn out like that, then? Who knows? He suddenly started saying he couldn't see anymore or something. It wasn't long until he became that. Park clicked his tongue and resumed smoking his cigarette. The young man was still holding onto his cell phone. He seemed desperate, as if he was pleading. Choi snorted. It doesn't sit well with me. A young man like him should go out there and work for his money. As long as you're an adult, you're free to come here, no? If you put it that way, you're a young man too. It's been ages since I passed 40. Does age matter? A casino is just a gambling house with a fancy title. The moment someone sets their foot inside, they're free to lose their mind, regardless of their age. I guess that's true. Bored of talking about the young man, the duo exchanged meaningless jokes and laughed. Father, please. Just this once. Just one last time. I'm hanging up, you bastard. Father. TK. The line cut off one-sidedly, and Seol immediately spat out a curse. I'm going to go fucking crazy. He had lost what little money he had left. All he had in his pockets were 4 casino chips, and he only had enough bills in his wallet to cover his taxi fare back. For a moment, he even considered trying his luck at the slots to recover even a little bit of what he lost. However, if he lost even that, he knew he would have to walk home. His eyes scanned his contact list once more. When the name Yu Xianhua showed up, he pressed the call button without hesitation. Unfortunately, it was still dawn, and no one answered the phone no matter how long he waited. Seol accessed the banking app and checked his balance. But that only revealed what he already knew. He sighed as he stared at the minus sign in front of the numbers. Damn it, why aren't you picking up your fucking phone? After seething in anger for a bit, he tilted his head up and looked up at the sky. The morning sky was still gray. With a sigh, Seol raised his hand. Taxi. Where are you going? Gangnam Station. No, Nanhaean Station. Get in. Soon, the taxi carrying the young man slipped into the darkness. I need more money so I can go back. Seol stood in front of Nanhaean Station, pondering his next move, before finally coming to a decision. He was seemingly surrounded by enemies on all sides, but there was one secret hill he could run to for help. The alarm buzzed loudly. It was 5:30 in the morning. Yu Xianhua opened her eyes and stretched her limbs out from a refreshing night's sleep. The morning sunlight beamed through the window and brightly illuminated a small frame on her drawer. The frame contained a photo of 7 people, including Yu Xianhua and her younger sister. Looking at it, a faint smile bloomed on the young woman's face. There was Seol Jihu, who looked uptight on the outside but was warmer and more caring than anyone else on the inside, his wife, who always treated Yu Xianhua like her own daughter and made sure she was eating properly. It wasn't just those two on the photo, though. There was also the husband and wife's oldest son, Seol Wusiak, who looked cold and stiff but possessed a warm heart, the youngest daughter, Seol Jihu, who was open and outgoing, and finally, there was a young man with a gentle smile in the middle of the two. Then, there she was, leaning on his shoulder and smiling radiantly. Looking at the photo, a hint of worry crept into Yusianhua's complexion. When she checked her phone to see the time, the shadow on her face grew darker. "You're leaving already? Why don't you stay for a cup of coffee?" "Yusianhua. I want to do that too, but I really gotta go. I need to finish that piece and turn it in tomorrow." "You didn't forget anything? You're good to go." "Of course. I'm not a little kid." "Okay, I'm going now. See you later." The front door closed shut, and tiny footsteps grew farther away. Left alone, Yusianhua finished her breakfast with a thin smile on her face. Her little sister's bright face had made her energetic as well. She had been nothing but happy in the few days, so much so that she began to wonder if it was okay. Right, she was definitely happy. That is if she were to disregard one little thing. After finishing her meal, she began packing her lunch with the leftovers, when she heard footsteps growing closer to her door and snickered. "Kun, kun." When she heard the hasty knocks on the door, she quickly went to unlock it, as if she knew this would happen. "See? Didn't Uni tell you to double-check every?" Yusianhua was about to lecture her little sister but froze up on the spot instead. "You thought I was Sunghi?" The person standing in front of her wasn't her little sister. The man wearing clothes that were at least a couple of days old reeked like he went swimming in sewage. There were dark bags under his eyes as if he had not slept a wink. "You. Why are you here?" "Yo, it's been a while. Have you been doing well?" "Wow, this place looks spotless no matter when I show up." Seol entered the flat and took a look around. Once he spotted the leftovers on the kitchen table, he reached out with his dirty hands, shoved it down his mouth, and nodded with approval. "Delicious. I was just getting hungry, so this is perfect. Make me some breakfast. Come on, hurry up. Who told you to come in?" The young man's eyes widened from the voice full of hostility. "What's wrong? This is my house, not yours. Don't you know forcefully entering someone else's house is a crime? What are you talking about? How is this place yours? I know full well my dad paid the security deposit for this place. I already paid him back a long time ago. Why are you talking about that now? Besides, even if that was true, you have no right to come in here. Hey, don't be like that. Between us? Between us? Really?" Yusianhua's voice became sharper and colder. "Stop dreaming. It's over between us. You and I aren't anything. Not anymore." Her words went beyond cold and began to feel venomous. Seol rolled his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Then, with a groan, he lied down on the floor. "I'm starving, so make me food. I'm exhausted from walking all the way here. Hey! I'm not going to humor your antics anymore. Get up. Get up and leave before I call the police." Seol snorted. But when Yusianhua really pulled out her cell phone, he hurriedly stood back up. "Come on, can't we talk this out? I came because I had something to say. For real. I have nothing to say to you. If you want to talk to me, go to the casino and ask them to ban you from entering. Then I'll think about it." "Wow, why are you so sensitive today?" Yusianhua felt like she might explode with frustration. She shut her eyes, lowered her head, and took a heavy breath. "Get out. Come on, you're really gonna be like this?" Before he could finish, a piercing shout rang out. In the end, Yusianhua exploded from her pent-up rage. "You think I don't know why you're here? You're here to ask me for money again." Seol flinched as she had accurately hit the mark. Hey, what do you mean?" He smiled self-consciously, trying to evade the topic, but Yusianhua was already experienced. This wasn't the first or second time this was happening. It had only been 4 months ago that she told herself to trust him one final time since he got on his knees and begged for her forgiveness for several hours. Seeing the smile on Seol's face that was starting to look ugly, a never-before-felt repulsion began to boil up inside her. I can't give you a single dime. No, I won't. What? You want to start over? Am I crazy? What, it wasn't enough that you blew away our security deposit last time. After blowing out the anger inside her, Yu Xianhua took a deep breath. She even coughed from the heated shouts. Seol stood there in a daze. He seemed to be at a loss of words from her adamant stance, but a cruel smirk hung on his twisted lips. I've been patient and this is how you act. You little bitch. Yu Xianhua's thoughts of, did I go overboard, lasted for a brief second. She couldn't help but doubt her own ears. What did you just say? What, are your ear holes blocked up now? You think I'm a fool too? Fuck. It was the first time Yu Xianhua was hearing Seol curse so openly. She blanked out from the sudden mental shock. You of all people can't do this to me. You clung to me when things were hard for you, but now you're like this. I didn't want to bring up old tales because it's petty, but did you forget about me taking care of you in middle and high school? You ran around every day crying about wanting to see your mom and dad. When your little sister came crying to me about you disappearing, it was always me who went out to search for you. A disgusting, nauseous feeling clogged up Yu Xianhua's throat. She tried to hold it in, but her eyes became wet and hot from the feeling of betrayal. What about when you wanted to go overseas and study but had no money? Didn't I postpone my own studies and support you? I even worked part-time to send you money so that you wouldn't starve out there. It was all true. Yu Xianhua wanted to go overseas to pursue her dream, but reality made it difficult. She agonized in secret as she couldn't tell anyone about her problems, and that was when the youth in front of her stepped forward. When he delayed going back to university just to support her with his tuition, she couldn't even describe how grateful and sorry she was. That was the kind of man he was, a man who supported and cared for her more than anyone else. When they entered the same university and he confessed to her, she felt like she had obtained the world. When he promised her their future, she loved him so much she thought she might die from it. But how did things turn out this way? How did he ruin himself to such a degree? Yu Xianhua stood there and trembled like a lone leaf on a tree. She sniffled and then raised her head. She seemed to have calmed herself down a bit, but her eyes and nose were tinged with red. You son of a bitch. What? Seol's anger subsided as he stuttered. Rather than angry, he looked dumbstruck. He knew how much Yu Xianhua hated swearing. She had never cursed a single time in her life. How much was it? Her tearful voice was resolute as if she had finally made up her mind. How much was it? The money you gave me when I went overseas. The tuition was 5 million, and I sent you another 2 million from working part-time. I'll pay the tuition back to your dad. You gave me the money, but it was his to begin with. As for the 2 million, I'll give it to you now. Yu Xianhua spoke as if she was repeatedly swallowing something. She picked up her cell phone. There, I sent it. It's 2 million exactly, so check it. Seol let out a dry cough and took out his phone. After checking his bank account, he grinned. Wow, you have a lot of money now. How much do you have in your bank account? Are we done now? Her tearful voice came out like she was squeezing out every word from her throat. Hearing the ominous voice, Seol's delight disappeared with a surprised flinch. He looked at Yu Xianhua and shrugged. Hey, I never asked you to give me money. If someone heard, they'd think I stole it from you or something. I paid off all my debts now, right? Yeah, I guess. If you've confirmed it, get out. You and I have nothing to do with each other from now. Not even a debt. This again. In the end, Yu Xianhua couldn't hold it back and dropped to her knees. Seeing her desperately trying to hold her tears back, the young man scratched his greasy hair. Fine, fine, I'm leaving. Seol, with his shoes still on, hurriedly left the flat like a burglar who was caught stealing. His refreshing sense of accomplishment only lasted a moment. When he heard the restrained wail from behind the closed door, he suddenly felt dirty. He ran out and looked up at the sky. The morning sky was blue, a color so damnably clear. The fatigue he had forgotten about rushed in. Seol returned to his flat after filling his empty stomach at a nearby convenience store. After turning on the lights, he plopped down on the dusty blanket. After some time, the midday sun went over the western horizon, and darkness began to dye the orange glow of twilight. A small buzz rang out, and circular ripples formed in the air. The ripples gradually gathered to a single point before instantly transforming into a blue fragment. The fragment dropped down and gently fell into Seol's forehead like a lover's kiss. Soon, the fragment slowly sank as if it was sinking below the water. Flinch. Seol's unmoving, sleeping body jumped. Seol's eyes shot open. The first thing Seol saw was light pressing down on his eyes. Once he focused his blurry gaze 3-4 times, he finally saw the light bulb he left on before going to bed. Seol gasped for air and curled his body from the cold that flooded in. He found that he was soaked with cold sweat. What? He wiped away the sweat on his forehead, but he couldn't stop his body's trembling. His mind wasn't groggy, but clear. However, he couldn't breathe from the intense emotions swirling inside him. He forced his body up and barely managed to lean against the wall. Immediately, the sigh he had been suppressing escaped from his mouth. Seol closed his eyes. A dream. He'd had a dream that was a lot different than the dreams he usually had. He felt as if he had personally experienced everything. He even felt all sorts of emotions from the dream. Logically speaking, none of it made sense. The dream was detached from the everyday life he saw and experienced. The sceneries he intermittently witnessed were far removed from the background of the modern world, and he had even fought creatures that clearly were not human. Perhaps, everything was just a silly dream. But, why? The final scene stuck to his head. The dying man was full of regrets. Regret, remorse, lamentation, and a deep sigh. Even until his life flickered out, these fervent emotions raged inside him. They lingered inside Seol, wringing his heart. Seol opened his eyes after much struggle and slowly looked around his room. The blanket tossed to the side, the clothes draped over a ramen box, bottles of soju rolling around on the dirty floor, and a pack of cigarettes sitting on the same spot. For some reason, this sight felt surreal. A head-splitting migraine suddenly swept through him. He got up almost reflexively and staggered to the bathroom. Once he drew a bucket of cold water and doused his head in it, his mind turned clear. When he couldn't hold his breath any longer, he raised his head out of the water. His own face reflecting off the bathroom mirror seemed too unfamiliar. His eyes were sunken, and his complexion was pale like a sickly man. This is me. He slowly touched his face as light returned to his eyes. His old face was nowhere to be found, replaced by the face of an impoverished gambling and alcohol addict. He felt like he was looking at a dead man. He left the bathroom without even wiping off the water dripping from his chin. He put on his jacket almost angrily and pushed the front door open. His stomach ached, but he felt like he wouldn't last much longer if he didn't shove something down there. He stopped by the convenience store, but nothing grabbed his attention. Rather than leaving his house to grab food, he had stormed out because he felt he couldn't stay inside. In the end, he left after picking out a can of beer. He began to walk aimlessly until, eventually, he reached the spot below the Tanshan River Bridge. It was the place he frequented to lament his luck whenever he lost money at the casino. Seol cracked open the can and gulped it down. His stomach seemed to scream, but he didn't care. As he sat in complete silence, the emotions he had been trying to ignore flooded back to him like a tidal wave. How did I end up like this? Seol stared at Tanshan River's dark waters. He was in elementary school when he realized he was different from everyone else. He called his ability green eyes and considered himself a chosen child. He quivered with excitement, anticipating that something special would happen to him one day. Looking back, the stories of his childhood only made him blush in embarrassment. It wasn't until he got older that he learned being different from everyone else wasn't good and that it was better to hide this difference. During the 26 years of his life, he had only determined 4 facts about his ability. If he focused his senses on his eyes, living things and objects would glow green. Among them, there were some that would lose the color even if he maintained his focus. If he involved himself with things that were green, nothing would happen. But if he involved himself with things that lost their green color, something bad would happen with over 50% chance. Seol focused on the over 50% chance. From a different perspective, it meant something good might have under 50% chance. The casino was what he chose to confirm this hypothesis. At first, he simply considered the casino a place of experimentation. Although he lost 60 to 70% of his buy-in, he only brought 100,000 won every time. If he lost it all, he left without turning back. Although he wasn't happy, the amount was no different from a college kid's allowance. The problem was with the days he actually won money. One time, he had even turned his buy-in to 5 million won in 2 days. He ate everything he wanted, bought clothes he only imagined himself wearing, and replaced his computer to the latest model. Even then, he still had a lot left. The taste of spending money. Once he experienced it, his life began to change. The number of times he visited the casino skyrocketed and the amount of money he brought with him increased as well. He forgot all about his experiments and focused on earning money. As he was spending his days obsessed with winning money, his ability suddenly disappeared. It wasn't that it was out of the blue. His head hurt the more he used his ability, and he even developed insomnia as days where he couldn't fall asleep increased. As the symptoms worsened, the green color he used to see just by focusing a tiny bit became fainter. After he passed out one time from exhaustion, he lost his ability to see the green color even after concentrating for hours. Although his greed cost him his ability, he couldn't stop gambling. He had experienced the positive side of the variance of gambling. He believed he could recoup his losses if he won big just once. He didn't listen no matter who tried to talk sense into him. He had already fallen into the joy of gambling. The ecstasy he felt when he won was more electrifying than any other pleasure. From that point on, Seol's life headed straight down to the bottom of the abyss. And then. Seol clenched his teeth. Why did he suddenly feel like this? Baseless pride and reckless defiance arose in his heart. But whenever this happened, the emotions he felt in his dreams flooded in and drowned them out. Suddenly, he recalled making Seol cry in the morning. Immediately, another powerful wave of emotions swept in, making him dizzy. Son of a bitch. Clunk. The beer can fell from his hand and spilled on the ground. Why did I do that? The youth covered his face with his hands. He put strength into all his fingers and pressed down crazily. Just why did I do that? I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have said something like that. Damn it. He felt like a part of his heart was torn out. The emotions he felt from his dream didn't disappear as he became more aware of them. Instead, they became clearer. The feeling of regret stabbed his heart, and the edges of his eyes turned hot. Now, he felt like he understood the truth. That him without his ability was just a worthless bastard. If only I never had this ability. The moment he finally accepted this truth, Seol felt the last bits of his ego being washed out of his mind. He suddenly broke out into laughter. He burst out as if his heart would explode. But gradually, his laughter turned into weeping. I'm sorry. He regretted everything. He felt stuffy like something was strangling him. I'm sorry, Seol. A grown youth cried like a kid. I'd rather die than continue living like this. He had lived like trash, troubling everyone around him. He couldn't even imagine how much disappointment and pain he caused. Just like his little sister said, maybe it was better for everyone in the long run for him to just take his own life. Seol slowly got up. The slowly flowing river water seemed more alluring than ever before. He approached it in a trance and looked down at the river. The tears flowing down from his cheeks caused tiny ripples in the water. Glaring at the river fixedly, he stepped forward with his shaking legs. It was then. Suddenly, the color of the water changed. From the point where Seol's feet were or, more specifically, from the point he caused the ripples, green color bloomed outward. Like dropping paint into clear water, the forgotten color, the lost light quickly spread out in all directions. Not only did it dye the flowing river water, but it also traveled up the support pillars of the bridge, dyeing the entire structure. It covered the spot he was just sitting in and, eventually, the distant sky. The whole world became dyed in green, just like when he was young. Seol stared at the feast of green dancing all around him with eyes wet with tears. His face was clearly one of utter disbelief. This is. After standing there like he had been struck by lightning, Seol consciously scattered his concentration. Immediately, the world returned to its normal colors. When he concentrated again, the green world returned. His ability. It came back. Just like how it suddenly disappeared one day. It really came back. It suddenly returned. But why? He had failed to restore his ability no matter how hard he tried. The sense of loss he felt that day could hardly be described with words. But what had caused it to activate again? Suddenly, he recalled the morning's dream again. Now that he thought about it, the man from this dream seemed to use the same ability. Seol frantically recalled the dream from the beginning. But soon, he determined that it was unrelated. It didn't make sense no matter how much he thought about it. Perhaps, his subconscious desire to regain his ability had manifested itself as the strange dream. That was more realistic and easier to swallow then. Wait. But looking back, the dream was strangely realistic. Didn't the dream also begin with the man drinking beer in Tanshan River and lamenting over his life? Just like he was now. It was then. Just as Seol fell into a newfound confusion, the click-clack of high heels hitting the stone pavement rang out. The strange rhythmical steps caught Seol's attention, and he promptly turned his head to the side. And there, Seol could definitely see it. In the world dyed in green, the viridescent light was gradually fading away in one spot. It was in the direction of this sound. You won't die even if you fall in there. A silvery voice rang out. Her voice sounded louder than usual, perhaps because there wasn't anyone around. Soon, a figure appeared from the darkness. A white blouse, a black jacket, and a gray H-line skirt that clearly outlined her curves. With a leather office bag in her hand, the woman looked to be a typical young businesswoman. The water isn't deep here. It's only really good for a light swim. Her tone went up towards the end of her sentence. Despite her appearance as a serious businesswoman, she spoke somewhat playfully. When Seol slowly stepped out of the water, the woman made a faint smile. Are you Seol? Who are you? The woman swallowed her words and approached Seol with slow, relaxed steps. With an experienced gesture, she took out her business card and pushed it to him. This is me. Seol glanced at the card. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals. Director Kim Hana. When Seol showed no signs of accepting the card, Kim Hana withdrew her hand, as if she was feeling somewhat awkward. Then, she handed him a handkerchief. Take it. Personally, I'm not a big fan of seeing a grown man cry. Seol didn't take the handkerchief and wiped his eyes with his sleeves. Others might have been disgruntled, but Kim Hana seemed to find Seol's alertness interesting. I once heard a gambling addict wouldn't move a finger even when beautiful women threw themselves at him naked. I guess it's true. Seol examined the bespectacled woman with otherworldly beauty. He felt like he had seen her in his dream. To be specific, he remembered seeing her in the very first scene. A woman had approached him while he was drinking beer by Tanshan River. She said that she had great news to tell him. And it really was great news. She said she would give him enough money to pay off his debts and help him make more so long as he worked hard. When she handed over an envelope full of cash, the dream version of Seol was completely entranced. Although he had to sign a contract in return, the dream Seol didn't care about it at all. After all, money had practically rolled into his pocket, when he was thinking about becoming a medical test subject for extra cash. Of course, it wasn't until later that he found out he was tricked. He was dragged away to a place he'd never seen before, and the contract had actually been a slave contract. Although this happened within the dream, he shuddered when he recalled how he toiled away like a dog. No, wait. Seol suddenly realized something. Things he had regarded as a mere dream were happening in reality. Once he recognized this, his heart turned cold and his alertness peaked. You're a lot calmer than you look. I thought you would react if I mentioned gambling. Certainly, Seol's current reaction could only be a surprise to Kim Hana. It was just that his attention was focused elsewhere at the moment. Well, that's better for me anyway. Looks like it will be easier to talk to you than I thought. Talk? Yep. I came to deliver GRE at news. Kim Hana snickered as if she found herself funny. Meanwhile, Seol couldn't hide his shock. I came to deliver great news. Those were the exact words he heard in his dream. Now, he was starting to believe that his dream wasn't just random nonsense but a premonition of things to come. Kim Hana put down the leather bag hanging on the right wrist. When the handle of the bag drooped down, the contents of the bag were exposed, and neatly tied stacks of 50,000 won bills revealed themselves. Why don't we make a bet? She got down to business. She had already finished investigating the young man's background. All that was left to do was to throw the bait. Gambling addicts were some of the easiest people to reel in. However, she was a perfectionist. She always sought to move at the perfect timing, so that her targets would never refuse. And that was today. Seeing the young man staring at her bag fixedly, Kim Hana was fully confident that she would succeed. Seol slowly raised his head. Kim Hana clasped her hands as if to urge him to speak. No thanks. Great, the game we'll play is. Kim Hana paused mid-sentence. I quit gambling. I won't do it. When Seol doubled down, Kim Hana regained her composure. She blinked her eyes quickly and tilted her head slightly. Even though this can all become yours if you win just once. Not interested. What if I told you it's yours regardless of if you win or lose? If I remember correctly, you have quite a lot of debt to pay off. I'll take care of them on my own. Then aren't you interested why I'm making you this offer? I'll explain everything. All you have to do is play a game with me. Of course, you can have the money too, regardless of if you win or lose. To be completely honest, it was an enticing offer. Even at a glance, Seol could count at least 40 stacks of bills. The woman seemed trustworthy from the confident way she spoke. Hearing her out didn't seem like such a bad idea. Just as Seol was about to nod his head in agreement, an alarm bell resounded in his head. The emotions remaining from earlier in the day shook violently in fierce defiance. At the same time, he could feel a strange attraction. Inside the contradictory swirl of emotions, Seol took heavy breaths. Did I almost make another huge mistake? No matter how vivid a dream was, one would quickly forget about it after waking up. Since Seol remembered her even now, didn't that mean she played an important role? Seol told himself to remain cautious. Seol's suspicion was correct. Her words, "All you have to do is play a game with me," could be interpreted in all sorts of ways. I refuse. Oh yeah. Kim Hana mumbled inwardly. His reaction was a surprise for sure. Kim Hana had expected Seol to jump at her like a starving beast the moment he saw the stacks of money. That was the Seol Kim Hana knew. But this situation wasn't completely unexpected either. Occasionally, there were those like him, fools who acted tough to get more out of her. Kim Hana adjusted her internal evaluation of Seol. He didn't seem all that bad. At the very least, he seemed to be better than reckless idiots. Unfortunately. You picked a wrong opponent, you bastard. This wasn't her first rodeo. She knew full well how to convince people like him. How troublesome. Kim Hana pretended to cross her arms and pressed the inner pocket of her jacket. Something vibrated. Sorry, hold on a moment. She took out her phone and skillfully put on her earbuds. Yes, this is Kim Hana. Ah yes, I'm talking to him right now. Yes, yes. Really? So we're recruiting that person? Glance. Kim Hana snuck a quick glance at Seol. Then. Yes. Of course, that's fine. My client refused. Anyways, I'll head back then. She took off her earbuds and smiled. What a coincidence. The last slot we had was filled up just now. Kim Hana emphasized the phrase, last slot. Well, since you refused, I guess it works out. Excuse me, then. I sincerely hope you can achieve everything you've set out to do. Kim Hana picked up the leather bag and turned back without a shred of hesitation. She then began to walk away, step by step. From her experience, she expected one of two things to happen. He would either stop her immediately or wait a bit until hurriedly running after her. Wait. Kim Hana smirked. Yes, what is it? She turned her head slightly. Her teasing expression that seemed to say, "What's up?" was just a bonus. You were a bit different from my expectation, but you think the likes of you can win against me? She made a triumphant smile. It was then. If it isn't the contract. Seol opened his mouth. If it isn't the contract, I'll hear you out. That was it. With just that single sentence, Kim Hana's train of thought completely paused. Blink, blink. She stared at the man in front of her with her jaws open. Come again. She barely managed to eke out a reply. What I want. What followed afterward. Is an invitation, not a contract. Completely destroyed every scenario she had imagined. You. Kim Hana's smiling face vanished completely. She slowly took off her glasses as her expression turned icy cold. Who are you? Her way of talking changed. A hint of hostility could even be felt from her tone. You already know. Seeing the woman drop her polite manner of speech, Seol also talked more casually. Kim Hana's glaring gaze turned sharper. You're already from that side. You should know that's not true better than anybody. Kim Hana almost agreed. She had picked out Seol as one of her targets half a year ago. Until now, he had not acted strangely in any way. Moreover, if he had gone over just once, he should have that on his body. However, she couldn't feel the aura of the mark. This was clear proof that Seol had no direct relationship with the other world. Faced with a situation she hadn't imagined in the slightest, Kim Hana wasn't quite sure what to do. As far as she was aware, this couldn't be happening. You want me to believe that? Even though you know the difference between an invitation and a contract. What about it? Am I not allowed to say, invitation? Seol's shameless response made Kim Hana bite her lips. I'm not here to play with words. Who was it? Who contacted you first? That's not important. Seol purposely changed the topic. Everything he said until now came from his dream. Both the invitation and the contract. He had just thrown it out there as his feelings told him to. Since there was no way for Kim Hana to know the truth, he figured it was better to let her misunderstand. After all, this was the only weapon of deception he had against her. What's important is that I want an invitation, not a contract. Hearing this, Kim Hana took a deep breath. Fine, don't tell me if you don't want to. I'm curious, but I have no reason to hear you out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kim Hana counted numbers in her head to calm herself down. She had the feeling she was being swept away at the young man's pace. Separate from that, tell me why you want an invitation. Because I'm not interested in taking the contract and living as a slave. Seol answered simply. Kim Hana's eyebrows twitched. Tell me why I have to use my precious invitation on a worthless gambling addict. Seol flinched. Before he realized, he was treating the morning's dream as reality. With that in mind, he couldn't help but wonder if he should continue. It wasn't too late. He could end the conversation now and pretend today's talk never happened. He had already resolved himself to quit gambling. He could start to regain the trust he's lost by getting an honest job and working earnestly. However, when he declared he wasn't interested in taking the contract, the unknown sense of repulsion he'd been feeling vanished. Now, the strange sense of attraction was the only thing remaining. He was curious in his own way. There was something he wanted to confirm as well. Seol recalled the dream's final scene. The dying man's emotion of regret was now pushing Seol forward. It was telling him to go forward. Seol finally understood what he previously felt. In order to go there, he had to absolutely refuse to take the contract. Seol clenched his teeth. He scavenged through his memories with all his focus. You might regret it if you don't give me an invitation. What? You said you were Shinyang Pharmaceuticals director Kim Hana, right? So. Shinyang is famous for continuously developing new medicine these past few years. It has something to do with that world, right? Seol's bid for victory worked. The calm expression Kim Hana had been trying to maintain crumbled down. Before having today's dream, Seol knew nothing about the other world. It was obvious that information about it was being kept a secret from the public. He didn't know whether Kim Hana was forced to keep silent or doing so voluntarily, but he assumed it was a weakness worth prodding. Since the current Seol was an ordinary civilian with no restrictions on his freedom, he didn't need to hold back. I wouldn't even need to open my mouth. The 21st century is known as the information age, after all. You're threatening me. You're the one who tried to trick me first. What comes around goes around. Funny. You think anyone would believe you? A gambling addict of all people? Well, I guess you're right. When Seol readily admitted his error, Kim Hana felt a sense of unease rising in her heart. Just how was he so relaxed? But would your superiors think the same way? Crack. The sound of gritting teeth rang out. Can't complete a simple contract, can't keep an important secret. I'm sure they'll love you. You son of a bitch. Kim Hana finally dropped her Ade. Seol could tell he was getting close. He knew getting a scammer to curse was no different than making them wave the white flag. He briefly considered provoking her further but quickly decided against it. Now that he had whipped her a few times, it seemed like a good idea to gently appease her. After all, she was the one who held the final decision. Of course, I don't want to go that far either. You just have to give me one invitation. Seol took a step back. Kim Hana was still gritting her teeth with a vicious face. A contract and an invitation are two completely different matters. I can complete contracts with my authority, but not an invitation. Didn't you say something about your precious invitation just now? Motherfucker. Kim Hana bit her lower lip. Some motherfucking deity you are. You said a time would come when I would have no choice but to use it. This is what you meant. Kim Hana ruffled her neatly combed hair as she cursed out another world's god. I'm not lying. I have to receive permission for a normal invitation. Seol shrugged. Seeing his calm demeanor, Kim Hana's boiling head gradually simmered down. The contract was a business. The invitation carried a different meaning, but it was technically an extension of that business. In that sense, Seol had surpassed Kim Hana's expectations. He seemed to be a real talent rather than a slave. He made her feel like she was dealing with a veteran who toiled away on that side for several years. Of course, she knew that couldn't be the case. After collecting her breath, Kim Hana opened her phone. But before she pressed the call button, an intense internal struggle stopped her. Damn it, just how did I end up with this son of a bitch? Changing a contract to an invitation wasn't an easy thing to do. No matter how much she embellished her words, it would be difficult to escape being blamed. As a career-centric woman, Kim Hana couldn't stand having her record get blemished. She spoke, with her phone still turned on. You have to agree to 3 conditions. Conditions? Seol asked back. Do you want to hear me out or no? I'm listening. Number 1. You have to swear that you've never entered that world before. Right here, right now. Sure, that's easy. Number 2. I want you to tell me your secret when I hand over the invitation. About how you knew these things. I can't do that. Seol immediately refused. What makes you think I would? I have nothing more to say about them. Even if I give you a special invitation. Special invitation. The phrase piqued Seol's curiosity, but he shook his head. No. If I get to trust you a little more in the future, then maybe. But not now. Since he couldn't be 100% sure about Kim Hana, he left room for interpretation. Kim Hana tilted her head back slightly. Looking at the night sky, she let out a long sigh. The final condition. After you successfully enter that world, you have to negotiate with me first before anybody else, no matter what. Understood? What if I fail? Unless you're a retard beyond imagination, that won't ever happen. I'll forcefully drag you into that world if I have to. Hearing Kim Hana's heated declaration, Seol made calculations in his head. It seemed that Kim Hana would not concede on the last point. If he didn't agree, not even a contract seemed possible, much less an invitation. It looks like this invitation thing really is precious. Since she used the word negotiation, Seol guessed that she had abandoned all thoughts of a slave contract. After assessing his options, Seol made his decision. I accept. Good. Kim Hana put her phone away. She sighed yet again before reaching into her pocket and rummaging through it. Judging by how much her hand trembled, Seol guessed how reluctant she was to use the invitation. When her hand finally came out of her pocket, 4 stamps were locked between each gap between her fingers. One was colored red, the other ones were bronze, silver, and finally, gold. You said you won't sign the contract. Kim Hana removed the red stamp. As for the bronze, I can use it with my authority, but it's still a shared asset. I don't even need to mention the silver. The way she spoke while coincidentally waving her middle finger around got on Seol's nerves a bit, but he endured. The sole remaining stamp was the golden one. That was her so-called precious invitation. With an anguished look, she tightened her hand around the golden stamp. Then, she rushed toward Seol as if to devour him on the spot. Wait. What? Aren't we finished talking now? You wanted an invitation, right? What is that gold stamp? It's my life, you bastard. With a frustrated shout, Kim Hana snatched up the retreating Seol's left arm. Then, she pressed the gold stamp on his palm as though it was a dagger. Immediately, a golden light flashed. The light shone upwards before dissipating like a receding tide and becoming gray. Feeling completely mystified, Seol shifted his gaze down at his left palm. Right in the middle, a small, round mark was emitting a reddish-gold light. Although it quickly vanished in the next moment, Seol was still mesmerized by the sight. Next, an envelope slapped him in the chest. Seeing how luxuriously packaged it was, he guessed that it was the invitation letter. The gate will open at 10:30 p.m. tonight. It's around 2 hours from now, so take care of your personal affairs. As for that letter, I don't really care if you read it or not. While clutching the bag full of money, Kim Hana abruptly turned on her heels to leave. Just as she took several steps away, she trembled noticeably and turned around to glare at him one more time. You better survive. I don't care what you do, so survive and enter that world. Got it? If you die after all of this, let's see what happens. I'll get back every little thing you owe me even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, understand? She must have been furious as her voice was laced with incredible killing intent. After that little outburst, she quickly disappeared into the darkness. Seol plopped down on his butt. It felt like a wild storm just swept by a second ago. He danced along to the tune being played at the time, but now that it was over, he felt completely drained. Seol clenched and loosened his left fist a couple of times before shifting his focus to the invitation letter. There was one letter neatly folded inside the envelope. For some reason, he ended up recalling his past while feeling rather proud of himself. He had never received an invitation before either in his life or during that dream of his, but now that he did, he was somewhat moved. Seol carefully opened the letter. Greetings. We would like to thank you for accepting our invitation to Lost Paradise, a foreign world that is connected to ours. Lost Paradise is a world for the select few. A world full of heart-pounding adventure and dazzling riches. It is a world of living, breathing legendary ruins and fierce competitions. This invitation letter will guide the honorable guest to the steps of Eden and help you escape the drudgery of everyday life. This invitation letter is only issued to an honorable guest with the approval of the golden stamp. The opening time for the gate is 10:30 p.m., March 16, 2017. We recommend that the guest open this letter at that time in a secluded place. This invitation letter is required during the confirmation of the marking as well as the starting bonus giveaway. Do not lose this letter and please bring it with you. This invitation letter allows the honorable guest to bring along another person as an aide. Crap. Seol stopped reading every little word of the letter and took a look at his phone. The time was already well past 8 and racing towards 9. I don't have a lot of time left. Seol complained slightly before a wry smile formed on his lips. Kim Hana told him to take care of personal affairs, but he didn't have much to do. His family had disowned him, and he didn't have any close friends either. Even if he didn't contact anyone for 1 or 2 months, no one would bat an eye. In fact, they would probably be happy that he wasn't bothering them. In any case, there wasn't much he could do with the remaining time. He wasn't told to prepare anything either. It was at this moment that Seol recalled Yu Xianhua. Seol shoved the invitation letter inside his pocket and got up from his seat. All of a sudden, he felt like he was running short on time. Seol immediately headed to a sauna. He scrubbed himself thoroughly and cut his hair at the barbers inside the sauna. Just like that, 1 hour flew by. Before he could even enjoy the refreshed feeling he had been lacking for days, he raced to his flat fast enough to give superheroes a run for their money. He switched to the cleanest set of clothes he could find, stopped by an ATM to withdraw 2 million won, caught a taxi, and headed off to Nanhyandong. While on his way there, he worried constantly. Do I have to go? She probably doesn't want to see me ever again. She even said it herself, Maybe it'll be better for both of us if I just send her the money through the bank. However, Seol soon realized that doing so would serve as self-satisfaction. Seol knew how much he hurt Yu Xianhua with his words. He wanted to apologize, even if that meant receiving a well-deserved slap in the face. His heart pounded louder and faster the closer he got to Yu Xianhua's home. After reaching the front door, Seol collected his breath and rang the bell. But no matter how long he waited, no one answered. He knocked on the door several times, but it was still dead silent. Seol checked the time and noted that he had less than 10 minutes remaining. Is she still at work? Seol fiddled with his phone and then sat down on the staircase leading to the corridor. Am I doing the right thing? Now that he had come this far, he could no longer call that dream a fantasy. After all, the things he saw and experienced in the dream had become a reality. Although he talked big to Kim Hana, he was rather worried about the whole thing. Of course, he had already spilled the milk, and the die had been cast. He had no choice but to face the upcoming challenges head-on. Seol decided to think optimistically. Since he was brave enough to consider drowning himself, he could surely use that bravery to accomplish greater things. Just as he made up his mind, the clock reached 10:30. Seol looked around his vicinity and saw no one. Almost at that exact moment, he heard a chime coming from the elevator. He saw a triangular green light indicating 1. Someone was coming up. Before he lost the chance, Seol hurriedly pulled out the paper bag containing 2,000,000 won. Then, he got on his knees and shoved the bag inside the mail slot of the door. Just as he finished, a circular light appeared above Seol's position. The mysterious light swallowed him before vanishing without a trace. This happened in the blink of an eye. Shortly afterward, the elevator door opened, and a lone woman stepped out. With a look of exhaustion and depression, Yusianhua unlocked the front door and entered her place. She took an enervated step forward, only to gently kick something. Her eyes widened after spotting a weighty paper bag by her feet. After checking its content, she quickly turned around in stunned silence. However, she could only see the lonely darkness quietly settling down on the empty corridor of the apartment. Seol felt cold, perhaps because of the chilly air tickling his toes. He reached out absent-mindedly to search for his blanket, but the only thing his wandering fingers could grasp was a pillow. He hugged the pillow tightly, but the chill remained. And now that his brain had woken up, it didn't want to go back to sleep. It let this fact known with a small but insistent migraine. In the end, Seol opened his eyes. Feeling somewhat groggy, he took a look around. No matter how many times he looked, this place was still his rented flat. Startled, Seol hurriedly looked down at his left palm. It was clean. He carefully studied it, but there wasn't a single indication of a mark. A bitter chuckle escaped from his lips. It was all a dream. He chuckled hoarsely to himself before lying flat on the floor. Right, of course. Why would someone like me get the chance to? Damn it. Are you trying to make fun of me or something? Like a man who had lost his mind, he stared at the ceiling for a long time before switching on the television. The temperature was dropping below the freezing point before, but at the moment, Seoul's temperature is hovering around 2.4 Celsius. It's higher than what it was same time yesterday. The darkened screen gradually flickered into life, and the clear voice of a weather girl entered his ears. But rather than watching the TV, Seol grabbed his cigarette packet and lightly shook it. He pulled out one of the 2 remaining cigarettes and stuck it between his lips. Then, he changed the channel. Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals has announced that they have developed a new medicine. Seol's gaze chased away the faint gray smoke and landed on the TV's screen. The news channels were carrying the stories of new medications entering the market as their top headlines for the past few days. Since Seol's dream had been so vivid, he naturally ended up paying attention to the news piece. Located in the city of Seoul, Sinyoung Pharmaceuticals is a medical research firm established 4 years ago for the purpose of developing new medicine. More expectations are being placed on them as they have shown concrete results today as well. The image on the screen changed, and a man wearing an unkempt, white lab gown showed up. It possesses the characteristics of antioxidants that suppress the origin of the inflammation, as well as boosting the level of testosterone in the blood. Perhaps because of the cigarette smoke, Seol's dizziness seemed to intensify. He crawled towards the nearest window, reached out, and opened it wide. He immediately felt a bit better when the cold wind hit his face. He leaned against the wall, before sliding down to a squat in a quiet, absent-minded daze. He stared at the TV spitting out unimportant and indecipherable babble and, almost out of habit, reached down to his pocket. He flinched. His hand stopped. He felt as if every single cell in his left hand had woken up. Slowly, ever so slowly, he pulled out the object caught between his fingers. A familiar paper envelope revealed itself. It was the invitation letter. Seol abruptly raised his head as soon as his phone began vibrating. The message from the guide has arrived. We recommend that all the contracted and invited guests confirm the message immediately. Seol instinctively stood up after that robotic announcement hit his eardrums. When he hurriedly looked outside his window, his jaw became slack. What the? Desolate. There was something unnatural about the streets for Seol to simply describe them that way. For one, he couldn't spot a single person or a moving vehicle. What he saw was a dreary and bleak cityscape without a single ant in sight. Even the sky above was a shade of dull gray. So it wasn't a dream. It was all real. Realizing this, Seol practically flew towards the smartphone and picked it up. Identity confirmed. The registration of the user has been completed. A robotic voice came from the device and the screen lit up next. He hurriedly tapped on the letter icon blinking on the corner, and texts appeared on the screen. Sender, the guide. Arrive at Paradise High School's assembly hall before the time runs out. Remaining time, 9 minutes and 45 seconds. The content was simple, but the sender had also kindly attached an image that turned out to be a map. He took a look and found that his current location wasn't too far from his new destination. Seol slapped his own cheeks, hard. Of course, his face stung quite a lot. He was trying to see if that would wake him up, but he mainly wanted to use the pain to reaffirm that this was indeed happening for real. He rubbed his aching cheeks and cautiously pushed the front door open to leave. While he walked, an unexplainable tension continued to rear its ugly head. Besides the loneliness born out of feeling like the last man on earth, it felt like he was walking around while the world around him was frozen in time. Finding his way around wasn't difficult at all. He simply followed the direction indicated on the map and needed only 2 minutes to arrive at the destination. The eye-catching plaque shouting out Paradise High hung next to the wide-open front gates of the school. What a funny name. That name stinks. An unexpected voice surprised Seol, and he quickly looked to his side. He didn't even know when she had arrived, but there was a girl with a hoodie standing there. Their eyes met. Her flawless pale skin indicated her young age, but her arched-up brows seemed to indicate her rather fierce personality. Just as Seol got this impression of uncaring disinterest from her expressionless face, she brushed past him. Both of her hands were shoved deep within the pockets as she quickly stepped past the open gates. She seemed to be in a hurry for some reason. The white roof, right? The attached map said this was the location, but that didn't mean this very spot was the meeting point. Seol looked around and found the assembly hall. As he approached it, he could hear the murmurs of the people within. Seol climbed up the steps, only to come to an abrupt halt. An unexpected person was standing by the entrance to the hall. To be more specific, a blonde woman wearing a full-on maid outfit was graciously waving her hand at Seol. It was as if she was saying, "Please, over here, welcome, sir. Am I supposed to enter through here?" The blonde woman silently nodded her head and smiled brightly. But when Seol tried to walk past her, she trotted to his front and blocked his path. She quietly stared at him and suddenly reached her hand out. Seol tilted his head in confusion. Then, the blonde woman's lips opened without letting out a sound. She used her index fingers and the thumbs of her hands to form a rectangle before reaching out to him again. It was as if she was telling him to hand something over. Unfortunately, Seol could only stand there, his eyes blinking in further confusion. "Do you need something from me?" As if Seol was making her frustrated, the blonde maid narrowed her eyes in an elegant manner. Her cheeks even puffed up, and her lower lip stuck out in a slight pout. This only caused Seol to fall further into the state of confusion. "She wants your invitation letter. Or your contract paper." As he stood there wondering what to do, someone shouted out from the inside the hall. Seol took a look and found a guy sitting on a chair inside the assembly hall, giggling while spectating what was happening out here. Finally going, "Oh," Seol pulled his invitation letter out from the pocket and handed it over. The woman received the letter and opened it while carrying a prim expression. While Seol stood next to her wondering whether that humph was her trying to say something or simply her short snort, the maid's expression gradually froze up. She looked at the invitation letter. Then, she looked back at Seol. Her wide-open eyes slowly closed shut. She carefully folded the invitation letter back, gathered both of her hands in front of her chest, and slowly lowered herself in a deep bow. It was an elegant yet dignified greeting. Suddenly, the entire assembly hall fell into silence. The attention of everyone who had arrived here before Seol focused on the newest arrival. Completely disregarding all those stares, the blonde maid pointed towards the left side of the hall and guided the flustered and even more confused Seol there. The maid guided him towards an empty chair, and bowed politely once more, before smoothly retreating away as if she was riding on skates while never turning her back to him. She still didn't say a single word, yet her attitude towards him had definitely changed. What's the matter with her? Why is she acting like that all of a sudden? I wonder. She didn't do that when I showed up. The eyes of two particular men landed on the new arrival, Seol. But all he could feel at that moment was the sense of being confused and flustered. Even though he had come here in that super vivid dream, in reality, this was his actual first time. And certain things were progressing rather differently compared to the dream, too. So, of course he was flustered. That was why he decided to divert his attention and try to suss out his new environment, instead. The number of people gathered in the assembly hall was well over 30. What was especially noticeable was that they were divided into left and right sides as if to separate the two. The left side with Seol in it only had 8 people in total, 6 males and 2 females. They were furnished with chairs to sit on, and the general atmosphere was relaxed and easygoing. On the other hand, the right side had almost 30 people, but they were either sitting on the floor or standing up. Seol could see that they were anxious too. It must be fate, meeting in a place like this. Why don't we introduce ourselves to each other? A man suddenly spoke up. He looked bored from all the waiting. He was also the one giggling at Seol just now. His loud and manly voice managed to attract the attention of everyone present. The front part of his hair was slicked back to reveal his equally manly face. A faint smile formed on his lips as if he enjoyed being the center of attention. Nice to meet you all. I'm Kong Suk. And these two guys over here. Hey, guys, introduce yourselves. I'm Lee Hyung-sik. Jong Minwo. It was unclear if they were friends before coming here or became friends after arriving. The two men briefly introduced themselves. Seol inwardly assigned nicknames to both of them since their physical traits were rather distinct. He nicknamed the former, Skinny, and the latter, Fatty. As for the first guy who spoke up, Seol gave him the nickname, Rock. What's your name? Kong Suk's next target was the woman Seol wearing the hoodie, the one Seol ran into at the school's gate. She seemed to be completely uninterested. It was as if she wasn't even listening to what was being said around her surroundings, only immersing herself on the phone screen. In other words, she was ignoring Kong Suk's question. Kong Suk scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. She must be one of those picky and arrogant women. Without a doubt. Lee Hyung-sik chimed in. That's kinda embarrassing. Is there anyone willing to save me? Kong Suk's gaze landed on the remaining woman of the group. She tightly squeezed the hand of a teen boy sticking close to her and awkwardly smiled. Oh, my name is Lee Seola. So, it's Miss Seola. How about the gentleman next to you? He's my little brother, Lee Sungjin. Upon hearing the words, little brother, Kong Suk seemed more interested. You two are blood siblings? Yes, we are. May I ask how old you are? I mean, you two seem a bit too young to be here. My apologies if that offended you. No. It's fine. I'm 18 and Sungjin is 2 years younger than me. Kong Suk let out a surprised gasp as if he found this fact quite surprising. He quickly formed a beaming smile and offered his hand. That means I can drop the formal speech. I'm 29 this year. Since we all received invitation letters, let's get along well. Think of me as a reliable uncle. Thank you very much. Seol bashfully shook his hand. Her graceful appearance and that shyness reminded Seol of a freshly picked beautiful flower. He couldn't take his eyes off her for a moment or two. Even Kang-suk didn't let go of her hand for a while. The remaining two were Seol and a man wearing a green cap and a pair of sunglasses. The cap-wearing man was busy moving his lips up and down as if he was chewing on a piece of gum, while listening to music via earphones stuck to his ears. His legs also moved along to the beat, leading to an overall impression of him being a bit of restless busybody. He also didn't introduce himself as if such things didn't interest him. Seol quietly gathered his focus and stared at Kang-suk. The green light appeared on him for a brief moment before dissipating. The odds of nothing good happening by mixing up with him were high enough. In the end, Seol turned his head away. He got pretty flustered when entering the assembly hall, but as time passed, he had gradually calmed down. The Seol of the dream was standing on the right side of the hall, which meant that things were different now. Just what was that golden stamp and why did it warrant such different treatment? He tried to go through his memories once more for answers, but he couldn't recall anything. I'll get to find out, eventually. When he looked at the time on his phone, he saw the countdown had reached 0 and said that it was time already. Suddenly, a voice came from the front of the hall. On the stage, a tuxedo-wearing man walked up in a dignified, disciplined manner. Everyone present was quite surprised since there was no one there just a second ago. The stylishly dressed man sported a clean and neat hairstyle, as well as a monocle over his eye. He raised a hand towards the blonde maid standing by the entrance. Is this everyone? The maid shook her head softly, pointed towards the group on the right side of the hall, and then raised 4 fingers up. 4 people. Well, it's fine. We can't wait any longer, so just close the door and unleash it. When the blonde maid showed some sign of hesitation, the man who kind of resembled a head butler narrowed his eyes. I am the guide. It's not like it's difficult to get here. Those who can't even adhere to the schedule aren't needed here. In the end, the maid obediently lowered her head and quietly closed the door shut. She then produced a smartphone and tapped away for a little while. Meanwhile, the man on the stage clapped his hands twice to draw the attention towards himself. Welcome. I am called Han, tasked with guiding all of you this time around. You can call me the guide. Han spoke up to hear and gestured at the maid with his index finger. She quickly ran to his side, while her blonde ponytail danced in the air. First of all, the contract documents, please. How many do we have? 28. Quite a lot, isn't it? And we have 8 invitations this time. The guide didn't even take a look at the bundle of the contracts and simply shoved them underneath his jacket. However, he still held the invitation letters tightly in his hand. The guide played with his monocle. Ahem, firstly, let us confirm the identities of those present today. Although we have the invitation letters here, it's meaningless if we don't personally confirm. The silence still remained inside the assembly hall. The guide simply smirked. I'm sure that you're curious about many things. But let us follow the protocol. Everyone present here, please, think of bringing up your status windows, or simply yell status in your minds. It's fine to say it out loud, as well. Status windows. Status. Just as Seol thought like this. In the empty air right in front of his eyes, a sudden avalanche of texts came crashing down. Status window. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Marking grade, gold. Sex age, male 26. Height weight, 180.5 centimeters 80.6 kilograms. Current condition, good. Job, LV, 0, invited. Nationality, Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, not available. Alias, not available. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Weak-willed. Possesses a weak will, thus unable to make decisions alone, nor sticks to ones already made. Short-tempered. 2. Aptitude. Average. Normal in every way, possesses no particular talent or qualities. 3. Physical level. Strength, low, low. Endurance, extreme, low. Agility, intermediate, low. Stamina, low, low. Magic, high, intermediate. Luck, low, intermediate. Remaining ability points, 0. 4. Abilities. 1. Innate abilities, 2. Future vision, grade unknown. Grade unknown. 2. Job-related abilities, 0. 3. Other abilities, 0. 5. Level of cognition. Will be available after the conclusion of the tutorial event. What the hell is this? People began gasping in surprise everywhere. Seol was no exception. Although he had seen this tens and hundreds of times before in his dream, now that he was experiencing it personally, it really felt quite a lot different. What's this innate ability thing? Hey, Hyungsik, what does yours say? Excuse me. Do you perhaps possess an innate ability? The person who answered Kong Suk wasn't Hyungsik but the guide, Han. Kong Suk didn't expect his words to be overheard from so far, so he got flustered while he shook his head in denial. No, I don't have one. I was just curious. Well, it's only normal for you to not have an innate ability. That's how it is with most humans. You don't have to mind that section of your status window. Han smiled brightly as he spoke. Well, then. Let's stop being surprised, shall we? This time, please reveal the grades of your markings. Just like before, just think about it or speak it out loud, and it will be done. Don't worry, I won't be able to see anything besides what's been revealed. The assembly hall got a bit noisy. However, Seol was still intensely staring at his status window. The guide definitely said it was normal to not have any innate abilities. However, the window in front of Seol's eyes showed that he had them. 2. As a matter of fact. Future vision. And what's with the question marks? He suspected that it was somehow related to his ability to see green colors, but what was up with the question marks? Let's see. Since we don't have a lot of time remaining, I shall just directly move to the next step in the procedure. Miss E. Seola, Mr. E. Sungjin, Mr. E. Hyungsik, Mr. Jong Minwo, and Mr. Hyun Sang-min. You all have the bronze markings, yes. Oh, indeed you do. 5 people out of the left side's 8 nodded their heads before staring at the guide with somewhat befuddled eyes. The guide asked and answered his own question, then he threw 5 invitation letters in the air. Suddenly, the letters shone brightly before transforming into 5 bronze-colored bags that fell down to the ground. It was all just like a fancy magic trick. The bronze markings will only receive 1 random box as per the regular bonus item rules. You could also have asked for the bonus of bringing along a helper, but I see that none of you have done so, regrettably. The blonde maid picked the 5 bronze-colored bags and handed them over to their respective owners. Meanwhile, the guide unfolded 2 more invitation letters. While reading the contents, he carried on. We advise you to immediately activate your bonus items right away. The tutorial will begin soon, so it'd be a pity if you died without using them. Oh. The guide's eyes always maintained a level of disinterest, but a small glint of surprise flickered in them now. Ho! We have 2 silver markings. I'm genuinely looking forward to guiding all of you. Mr. Kong Suk. Miss Yun Seora. Yes. Kong Suk shouted out energetically. The hoodie-wearing girl, Yun Seora, simply nodded her head once. For the silver markings, 2 regular random boxes, and special bonus items unique to the invited, will be provided. Mr. Kong Suk won't receive the special bonus item, but there is one for Miss Yun Seora. This time too, the invitation letters became bags as they fell down to the floor. If there was one thing different, then the bags were silver-colored rather than bronze. The blonde maid moved busily. Meanwhile, the eyes of the guide landed on one man. And that was Seol, still stupidly staring at the empty air in front of his eyes. Please reveal the grade of your marking. Han's voice was low, but it contained an undeniable power. Seol was too preoccupied with the whole innate abilities thing until then, but when the voice powerfully reverberated within his eardrums, he quickly snapped out of his daze and asked back. Reveal my markings grade? Yes. Oh, it's fine now, so. The guide suddenly stopped his words and stared hard. What? His eyes widened as he stared at Seol, or to be more specific, his revealed markings grade. Gold. The blonde maid, who finished distributing the bags, lightly trotted to the stage and used her elbow to gently poke the waist of the dumbstruck guide. Finally regaining his senses, Han lightly coughed and cleared his throat while lowering his gaze. The remaining piece of paper in his hand, he became overtly cautious as he slowly unfolded the invitation letter. He read the contents from top to bottom without leaving anything out. Then, he breathed out a long sigh. We have a very important guest this time. His voice was quiet. But, still, the noisy clamor came to a dead stop, and dozens of eyes focused on one person. Seol could actively feel his cheeks reddening right about now. I'd like to apologize. It is my first time guiding a gold mark, after all. No, even in history, there has been only one prior event like today's. I've only heard about it until now. Seol wondered if this gold marking thing was such a shocking matter. Han's words didn't even sound like an excuse, just some babblings of a stunned man. When the blonde maid giggled softly, Han cleared his throat again. Alright, let's carry on, shall we? He lightly threw Seol's invitation letter. The paper exploded into a brilliant shower of light before transforming into a single bag. And there were 6 things written on the tag of the gold bag. 3 regular bonus items, plus 3 special bonus items unique to the invited, quite unlike any other invitation letters. Kim Hannah made sure to pack hers to the brim, it seemed. For the gold marking. Han's jaw dropped after he read the list of bonus items. The guide remained shocked for a considerable amount of time, being unable to complete his sentence. Then, his lips began twitching in an ugly manner before he hurriedly covered up his monocle with his hand. However, Seol still got to see the lens emit some sort of light before it was covered, though. Fuck, the one who invited that man, are you watching right now? The guide growled quite menacingly. What is the meaning of this? Why is a guide even necessary if you plan on doing things this way? It seemed that Han was really ticked off. Are you making fun of me? Was your experience during the tutorial that unpleasant? You're trying to completely rip it to shreds, is that it? Just how did you even know what that man would need in here? Suddenly, the light from the lens vanished. The guide issued a short but sharp groan and began chewing his lips. Completely and utterly disregarding Han, the blonde maid simply picked up the golden bag and gracefully brought it to Seol. Han didn't try to interfere, but his complexion was visibly complicated. Just what was in this bag, then? Seol couldn't help but become quite curious now. Even the taciturn Yun Seora craned her neck slightly to sneak a better look. Seol confirmed that there were 6 items listed on the tag attached to the bag. Necessary box, X3. Survival points, 5,000 points. Mark of survival, X1. Diary of an unknown student, X1. The first thing to attract Seol's gaze was the so-called necessary box. He heard that both the bronze and silver marks got random boxes. His had a different name. Please, open and apply your bonuses here. Unlike before, Han's voice seemed to possess far more urgency than before. Since he was planning to do that anyways, Seol slowly unlocked and opened the bag. 5,000 survival points has been credited to you. You have acquired, 1, Mark of Survival. The diary of an unknown student is currently being updated. The smartphone buzzed and vibrated in his pocket, but Seol couldn't feel it. Why? Because, his attention had been stolen away by the 3 boxes with all sorts of intricate symbols and runes covering them, neatly tucked to the bottom of the bag. There should be 3 boxes inside the bag. You can just open them. Nothing complicated to worry about. Han tried to add some explanations in a friendly manner, but he failed to hide his eagerness to see what were inside those boxes. Shit, all this suspense is killing me here. Hey, is it fine if we open the box together? Kang Suk, who had been staring at Seol's bag with barely disguised greed, stood halfway up from his chair. It was right then. Sit back down. A powerful but still well-mannered voice slammed into Kang Suk's eardrums. No, I was just. I told you to sit back down. Han's voice sounded incredibly cold. Kang Suk nervously swallowed his saliva and parked his butt back down on the chair. The guide, Han, snorted out once, and then began fiddling with his monocle. His bonuses are reserved only for that person. They are things you, Mr. Kang Suk, should neither see nor even desire. Han then shifted his gaze back to Seol. The assembly hall fell into the grips of the deathly silence yet again. Not even the sounds of breathing could be heard now. As for Seol, each of the boxes were no bigger than an adult's clenched fist. Pressured by the silent stares, Seol reached inside, and carefully opened the first box. The necessary box, X1, has been opened. Scanning for the most needed item during the current situation. Please wait. The awakening of the innate ability has been initiated. When Seol blinked his eyes once, new messages began popping up one after the other. Your innate ability, Future Vision, is responding to the awakening of the new ability. The innate ability has evolved into 9 eyes. The central direction, 1, of your innate ability, 9 eyes, the green color, general observation, has been fully unlocked. Please confirm your status window. Green color. General observation. Hearing the announcement that he should check the status window, Seol raised his head, which led him to peek at the top of Yun Seora's craning head. Yun Seora's status window. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Marking grade, Silver. Sex age, female 20. Height weight, 166.2 centimeters 53.4 kilograms. Current condition, good. Job, LV, 0, invited. Nationality, Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, not available. Alias, not available. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Cool-headed. Her actions and thoughts are not swayed by emotions and is always calm. Indifferent. She's not easily interested in anything particular. 2. Aptitude. Brilliant. Possesses a smart brain as well as good overall talents. Highly observant. Will carefully analyze and study items and events all around her. She must have sensed his gaze. Yun Seora raised her head, and Seol almost reflexively cried out. He quickly averted his gaze, but her status window didn't disappear from his sight. It wasn't just her general information and her traits either, her physical level, talents, and even her consciential awareness were laid bare. Not knowing what happened, Yun Seora could only tilt her head. From Seol's perspective, this whole thing felt absurd. Didn't Han say that one status window couldn't be observed by others without permission from the person herself? Seola's status window. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Marking grade, Bronze. Sex age, female 18. Height weight, 160.6 centimeters 49.8 kilograms. Current condition, good. Job, LV, 0, invited. Nationality, Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, not available. Alias, not available. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Virtuous, possesses a fine, gentle, and benevolent personality. Deeply caring. Possesses deep love and care. Dependent. Unconsciously seeks someone to depend on. 2. Aptitude. A jack of all trades. Good at various activities. High concentration. Can use 100% of her concentration while performing an action. When Seol sneaked a glance at Seol to make sure, he also got to see her status window. Now feeling somewhat befuddled, Seol was about to raise his hand when he realized his mistake and quickly lowered it. Yes. Are you curious about something? However, the guide didn't miss Seol's actions. Have you opened your boxes? Yes, I have. Seol's throat suddenly dried up. He couldn't be sure why, but he thought that not saying anything right now was for the best. So, he decided to change the topic slightly. I just received a message to confirm my status window, so. I see. Your status windows, is it? Han's anxious expression seemed to brighten up in an instant. So, what was updated? Your traits. Or perhaps, abilities. When Seol wordlessly stared at Han, the guide awkwardly laughed. Seeing that reaction, it wasn't all that difficult for Han to figure it out. Oh, my. Please, excuse my thoughtless behavior. You do not have to worry. As long as you don't permit it, not only me, but no one else alive in this world can take a peek at your status window. The guide was inwardly breathing a sigh of relief while saying this. A necessary box usually gave out something outrageous to those who were privileged enough to open them. One's traits, abilities, and even physical prowess were fair game. If Seol's status window had only been updated, Han could accept it. Of course, that was only possible because Han had no idea just what kind of ability Seol had awakened. When the probing eyes of the guide had left him, Seol hurriedly opened the remaining boxes, both of them at the same time. Your innate ability, 9 Eyes, is evolving further. The left directions, 3, of the innate ability, 9 Eyes has been unlocked, yellow, attention required, orange, do not approach, and red, immediate retreat recommended. You have acquired the paper talisman. Seol couldn't see this talisman at the moment. Because, he was far too occupied to notice it. Seol was under the belief that he could only see green until now, so the mental shock he received was similar to someone violently hitting him on the back of his head. You have beautiful eyes. Yes, they are beautiful. In the 7 shades of the rainbow. Seol inexplicably remembered something from his distant past, something he had almost forgotten. The whispers of a woman he couldn't even remember the face of brushed past his brain cells like a bolt of lightning. Hold up. Red, orange, yellow, green. Excuse me. While Seol was in the midst of his thoughts, someone from the right side of the assembly hall piped up with a voice smaller than a mosquito buzzing around. Han was still rubbing his chest while feeling rather relieved with himself. His eyes immediately shifted towards the group of the contracted. A young woman sporting a bob-cut hair was dusting her but while standing up. Is it, possibly? What is it? We're just about ready to begin. His attitude was clearly different from when interacting with the invited. Hearing his voice full of annoyance akin to chasing away a pesky bug, a certain sense of dissatisfaction formed on the woman's face. You are not giving us anything. You know, like those bags those people just got. The guide let off a cynical chuckle and then replied immediately. Yes. You don't get anything. But why not? Those bonus items are reserved for the invited only. It was a simple and articulate answer, but a deep frown emerged on the woman's face. Why is there a difference? It's simple. The guide smiled softly and his right hand pointed towards his right, the left side of the hall. These guests have been invited here after going through a strict evaluation. Next, Han's left index finger pointed to his left, the right side of the hall, in a somewhat accusatory manner. And you people got dragged here because of the contracts. No, that's not what I meant. Besides, didn't you, Miss Shin Sanga, receive ample compensation back in reality? With the timely arrival of that question, the woman with bob-cut hair, Shin Sanga, became utterly lost for words. She sat back down with a reddened face, but that wasn't the end. Are you done talking? A man from the group of the contracted stood up in indignation. Seeing how fierce his eyes were, not to mention his rather well-developed physique, he looked like someone who knew how to get down and dirty if it needed. And what else do you want? Finally, a look of irritation formed on Han's face. Ah. Can't you provide a proper explanation on what this contract bullshit is? You told us to come here and this is how you treat us. A few people here and there began to quietly agree with the nameless man. Such a complaint was bound to occur sooner or later. After all, ever since the guide appeared, he paid attention only to the left side of the hall, where the invited were. They were already feeling unsure and anxious, and after being treated like a bunch of invisible fish out of water, it was not very strange to see them spit out their dissatisfaction in the open. Unfortunately for them, this wasn't the place to voice their problems, neither was Han the correct person to complain to. You know what, stop wasting time and get us some chairs, too. My legs are aching from all that standing around. That's right. Now that I see, you look like still a young man, so, how can you even think that it's good to discriminate people like this? When more and more voices began chiming in, some amount of confidence and energy began filling up the expression of the nameless man. He glared at the guide, waiting for a response. As for Han, he was simply smirking back at them. Sometimes, we get people like you. Those who don't know their place, those who only know how to bark and nothing else. What did you say? Well, I do understand you. I don't know which deplorable bastard reeled you in, but you must have jumped in first without even waiting to listen to an explanation, after being blinded by money and the promised reward. The nameless man flinched. Whatever the case may be, you have already signed the contract, haven't you? As long as you are here, you don't have a choice but to follow my guidance. If you want to complain, then you should meet up with the person you signed the contract with later on and do so. So, what you're saying is I should sit here quietly. Exactly. We don't deserve to know, so we better shut up and do as told. Correct. Excellent analysis. What should I do, then? Because I don't feel like doing that. Well, if you feel that way. Seeing the nameless man's rebellious attitude, Han simply pointed at the lone exit of the assembly hall with his index finger. You can simply leave. You stinking son of a bitch. You think I won't leave? The nameless man venomously shot back and turned to address the group, shouting out loudly at them. He's telling us to leave, so let's leave, then. Tell them to do whatever the hell they want and let's go. Hearing this, 3 or 4 stood up hesitatingly. Ultimately, though, the number of those preparing to move was small. What are you all doing? I'm saying, we should leave, now. Even after the nameless man urged the crowd, no one else budged. And when the majority didn't move, even those who did stand up began sitting back down. Sure, there was the awkward atmosphere to consider, but also, it wasn't as if every contracted here didn't receive an explanation or two before coming here. Screw this. What a bunch of dumb cowards. The nameless man muttered a few choice words, and then, angrily stomped his way towards the exit. The blonde maid with her quick wits was already there. She carefully creaked the door open. The man turned around, spat on the floor of the assembly hall, and made his exit. Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? The guide asked, but no one else made a move. The maid silently closed the door and locked it. Han didn't say anything else. He simply stared at the door with an expression of someone finding it all rather amusing. As this strange silence continued, the crowd alternated their gazes between the exit and the guide for a while. And so, a minute went by like that. And just as the second minute was about to tick by, they all could hear the hurried and scared running steps approaching the door. Then, the door handle was desperately yanked from the outside. Open the door. Open the door. Then, there was heavy pounding on the door. You fucking sons of bitches. Open. Please. The noises from the outside suddenly cut off, both the screams of that nameless man and the pounding on the door. Well, I knew that would happen. Alright, in any case, let's all get started. The time's already this late and all. The guide smiled brightly and tapped an icon on his smartphone. You have received a new message from the guide. The tutorial's first mission, escape from the assembly hall, will now commence. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. I pray for an enjoyable school life for all of you. Han placed his right hand across his chest and politely bowed. Then. Everyone, I wish you all a good fortune. He vanished into the thin air, just like when he made his first appearance. Not just him, but the blonde maid, as well. Now left seemingly abandoned, people began standing up in haste, one by one. Just as someone was about to shout out. An impact noise on a different scale from the previous pounding rocked the exit door, instantly silencing the uproar before it could even start. One of the door's hinges couldn't endure the impact and broke off from the wall, hitting the ground with a sharp metallic clang. The door had been securely locked up, yet it was forced open just a crack before it was closed shut again. The silence that settled within this confusion was deafening. None of them knew what to do next. Only the instinctive reaction of the mouths silently bobbing up and down continued. Of course, Seol didn't remain still as this chaos unfolded. He picked up the empty golden bag, slung it over his shoulder, and got up from his chair. All the meanwhile, he didn't forget to keep his eyes on the door. Because the door was no longer shining in green but in the color of orange. Sender, the guide. 1. Escape from the assembly hall and arrive at the second floor waiting area of the main school building before the time runs out. 2. Remaining time, 3 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds. The door seemed to almost break as the fierce pounding continued, and it issued a harsh metallic protest. No, it was better to describe that the door would break, very soon. Even seeing with naked eyes, it was difficult to believe that it was really happening. The thick metal door was struck only twice, yet it caved in as if it was made up of paper. Several thick metal hinges were hanging dangerously loose, ready to fall at the slightest impact. We need to block that. Rather than shouting, it was more like everyone fell into a frenzy. The movements of humans when their lives were under threat were remarkably swift. Seol, picking up her chair and running towards the door, signaled the beginning. Dozens of bodies all rushed to the door. Someone brought along unoccupied chairs, someone climbed up the stage to see if there was anything useful up there, while the rest simply used their bodies to push against the door. The noisy, consecutive pounding on the door seemed to contain a certain amount of anger, and the resulting impact force managed to knock 4-5 guys away as if they weighed nothing. Move out of the way. Just in time, a group had brought down the pulpit from the stage and jammed it against the door. Although that alone wouldn't be enough to completely block the door, it was still better than nothing. Chairs got piled up alongside the pulpit in the blink of an eye. On top of that, 20-odd men propped the door up with everything they had. Soon, the door no longer looked like it'd break down. And, after a man placed a chair below the door handle like an improvised doorstop, the crowd began sighing out in genuine relief. Seol stopped propping the door with her back and squatted down on the floor as if she was feeling dizzy. Perhaps the sight of a young frail girl fighting desperately looked pitiful to him, as a middle-aged man spoke to her while wiping the sweat off his brows. You're very quick-witted for someone who is so young. He was speaking about her making the move first. People who acted after she had made hers nodded their heads in agreement. If it weren't for Seol's quick actions, the door might have broken down by now. Seol didn't know how to respond and shyly lowered her gaze. No, it wasn't like that. I froze up from the fear, myself. But boy, was I shocked or what, watching you react like that. When I realized, I was also moving, you see. Everyone did their best to help. I wouldn't have been able to block the doorway by myself. Iseol's embarrassed appearance helped to alleviate some of the tense atmosphere permeating within the assembly hall. Her gentle personality really did suit that bright and pretty appearance to a T. Also, the fact that she was an invited, as well as the first person to respond, were enough for the group to develop a favorable impression towards her. Unfortunately, the event that happened just now was far too shocking to instill a warm and cordial atmosphere. So, what should we do next, then? Someone's resigned sigh-like muttering brought everyone back to reality. Some turned their expectant eyes towards Seol's direction, but even she was at a loss. Soon, the collective gazes of the contracted were focusing on the invited. Once the chaos had died down, Seol turned his attention back to his phone. Besides the message from the guide, he had received two more. One of them happened to be the diary of an unknown student, his so-called bonus item. Sender, unknown. Assembly Hall, an excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 2. There was only one door in and out of the assembly hall. We did somehow block it up, but at the same time, we also ended up blocking our only way out. Before long, the outside became quiet. Sadly, my classmates were divided into two groups. One group wanted to wait and see for a while longer, while the other group wanted to go outside to take a look. By the time the infighting became heated, we forgot about the existence outside the walls. Soon, we all got to learn that that thing was not a simple monster or a zombie. Assembly Hall, an excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 3. It was a total pandemonium. No other words could describe it. The door we had desperately blocked became useless. During the chaos, I was able to somehow discover the hole. Seol was paying attention to the last line. But by the time he raised his head, the group of contracted had somehow inched closer to his general location, almost managing to surround him. Wowzers! It's just the beginning, yet they aren't messing around. Look at the goosebumps on my arms. Kong Suk was busy rubbing his arm, but he seemed to have more than enough leeway as he spoke those words. Now that the door is all blocked up, I wonder what should we do next. His words and attitude raised hopes in the hearts of the contracted that a quick solution to their problems would be found soon. However, let's go. Let's just poke around here and there, see what's what. Kong Suk only took his lackeys, Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo, along with him, prompting those waiting for an answer to their prayers to be dumbstruck, instead. The bespectacled middle-aged man wearing a worn-out business suit, the man who praised Seol earlier, hurriedly stepped in front of them. Excuse me. Hey, Hyung-sik, check out the back of the stage. And Minwo, you should. Excuse me, young man. What, me? Kong Suk's reply arrived some breaths later. The middle-aged man couldn't be sure if he made a mistake or not, but he felt that Kong Suk did that deliberately. What are you all trying to do? Searching around the assembly hall. Around the assembly hall? Yeah. Like those guys. Kong Suk pointed towards the stage, where Yun Seora and the man named Hyun Sang-min, the man with the green baseball cap, were busy searching around, their heads turning this way and that while doing so. To find what, exactly? Not really sure. Now that the exit is all blocked up, I guess we gotta find something, right? We don't know what might happen next, anyways. Right. That's right. Of course. The middle-aged man nodded his head quite enthusiastically, necessitating him to catch the falling glasses and put it back on his nose. So, you want us to help as well? Kong Suk frowned slightly. Why are you? Do what you want, mister. It's not like I'm the boss here or anything. That's true. But, you guys, well, how should I say this? You guys are different from us, isn't that right? Sure, we're different. So, what is it that you want to say? The tone of Kong Suk's voice remained curt. He even sounded quite similar to how the guide sounded when talking to the contracted. What I'm trying to say here is, we should help each other out. That's all. The middle-aged man ignored the hostile tone and pleaded his case, but all he got back instead was a dismissive chuckle. I'll have to politely decline. It'll get very annoying with more people clinging on us, so I don't want to. What do you mean, annoying? Whatever. You take care of your own business, okay? Us three, we will go on our way. Kang Suk refused the middle-aged man's offer without hesitation and turned around to leave. The middle-aged man shouted out, "Hey, wait a minute, young man," but Kang Suk didn't bother and kept on walking away. What a petty bastard. Kang Suk's steps came to an abrupt halt. He stared at the ceiling for a moment or two, spat out a long sigh, and turned his head to look at the source of that name-calling. He found a woman sitting with her knees tucked under her staring at him with venomous eyes. It was Shin Sang-ah. What did you call me? You're a selfish bastard. You only care about your own neck. What the hell? Hey, you're wrong about that, though. I care about these two fellas too, you know. Kang Suk wrapped his arms around the shoulders of his lackeys as an oily smile formed on his lips. Shin Sang-ah's eyes became even more hostile. Man! Look at how she glares. You might kill someone with such eyes, lady. Hey, isn't she that dumb woman who threw a tantrum just now? You know, asking for a bag of her own and shit. Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Min-wo giggled hoarsely at her expense. Didn't the old saying go along the line of, the sister-in-law trying to stop the mother-in-law is more hateful than the mother-in-law beating you up? Can't you see these people over here? There are women and children here. I can see just fine. I've got good eyes, you know. Shin Sang-ah shouted at him in anger, but Kang Suk didn't even bat an eye. And you three. Just want to survive all by yourselves only? What do you expected us to do when we're also in a hurry? That's why we said we'd help, didn't we? God, how can you be this dense? Hey, listen up. We don't need your measly help nor do we want it in the first place. Stop trying to lump us with useless baggage like you. Useless baggage? Yep. You are nothing more than baggage. Even a blind fool can see that you're trying to leech off us. So, shoo. Go away. Shin Sang-ah became flabbergasted and her mouth gradually opened up in disbelief. You three. Are you even human beings? Maybe you're all parasites, then. Kang Suk sarcastically retorted right until the end. Shin Sang-ah couldn't hold her anger anymore and stood right up, getting ready to slap him. Kang Suk snorted derisively and retracted his arms from the shoulders of his lackeys. And just as the volatile situation was about to blow up, a young girl hurriedly jumped in between the two parties and intervened. It was none other than Seol. Please, both of you, stop. Shin Sang-ah opened her mouth to say something but must have thought that it was unwise because she simply turned her head away instead and said nothing. But her clenched fists were trembling in rage. Meanwhile, Kang Suk simply shook his head in derision. It's barely enough to get through this even when we're working together, yet why are you two fighting like this? Working together, my ass. Kang Suk shot back with a shout. Us three, we go way back. Even before we got here, you know. That's why we came here with a plan of our own. But. Kiss my butt, instead. Hey, you're also an invited, so you should have realized it by now, too. Kang Suk smirked and offered his hand to Seol. Let's stop bickering over this, okay? Seol, why don't you join up with us? Your brother's Sungjin, right? I'll take him under my wings, too. Why are you willing to let us tag along with your group? That's obvious, isn't it? Unlike them, you two are going to be very helpful for us. You're a very callous person, aren't you? Seol's expression showed how disappointed she was, while her words slowly but powerlessly leaked out of her mouth. I thought you were a good person, too. Kang Suk shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. And then, raised his hand up high. Hey, man. What about you? The Hugh he was referring to was a certain youth standing there minding his own business a short distance away from them. Seol. Don't you want to get this stupid tutorial over and done with as soon as possible? I'm sure we'll finish up real fast if you join us. Although the whole situation had turned out into a strange farce, it really didn't matter in the end. Right now, even an idiot could figure out Seol's unknown worth. After all, he was someone not even the guide couldn't talk down to. He was, in other words, someone special. Please, help us. Even Seol pleaded with him. Please, help these people. Don't abandon them, please. Seol couldn't help but feel like he was stuck in a rock and a hard place, what with being singled out like this. On one side, Kang Suk, and on the other, Seol. And on one side, the invited, and the other, the contracted. One side talked about the reality of the situation, while the other tried to appeal to his emotions. Perhaps unsurprisingly, when faced with such a choice, Seol instinctively activated his ability. The entirety of the assembly hall was bathed in a cacophony of colors. What the? Seol. For a moment there, Seol mistakenly thought that he was sinking into a sea of blood. And no, it turned out that he didn't make a mistake. The colors of the blocked-up exit had changed from orange to green. Instead, it was Kang Suk who was shining in orange now. There was no color shining from Seol at the same time. However, Seol couldn't afford to mind these changes in color at this moment. Why? Because, the entire floor was dyed in the deep shade of red, that was why. It was as if he was looking at the sea of blood. Immediate retreat recommended, wasn't it? Just as Seol thought this, a loud alarm bell went off inside his head. Suddenly, the wooden floor of the assembly hall quaked upwards. The aged wooden floorboards began tearing up, pieces violently flying off one by one. People had to perform unsteady dances while trying to regain their lost balance as the floor rumbled. What the hell? An earthquake? That line of thought proved to be far too lackadaisical for the current situation. It happened in the blink of an eye. The floor exploded as if a bomb had gone off. And from between the gaps of flying bits of wood, a lengthy and rotting arm shot out. There were 6 hook-like things attached to the end of this arm. This arm drew a short but sharp arc in the air and came down to the floor, before grabbing the hair of the totally dazed and stiffly standing Seol, proceeding to drag her down the newly created hole. Seol's head slammed into the floorboard with vengeance and bounced up, and like a golf ball rolling towards the flag hole, she got rapidly sucked into the gaping black hole on the wooden floor. Seongjin pounced on the upside-down pair of legs kicking helplessly in the air. Help! That cry sobered up everyone right away, and the crowd rushed in to grab hold of Seongjin, as he was also getting dragged into the hole as well. As the 10-odd pairs of hands tugged and pulled and yanked, shoes flew away, and then, even loose socks came flying. Amongst the hectic chaos, somehow some people managed to grab Seol's flailing legs and ankles, and from there, a desperate tug of war unfolded. Hold on. Don't let go. Pull up. I said, pull them up. The whole place descended into pure, unbridled chaos. Cries and shouts were roared out, no one dared to hold back as they struggled hard. Even with the combined strength of 10+ men, Seol couldn't be pulled out of the hole. They were being roughly rocked from side to side due to the sheer force pulling down from below, causing many to lose their grips and crash to the floor. Hey! Don't let go. It was then. The scream was definitely from Seol, yet the horrifying screeching tone made it seemingly impossible for a human to issue such a sound. And from the hole, red liquid exploded upwards. It was like seeing a blender stuffed full of tomatoes switching on but with its lid not closed, and then, crushed bits of flesh and juice were flying off to everywhere. The crimson blood rained down like a small fountain. Her legs that were kicking and twisting until now, suddenly went dead straight and still. All of her 10 toes curled up simultaneously, her thighs trembled, and then, just like a puppet with its strings cut, her knees folded. A certain sickening sensation of something being cut was transmitted to the hands of all trying to pull her back out. The pulling force from below was suddenly gone. Everyone fell back hard on their rear ends with loud thuds. Among them, a man was rubbing his aching butt. And while frowning, he took a look at his hands. He was still holding onto a slender ankle. Below that, a smooth, rather shapely leg. Even further below, a blue skirt soaked in blood. Beyond that, he couldn't see any other connecting body parts. All he could see was some remains of crushed intestines and bits of mangled flesh. He saw the shape of something human slowly rising up from the hole in the floorboards. Its long, unkempt hair seemed to dance around unrestrained, caked with blood and bits of human flesh from top to bottom. Its head was at least 4 times the size of a grown adult man's head. And there was a single giant eye that took up almost half of that large head. The man couldn't hold back it any longer and screamed. He got up as quickly as he could and ran for his life. He didn't know where to, but as long as he could get as far away from that creature as humanly possible, he'd be fine with that. Soon, pure chaos descended on the assembly hall. There was no other fitting description. People got utterly, completely terrified by the creature's grotesque appearance, and while screaming their heads off, they scattered everywhere. My thoughts are. Seol. When Seol regained his own wits, he found himself running towards the blocked-up door. Why? It should be normal to hear all that crazy chaos unfolding all around him, yet, the noise got progressively less and less prominent, fading into nothingness. Everything seemed to crawl down to slow motion as well. Everything, even the man busy pulling and chucking away the chairs blocking the exit, even the nightmarish creature that had fully revealed itself from the hole, extending its long limbs like a spider and starting its assault on the fleeing crowd. Every one of these little things, they were unfolding in slow motion for him to watch without missing anything. Why? He found it very difficult to breathe. Sweat drops falling on his eyes spread out like paint and blurred his vision. Why? How many would die here today? The footing was already slippery from the blood. It was also sticky, too. His body became heavier and his running speed gradually slowed down. He even had to wonder if he was aimlessly flailing his arms and legs here. Everything was in a total mess. In the end, Seol stopped running and stood still, even though the exit was only a few steps away. Suddenly, the stuffed-up breath exploded out. He could hear his own escaping breath. The cold wind blowing in from the now wide-open exit caused his own boiling, seething body to relax. His heart continued to pound away in his chest. Seol was well aware how stupid and dangerous it was to ignore the warnings of immediate retreat. It wasn't too late to run away, even now. Yet. Why am I so calm? The acrid air stung his nose, his body was burning up, and he felt dizzy. And then, the familiar sensation of vertigo assaulting him went away. The dreamy haziness dissipated almost immediately, and the surrounding world became clear again. Seol slowly closed his eyes. The monster was busy feasting on a corpse, but it stopped and abruptly turned its head around. It spun around in a manner akin to the second hand of a clock and found a single man standing near the exit of the hall. It ran there on all fours. Seeing that the man wasn't budging an inch, it tilted its head in confusion and craned its neck. And like how a person might appraise a plate of food before eating it, the monster studied Seol with great interest. The foreign, unknown matter brushed by his cheeks and the disgusting odor assaulted his senses. It was a rather familiar feeling and a welcoming smell. His sensory perception became incredibly sharp. Seol's closed eyes cracked open a sliver. In front of his nose, a huge black vertical slit of a pupil, with bloodshot whites surrounding it, was waiting. And when his gaze met with that eye brimming full with the desire to kill, a relaxed smile broke out on Seol's lips. The monster hurriedly retracted its neck. His eyes still in a narrow slit, he lightly kicked up the broken leg of the chair lying near the exit. To confront it, or to show it his back, he already had his answer. The Seol of the dream told him. He told Seol that a creature like this, it was nothing to him. He even asked Seol, "You've overcome even more dangerous situations than this, haven't you?" Even the Seol from before the gambling, before he had lost his ability, said the same thing. Now was the time to bet everything. He snatched the leg of the chair spinning in the air. For some reason, it just felt right in his grasp. And, even though it wasn't a spear, he still held it like one and got into a stance. And shortly after that, both eyes of Seol opened up wide. Just as Seol took a step forward while pointing the sharp, broken edge of the chair leg at the monster. It flinched and cowered. The monster quickly retracted its head and pressed its crawling body flat to the ground. And when his airborne first step finally came down to the floor, it retreated in a flash, its reaction speed as quick as a boar that got stung by a scorching skewer. The sneakily retreating monster looked like it was very confused right about now, as if it couldn't quite figure out why it was running away like this. When the monster accepted the fact that it was getting suppressed by Seol's aura, its phlegm gurgled loudly in its throat. Its instincts were screaming out danger warnings. This human in front of its eyes was incomparable to everyone else. If it attacked this man, then it would die. The monster had already filled its belly to some extent. Also, there were lots of other prey running loose outside. There was no reason for the monster to brave this danger in here. As soon as the monster made this decision, it rapidly escaped through the open door. Truly, it possessed quick wits and just as quick reflexes. The broken leg of the chair slipped out of Seol's hand and fell. Seol looked around the assembly hall's empty interior with a somewhat dazed face. He looked totally deflated right now. Not a long time had passed, yet he could spot well over 10 corpses lying on the pool of blood. Eventually, the hole that monster crawled out from caught his attention. It's the hole from the diary. So, that was it, then. The hole from the diary was that one. Seol took another glance at the hall's exit. There was some hesitation, but he still chose to cross the floor and cautiously peered over the edge, now dripping wet with blood. Then, he carefully stepped into it. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. Seol arrived at the basement floor. He decided to walk forward, at least for the time being. He must have overused his powers a bit since his mind and body felt quite fatigued. The corridor bent 90 degrees up front, and he eventually arrived at the part where it was lined with doors set at a regular interval on either side. It seemed that the school had used this underground floor as the space for club meetings and activities. Seol pushed open the door with a colorful banner proclaiming, "Go, anywhere." The room beyond was small and intimate, only about 10 or 15 square meters wide. Checking the posters hanging on the walls, it seemed that this room belonged to a travel club. Seol lowered the golden bag from his shoulder and sat down against the wall. As he sat there like a man in a trance, his once hazy consciousness seemed to return to him bit by bit. It was as if he was waking up from a long dream. And, soon enough. What was I even thinking? The previously forgotten terror and disgust came crashing, in that order. The smell of blood he had blocked out of his mind, with the help from the adrenaline rush, caused him to gag out reflexively. When he recalled the appearance of the so-called weakling monster, his entire body began shivering in fear. However, all of this only lasted for a short moment. When he slowly gathered his breaths, the shivering and shaking came to a stop. Feeling his heart settle down, Seol couldn't help but form a wry smile. Was the demonic destroyer Seol of the dream the real him? Or was the man shivering in fear right now the real him, instead? It all felt like he was experiencing Zhuangzi's butterfly dream. Seol gritted his teeth and focused his mind, trying to organize what had happened so far. The first thing to figure out was the questions regarding his eyes. The evolved ability called 9 Eyes. This managed to give Seol quite a bit of mental shock. After all, he had been living under the assumption that seeing the green color was all his eyes were capable of. No, it wasn't that there were no other colors, I just couldn't see them. The newly unlocked colors were yellow, orange, and red. Just as important, there were other colors yet to be unlocked. Kang Suk was shown in yellow color, the so-called attention required, yet there was no color for Seola. That meant he couldn't see her color yet. Thinking about that girl, his thoughts became rather complicated. Her pleading shouts of help still rang around in his head. If he didn't take his time making up his mind, could that good-hearted girl still be alive by now? Mr. Kang Suk, Mr. Lee Hyung-sik, and Mr. Jong Minwo have arrived at the second-floor waiting area. They got there already. The sudden announcement helped clear out Seol's mind somewhat. Basement first floor, the club room, excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 5. I've somehow managed to hide in the basement, but tears keep pouring out of my eyes. I can't stop crying. I can't forget the screams of my friends dying right in front of me. What kind of a monster was that? And why? Oh, God. Please, help me. I cried for so long. Eventually, my stomach grumbled in hunger. I knew this wasn't the right time nor the place, but still, I'm so hungry. Seol read the diary carefully before discovering that there was a file attached to it as well. He must have missed it before as things had been quite hectic. When he clicked on the file and opened it, Seol's eyes widened in surprise. A map. The attached file was actually the blueprint-like map of the entire school grounds. When he clicked on the main building, that portion of the map expanded in size and Seol could easily check out the building's interior layout. His gaze fell on a spot by the second floor. This particular room was in a rectangular shape, and there were 6 blue blinking icons located on or near the edges and lines demarcating the walls. However, he saw one of them change to red color, before ceasing to blink altogether. Seol was trying to figure out what those blue blinking icons could mean when he heard the sounds of knocking on the door. Surprised, Seol turned around to look and found the door briefly being bathed in green hue before the color vanished completely. He's not in here either. Who's there? Seol's sharp voice stopped the noise on the outside from moving away. I finally found you. Hey man, can I come inside? Oh, right. I'm not trying to threaten you or anything, so please, relax. If you don't feel comfortable with me joining you, just say so. I will leave you alone in peace. Come in. The door slowly creaked open. Thanks. I was actually worried that you'd tell me to scram or something. The man entering the club room while speaking in a jovial tone was one of the 8 invited, he who wore a green baseball cap over his slightly long hair. His softly tanned complexion was slightly covered by a pair of sunglasses. Man, I had to work hard just to find you. I mean, the bloody footsteps were getting faint, and there were so many of these rooms here too. Oh, right. You also want a smoke. The man put his bag down on the floor and raised a small fuss, before suddenly presenting Seol with a packet of cigarettes. Wordlessly, Seol fished out his own packet. He still had 1 cigarette left. You smoke a hybrid? I don't like them. I hate those weird flavors, man. He then proceeded to light Seol's cigarette. Soon enough, the 2 men were staring at each other while blue smokes lazily drifted in between them. The man slowly opened his mouth. Should we introduce each other? I'm Hyun Sang-min. Seol. Seol. Kind of a girly name, don't you think? Is it a single-syllable name? How did you find me? Seol changed the topic. Hyun Sang-min didn't seem to mind. He simply flicked the fingers holding the cigarette. I saw you at the assembly hall, entering the hole in the floor. You remained in the hall, too? No. I also ran for the exit, you see. But I came back. Huh, you were in there the whole time. Seol nodded his head silently. Seeing this reply, Hyun Sang-min simply scratched his head. He then quickly continued on with his explanations. At the critical juncture between life and death, the crowd was able to remove the pulpit and the piled-up chairs to yank open the exit door. The escaping people then scattered everywhere. Some headed off towards the front gate of the school, but the majority followed Kong Suk and ran to the front entrance of the main school building. However, they encountered a new problem: the entrance was locked. It wasn't like we didn't have any time on our hands, though. You see, that monster looked like it would chase us down right away, but for some reason, it didn't. Hyun Sang-min took a look at Seol for a short while and then carried on. But, no matter what we did, kicking, pushing, shoving, whatever the fuck we did, the door didn't budge. And we were getting all damn anxious and everything. And to make matters worse, the monster showed up, too. I'm telling you, it was no damn joke back then. So, what happened? Dunno. I was trying to pick up a rock or something in the nearby flower garden to crack the windows open, but when I saw the monster, I took off, man. I took a long way around and came back to the assembly hall. Hyun Sang-min lowered his sunglasses and smirked slightly. Since it attacked there once already, I figured it wouldn't show up there again. And you happened to see me, and then decided to follow me. Yep. Never in my wildest imaginations did I think you'd enter the hole. I was understandably hesitating on what to do. But, when I got down there, you were long gone. So, I've been looking for you until now. Why? What? You really don't know? Hyun Sang-min prattled on. Of course, Seol too could more or less figure out the reason. It's simple, really. I want to join you. That's why I searched for you. So, what do you think? You want to ride alone or with me in tow? If you are willing to let others tag along, well, how about me? But, I'm telling you this right now, I'm not planning to leech off you or anything like that. When Seol remained silent, Hyun Sang-min became more anxious than before. Alright, let me say this out loud. I can endure unfairness, but I can definitely not stand losing out, man. Seol stared back somewhat confused by this statement. Hyun Sang-min killed off his cigarette and sat up straight. Listen, man. What I'm proposing here isn't an equal partnership. No, it's more like a vertical relationship. A vertical relationship? That's right. You let me tag along, then I'm gonna carry out your orders. And yeah, I'm willing to take on some amount of danger for you if you ask me to. Hyun Sang-min's proposal was simple and easy enough to understand. It's fine to use me. I'm a pretty useful guy, so believe me and utilize me. Seol could just about understand why this man was willing to go this far, in this manner. It was all because of Seol's golden mark. There was also the possibility that Hyun Sang-min had figured something out back in the assembly hall, too. However, Hyun Sang-min wasn't a selfless good Samaritan. Obviously, he would want something in return. What do you want in return? Well, lots of things, but for now, surviving and making my way to paradise. That should suffice. Seol studied Hyun Sang-min for a while. If you're a lone wolf, I will respect that. I also don't want to force the issue. I told you this before, didn't I? You don't want me, then I'll quietly go away. He spoke up to hear and slowly offered his hand. Hyun Sang-min's status. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Marking grade, bronze. Sex age, male 26. Height weight, 176.2 centimeters 65.8 kilograms. Current condition, good. Job, LV, 0, invited. Nationality, Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, not available. Alias, not available. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Self-centered, only seeks out benefits for himself. 2. Aptitude. Extraordinary, far more excellent than average. Discerning eye, possesses great instincts at determining the value of objects and people. To be perfectly honest, Seol wasn't feeling it. If it was someone like Seola, then he wouldn't even hesitate and said yes in a heartbeat, but, as for Hyun Sang-min, well. Nothing really seemed to pull Seol's attention. However, there was one point about Hyun Sang-min that was rather similar to that now-deceased girl. I can't see his color. If his color was yellow, the attention required, then Seol would have refused right away. But the fact of him not being able to see Hyun Sang-min's color really played on Seol's mind. Thinking to himself that it wouldn't be so bad to wait and see, Seol grasped the offered hand of Hyun Sang-min and shook it. Nice. Hyun Sang-min smiled brightly as if he was genuinely happy. Nice, very nice. Now, I'm also a member of the best team in the world. If left alone for any longer, he might have broken out in a song and dance. Hyun Sang-min eventually stopped making a fuss and got closer to Seol. So, what are you going to do now? Mind telling me what your plans are? Seol fell into deep contemplation. Since he possessed a map, going to the second-floor waiting area would be a walk in the park if he decided to head there right away. Although that monster was still roaming around, as long as he used his ability, they would be able to avoid any danger. Out of the blue, Seol recalled Kim Hana's words and nearly burst out in a fit of laughter. She was right. She indeed made it so much easier for him already, so he'd better survive this event or else. Seol grabbed his bag as he stood up. Hyun Sang-min stared at him without saying anything. For now, let's get out of here. The two of them left the club room and continued down on the long corridor. The door at the end of the corridor led to the underground parking lot. Of course, they couldn't spot a single parked car there. While they crossed the parking lot, Hyun Sang-min continued to yap on and on. He asked about what Seol got from his box. He got 500 survival points or something. He had no idea where to even spend it, so it must have been garbage, etc., etc. Meanwhile, Seol walked forward while checking the map every now and then. When Seol didn't even reply once, Hyun Sang-min became somewhat embarrassed and hurriedly cleared his throat. So, where are we going? Are you looking for a staircase? No. Aren't we supposed to go to the second floor? Sure, we are. Seol shook his head while looking at his phone screen. However, there's no need for us to go there right away. How come? Isn't it better to get there as soon as possible? As soon as possible? Were we told anything regarding the order of arrival dictating things? That was a no. The message simply stated that they had to arrive at the destination before the time ran out. And they had over 3 hours and 30 minutes remaining. Seeing Hyun Sang-min continuously blink his eyes in confusion, Seol felt a need to explain himself a bit more. Think about it. How long do you think you will need to get to the second floor waiting area from the assembly hall? Dunno. If you ran with everything you had. Less than a minute, maybe. That's correct. This school's assembly hall is constructed pretty close to the main building. The objective of the mission was far, far too easy. Even a normal, unprepared person would be able to clear it. Don't you think that's a little strange? Even if you were delayed, the whole trip wouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. Isn't it because the door was locked? A locked door could be broken into, and that would be it. And you heard that announcement before, right? Those 3 must have succeeded somehow. In other words, clearing this mission wouldn't take that long of a time. Then what about the monster? Even if you consider that variable, you wouldn't need more than 1 hour. 2 hours, tops. 4 hours for a minute's worth of distance is just too much. Didn't the guide Han say something similar before, too? It's not like it's hard to get here. He did say that. Truthfully, 10 minutes were more than enough for Seol to find and arrive at the assembly hall. In the end, Seol only needed around 4 minutes to make his entrance, so it was as if he was given twice of the time he might need in order to accomplish his task. So, what Seol found odd was that the distance he needed to cover got shortened, yet the time limit grew by several folds. There must have been a reason for that, a reason for a 4-hour-long time limit. Hyun Sang-min wasn't a fool either. As if he too had realized something, he stopped talking and began rubbing his chin. So, what you're saying is, although the mission itself is simple and easy, we have been given way too much time. Is that right? Also, we've been told that this is just the first mission. Which means, there will be a second mission, a third mission, so on and so forth. And also, the fact that they were told to gather on the second floor and not anywhere higher. While walking, Seol added more of his thoughts. In any case, the main point is, there isn't a real need to get there as soon as possible. It'll be fine for us to get there after procuring what we might need later on. There are multiple ways to get to the second floor, as well. And how do you know that? Seol showed him the phone screen. Hyun Sangmin came closer to take a look and spat out a loud snort. What the? Isn't this a map? But, I didn't receive one, though. I got it as my bonus. Okay, this is where we are going. Seol tapped on the screen, and the map of the basement floor expanded. This underground level is connected to the entire school premise. Below the assembly hall, there are the clubrooms. After we cross this parking lot, we will arrive at the main building's basement. Seol soon stopped his steps. He then proceeded to open wide a glass door, which led the two to see what lay beyond. Hyun Sangmin couldn't help but shout out in glee. They saw a long and straight corridor. To the left, there was a staircase going up, while on the right, 3 doors labeled library, convenience store, and stationery. Hyun Sangmin's entire attention was devoted to the convenience store. Only now could he fully understand the point Seol had been making, the one that was teasingly within his reach but eluded him until now. There were 3 things that a human couldn't do without if one wanted to continue living. 1. 3 minutes without air. 2. 3 days without water. And 3. 3 weeks without sustenance. In other words, Seol came here with the purpose of solving the most basic need for one's survival. Well, I guess he's not a gold mark for nothing, huh? Hyun Sangmin's gaping mouth didn't want to close. He couldn't hide his shock at all since he was only thinking of quickly getting to his destination ever since the details of the mission had been announced. I gotta stay with this guy. Doesn't matter what happens, I gotta, definitely. Kang Suk can't even lick this guy's boots, for crying out loud. It wasn't as if Hyun Sangmin carried any ill feelings towards Kang Suk and his crew. But there was an undeniable difference between Seol and those guys who simply ran to the main building. Should he say that the thought process was on another level altogether? It was to the point where Hyun Sangmin had to question whether Seol was the same human being as the rest of them. I thought it would be a tuck shop, but it turns out it's a convenience store. The students of this school must have had it real good. Hold up. Seol was about to enter the convenience store when his shoulders were grabbed by the visibly excited Hyun Sangmin, who then proceeded to lightly pound on his chest like a proud gorilla. Good. Great. Freaking amazing. I get it now. Let me handle this from now on. You were planning to go upstairs after sweeping this place clean, right? Something like that. So. What if there's something inside? It's times like this you're supposed to use me. Declaring so, Hyun Sangmin sneaked inside the convenience store. However, most of the corridor's right side wall was made up of glass, so one could literally look inside the stores from the outside. Shortly thereafter, Hyun Sangmin raised his hand and sent an OK signal, as if he had finally ascertained that everything was perfectly in order. Seol had already checked the place out with his ability, so he could only chuckle softly as he entered. The first place they checked out was, of course, the convenience store. The place was smaller than they expected, but still, each of the shelves was stocked to the brim with various food items. Keh. This is so good, man. So damn good. Hyun Sangmin popped open the lid of a can of cola and gulped it down. Hey, let's hurry up. It'll get very awkward for us if we take too long and the monster shows up. Roger that. Hyun Sangmin seemed to be genuinely enjoying himself while robbing this store. Seol too began stuffing his bag with things like canned foods, sealed instant gimbap, and others that were small but packed with energy. And while they were busy sweeping everything away. What's going on? What happened? Seol realized that something was off when he was about to stuff the bag with a bottle of water. Although he was carefully arranging things as he shoved them inside the bag, there seemed to be a lot of space left over still. It was a similar story with the weight, too. Since he had stuffed the bag with lots of things, it should weigh a ton by now, yet all he could sense was only a slight increase in the overall weight. I guess even our bags got discriminated, huh? Hyun Sang-min was envious, seeing that his bag was already bursting at the seams. In the end, Seol even had to sweep the daily necessities away into the bag just to make it seem near full. After they ransacked the convenience store clean, they began going through the library and the stationery store separately. Unfortunately, the results weren't as encouraging. A map of the basement was discovered in the library, but they already had one, so it was of no use. It was the same story for the stationery shop. Well, they certainly didn't need a notebook or a pen right now. They did pick up a few cutting knives just in case, and soon, they left the underground corridor for good. Hyun Sang-min was whistling a tune as they climbed up the staircase, but when Seol gave him the signal, he quietened right down. When they got to the first floor, they ran into a huge ivory-colored metal door. The acrid odor of blood assaulted their noses when the door was creaked open ever so slightly. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. I think that's the place. What place? You know, the locked entrance I told you about. The door was locked, but I could look inside just fine, you see. I'm pretty sure of it now, seeing that staircase right over there. However, Hyun Sang-min deeply frowned. God damn it. A lot of people must have died here. They did gain the entry somehow, though, by the look of things. It was as he said, Seol could see through the open gap bits of broken glass and splashes of blood lining the floor. The steps of the staircase going up were painted in such a thick amount of blood that it was hard to tell what their original color might have been. Main building, first floor, main entrance, an excerpt from the diary of an unknown student, page 7. The friend who stepped out first screamed. Another friend following out right after tried to stop in a hurry but slipped like someone being swept away. Only after we lost 2 more of our friends did we realize the trick to the staircase. You know, those stairs gives me the creeps. How about we forget about those, and carry on with our staircase, instead? Seol agreed with Hyun Sang-min's suggestion. Besides, they already had a staircase behind them that led up anyways, so no real need to utilize that one over there. Most importantly, though, those steps were shining in deep orange glow within Seol's vision. Do not approach, in other words. Seol carefully closed shut the door and turned around. They quietly but quickly mounted the stairs and soon, their destination came into view. However, what greeted them by the entrance to the second floor wasn't another ivory-colored metal door. No, for some reason, several thick metal spikes stood there, blocking their progress. It shouldn't be like this. Seol checked the map one more time, but they were on the right path. This was the most direct route when considering the convenience store's location. Do we need to press something? Hyun Sang-min looked around but couldn't find anything resembling a button nearby. Seol stared at the metal spikes for a bit, before his brows furrowed slightly. They don't have any colors to them. If they were not in green color, then it meant they were not normal. Seol tilted his head a bit, before reaching out with his hand. And at the exact moment his hand touched the metal spike. A new user has been registered. Accompanied by dull metallic clanks, the pointed ends of the metal spike separated from the ceiling almost immediately and then retracted into the floor below with even faster speed. As soon as those metal spikes were gone, the space in front became a wide-open passageway they could enter. What the hell just happened? What did you do? Hyun Sang-min was full of questions as he tried to follow after Seol and walk past. As soon as Seol walked past, the spikes shot right back up and slammed into the ceiling once more. Having become separated, Hyun Sangmin held onto the spike barrier and shouted out in alarm. Seol also fell into a state of confusion. But he spotted a red button mounted on the interior wall near the barrier. He quickly pressed it, and the metal barrier squeaked noisily before retracting again, just as he suspected they might. Damn. Feels like I lost 10 years of my life just now. Hyun Sangmin hurriedly entered past the barrier and rubbed his chest to calm his pounding heart. Mr. Hyun Sangmin has arrived at the second floor waiting area. Hearing that, Seol flinched slightly. He was caught off guard as he had forgotten about the automatic arrival announcements. When he took a glance at Hyun Sangmin, he was only spitting out sighs of relief. It seemed he had not noticed the announcement yet. Perhaps he missed it from all the shouting as well as the sound of the metal barrier opening and closing. So you finally arrived. Kang Suk was waving his hand towards Seol, but when he spotted Hyun Sangmin, the ends of his sentence trailed off. What the? You two decided to work together? Hyun Sangmin raised his head after hearing Kang Suk's rather unhappy tone of voice. What about you then? Well, as you can see. We arrived here a long time ago. Kang Suk winked in a playful manner. Seol looked around and found Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo as well. The so-called waiting area reminded him of a regular high school corridor. With the exception of steel beams barricading the windows, everything looked the same. At the end of the passage to the left, there was another door, and to the right, a solid wall. This place is like a prison. That monster can't possibly enter here, right? It can't. Dunno why, but that thing can't seem to get past the metal barrier. No telling what will happen if there was no barrier, though. Kang Suk replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Hyun Sangmin was nodding his head along, before quietly asking back. Back then. Did you manage to open the door? Not open, but more like breaking it down. Thanks to a certain someone hightailing it out of there, after throwing down rocks and flower pots all over the place. You're blaming me? Hyun Sangmin's voice was icy cold. Kang Suk's eyebrows rose up, before he smirked softly. No way. I told you this before, didn't I? I don't really care what you do unless it involves us three. As long as you don't hinder us in any way, it's fine. Maybe I sounded a bit rude just now. Sorry about that. I'm always like this. Well, there's no reason for us invited to be at odds with each other, right? That's true. Great. As an apology, I'll let you guys in on an interesting info. Even Seol had to shift his attention to Kang Suk's direction after hearing the word, info. Kang Suk's lips twitched when he realized that none other than this fancied, gold mark was paying attention to him. His posture suddenly became a bit stiffer and more arrogant compared to before. Now look closely. This here is the passage we came through. Kang Suk pointed to his back, and then pressed a button on the wall. The metal spikes retracted to the floor before shooting back up again. Hyun Sangmin muttered under his breath. So, it's not on the outside, but inside. That's right. That's where it gets interesting. Kang Suk clapped his hands. To put it simply, this entrance became mine as soon as I entered first. Only I can open or close the barrier. What? I only figured it out after entering here. The first one to enter through the barrier is given the right to control it. One person per barrier, though. How does that even make sense? If you can't believe me, why don't you try it out? Kang Suk stepped aside, allowing Hyun Sangmin to quickly press the button on the wall. However, there was no reaction from the barrier. He pressed it a second time, then third, and then many more times afterwards, but the metal spikes didn't budge an inch. Still half in doubt, Seol's eyes drifted towards the map on the phone, and he belatedly realized something. Out of the 6 blue icons blinking around the second floor waiting area, 4 had now turned red. Only one was red when he was in the club room. Was there a need to make 3 entrances yours? How did you figure that out already? Seol's question caused Kang Suk to become visibly surprised. What's the matter? Don't you think it'll get more interesting later on? Oh, right. How about you make that other one yours? Kang Suk stared at Hyun Sang-min and pointed towards another barrier on the opposite side. Well, passages on this side all belong to us now, so you should take one from that side over there. All you have to do is to grab the spike. Simple, right? It seemed that Hyun Sang-min was quietly debating on it. He sneaked a glance at Seol, then slowly shook his head. I'm gonna pass. I'm fine with simply being here and all. He and Seol then found a nice little spot for themselves and settled down. Oh well. Do whatever you want. Kang Suk and his 2 lackeys sat down too, but soon, they had to get back up again as Hyun Sang-min pulled out a new pack of cigarette. The trio reached out and pleaded for a smoke, so Hyun Sang-min handed one to each while saying it was compensation for providing the info. Then, just as Seol was digging through his own pockets to find a smoke too, Hyun Sang-min presented a whole bundle to him. How about smoking these? I saw before that you were running out, so I packed in a few at the convenience store. Hyun Sang-min whispered quietly and gave Seol a thumbs up. Soon enough, the corridor was filled with the blue smoke rising from the 5 men. Now that most of the tension had ebbed away, Seol's sight slowly blurred and felt his eyelids had become much heavier than before. It wasn't like he had to endure an all-nighter, yet he felt quite drowsy. This was probably due to the fatigue accumulated from overusing his ability. Should I sleep for a bit? They had over 3 hours left until the time limit. It seemed that sleep was the best means to cool down his overworked eyes and brain. He knew now wasn't the best time to close his eyes and drift away into the slumberland, but he had regained his power somehow. It'd be deathly stupid if he lost it again through overuse. Seol entrusted himself to the encroaching embrace of sleep. And that was why he couldn't hear it. I can't tell whether he's got balls of steel or doesn't really care about the tutorial. Seeing Seol's head droop ever so lower in sleep, a wry smile broke out on Kang Suk's face. He flicked the cigarette butt away and groaned out. Just when is this supposed to end? It'd be so much better if it ended soon. We still have over 3 hours left. Fuck this. Why are we waiting for 4 hours in a mission like this? Hyung-sik grumbled as he rechecked the mission details on his phone. Kang Suk silently agreed with that opinion and massaged his head with his interlocked hands. I'm so bored. I really hope someone comes through the path on this side. What if no one else shows up? No way. The rest of the invited haven't shown up yet. What, you mean that Seol? She's already dead, isn't she? Not that dumb bitch. Ha, people who act like heroes always end up getting killed first. Kang Suk darkly muttered out those words, which made Jong Minwo lick his lips in regret. What a waste, though. Yep, that I agree. But, then again, don't you worry. We still have one more left. Who? You know, the other one. What was her name? Yun Seora. That arrogant girl. When Hyung-sik chimed in, the 3 of them giggled out in sync. Their laughter sounded leery and ominous. Whatever. Maybe I should catch some ZS myself. Kang Suk's yawn was large enough to nearly rip open his jaws. Just as he was about to lie down, something happened. Out of the blue, noises containing both loud shouts and hurried footsteps could be heard from the distance. Kang Suk blinked his eyes a couple of times before shooting right back up. Excluding the sleeping Seol, everyone present scanned the barriers. Which one? Which one is it? Jong Minwo pointed towards the middle barrier on the opposite side. Since Seol had taken over the left barrier there, that particular one had no owner as of yet. Kang Suk seemed to be incredibly disappointed by this development as he looked at Hyun Sang-min. It's still not too late, though. I told you, I'm fine. Kong Suk spat out a sigh and stood there with his hands across his chest. His attitude was of a man who had just found something interesting to spectate on. The noise got closer very soon. There were 3 people running up as if they were being chased by something, a pair of middle-aged man and a woman, and a young girl. The middle-aged ma wearing a worn-out business suit and a pair of glasses were leading the woman holding the young girl's hand. His necktie danced uncontrollably as he ran up in a huff. It was none other than the man who asked for Kong Suk's help earlier on. Just a little bit further. Just a bit. He rounded the corner in a hurry, but as soon as he saw the metal spikes on top of the stairs, his steps came to an abrupt halt. He must not have considered the possibility of the path being blocked. Despair began to dye his expression pale. Soon, though, he discovered Kong Suk passed the spike barrier. The woman and the girl following him ran into the middle-aged man's back and awkwardly bounced back. And finally, sharp and familiar-looking hooks pounced on them. All these happened at roughly the same breath. "Help us!" The bespectacled man ran up to the barrier without hesitation and shouted out. "Let us in. A new user has been registered." With a loud clang, the metal barrier slid open. The wide-open entrance caused the expression of stupor to appear on the man's face. And when he turned around to look behind him while still carrying that expression. Help! He couldn't help but flinch. Both his wife and daughter were already in the grips of the chasing monster. "Help us! Help! Dear! Dad! Save us!" They pleaded, yet the man's steps were halting and retreating. When he met the gaze of the monster and its large, bloodshot eye. "Dear! He couldn't move. He was completely frozen up. Step by step, the sticky footsteps got nearer. The middle-aged man's expression distorted into an unsightly mess of tears, snot, and uncertainty. He cast his glance over to Kong Suk, asking for help again. However, the young man bluntly spat out. "Quickly make up your mind, will you? Are you going to come in or not? Make up your damn mind. You planning on killing us too?" Was it because of Kong Suk's shouting or the threatening atmosphere emanating from his back? The middle-aged man finally made his decision and moved. "Dad? Dear? No. Don't leave us." The middle-aged man chose to enter the waiting area. "Don't abandon us. Dear." A pair of jet-black hands grabbed the legs of the screaming mother and daughter. The man squeezed his eyes shut after seeing his family being lifted up into the air, hanging upside down. The sickening noise akin to a sheet of silk being ripped up in one go pierced his ears. The terrified, pained screams rang out loudly from the stairwell. The man collapsed on the floor and hurriedly covered his ears. He violently shook around on the dusty and unclean floor. He never lifted his head up again. Not until all the screams finally died down. It was only obvious that Seol would wake up from his light sleep due to all the unfolding chaos. By the time he fully regained his consciousness, the screams couldn't be heard anymore. He hastily got up and took a look past the metal barrier, only to see the corpses of the mother and the daughter, both ripped in half. What shocked Seol the most, though, was their expressions. Their expressions that hadn't eased even after they died. Their expressions, twisted and corrupted by the combination of pain and terror, despair and fury. It was plain to see their ardent desire to live, right up until their last breaths. I don't know. I didn't do that, I'm not responsible." The middle-aged man remained on the floor, huddled and not moving, except that his entire body trembled and shook all the time. There was no helping it. There was nothing I could do. No one said anything, yet he continuously spat out incoherent babble while sobbing pathetically on the floor. Out of the blue, a short burst of laughter leaked out from someone's lips. The middle-aged man's trembling came to a sudden halt, hearing that. Meanwhile, Kong Suk hurriedly covered his mouth up. Even though he looked like he was trying to keep it in the end, He lowered his head and his shoulders shook from the unrestrained laughter. The middle-aged man's hands clenched tightly into fists, nails digging in under the skin. The wise old saying said that if you weren't planning to give something to a beggar, you shouldn't at least kick his begging bowl. Recalling that old saying, a deep frown formed on Seol's face. He's actually laughing in a situation like this? It was then. They could all hear another metallic clang. Yun Seora walked in from the last remaining door that had no assigned owner. As if she too had searched through the school premise, she was holding a handful of A4 papers. Just like back when she was in the assembly hall, she swept her gaze around the waiting area once, found a quiet spot for herself and settled down there, before concentrating on the paper. And with this, the confirmed number of survivors was 7. It was not even half of the starting 36. Within the quiet silence, time continued to flow. Every now and then, they could hear some kind of chaos unfolding downstairs, but those died down eventually. Seol came to a conclusion. There shouldn't be any more survivors left. However, his thought was proven wrong about 30 minutes before the time limit. We are almost there, everyone. We'll arrive there soon, so go up as quietly as possible. Contrary to his expectations, more survivors showed up. And it wasn't just 1 or 2, but a group of 5. Seol even recognized 2 people. One was Shin Sang-ah, the woman who raised her voice at Kong Suk back in the assembly hall, and other one was Lee Sungjin, the younger brother of Lee Seol-ah. He didn't know what they went through, but they had successfully arrived at the destination. Unfortunately, the path they had taken was occupied by Kong Suk and his cronies. Oh, wow, look who it is. Kong Suk blinked his eyes and theatrically exclaimed out in surprise. So, you managed to make it alive. The crybaby has done it. Huh. Shin Sang-ah had been climbing the steps cautiously, but finding the barrier, she fell into a state of confusion. Seeing the people beyond the metal spikes, she blankly muttered out in question. What is going on? Why is the path blocked? That? Kong Suk smirked like a snake. It was as if the moment he'd been waiting for all his life had finally arrived. Seeing that oily smile, Shin Sang-ah couldn't help but frown deeply. What? What do you mean, what? I'm the owner of this barrier. The owner of this barrier? Kong Suk burst out in laughter and began to gleefully explain things. It was as if he had transformed into a well-paid private tutor. He explained everything one by one, bit by bit, and in full gory detail. Of course, his audience wouldn't be able to concentrate on this useless yammering. Shin Sang-ah became even more anxious as she kept on looking back behind her. The tone of her voice became ever so urgent as well. I get it now, so you can open this barrier, right? Oh ho, you're smarter than you look. Or maybe my explanation was just that good. I get it, so open up already. Really now, how did you manage to get here? I mean, you're just a contracted. I'm surprised you managed to evade the monster. Kong Suk showed no indication that he heard her plea and seemed to be genuinely enjoying this situation. I don't know. We nearly got discovered, but this boy used something he got from the random box. We all escaped somehow during the confusion, okay? Shin Sang-ah pointed at Lee Sungjin. The boy's complexion was still dark and aimless. It seemed that the death of his older sister had hit him real hard. Oh, well, I guess he's an invited too. So at least it wasn't all luck. Okay, now. Open the barrier so that we can enter. Kong Suk slowly opened his mouth. I don't wanna. A truly disgusting smile crept up on his face. Are you crazy? Open the barrier right now. Why should I? This here is my doorway. I decide what to do with it. Why are you acting like this? Do you have any idea just what we had to go through to get here? Egu. So, you had to go through so much, huh? But, what should I do? According to a certain someone, I'm an egocentric, petty son of a bitch. Shin Sang-ah gritted her teeth while listening to Kang Suk's sarcastic remarks. She could more or less tell why this asshole was acting this way. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge against her for that verbal spat back in the assembly hall. She held back her anger and spoke to him in a level voice. I apologize. I apologize for calling you names when we were in the assembly hall, so please open this barrier. It's not just me here, too. These people haven't done anything to you. You shouldn't treat people's lives as a joke. Now that's not what I expected to hear from you. Are you being honest? Of course. Well, I guess I don't have much choice here then. Fine. Prove it to me. Prove it. The other four with you, I'll let them in. You stand back. Shin Sang-ah's jaw dropped to the floor. Her expression screamed, what kind of an asshole would act like this? Unfortunately for her, Kang Suk's expression showed how relaxed he was. What are you going to do? That monster might show up soon, you know. Shin Sang-ah didn't expect Kang Suk to behave like this, and her face reddened up considerably as a result. However, with the exception of Lee Sungjin, the other three were looking at her with pleading eyes. Their stares were laden with a certain pressure. She gritted her teeth and took 3-4 steps back. A martyr, aren't you? Kang Suk exclaimed out loud as he pressed the release button. As soon as the barrier was lowered, the three rushed inside. Lee Sungjin stared at Shin Sang-ah for a bit before belatedly trudging past the barrier as well. Only afterwards did the trio begin calling out to her, crying out her name out in a helpless manner. The barrier closed shut regardless. However, Lee Sungjin suddenly reached out towards the button to press it. He'd been watching Kang Suk's hand quite intently just now. Of course, nothing happened. Seeing this, Kang Suk broke out in laughter. Don't waste your time. Didn't I tell you? Only I can open the barrier. Lee Sungjin suddenly pounced on Kang Suk. However, it couldn't even be called a fight from the get-go. The teen boy got easily subdued by Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo, and he could only glare at Kang Suk in rage. Bastard, do you have a death wish? What, did that bitch tell you she'll become your new sister or something? Open the barrier. That's up to me, and I kept my end of the deal. Good job. You can go look for another path or something now. Good luck. Shin Sang-ah couldn't bring herself to leave just like that. She scanned the inside of the waiting room, hoping for something or someone to save her, but that turned out to be a waste of time. The people inside were either spectating or looking unconcerned. In the end, she turned around helplessly. Should I let you in? Hearing this, Shin Sang-ah's steps came to a halt. She abruptly spun her head and shot Kang Suk a murderous look. Do you actually enjoy toying with people? Yup. When would I ever get to have fun like this if it's not today? Kang Suk nonchalantly replied and gestured her to come closer. Stop being difficult and come over here. You saw me letting people in just now, right? I'm the kind of guy who keeps his promises. Hearing his words of keeping promises, Shin Sang-ah was gripped by an intense bout of doubt and uncertainty. But thinking about the hardships she suffered to get here, she couldn't imagine looking for another path. Plus, even if there was another path, she had to search for it alone. She figured it'd be better to get bitten by a rabid dog once. She made up her mind and turned around to face him. What do you want me to do? I'm not asking for much. Just apologize for the things you said back in the assembly hall. But I already did. No, it was clear to anyone watching that you weren't sincere. Besides, I'm not the type to believe in apologies coming out of a person's mouth. Then what do you want me to do? Shin Sang-ah raised her voice when Kang Suk remained sarcastic to the end. He rubbed his chin as his eyes scanned her lecherously. Shin Sang-ah did not possess the same sort of fresh appeal as Seol, but her skin was pale smooth and her rack was commendably voluptuous. A sinister smirk formed on Kang Suk's lips. First, take them off. What? Shin Sang-ah couldn't help but question her own hearing. Take your clothes off. Ah, I'm a nice guy, so I'll let you keep your panties. Cool. Hearing Kang Suk's benevolent tone of voice, Shin Sang-ah even forgot to close her wide-open mouth. I think I'll feel a little better if you perform a little nude dance show. How about you twerk for me? You insane, son of a bitch. Don't wanna do it? Fine. Fuck off, then. Kang Suk shrugged his shoulders. Shin Sang-ah bit her lower lip until one could clearly see the teeth mark on her flesh. She inwardly mumbled, this crazy son of a bitch. Then, her body shook from the belated sense of humiliation. Tears welled up on her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Unfortunately for her, that moment when her group ran into the monster played heavily in her mind. What if, she went downstairs now and ended up encountering the monster again? What are you waiting for? Like I said, you can fuck off if you don't want to do it. I'll do it. Then hurry the hell up. I'll give you 10 seconds to take your pants off. Starting now. When Kang Suk really started counting down, Shin Sang-ah had no choice but to hurriedly undo her buttons. She hesitated when it came to pulling her pants down, but after hearing the rapid countdown, she still forced her jeans down all the while shaking like a leaf in the wind. Kang Suk made a cat-calling whistle as Shin Sang-ah's bare thighs were revealed to the cold air. Hiya, you've got a great figure. Your underwear's pretty cute too. Shin Sang-ah squeezed her eyes shut, hoping this would lessen the humiliation she felt even by a tiny amount. What are you doing? Keep stripping, girl. I'm gonna count down again. Huh? Who? It's the monster. The monster. Kang Suk suddenly cried out in alarm and pointed at the staircase behind her while hurriedly taking a step back. Shin Sang-ah's eyes shot open in shock. She screamed in terror and tumbled forward in an ungainly fashion. Mommy! Out of reflex, she looked behind her, only to find nothing there. Rather than the monster, the staircase was as empty as it could possibly get. Sure enough, she could hear several loud and detestable chortles coming from beyond the barrier. Did you hear that? You heard that, right? She said mommy. Mommy. Ha 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 ha. Ha, that was fucking adorable. Kayak. Mommy. When Lee Hyung-sik imitated Shin Sang-ah's cries, Kang Suk and Jong Minwo burst into laughter. Lost for words, all Shin Sang-ah could do was to let tears accumulate around the edges of her eyes. Sorry. I was just teasing you a bit. You looked really cute just now. Too much. Well now. It's time to remove your top, right? This is too much. In the end, she couldn't hold it any longer and broke down in tears. You're crying. Hey, now. You shouldn't cry, you know. You gotta take your clothes off and dance for me before. Kang Suk clapped his hands boisterously and laughed before suddenly shutting his mouth. Unknowingly, a dark shadow was looming over him. Seol wasn't angry from the beginning. He initially planned to ignore the matter. He was neither a saint nor a man of justice. Like most people, he was disinclined to interfere in other people's business. Even if he saw something he considered unjust, he would only frown and think, isn't that going too far? Unless it was someone he knew, Seol would never personally get up and do something for a total stranger. However, when his eyes landed on Lee Sungjin, or more specifically when he heard him whisper, "Help us," as he was pinned down to the ground, he had a change of heart. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the scene happened to remind him of the time Seol asked for help in the assembly hall. Seol's emotions trembled. The small tremor soon spread out like some sort of a mutated butterfly effect and it violently quaked, eventually transforming into rage. That was why he stood up. Just like the day he had that dream. Just like the experience he had in the assembly hall. Innate ability, future vision, has been activated. Just like the way his emotions were leading him to. What? You also want to join in on the fun? That's enough. Open the barrier please. Kang Suk dazedly stared up at Seol. He hadn't realized it until now, but Seol was taller than him. I'll open it. When I feel like it. Open the barrier. Kang Suk shut his mouth. Judging from his expression, it seemed he just couldn't understand. Did you inhale something weird? Who the hell are you to order me around? Open it. Kang Suk's complexion hardened. For some strange reason, he found it difficult to meet Seol's gaze. Even his balls seemed to shrink a bit. He didn't want to admit it out loud, but Kang Suk was scared. It was as if he was staring at a choice of whether he should cross a line he should never even consider crossing in the first place. His instincts forced him to press the button. However, just before that, Kang Suk's defiant streak reared its head. He couldn't help but think, why should I listen to this son of a bitch? Because he had a gold mark? What a fucking joke. Kang Suk arrogantly leaned his head back. I don't want to. The corners of his lips slowly wiggled and twitched. Listen here, I'm trying to stay friendly with all the invited. Don't be an asshat and go away. Seol slowly raised his arm up, which prompted Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo to move as well. However, Kang Suk confidently stopped them by raising his own hand. What? You're gonna hit me? Fine, go ahead. If Almighty Gold Mark Nim wants to hit me, this lowly silver mark should just obediently get hit, no? But remember this. The more you try to show off, the lesser I'll be inclined to open the kook. Thwack. Seol's fist slammed into Kang Suk's nose. Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo were taken by surprise, but even they had to cry out in pain while grasping their noses. The speed at which Seol's fist flew was so scarily fast, they couldn't even see it. You son of a... Kang Suk reflexively threw a fist of his own, but Seol simply snatched it off the air and twisted it hard. The force was so severe that Kang Suk's knees gave out in one go. Seol then proceeded to drag his arm and forcibly pressed the button. The barrier slid open. Come in. Shin Sang-ah carried a dazed expression as she stumbled into the waiting area, not even thinking of putting her pants back on. Only then did Seol release Kang Suk's arm. Miss Shin Sang-ah has arrived on the second floor waiting area. The first tutorial mission, Escape from the Assembly Hall, has concluded. Number of remaining survivors, 12. A new message from the guide has arrived. The second mission of the tutorial, Breaking Through Traps, has begun. They all heard the new announcement, and at the same time, the sturdy locked gate at the end of the corridor automatically undid itself. It seemed that, regardless of the remaining time, the next mission would be triggered right away once all the survivors arrived at the waiting area. Kang Suk rolled on the floor in a fit of pain. Then, he used the wall to support himself and got up. Still holding his twisted arm, he glared at Seol with murderous intent. You! Kang Suk was about to shout out something but then simply spun on his heels to leave. We'll see what happens later, you fucking son of a bitch. He picked up his own bag and hastily escaped through the now open passage. Seeing him retreat, both Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo slinked away from sight. Next, Yoon Seora, who had been watching Seol silently, turned to leave. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thick teardrops fell from Shin Sang-ah's eyes as she began to wail. Next to her, Lee Sungjin's head also dropped low. However, the recipient of their gratitude, Seol, wasn't feeling all that good. He knew his actions were not entirely from his own will. His rage failing to cool down drove him further into an even greater frenzy. He felt like destroying, rampaging, and making an utter mess of everything. Sender, the guide. 1. Enter the classroom, 3-1, on the 4th floor of the main building via Annex's 3rd floor before time runs out. Remaining time, 1:57. 2 hours, and a time limit type mission. After confirming the details of the next mission, Seol's eyes burned with a dangerous light. Hey! Hold up! Seol unhesitatingly walked forward, and Hyun Sang-min hurriedly chased after him with 2 bags. Area 1. The second mission is now commencing. A robotic voice made an announcement as images flickered on a massive semi-transparent screen. Several men and women were sitting in front of this screen, watching the proceedings unfold. It's only the second mission, but... damn it, I'm gonna lose my mind at this rate. 24 people died in the first stage. How does that even make sense? Why is every one of them such goddamn trash this time? When a bald giant of a man spat out in anger, a woman wearing a purple robe next to him grumbled unhappily as well. However, when another woman wearing a business suit sitting in front swept her icy gaze over them, the two shut their mouths up rather quickly. Really now? At this rate, the name, Area 1, will become a huge joke. With the march's overall assessment looking this bad, how are we supposed to endure until September? The bald giant couldn't resist and added a couple more sentences, but fearing that the business suit woman would glare at him again, he hurriedly turned his attention to her. Anyone know what's going on in other areas? Anyone hear anything? Me. A young man with curly hair raised his hand. I overheard something while I was outside. As far as clear speed is concerned, I hear Area 2 and Area 7 are neck and neck for the first place. 2 and 7. I get the Europeans, but what's up with those Chinese bastards? What's the point in even asking? You already know what dirty tricks they are using over there. They're invited all conspire together, and as soon as the tutorial starts, they take the contracted hostage. I'm sure they are passing the missions while sacrificing the contracted whenever necessary. The balding giant spat out a groan. Fine. What about 2? I heard they are the very example of perfection itself. A French girl named Odilette Delphine has taken over the show. With just pure skills, too. Well, her killing the Phantom in front of everyone with the starting bonus she got during the first mission proved to be the decisive factor. Ha! What's her mark? Silver. Also, as soon as the second mission began, she succeeded in opening up the path to the computer classroom. She's bulldozing everything in her way. I think she won't even need an hour to get to the end. Maybe 50 minutes tops. Wow, what is she, a monster? Europe really found a good seedling this time. What about the rest? Area 5 is doing decent, but, it's a so-so. They've had a 30-minute head start for the second mission compared us, so there's that. The giant groaned out again. God damn it. At this rate, we aren't gonna have a single one remaining at the end of the tutorial. No way. Don't forget, we have a gold mark. It looks like he even has the diary of the unknown student. Surely he'll be able to clear it with no problems. You think so? I mean, he chased that phantom away with nothing more than his glare, right? The curly-haired youth spoke with the aim of consoling the giant man, but the bald giant's face continued to show how disappointed he was as his eyes remained locked on the screen. Seol, as shown on the screen, was entering the annex via the pedestrian overpass connecting the two buildings. Hey, doesn't that guy look a bit pissed off right now? What the hell? What's the matter with him all of a sudden? The curly-haired youth raised a shrill voice of surprise. As the mission name suggested, the location reserved for the breaking through traps wasn't supposed to be tackled willy-nilly. Yet, Seol didn't even stop to take a look at his phone and simply strolled right in. Can we really trust a guy like that? The bald giant tapped the woman wearing the business suit. Hey, say something, Kim Hannah. Shut your damn mouth for once, okay? Kim Hannah spat out in a voice full of undisguised irritation. The giant man immediately realized that if he tried to provoke her any further, he'd be on the painful receiving end of the hysteria of an unmarried spinster. The giant licked his lips as if he found the whole thing unsatisfactory, then got up from his seat. He figured he would rather go out for a smoke break than sit here and get pissed off at what was happening on screen. The bald big guy wasted around 15 minutes outside smoking. But, when he was about to enter the room again, He spat out a disappointed groan after hearing the noisy metallic clangs coming from inside. He thought that a brainless idiot was repeatedly stepping into traps, activating them inadvertently. While shaking his head, he opened the door to enter. Then, he tilted his head, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks on him. In truth, the second mission wasn't at all difficult for someone like this bald man. A highly trained earthling would be able to clear it in around 30 minutes even if he was taking his time. However, the ones doing the mission right now weren't the trained earthlings, but a bunch of weak, powerless civilians. These people hadn't even experienced a proper war. The goal of the mission was simple enough: to stop the activation of various traps by fulfilling a set of conditions beforehand. Or, leave it to Lady Luck to decide. That should have been the case. However, he's evading, blocking, and deflecting. Not only did Seol not stop after performing those actions, he even deliberately triggered the traps that hadn't been activated yet. He was progressing forward while destroying everything. It was like looking at an earthling, not a powerless civilian. A look of disbelief was etched on the bald man's face as he hurriedly got closer to the screen. At the same time, 3 sharp metal spears were shooting out towards Seol from the ceiling and from both the right and left sides. It was unknown where Seol had acquired a steel beam, but regardless, he spun it like a cartwheel. Soon, the audience was treated to the cacophony of metallic clangs as well as a beam of cold silvery light flickering on the screen. The result was all there to see. The moment spears from the right and left were sent flying, the spear from the ceiling brushed past Seol and pierced the ground. The woman wearing the purple robe stood up reflexively, her fists clenched in anticipation. Is he dead? No, did it miss? No, he dodged. The bald man closely watched the proceedings unfold, then confidently declared out loud. I'm sure of it. He slapped away the spears coming from both of his sides, and he was about to do the same to the one coming from the ceiling, but... Dunno. It's like, his body couldn't keep up with what he wanted to do. In any case, I definitely saw him tilt his head out of the way. Oi, Kim Hana. Just what's up with that guy? The bald guy seemed to be shocked by his own words and belatedly shouted at Kim Hana. Kim Hana remained quiet for a long while before suddenly opening her mouth. For the second mission. What's the record for the fastest clear time? The record? You mean, Sung Sihyanim's legendary 29 minutes and 38 seconds? The bald giant nodded his head as if he was proud of something. Meanwhile, Kim Hana's head dropped low, and eventually, she began rubbing her face as if she was feeling quite fatigued all of a sudden. This is crazy. What's crazy? Area 1's second mission has been cleared. The expressions of everyone present became dumbfounded by the sudden announcement. 16 minutes, 24 seconds. This was precisely the moment when history was rewritten. The label above the classroom door read, 3-1. Seol quietly opened the door. He looked to be in a pathetic overall condition while propping himself up with the metal spear serving as a makeshift cane. His boiling hot rage had cooled down by now, however, the sense of emptiness filling him up right after his ability, future vision, ended was incredibly hard to endure. It was as if he was overcome with a bout of lethargy. The new gathering area was a regular classroom that could be found on pretty much any school out there. Seol chose a chair and as soon as he sat down, he plopped down on the desk with a thud. His eyeballs hurt so much, he thought they might pop out at any moment now. He was also beset with intense vertigo, as well. And as he stayed there, barely moving, the door opened again and the classroom gradually became somewhat crowded. The total number of casualties during the second mission, 0. It was an obvious result, really. Seol ended up destroying every single trap there, so it was not a surprise that everyone got to clear it without a fuss. The survivors took an unsure glance at Seol who was still collapsed on the desk. Well, they had to bear witness to some unbelievable scenes that were simply beyond their ability to describe, so understandably, they couldn't stop staring at him. They already had some thoughts as to how special Seol could be, but still, their imagination had been easily exceeded. "Are you all right?" After flawlessly performing his duty as the trustworthy bag shuttle, Hyun Sangmin asked with a lot of worry in his voice. Seol simply waved his hand to imply, "Don't worry about me." Shin Sang-a entered the classroom and hesitating, faltering steps, found a chair on a quiet corner for herself, and settled down there while hiding her face. Yoon Seora arrived a bit later after that. Finally, Kang Suk and his lackeys showed up, signaling that all 12 survivors had gathered in the classroom. Well. I'm truly shocked. When that familiar voice suddenly popped out of nowhere, Seol's eyes shot right open. "I couldn't have imagined you'd passed the second mission that quickly. Thanks to you all, my prestige has gone up a level in the meantime." Behind the teacher's podium stood the guide from the assembly hall, still wearing that butler outfit of his. Everyone stared at Han as if he was a phantom or some such. "I congratulate you on successfully arriving on the 4th floor. I have to ask, did you enjoy the proceedings of the first and second periods?" His leisurely and bright tone of voice roused anger in the hearts of almost everyone present. But, they knew there was nothing they could do, so they simply had to swallow it back. Still, the breathing of the bespectacled middle-aged man quickened noticeably. "I'm here to give you all great news. There is only one mission remaining in the tutorial." "There's another one?" "Yes. But, there is genuinely no reason to fret. The reason being." The ends of the guide's eyes arched upwards. "The remaining mission, it can actually become quite easy and enjoyable for everyone." "Easy and enjoyable?" "Yes. As long as you stick to the rules. All of you." When the guide emphasized the words, "all of you," a dangerous smile crept up on his face. "Shall I start with the explanations, then?" The mission this time is a little more complicated, that is why I'm here. Besides, those announcements are so robotic and impersonal, no? Ahaha. The guide seemed to be in a really good mood, for some reason. "Overall, this mission's goal is similar to the ones you had to go through until now. You are tasked with reaching the 6th floor via the 5th floor. However, there are a few more additional rules to consider this time." The guide picked up a chalk and drew a small circle on the blackboard. "This is a coin. Have you heard of a treasure hunt? I am beginning to truly appreciate the greatness of the teachers teaching those unresponsive students." The guide's shoulders slumped forward rather theatrically, then, he played with his monocle. "Fine. I shall finish the explanation and disappear from your sights as soon as possible. On the 4th and the 5th floor, there are many of these hidden coins, waiting to be found. You all are required to find and amass as many coins as possible before nightfall." He then began writing on the blackboard again. The usages for the coins. Entry fee. Lucky draws. There is a place on the 6th floor where the gate leading to the paradise is scheduled to open. The mere mention of entry to paradise caused a small commotion to rise up. Unfortunately, there are no free lunches in the world. You will have to pay the appropriate entry fee. If you plan to enter the gate, you will need 100 coins as the usage fee. 100. You need that many? Actually, that's not a lot. Han shook his head. The total number of hidden coins is 3,000. With a little bit of leg work, finding 100 should be a cinch. Han spoke up to hear, before letting out a gasp of, "Ah." "Now that I think about it, there are coins hidden in this classroom too." Suddenly, the sound of a chair being slid across the floor could be heard. A woman stood up and took a quick stride towards the podium, then began rummaging through it. It was none other than Yoon Seora. Soon, she straightened her back and sure enough, 4 yellowish coins rested on her palm. Han showed some surprise after seeing a stack of papers clutched in Yoon Seora's hand. "I see that you have searched through the staff room on the 1st floor. Those documents were useless until past the 3rd floor, but from here onwards, they should prove to be quite helpful." Still carrying an indifferent expression on her face, Yoon Seora returned to her seat. Did she find a map that shows where the coins are? If that was the case, then Yun Seora held an overwhelming advantage on this mission. Seol couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Han continued on in the meantime. On the 5th floor library, you will find an item draw machine. Item draw. The expressions of the people present became confused after hearing an unexpected announcement. Those of you who manage to amass lots of coins, you must use this machine. You will definitely be able to acquire many things that will aid you in your journey. Like what, exactly? You'll find out once you get there, but, things such as food, consumable goods, etc., etc. For some reason, Han quietly stared at the person who asked the question, causing Shin Sang-a to lower her gaze in a hurry and cross her legs in a defensive manner. Well, if your luck is good, then you might even receive a protective item of some kind. Also, weapons and spell balls as well. Weapons? Spell balls? Seol narrowed his eyes. Or, when you pour in a lot of coins in one go, you might find unique and special items. Items such as. Han deliberately stretched his sentence trying to create a sense of anticipation. A legendary elixir that can bring the dead back to life. The devastated and downtrodden middle-aged man's gaze shot towards the front of the classroom. Even the dazed Yi Sungjin visibly flinched. Is that true? Nuna can be revived. Really? Han nodded his head at the two's hurried shouts. Of course. However, you need to meet lots of requirements first. It's definitely not going to be easy. You shouldn't take the act of reviving a dead person so lightly. Stop what you're doing this instant. Han's icy voice reverberated throughout the classroom. The middle-aged man with the worn-out business suit had shot out from his seat and was heading towards the exit, but he had to stop and hesitate. You won't find any coins even if you leave now. The treasure hunt will only commence precisely 30 minutes after I finish my explanations. Even though Han's words were simple to understand, the middle-aged man showed no signs of sitting down. He just staggered towards the door and stopped right in front of it. Han clicked his tongue in disapproval, before spotting an oddity at the corners of his eyes. It was Seol, who had raised his hand to ask a question. Please speak. What is the reason for weapons, defensive items, and spell balls being available from the item draw machine? Conversely, is there a reason why they shouldn't be available? Why would we need those items in a mission that's supposedly easy and enjoyable? Fufufu. I like these kinds of questions. The hardened expression of the guide softened considerably. Such questions mean that the listener isn't just taking things at face value and is constantly evaluating the situation. For now, here is the answer to your question. Han winked once, pulled out his smartphone, and tapped on the screen. A message from the guide has arrived. I'm not lying to you, if all of you can cooperate together, this mission will become very easy to clear. And you will even get to enjoy it, too. I guarantee this. Han dropped the chalk and raised a finger. And also, if I were to provide you with one more helpful hint. Keep an eye out for the hour of the deceased, please. The deceased carry an unending hatred for all living things, after all. The hour of the deceased. Seol hurriedly pulled out his phone to check the message. Sender, the guide. 1. Rules of the treasure hunt. The classroom 3-1 will be set as your safe zone from here onwards. The period between midnight till tomorrow midday will be designated as the hour of the deceased. The phantom, Gekwi, and the deceased are unable to enter the safe zone. 2. Requirements for gaining access to the 6th floor. Access will be granted with the 6th floor key that can be drawn on the item draw machine using 199 coins, or by paying 499 coins at the door. 3. Requirements to activate the gate. The gate will appear in the middle of the 6th floor, 30 minutes after the access has been granted. When the access to the 6th floor has been granted, the metal barrier on the 2nd floor will be removed immediately. When Seol raised his head, Han was already long gone. The treasure hunt will begin in 30 minutes. Seol began gritting his teeth. Of course. I knew it. Hey, this isn't what you said, is it? Hyun Sangmin roared out in frustration. What? When we gain access to the 6th floor, the metal barriers on the 2nd floor will be removed. Isn't that the same thing as saying that goddamn monster will show up here sooner or later? Seol was deeply worried about that as well. The 30-minute gap during the 6th floor door opening and the gate ready to activate held all the potential to be absolutely fatal for everyone here. Besides, they had to worry about these so-called deceased, as well. I mean, we can open the door to the 6th floor, and then come back here to wait out the 30 minutes, no? What the fuck? What would you do if that damn Gekui monster is waiting for you in front of this safe zone? What then? When someone voiced his opinion, Hyun Sangmin promptly shut that person down. Then he spat out a long groan. Nothing is easy at all. Not a damn thing. What should we do now? Well, it doesn't have to be so bad. Seol spoke up. We go out and find as many coins as we can until midnight, then we wait until midday tomorrow. Then, we draw as many weapons and whatever we can from the item draw machine, before opening the 6th floor. Seol was about to finish his sentence with "we might stand a chance then," but he couldn't and, instead, simply clicked his tongue. Yoon Seora and the middle-aged man were no longer in the classroom. It was the same story for Kong Suk and his crew, too. Only 7 people remained in the classroom. Well. Wanna eat something? We still have some time left to kill and all. Seol wordlessly nodded his head. He was actually starving after going on a rampage earlier on, anyways. He felt like he needed to eat something in order to regain his strength. When Seol poured out various food items from his bag, the eyes of everyone present, besides Hyun Sangmin, grew extra wide in shock. Come. Let's eat together. Even you, Mr. Lee Sungjin. You won't find any coins even if you leave now. It'll be more beneficial for you in the long run to fill up before you begin. Thank you. Hyun Sangmin didn't seem to be too happy about Seol being so considerate, but still, didn't try to stop him. After all, the food provided wasn't his to begin with, and then, there was plenty to go around, as well. Also, some of the food, like gimbap, would go bad in a few days' time, so might as well eat them. And so, even Lee Sungjin joined in, which left behind only one person. What about you, Miss Shin Sang-ah? Shin Sang-ah remained sitting in the chair. Seol was about to ask why she wasn't joining them, but then, saw her desperately trying to hide her exposed lower half. He realized that her pants were still missing. I was too busy trying to enter. I forgot. Wouldn't it be okay to go and fetch it now? I'm scared. Seol took off his jacket and handed it over to her. Shin Sang-ah expressed her deep gratitude, and after wrapping the jacket around her lower waist, she was finally able to stand again. Afterwards, a silent and uneasy meal commenced. You seem to have a good appetite. Shin Sang-ah spoke in a surprised voice while unwrapping the packet of cold sandwich. She saw Seol swallow hot bars in one go, and then proceed to devour several onigiri as well. I wonder, since when did I have this much appetite? Seol was also slightly confused by this and tilted his head. Even though these were instant foods from a convenience store, they tasted really good. The funny thing was, when he was still addicted to gambling, nothing tasted nice to his palate. Well, the wise old, they once said that hunger was king. Seol simply wolfed down the sandwich Shin Sang-ah personally took out from the packet, without asking another question. It was around here that a young man who seemed to be around the age of a university student asked Seol. We should start collecting those coins soon, yes? Yes. You need to collect a minimum of 100 before you can pass. The young man seemed to be waiting for Seol's reply, as he hurriedly continued on. That guide said it, didn't he? That we could revive a dead person. Yes, he did. Actually, I came here with a friend of mine, but he The thing is. The ends of his sentence blurred as he kept stealing glances at Seol's direction. Me too. I came here with an oppa I know well, but he tried to defend me and. A girl suddenly jumped into the middle of the conversation, but she too couldn't get to finish her sentence and could only grow tearful in expression. She even stared at Seol with pleading eyes. Obviously, Seol stopped eating, then. He was feeling rather flabbergasted. He was already having a headache while wondering how should he go about clearing this mission, yet, what were these people trying to say here? More importantly, what do they want from me now? Hey, you! Let's just have a meal in peace. In peace, I say. Hyun Sang-min shouted out loudly in an unhappy voice. What do you all think you're doing? Seriously now. Hyun Sang-min furrowed his brows rather grandly as if to display how displeased he was. Can't you see how tired he is right now? Just let him enjoy his food in peace already. You aren't even supposed to provoke a dog during meals, let alone an actual human. No, I'm just saying. Just saying this and that. But, who cares? You want to revive someone, then do it yourself, alright? Seriously, all you have to do is to find enough coins, anyway. What do you expect from him, then? His abrasive and rude words led the two's neck skins to visibly redden from heat. They didn't say anything else as a retort, but the young man simply snorted out as if he was dumbfounded or some such. The girl too was visibly displeased, as well. Meanwhile, Hyun Sang-min powerfully squeezed a packet of instant bread and popped it open, hard. If it weren't for Seol signaling with his eyes to take it easy, he might have started physically fighting the two. The awkward meal eventually came to an end. Seol left the classroom and stepped into the corridor. It was almost time to begin the treasure hunt, but also, Hyun Sang-min called him out there to have a chat as well. I'm telling you this right now, I can't stand people like those two and I won't go around with them. Hyun Sang-min's voice was rather heated at the moment. What useless fucking idiots. You found them a path, and hell, you even fed them food. Yet they want even more. Don't they have any shame? He glared towards the direction of the classroom, unable to dissipate his simmering anger. But, he suddenly lowered his voice. You should be careful, too. From where I'm sitting, it looks like those two think you're an easy mark or something. I apologize if you think I overstepped my boundary, but things like this, you gotta cut off the head right from the beginning, know what I'm saying? Seol slowly nodded his head and then shook it slightly. Even if Hyun Sang-min didn't step forward just now, Seol knew he wasn't going to say something nice to those two as well. It would be the same story whether the future vision was activated or not. A person's true nature is only revealed when he's pushed right to the edge, am I right? Now that their bellies are full, and they are feeling all nice and comfy, they are acting like a bunch of spoiled assholes. I don't like guys like Kong Suk, but that bastard's opinions aren't half wrong. You continue being nice to them, they'll eventually end up thinking that it's their birthright or something. Well, in any case. Don't ever trust those two stinking bitches, okay? The treasure hunt will now commence. Remaining time until midnight 5:29. People began leaving the classroom one by one, leading Hyun Sang-min to do a couple of fake coughs to clear his throat. Well, I'm sure you'll do what's best for you. Anyways, I'm going. See you back here around midnight, okay? He lightly tapped Seol on his shoulder, affixed the bag on his back and disappeared through the stairwell. Almost instantly, the whole floor seemed to come alive with lots of activity. Seeing a person run past him in a hurry, Seol decided to concentrate on finding coins himself. He figured that, by amassing as many coins as possible, a new path forward would open up for himself. The diary of an unknown student has been updated. Seol stood there wondering where should he go first before he pulled out his phone when the message entered his ears. Sender, unknown. 4th floor, the corridor in front of the classroom 3-1, excerpt from the diary of an unknown student. 4th floor, classroom 3-1, inside the teacher's podium, x4. 4th floor, classroom 3-2, inside the 4th desk on the 2nd row, x1. 4th floor, classroom 3-3, inside the 1st locker, x2. 4th floor, classroom 3-4, on the window sills facing the corridor, x3. Seeing that well-organized list, Seol's head automatically moved up and down in a nod. He had no idea whose child this unknown student could have been, but well, this was very well organized, indeed. Most likely an honor student, top of the class and all that. Now that he had leeway to spare, Seol no longer hurried and simply walked on the corridor in a relaxed gait. He found 3-4 people busily running around inside classroom 3-2, he then spotted Shin Sang-ah jumping up and down in joy while crying out inside 3-3. She then froze up like a deer in headlight as soon as she saw him staring at her through the corridor window. Seol procured 3 coins by the window sill of classroom 3-4, and entered the 3-5, only to run into someone he didn't expect to find so soon. It was Yun Seora. She was in the middle of searching every nook and cranny. She only took a cursory glance when she heard the classroom door slide open, before turning her attention back to the treasure hunt. She kept on opening and digging through every single desk in the classroom. Seeing that, Seol couldn't help but tilt his head in confusion. Why is she searching every desk like that? Doesn't she already have a map? Seol's thoughts were only half correct. They both possessed maps, but the level of information contained within was quite different. For instance, the info shown on the diary of the unknown students was as concise and precise as one could get, telling him to go to classroom 3-5, 2nd desk on the 3rd row, x1 or to 6th desk on the 5th row, x4. However, Yun Seora's map only displayed vague hints such as, classroom 3-4, inside a desk. Unless it was something like a teacher's podium, which there would only ever be one in a classroom, she'd have to roll up her sleeve and do some hard labor when the coins were hidden inside one of the many lockers or desks there. Yun Seora finally found a single coin and became rather pleased with the result. She then dropped it inside her bag and turned around. Then, she spotted Seol casually finding 4 coins that were hidden inside a desk near the door. Her eyes blinked several times in shock. Alright, let's see. Next, Seol headed to the classroom 3-6. By the time Yun Seora recovered from her shock and belatedly followed him, Seol had already swept the place clean. Too easy. Way too easy. Seol whistled and happily went about his task. He was deeply worried before, yet now that a path had opened up for him all of a sudden, he couldn't help but feel very happy and motivated here. And so, he ransacked the classroom 3-7 in the same manner. But, as he was exiting the room, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Yun Seora was standing in front of the doorway. Her gaze alternated between the wide-open door of a locker and her map, before shifting her gaze upwards to Seol. Although her face still more or less remained impassive as before, her eyes kept blinking non-stop. Inexplicably, Seol felt a wee bit scared, all of a sudden. For some unknown reason, he even felt like he did something he shouldn't have and had become a criminal in the process. Maybe, I should leave 3-8 alone. He carefully sidestepped past Yun Seora and headed off to 3-9. His steps were quick and urgent, as the feeling of apologetic guilt pricked him. However, while walking past 3-8, he couldn't understand why Yun Seora chose to follow him, instead of stopping by the classroom. Seol was now beset with a sense of awkwardness and began to run. Sure enough, he could hear the hurried footsteps following him from behind. Now genuinely flustered, Seol quickly entered classroom 3-9. Classroom 3-9, on top of the teacher's podium, x3. Classroom 3-9, above the TV cabinet, x1. While Seol was pocketing the coins on the podium, Yun Seora charged forward as fast as an infantryman attacking his enemy and pounced on the TV cabinet. By the time Seol shifted his gaze towards her direction, her arm was already shooting up towards the top of the cabinet. Unfortunately for her, her hand couldn't quite reach up there. The TV cabinet itself was rather huge, and it easily exceeded 2 meters in height. In other words, it was tall enough to nearly touch the ceiling. It was obvious that Yun Seora and her height of around the middle of 160 centimeters would never reach up there. Even when she tried to stand on one foot. Even when she stood on tiptoes, both of her heels leaving the ground. Even when she jumped up and down on her not-so-new shoes. Her hand only swung around the empty air, so close and yet so far. She kept doing that for a while. She could have just used a desk or a chair to stand higher, but... Seol found her gasping and sweating while struggling like that, very funny and adorable, and short laughter broke out from his lips. Her movements came to a standstill. Seol hurriedly covered his mouth up, but it was too late by then. Yun Seora's head robotically turned around to face him, her expression dazed and lost. Seol felt incredibly apologetic once more. He had no excuses to offer, even though his personality might be on the wrong side of being blunt, he still knew he had made a big mistake just now. Indeed, he knew that very well, yet. Seol had to summon every ounce of willpower to suppress the laughter trying to explode out of his mouth. Should he say that the dam had been well and truly burst open? Her reactions of now were utterly, comically different to her normally indifferent expressions, and he found it incredibly funny. Didn't one of the old sayings go along the lines of, laughter would get progressively harder to block the more you try to? What should I do now? Seol felt like he'd explode in a fit of laughter if he tried to say something now. He gulped in lots of air, and while suppressing his laughter in the same way one would hold his breath, walked to the TV cabinet. He retrieved the coin and took a quick glance at her. What now? Why is she being so resentful like that? Seol carefully presented the recovered coin to her. She briefly looked at it resting on his palm, before staring at him without saying anything. However, she seemed to be implying, "Are you pitying me right now?" A strange but definitely awkward silence flowed between them. Seol was this close to breaking down, though. She needed to either take the damn coin or not. She needed to make up her mind right now and leave the classroom, so he'd get to finally break down and laugh his head off. Trying to suppress this laughter was killing him inside. Take it. In the end, Seol couldn't endure it and opened his mouth with great difficulty. However, the laughter exploded out of his mouth, even though he inwardly went, "Oh, crap. No, wait. I mean, no." Yun Seora's complexion, visible through his desperately waving hands, was incomparably pale. Now that he finally let the unstoppable laughter out of his system, the unavoidable reality hit him. Yun Seora seemed rather nonplussed. Although her gaze was slightly lowered, she maintained that impassive expression of hers. "She's feeling okay, I guess." Just as Seol was feeling relieved inwardly. He could hear a soft sniffle through her nose. Although the amount was small, her upturned eyes were wet with tears. It seemed that her pride had been wounded, her breathing became imperceptibly faster, and her facial muscles began twitching as well. Now that Seol took a closer look, she was biting her lips ever so slightly, too. She eventually wiped her eyes and turned on her heels to leave. Seol continued to watch the silently departing back of Yun Seora, the coin still resting on top of his palm. On the 5th floor, just after the treasure hunt commenced, Kang Suk directed his followers into the bathroom and locked the door behind him. "What's the matter? Is it urgent? We gotta find those coins quickly, you know." Hearing Yi Hyung-sik's words, Kang Suk's lips formed a wry smile. "What are you so worried about? We can start looking for them later. Or just take it from those who have found some already. You want to steal them?" "Obviously." After hearing Kang Suk's declaration, Yi Hyung-sik rubbed his nose. Perhaps still feeling the brunt of the pain experienced not too long ago, a low groan leaked out of his lips. Jong Minwo's complexion wasn't so good either. That bastard wouldn't sit still, though. "That's right. I think it'll be better for us to collect them the normal way." Kang Suk raised his voice in anger after hearing the two's pathetic replies. "Fuck me, you get hit only once and are now shivering like some scared cats. Why don't you chop off your balls right now or something? Idiots. What's the matter with you two? Are you going to take that shit lying down? Really now? But I can't let this shit go. I gotta pay him back with interest. 10 times, no, 100 times more. Isn't that how human nature works? You have a plan or something? Jong Minwo asked, still sounding not entirely convinced. Kang Suk licked his lips in a rather ominous manner, rechecked that the door was locked, and then beckoned his lackeys to come closer. Come on, closer. Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo came closer and paid attention. We will also go and collect those coins. We will do our best, right until midnight. Got it? Keep listening, because this is where it will get interesting. Kang Suk lowered his voice to a whisper and explained his plan to the two. What did you say? Lee Hyung-sik's mouth opened up wide in surprise. What the? But, if that happens. Keep your mouth shut. Kang Suk growled menacingly, causing Lee Hyung-sik to promptly slam his lips shut. Is there a reason for us to go this far? Yeah, there's a fucking reason. That asshole came out swinging first, so it's only correct that we swing back even harder. But will it even work? It's going to. Look, look. Seeing Jong Minwo tilt his head this way and that, Kang Suk smirked deeply. What do you think this is? Kang Suk then pulled out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket and waved them in front of his lackeys' faces. What's that? He's not the only one who received a starting bonus, know what I mean? If we succeed, then we'll be the ones controlling this place in no time. Kang Suk declared triumphantly, before slightly cocking his eyebrow. So. While having his hands locked and fidgeting around, Jong Minwo shrugged his shoulders. Seeing this, Lee Hyung-sik sighed out as if he couldn't help it either. Good. No need to worry about a thing, boys. We only need 5-10 minutes, tops. Now you get it, don't you? The 2 lackeys nodded their heads. Kang Suk began gritting his teeth. All we have to do is to defeat that fucker. When we grind that motherfucker to nothing, then we win. Remaining time until midnight, 0036. The end of the treasure hunt was getting nearer. The total number of hidden coins might have been 3,000, but that didn't mean all of them could be found at once. After the coins were discovered and taken away in an area, they respawned after a short amount of time elapsed. Seol got to find that out after seeing the diary of the unknown student get updated numerous times. Thanks to that, Seol had to roam the 4th and 5th floors several times, but eventually, he got to stretch his limbs in the end. He felt fulfilled. He worked tirelessly and got to find almost 1,600 coins in the end. Specifically, 1,552 of them. There were 12 survivors participating in the hunt, so this was the same as him monopolizing over half of the available coins. I should probably go there now. After lightly tapping his bag, Seol headed upstairs. If he wanted to, he could keep finding the coins, but he was mindful of the time needed to use the item draw machine. Now that cooperating with others was out of the question, no one knew what could happen later on, so, rather than anxiously wait till it was midnight, he knew it was smart to make some kind of preparations. As if others were still too busy with the treasure hunt, there was no one besides himself inside the 5th floor library. The so-called draw machine kind of resembled one of those gotcha machines one could find commonly placed in front of stationery shops, the only difference being this one was somewhat larger. The list of items available to draw. 1. 1 coin to 9 coins, food, daily necessities, a note from the guide, medical supplies. 2. 10 coins to 49 coins, relief supplies, souvenirs, various maps, a letter from the maid. 3. 50 coins to 99 coins, weapons, defensive items, survival points, a brand new, cutting-edge smartphone. 4. 100 coins, spell balls, random coin box, contains up to 1,499 coins. 5. 199 coins, 6th floor access key, 100% odds. 6, 300 coins, special. Seol fell into deep thought. He needed 100 coins as the usage fee, so he had to deduct that amount. And since he didn't know what would happen later, he had to reserve the amount to purchase the access key as well. That left 1253 coins to play around with. So, should he go for the special 4 times, or only try that one out a couple of times and get some spell balls, instead? He didn't think for too long. First of all, he found the actions of Kong Suk and his crew rather suspicious. They ran into each other a few times during the hunt, yet they didn't try anything, seemingly only focusing on the treasure hunt and nothing else. However, they couldn't fool his eyes. I saw their colors. Originally, only Kong Suk emitted the yellowish color, but now, both Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo emitted the same yellow hue as well. He had to pay them close attention, in other words. Since their colors were the same, it could only mean that they were cooking up something bad. So, Seol naturally chose the latter option. He needed a weapon of some kind. Indeed, he needed an all-conquering ace up his sleeve that could help him out, even if he found himself stuck in the worst possible situation imaginable. Seol picked up the first coin, but he soon began swearing out inwardly. Why? Because he realized that manually inserting each coin one at a time was unexpectedly a lot of work, that's why. God damn it. A somewhat lengthy time later, Seol packed the drawn items into his bag while massaging his aching fingers. The end result was actually quite satisfactory. Random coin box, contains 81 extra coins. Spell ball, spider web, X1. Random coin box, contains 136 extra coins. Spell ball, poison fog, X1. Spell ball, ignite, X1. Random coin box, contains 292 extra coins. Spell ball, hydrochloric acid, X1. Special, mirror of understanding, X1. He was especially happy with the results of 2 of the random boxes. Although it couldn't be called a massive success, he'd happily call that a mid-level success or some such. So, he still had 1,061 coins remaining. Even if he went for special twice, he'd have 162 coins left over. Seol decided to stop around there. This should be more than enough, but also, time was running out, as well. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the so-called hour of the deceased would begin. So, he should quietly return to the safe zone and wait until midday tomorrow. Seol's steps as he walked down the staircase was confident yet easygoing. What he didn't expect to find was that the classroom 3-1 was still deserted. It was the so-called safe zone, and there was less than 10 minutes before midnight, yet not even an ant could be seen. Seol stood there wondering until he heard the classroom sliding door noisily open up behind him. You were here already? Seol turned around while inwardly thinking, of course, people should start showing up soon. The first one to enter was Hyun Sang-min, but he didn't look so good. A short while afterwards, Shin Sang-ah trudged inside as well. What happened to you? I got nearly fuck all. Me too. I mean, what the hell? It's like a crazy asshole swept away everything or something. Why is it this hard to find a single damn coin? You're so right. You know, I shouldn't have been so fired up after finding a few in the beginning. I could only find 70 coins in the end. Shin Sang-ah complained while massaging her feet. You're worse than me, though. I did meet the 100 coin requirement, at least. Hyun Sangmin's voice was also rather weak as well. Seol thought about it for a long while, before deciding to give Shin Sang-ah 30 coins. Since he was already treating the remaining 162 as a reserve, he didn't even hesitate. Shin Sang-ah's eyes grew larger. Are you giving me these? The look in her eyes was already well past gratitude and into the territory of worshipping a savior. Wah, what the heck? 30 coins in one go. Please, take it. What, you also need some? Holy shit. How many did you manage to find? Seol scratched his cheek sheepishly. Enough to survive, I guess. Hyun Sangmin's expression showed how dumbfounded he was before he suddenly exploded in a fit of laughter as he fell back. Geez, so it was you. I knew it. It just didn't make any sense unless someone already swooped in and picked everything clean. I seriously searched everywhere, dude. A few, so the guilty party wasn't Yun Seora, eh? Why? What's up with Yun Seora? I thought you've realized it by now, too. I was thinking that she knew where all the coins were and were busy hogging them all for herself or something. I'm pretty sure it's not only me who thinks this way. That made sense. Hyun Sangmin added that he was now feeling bad after inwardly slagging her off for being as selfish by *tch, which led to Seol feeling even greater sense of guilt, knowing that he had inconvenienced everyone else albeit it wasn't his intention to begin with. The hour of the deceased will commence from this point on. Finally, midnight arrived. As if the three of them made a promise beforehand, they closed their mouths shut at the same time. However, there were only 3 of them in the base, even now. Where's everyone? It's obvious, isn't it? Hyun Sangmin answered Seol's query while fishing out a cigarette. Even I was wondering whether I should return or not. In any case, I found 100 coins, so I decided to come back here, but others probably aren't thinking the same way. You think so? Yeah. They are probably like, just bit more, a bit more and then. They should be going crazy trying to find enough for the usage fee, alone. And those trying to revive the dead, well, they don't even care anymore, it seems. So, that's how it was. Although not as much as Seol, Yun Seora must have found a considerable number of coins for herself. What with the 2 of them sweeping away the majority of the available coins, there shouldn't be a lot remaining right about now. So, it was as obvious as daylight that the competition would only get worse. Seol never expected things to devolve in this manner while he was busy collecting the coins. No, he didn't even bother to think about it at all. Oh well. If they are worried about their lives, I'm sure they'll eventually show up sooner or later. Hyun Sangmin murmured while sucking on his cigarette. What are you going to do? Shin Sang-ah asked while cautiously studying Seol's reaction. Seol felt contradicting emotions in his mind. He didn't care much about Kang Suk and his crew, but when he thought about Yun Seora and Lee Sungjin, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. I guess I should find the ones that I can. Yes. Let me help you. Shin Sang-ah agreed immediately while her expressions showed how relieved she was. Seeing this, Seol became ever so slightly curious about her status window. And so, just as he was about to take a peek into it. Ow, goddammit. Hyun Sangmin slowly stood up from his seat. I don't like this at all, but yeah, I will lend a helping hand, too. A promise is a promise, right? He spoke as if letting out a long groan and playfully pointed towards the door with his chin. Shall we go, leader? It happened then. The 5th floor. At the end of a corridor lined with various classrooms, there was a laboratory. Not one ray of light could escape from the resolutely shut front door to the lab, only the soft rustling noises managed to intermittently leak out. A certain teen boy was currently rummaging through the lab's interior. He cleared away the chemistry sets and other glass apparatuses on top of the tables and pulled out all the books stored on the bookshelves. He was desperately searching for something. But, as time continued to tick by, the signs of anxiety slowly but surely crept into every little action he performed. Suddenly, there was a noise. However, the teen boy, Lee Sungjin, couldn't hear it due to the very fact that he was turning a table upside down at that same moment. He intensely glared at and looked through all the fallen and shattered laboratory apparatuses. And he moved on, not even slowing down briefly to express his disappointment. He continued to mutter, coins, I need to find more coins. He deliberately didn't switch on the light. He thought that it'd be easier to spot those clear yellow coins if the surroundings were darker. Again, there were foreign noises. It was soft and low enough to miss if one didn't pay attention. Lee Seung-jin didn't pay attention. His mind was full of thoughts of reviving his dead sister, Lee Seol. The guide definitely said it, he would be able to bring his sister back to life if he got to amass lots of coins. Nuna. The mental shock he received after witnessing the dead Lee Seol being pulled out was truly enormous. Although below her waist remained relatively fine, her upper torso was ripped to shreds and not much of her remained. Just thinking about his undeservedly murdered sister, his body seemingly shook off any hints of growing fatigue and regained its vigor once more. It was said that the heavens would help those who helped themselves. He soon discovered an object gleaming softly inside a sink. Lee Seung-jin's eyes shot wide open and he reflexively reached out. Unfortunately, he was in too much of a hurry. The coin that he worked so hard to find, slipped out of his grasp and fell to the floor. It rolled and slid under the desk. The boy instantly jumped down and reached out with all his might, finally catching the wayward coin before it disappeared for good. Only then did he catch his breath again. Outside the lab's windows, the world had become pitch dark. Only the cold, uncaring moonlight seeped through the glass and faintly illuminated the interior. Phew! It was only one coin, but this was clear evidence that his concerted effort was not in vain. Time was already well past midnight, yet he still had a long road ahead. He didn't have the time to worry about the deceased and stuff. No, he had to find more coins. Lots more. Lee Seung-jin clenched the lone coin in his hand tightly and gritted his teeth. Lee Seung-jin was about to push himself up from the floor but froze up instantly when he heard the noise. The noise seemed to brush by his senses, perhaps tauntingly calling out to him. His arms became tense and taut. His hands pressing down on the floor felt the deathly chill and goosebumps spread all over him. In an instant, 50,000 different thoughts raced past his brain. The 16-and-a-bit-year-old teen boy very slowly raised his head. And when his sights were raised from the ash-colored floor just a tad, he forgot to breathe. Just below the desk, he could see a pair of small feet, and above them, long, shapely legs. Legs that trembled and stuttered as if they might falter at any moment. Lee Seung-jin was about to scream, but his eyes opened wider first before his mouth could leak out a sound. Although he only saw the lower half, he found it rather familiar, somehow. And when he recognized the blue skirt with dried blood on it, the boy's eyes opened even wider. Nuna. The stuttering legs stopped. And they slowly spun around as if they were looking for someone. The voice sounded awful and Lee Seung-jin was immediately repulsed by it, but to him, that wasn't important. He stood right up and... Nuna. Is it you, Nuna? I'm here. And he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. The figure with its back to him, and slowly turning around, was quite similar to Lee Seol. Such as, those long flowing hair, and Nuna. Something was wrong. Very wrong. He couldn't put his finger on it. Yet, this figure resembled so much like his older sister. Lee Seung-jin's instincts were overcome with this hard-to-explain terror. Suddenly, her neck skin wobbled and stretched like an empty sack. Only then did the boy understand the reason for the sense of disharmony. The ratio of her body parts didn't quite match up. Nuna. He wanted to ask. He desperately wanted to ask why her body looked like that. He desperately wanted to ask if she was really his sister. However, his voice refused to come out. As if this thing wanted to tell him something, the abrasive and dirty voice continued to leak out. She had completely turned around now and was facing him, and when Lee Seung-jin saw the empty eye sockets, his deeply held breaths exploded out from his lungs. Would stitching together several worn-out mops resemble that thing? Within the many holes found on its skin, dried-up clumps of blood and rotting meat scraps were seemingly shoved in together. The meshed and torn flesh seemed to have hardened after the bits were forced together to their supposedly correct destinations, the ripped skin seemed like it was sewn back together and was draped over whatever was underneath. It was truly a hellish, nightmarish appearance. Piecing together the torn-away bits of limbs and flesh one by one would probably net a better-looking, more palatable result than this. Lee Sung-jin unconsciously stumbled back, until his heels got entangled and he fell down on his butt. His legs madly kicked the air as he tried to widen the gap between himself and that thing. It was then, the comparatively normal-looking legs stopped approaching him. Her misaligned jaw that looked like it might fall off at any given moment began trembling up and down. Lee Sung-jin's mind fell further into disarray. He thought that he'd be dead meat by now, yet why did this creature stop advancing? And, what was it trying to say to him? It was here that a crazy thought popped up in his head. He summoned what little courage he could. Is it you, Nuna? Nuna? Really? It is you, Nuna. Hurry. Stand. While keeping his gaze firmly fixed on the creature, Lee Sung-jin slowly got back up. Go outside. Find. You mean coins? Are you talking about coins? Don't worry. I haven't given up, and I'm still looking for them. I'll definitely bring you back. The thing shook its head with some difficulty. It was as if it was saying that's not it. It weakly raised an arm somehow and pointed at the door. Coming. They are. Although it was hard to understand what it was saying, the boy still got to realize something. She was saying he needed to get out before something else showed up. Nuna. It is you, right? I'll definitely bring you back to life. That is why. Lee Sung-jin's tearful voice seemingly caused the thing's shoulders to tremble as well. From its empty eye sockets, blood-colored liquid slowly oozed out. Live. Okay. It was then. An ear-shattering scream coming from somewhere outside the lab shook the corridor, hard. Mommy? Shin Sang-ah jumped up fright. Seol and Hyun Sang-min too wordlessly stared at each other. Hey man, did you hear that? Seol nodded his head. God damn it. Why the hell can't they just come back after finding enough for themselves? Where did that come from? Dunno. Could be from the 5th floor. Hyun Sang-min took off his cap and scratched his head. Seol carefully slid open the door. The darkened corridor seemed rather ominous and eerie. Although he had exited from the classroom, Seol had no idea what he should do now, since things were happening seemingly out of the blue. In the end, he chose to rely on his 9 eyes once more. The entire 4th floor corridor was bathed in a green hue. Seeing this, Seol's gut feeling told him that the scream came from the 5th floor. The three of them quickly climbed up the stairs. But, as soon as arriving on the 5th floor, they nearly collided into a teen boy running on the corridor. It was Lee Sung-jin, and when he saw it was Seol, the boy's eyes opened wide. Mr. Lee Sung-jin. What's going on? Hyung. Lee Sung-jin suddenly grabbed Seol tightly. I saw her. I saw Nuna just now. You're Nuna. But, how could that be? Seola was already dead. She was the first one to lose her life back in the assembly hall, after all. Seol carefully appraised the kid, but he didn't seem to be suffering from any form of mental duress. Seeing Seol's expression, Lee Sung-jin quickly shook his head. No. Hang on. It's definitely her. Her hair, her dress, everything. Lee Sung-jin sounded frantic and confused, but his words did make Seol think for a minute. Then, a thought of, could it be, brushed past his brain. Was it really Seola? Yes. Her appearance, it was a bit weird, but, she told me to quickly get out of there, and... You son of a... Seol somehow managed to swallow down the rising tide of curse words. The so-called deceased are actually the people who died earlier in the day, aren't they? If what Lee Sung-jin said was correct, then this could be the only explanation. The lock of the 6th floor entrance has been disabled. The gate will be activated in 30 minutes' time. The second-floor metal barriers have been disabled. It was then, alarm bells began ringing out loudly from their smartphones. What the hell? Hyun Sang-min cried out in shock after checking out these rather unexpected messages. What the fuck? Which insane motherfucker did this? What happened? Shin Sang-ah asked Seol, but obviously, he too had no idea. Only that, his gut feeling was busy telling him that this wasn't the end, that there was more trouble yet to come. No. It'll be fine. The situation had suddenly turned a little chaotic, but Seol quietly controlled his emotions to calm them down. Running around like a headless chicken would only intensify the level of confusion. Besides, didn't he already make preparations for events such as this one? For now, he decided to put aside the unanswered questions. There was something he needed to confirm first, although he thought that his suspicions might not be correct. Were you the one screaming just now, Lee Sungjin? No. Not me. Right, I also came here after hearing that. I thought it was a woman's voice. Shin Sang-ah anxiously spoke up. In any case, it's not this kid, so what are we going to do next? Hyun Sang-min gritted his teeth. If we're going to search, then we should split up. Or, we go back right now. Seol had found one of the two people on his mind, so going back to the safe zone now, to the classroom 3-1, didn't sound like a bad idea. How about we split up into two groups of 2 and 3? I mean, things could get dangerous. Seol was going to suggest going back, but then, Lee Sungjin took the initiative first and voiced his opinion. Seol looked at the boy with a surprised expression, and Lee Sungjin became somewhat sheepish. I also want to help you. It's past midnight, thus things will definitely get dangerous. Also, the 6th floor access has been granted as well. Returning to the safe zone might not be such a bad idea. No. It's just that, I think my Nuna wanted me to find something. Although he said that, Lee Sungjin's voice suggested that he wasn't entirely convinced of it himself. Find something? Seol's gaze sharpened. The surroundings became dyed in green. However, the color from one single spot dissipated almost immediately. The spot with no color whatsoever was the girl's toilet. The light was switched off inside the toilet. Seol confirmed a spot of blood on the floor right in front of the door. He slowly pushed it open. As if his senses were already familiarized with it, his nose reacted to the faint whiff of blood in the air. By turning on the light, the group could see the interior of the bathroom quite clearly. Yun Seora. The figure collapsed on the bathroom floor was none other than Yun Seora. Her huddled and crumpled body was shaking and convulsing uncontrollably. Seol got closer to her and ended up frowning deeply from what he saw. Even Hyun Sang-min issued a stunned gasp. What? What happened to her arm? It was just as he said, Yun Seora's right forearm was completely mangled. As if someone stabbed a knife and then went to town on the limb, the flesh on her arm was utterly torn up and destroyed. The bleeding was quite considerable, too, and even her bones were visible to the naked eye. Miss Yun Seora. Miss Yun Seora. Seol called out her name, but she didn't respond, simply convulsing over and over again. Please, move aside. Shin Sang-ah hurriedly knelt down and took off her shirt. She ripped her top up, then proceeded to wrap the fabric around Yun Seora's shoulder and under her arm, and then securely tighten it. Her movements were well practiced and quick as if she had performed actions like this countless times before. She then pushed open Yun Seora's eyelids and checked the eyes. A deep frown etched on her forehead. She's going through shock. She will die soon if we let her be like this. She will die. Yes. We need to do something. Anything. Shin Sang-ah shouted out while repeatedly opening and closing Yun Seora's hand. However, Hyun Sang-min was comparatively calm as he spoke up. Since you did the treasure hunt, you should know it by now, there ain't no infirmary on either the 4th or 5th floor. The item draw. Seol spoke up and the attention of the three rapidly dawned on him. Now that they thought about it, medical supplies was one of the listed items on the draw machine. What do we need to draw from there? Only after asking this question, Seol realized that it was the wrong one. From the onset, no one knew what would come out of the machine. I'll go and bring whatever comes out. Seol stood up while slinging his bag over his shoulder. What? You going alone? What's the matter? Let's not do it that way. How about this? This kiddo here and Miss will move Yun Seora over to the safe zone. Meanwhile, you spin that damn draw machine, and if we think we got the right crap, I'll take it back to the safe zone. I'll act as the go-between if it need be. Seol found this suggestion quite logical, so, although he knew time was of essence, he still nodded his head in appreciation. He was inwardly surprised as well, now that the metal barriers on the second floor were gone, that Gekwi monster would definitely show up sooner or later. Even then, Hyun Sang-min was keeping his promise. Let's hurry up. Hyun Sang-min pushed Seol's back. Entrusting Yun Seora to the remaining two, Seol and Hyun Sang-min headed straight to the library. Perhaps fortunately, they didn't run into the deceased or other people. Unfortunately, though, the medical supplies didn't want to come out. They got to draw plenty of food and daily necessities. They even ended up receiving that note from the guide, too. Sometime later, all they had to show for their effort was a couple of rolls of gauze, a bottle of antiseptic, and some ointments, etc., etc. They were neither here nor there. Let me just take these along for now. What about you? Go on ahead. Okay. Don't strain yourself, though. Ah, right. As soon as I deliver these, I'll come back here right away. If I don't show up within 2 minutes, then that means something bad has happened to me. Don't worry, I'll rescue you. Ha. Well, thanks for the sentiment, but I'm not playing here. I'm being serious. Hyun Sang-min was indeed dead serious, and he left the library like a streak of lightning. Seol concentrated on drawing from the machine. He was quite confident that he'd be able to kill this Gekwi monster if it showed up. Right now, he wanted to procure medical supplies if it meant he could help just a bit more. If Yun Seora died, then that would be the end of the road there. He thought like this and continued to move his hands without rest, until his movements suddenly came to a halt. Why am I doing this? She was a complete stranger to him. So, what did it matter if she died or not? Sure, it'd be a pity if she did die, but was there a reason for him to go this far? While wasting his hard-earned coins, even. He couldn't understand it. He thought that it'd be nice if he activated the future vision right about now. Seol hesitated, yet returned to spinning the draw machine. And so, he finally got his hands on some rolls of compression bandages, a hemostat, as well as vials of morphine. But then, Seol realized that something was off. He thought that it was already well past the 2-minute mark, yet Hyun Sang-min hadn't returned. Seol felt a certain sense of anxiety creeping in. After all, he thought that Hyun Sang-min was joking around and thus, didn't pay attention back then. Now that he more or less got what he needed, Seol put them all in the bag and left the library. When he climbed down the staircase and arrived on the 4th floor, he ended up running into quite an unexpected sight. 7 people, consisting of Shin Sang-ah, Lee Sungjin, Hyun Sang-min and Yun Seora, as well as 3 people Seol shared food with earlier on, were standing on the corridor right outside classroom 3-2. They seemed to be unable to enter the safe zone. That wasn't the end, however. Seol found 3 rather familiar figures outside classroom 3-1. Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Minwo stood triumphantly, while Kang Suk was sitting on a chair, looking quite relaxed and pleased with himself. You finally showed up. Kang Suk raised his hand and greeted Seol. Ignoring him, Seol walked closer and spotted Hyun Sang-min's darkened expression. Anger was evident on his face as well. Shin Sang-ah looked like she'd had just about enough of those 3, too. They say it's a spell that restricts access. Hyun Sang-min glanced at Seol and groaned out. A spell that can restrict access. Just as he finished thinking this, Seol's steps came to a halt. No, that wasn't quite right, he couldn't go forward as if there was an invisible wall blocking his progress. Seol lightly tapped on the seemingly empty air. Knock, knock. There was nothing in front of him, yet the sensation of knocking on cement was transmitted to his hand. You're wasting your time. You see, I got this as a starting bonus. No one can enter without my permission. Kang-suk slowly fidgeted around with his fingers. There was a half-torn piece of paper held between his index and middle finger. You haven't forgotten that my mark was silver, right? Mr. Hyan Mighty Gold Mark. Kang-suk giggled insidiously. Seol frowned slightly, instead. You opened the door to the 6th floor, didn't you? Bingo. And why? I got the key through the drawing machine. Don't you know that you will definitely receive the key if you spend 199 coins? Of course, Seol knew that. But, he was curious of the reason why Kang-suk would waste his coins getting that key in the first place. After all, what with Seol and Yunseora taking away almost all of the coins, Kang-suk and his goons couldn't have had the easiest time searching themselves. It would have been tough just finding enough for their gate usage fee, so why? It was then, a hypothesis formed in Seol's head. He reflexively turned his head around to look behind him, at the fainted Yunseora. Yup, as expected. I knew you were a smart guy. Kang-suk exclaimed in a display of pleasant surprise. Actually, I have to admit that this was a gamble with low odds of success. I mean, in order for us to succeed, two things had to happen, you know what I mean. If you had chosen never to leave this safe zone in the first place, then my plan would have been all for nothing. What are you saying? However, I definitely knew you'd crawl out of here. Seriously now, a nice gentleman like you wouldn't just sit still on your ass after hearing that loud scream, am I right? As for Yunseora. Well, I was planning to approach her when the time was right, but for some reason, she was getting really fired up trying to find more coins. Oh well. It was a good thing for us in the end, so it doesn't matter, right? Hearing this, the pieces finally fell to their intended places. The first step of Kang-suk's plan was to get the 6th floor access key. With 3 of them working together, finding 199 coins wouldn't have been that difficult. After acquiring the key, Kang-suk kept a close eye on the situation. From the very beginning, he never planned to hit Seol. No, he planned to attack Yunseora the moment she revealed that she was in possession of the map. The timing was important, but the main variable remained Yunseora. Kang-suk had to try something, anything to separate her from Seol. The original plan was to have one of their members assault either Lee Sungjin or some other poor sucker to draw Seol away, and in the meantime, the remaining 2 would attack the isolated Yunseora. Her personality meant that, even if there was some kind of an incident unfolding somewhere, she'd not care and thus not make a move herself. However, Yunseora was focused on finding more coins well beyond the midnight mark. How could this situation be any better for Kang-suk and his goons? So, trio assaulted Yunseora as she entered the girls' restroom. After robbing her of her coins, they went to 6th floor before Seol reached the bathroom, and opened the door. Then, when Seol was still on the 5th floor, they came back down to the safe area and activated the restriction spell. All of you lost your damn minds. Shin Sang loudly swore at them. You insane bastards. You crippled a person to this degree, just for some measly coins. Nope, that wasn't my original intention. I just wanted to knock her out. I swear, that was all. Kang-suk defended himself as if he was being wrongly accused of a crime. But then, that girl was so damn persistent, you know what I mean. She grabbed onto the bag and didn't want to give it up, and that really pissed me off. So, that's why. The end of Kang-suk's sentence blurred. Jong Minwo standing next to him giggled unsightly, and then, from seemingly out of nowhere, produced a dagger and performed a stabbing motion in the air. He too was an invited, albeit as the bronze mark. With an exquisite ill timing, a devilish roar resounded out from the distance. The complexions of almost everyone present paled. The very first monster they encountered upon the start of this journey, the one that gave them such a nightmare, the Gekwi, was climbing up to where they were at this precise moment. Wow! Sounds like that thing is really pissed off, isn't it? Oh, well. It's been locked out down below all this time, so there's that. Kong Suk and his two cronies looked extremely relaxed. If you're waiting for the end of this spell's duration. Well, I feel like I should inform you right now, that you all should just give up. Are you saying it'll last forever? No ways. It's not that crazy a cheat item. Not only the duration, but the size of the effective area is limited, actually. If I were to increase the area to its maximum permitted width, then it'll probably last around 8 minutes, tops, but what do you think will happen if I only keep the area to half its maximum size? Like, only around this part of the corridor. Kong Suk pointed once each towards the safe zone's front and rear entrances. Seol didn't reply. There was no need to, after all. Kong Suk was implying that, when the spell's covered area decreased in size, the duration of the spell would increase, instead. With that Gekwi coming up, you wouldn't be able to go to the 6th floor yourself, though. Oh, that? You don't have to worry. You see, I'm a really lucky bastard. Look here. Kong Suk pulled out another piece of paper and waved it around the air. See? I've got another paper talisman with a spell written on it. Seeing how he was playfully teasing Seol and others like that, it seemed this must have been his natural-born talent. Seol couldn't help but think that the reason the bastard turned out this way was all thanks to suffering a bad prenatal development or something close to it. Please. Let us in. Someone behind Seol shouted out. It was the young man who tried to sneakily ask Seol to revive his dead friend, right before the treasure hunt commenced. I haven't done anything wrong to you, have I? Hearing that, Seol couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Are you trying to imply that I did something wrong, then? Forming a fake expression that screamed, I didn't think about that, Kong Suk opened his eyes wide and began rubbing his chin in a show of deep deliberation. Then, as if he was being a benevolent benefactor, he murmured rather loudly. Yes, indeed. It could be so. I'm sure it's unfair to you, like this. Fine. Good, good. You, and you. You three, I'll grant entry. The three men and woman glanced at each other, and then, without any hesitation, ran forward. It was a repeat of the time when they were entering the 2nd floor safe zone as soon as the metal barrier was lowered. Only after rushing inside the safe zone did they begin spitting out sighs of relief. And so, the moment Kong Suk had been waiting for finally came. He gazed at the remaining few outside the barrier with a relaxed smile. Seol inwardly issued a disappointed groan. It seemed that the lessons taught on the 2nd floor weren't enough for these idiots. It's a good thing that I made preparations. Seol slowly reached inside his pockets, getting ready to finish this nonsense once and for all, but, before he could. So, what about you, little guy? Or you, Hyun Sang-min? Seol's hand stopped just before he could grasp the spell balls. It was unknown what he was thinking at the moment while he withdrew his empty hand from the pocket. You want to die like this? Hey, you want to die to that Gekwi monster that murdered your pretty and kind sister? Siblings, eh? Is it like, get one and you get another, kinda deal? Hey, man. Miss Seola must be spinning in her grave. I'm pretty sure she's fervently praying for me to save your hide right now. Kong Suk confirmed that Sungjin was trembling like a leaf, and then shifted his attention to Hyun Sang-min. And you? You did what you could already, right? No, wait a minute, could it be that you're feeling guilty conscience or something? What the? I thought you were a realistic bastard like me. Was I wrong? Just come in already. There ain't nobody here to tell you shit. Kong Suk's words were as slick and seductive as the whispers of a viper. After hearing those persuasive words, Hyun Sang-min and Lee Sung-jin kept staring at each other before shifting their gazes to a single man. However, Seol simply stood there in silence. The first one to make his move was Lee Sung-jin. He resolutely shut his mouth and trudged onwards. He walked past the invisible barrier and entered the safe zone. Kiki. Still so young, yet so impressively decisive. Very good. You could even become a general in the future. Kang Suk lightly tapped on the youth's shoulder. The boy didn't say anything and entered the classroom. However, you are more loyal than you look, aren't you, Hyun Sang-min? Even then, Seol didn't show any response. Seeing this, Hyun Sang-min licked his lips regretfully and pulled his cap low. After spitting out a low groan, he began moving as well. Sorry. After leaving behind that single word. Hang on. How about giving me a smoke first? Kang Suk stopped Hyun Sang-min before the latter could enter the barrier. Don't forget the light. Only after Hyun Sang-min personally lit the cigarette for Kang Suk was he allowed in. Kang Suk sucked in the cigarette smoke once, he then proceeded to feign shock after finding Shin Sang-ah standing there. What's the matter with you now? Did you become an exhibitionist all of a sudden after taking your pants off once? Shin Sang-ah gritted her teeth. Lee Sung-jin and Hyun Sang-min's desertion was quite shocking, but there was a far more grave matter of her own safety to worry about here. Thinking back to the confrontation that happened in the assembly hall, and the humiliation she had to suffer on the second floor, she just knew there was no way Kang Suk would make things easy for her now. However, Kang Suk proceeded to shatter her expectations as if he was trying to show off. Hey, now. I was just joking, you know. Just a joke. I can tell that you ripped your shirt to stem Yoon Seora's blood loss. That is commendable. But still, you keep standing there and you might come down with the flu, you know. Kang Suk then took off his cardigan and pushed it towards Shin Sang-ah's direction. He waved it around slowly as if telling her to come and take it. She couldn't help but grow suspicious. You, doing this again? Nope. I'm not trying to lead you on. I promise. But, why? Stop trying to make me say the obvious things. Take this and put it on, already. Don't you get it already? Man, this lady is really slow on the uptake, huh? I'm saying, you can also enter. Do I have to spell it out for you too? Shin Sang-ah lightly swallowed her saliva. Why was he suddenly acting like this? She could just about understand the reason why. Most likely, they must have held a deep grudge against Seol, all because of what happened on the second floor. A powerful indecision gripped her, then. Meanwhile, Seol still showed no signs of movement. Shin Sang-ah stood between Seol and Kang Suk as she weighed up her options before a strange light flashed by on her face for the briefest of brief moments. And then. Arg, my arm hurts. Just as Kang Suk lowered the offered cardigan just a tad, she moved her feet. That's right. That's right. She took a quick glance at Seol a couple of times, but her feet never stopped moving. Before long, she crossed the barrier. A strange smile formed on Kang Suk's face. So you really came, eh? What do you mean? No, you did well. Take this before my arm falls off, will you? Kang Suk raised a small fuss while waving the cardigan around. Shin Sang-ah glanced at Seol one more time, before reaching out. Just as her hand touched the offered clothing, though, Kang Suk suddenly grabbed her arm and pulled her in close. Mommy? Like someone falling face first, she fell forward and ended up in the still-seated Kang Suk's embrace. You like looking for your mom a lot, don't you? What are you doing? Stay still, will you? You came here knowing this would happen already. Thud, thud. The low vibration from the floors below continued to get closer. Shin Sang-ah's stiff body flinched ever so slightly. Kang Suk's hand, lightly patting her back, slowly crept lower, past her slender waistline and eventually, arrived at her petite, round rump. You'd rather go back outside? She began trembling even more when Kang Suk whispered in her ear. Gradually, all strength seemed to seep out from her. Even when he began roughly kneading her, but like rice dough, Shin Sang-a didn't mount any form of resistance. Now, do you feel like listening to what I'm saying? You don't want to answer. Yes. When Shin Sang-a replied with honorifics, Kang Suk's complexion brightened to reflect his happiness. My little bitch, look how soft and fluffy your ass is. Kang Suk lightly slapped her rear, causing Shin Sang-a to squeeze her eyes shut. Quite surprisingly, though, she then carefully wrapped her arms around Kang Suk's back, and dug deeper into his embrace. Seeing this, Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Min-wo Wolf whistled quite loudly. Kang Suk burst out in boisterous laughter when she began gently rubbing her cheek to his. Very good. See? If you behaved this way from the beginning, everything would have been simpler. If you start making me feel happier by showing some EGO and stuff from now on, I'm gonna treat you right, you know? While constantly enjoying the riches of Shin Sang-a's body, Kang Suk then pointed his chin outside the barrier. There were only two people remaining there, Seol and the currently unconscious Yoon Seora. So, how does it feel to be betrayed? Why don't you enlighten us, Mr. Goldmark? Kang Suk status window. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Mark grade, Silver. Sex age, male 29. Height/weight, 178.8 centimeters 72.6 kilograms. Current condition, good. Job, LV, 0, invited. Nationality, Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, NA. Alias, NA. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Maverick, tries to do things the way he likes, regardless of others. Self-centered, vigorously pursues his own personal gains only. 2. Aptitude. A gift of gab, possesses great talent at talking and making speeches. Sadism, feels sexual gratification only after inflicting physical or psychological pain to another person. TL, really? How is that, aptitude? 3. Physical level. Strength, intermediate low. Endurance, low intermediate. Agility, high low. Stamina, high low. Magic, high low. Luck, low intermediate. Remaining ability points, 0. Seol was busy looking at Kang Suk's status. He felt like he could understand just a little where it all went south for this idiot. Besides that gift of gab, he seemed to be suffering from a few noticeably negative traits. Hey, friend. Seol's brows furrowed slightly at that. A friend, huh? I feel really sorry for you. Kang Suk seemed to be genuinely sorry for Seol, judging from his facial expression. Why do you insist on living like that? He lightly tapped on Shin Sang-a's head and continued on. You don't seem to have any morals. Morals? Kang Suk began chortling as if he had heard something funny. Egu, my friend. Ah, I get it, I get it. Really. There is a reason to be mindful when we're on Earth. There's laws and stuff, and if I don't follow them, I will end up behind bars. However. Kang Suk pointed at the ground below. However, this isn't Earth. Meaning, there's no reason for me to stay the same here. You aren't invited too, so you should know this by now, no? We're going to a brand new world. My ass. In the end, this is all just a fucking game, man. A game. And you're supposed to enjoy playing games. A game, huh? Yup. So, what's the point of keeping up with your morals here? Like, what's the fucking point of being the best, kindest, and the fairest in this place? There is no one here who gives a shit about those things. Only meat counts. I'm telling you, nobody cares. Kang Suk suddenly grabbed Shin Sang-a's hair and yanked, causing her to gasp out in pain. Look at her. She's your proof. She only latched onto you for a bit so that she can leech off of you. I mean, you saw it with your own 2 eyes, right? How did she react when the situation changed just now? Shin Sang-a slowly averted her gaze. So, the point here is that, don't suffer losses. You have that much talent, and I can tell you got a quick brain in that head of yours too, so why couldn't you just close your eyes and commit to the program? Seol continued to listen while standing there, his arms across his chest. You want to look after these weaklings? What a load of fucking bull. You think all those with power are evil, and weaklings are all pure, nice folks. You still think these losers are nice? Kang Suk passionately spat out his words. I can see that you've received some mental damage just now. But, you know what, don't be too discouraged, man. That's how the world operates. You're supposed to exceed the haves, and step on the have-nots, that's the only way you can survive. You stay mindful of this guy and that girl, then sooner or later, you'll be bitten by all sorts of stray mutts. Only you'd end up dead. Seol slowly closed his eyes. The words coming out of Kang Suk was something he too was thinking about recently. You still don't get it? What happened to Seola earlier? And what's happening to you now? You see, it's not that the one who's supposed to make it, are making it, but those who are willing to make it, are making it. Also, it's not that those supposed to fail are failing, it's just that they are destined to never make it. Simple. Those who are destined to make it. That's right. Kang Suk shouted out of the blue and extended his hand. Now that I've talked this much, I'm sure you get it now. So. Like true men, why don't we let bygones be bygones? As a symbol of starting over. Ah. As if he remembered something, Kang Suk withdrew his hand. I still should make you apologize, though. Seol's eyes narrowed. An apology, huh? That's right, an apology. The spot you sucker punched me still hurts, you know. Phew, Kang Suk spat out a sigh and loosened his shoulders. If you've really changed the way you think, I'm sure it's not that difficult for you to do something as small as making an apology, right? Seol quietly stared at Kang Suk. Well, it's a simple matter, anyway. All you have to say is one word, sorry. Then, we can become true friends afterwards. Seol took a glance at Yun Seora. Not her. You gotta leave her there. Kang Suk must have noticed Seol's gaze because he spoke in no uncertain terms. I'll have to refuse your apology if it comes from a mind space where you're thinking that you can't help it if it means saving Yun Seora. You see, I really hate hypocrites. Seol shifted his gaze away and then, placed his left hand on the invisible barrier. So. Kang Suk smirked, his mouth opened up progressively wider in a smile as if his long-held wish was finally being granted. So. Seol sounded as if he was desperately squeezing out his voice unwillingly. Like a kid opening up his birthday present, the colors of Kang Suk's expression brightened even more. Seol held his breath, then clenched his fist. Son of a bitch. I was lying. Just as Kang Suk forgot what he was going to say and sat there stupefied, the safe area behind him became quite noisy. What the hell? Jong Minwo turned around to find out why it became so noisy over there. And, just as Seol was about to produce a spell ball from his pocket. Cook. Blood spilled on the ground. Jong Minwo's large frame tilted unsteadily to the side before falling down hard with a loud thud. Then, from the seemingly empty space, Hyun Songmin's figure slowly revealed itself like a ghost. There was a steel bar clutched in both of his hands. What the? The utterly stunned Kang Suk tried to stand up from the chair, but he couldn't. Shin Sang-a was desperately clinging on to Kang Suk's waist with both of her hands tightly interlocked as if the ghost of Nangi had come to possess her. Also, she was pushing down on him with all of her body weight, as well. Sungjin. She shouted out while lowering her head in a hurry. Oh. Right. Kang Suk had no choice but to watch on helplessly as a chair descended upon his unguarded face. Accompanied by a dull impact noise, his head snapped to the left. Kang Suk then slowly fell to the floor, his face dazed and frozen as a whimper leaked out of his mouth. "Who the hell do you think you are to say my sister's name?" Lee Sungjin angrily spat out while carrying a chair. Now left alone, Lee Hyung-sik dazedly stared at Hyun Sang-min as the latter man spat on the floor in disgust. "Take a nap." One swing of the steel bar later, Lee Hyung-sik's upper torso spun as if he was performing a traditional dance, then he crumpled to the ground. Seol could only stand there and stare at the three of them, still frozen in the middle of trying to throw a spell ball. As he continued to blink in a stupefied state, he ended up witnessing something interesting. Kang Suk was pulling out his other paper talisman even as his eyes were swimming from the impact to his head. He almost went unnoticed, but at that moment, Shin Sang-a, baring her teeth like an angry lioness, pounced on him. Her teeth tore into his flesh. Kang Suk threw his head wildly while screaming in pain. She didn't stop there, though. She then proceeded to climb up on top of his writhing body and lifted her hands up high. "In all my life." Slap. Her wide-open palm powerfully slapped Kang Suk's face. "I've never, ever seen." Slap. "A damn perv like you who's so fixated on a girl's naked body, you damn son of a bitch." Slam. Her third hit was an elbow drop roughly aimed at Kang Suk's nose. Blood exploded out from his nose. Kang Suk was laid out on the floor like a dead frog, and when her elbow hit, he began convulsing like a person having a seizure. But that must have not been enough to cool her anger as Shin Sang-a stood up while breathing like an angry bull before lifting her foot up as high as she could. She wouldn't. Seeing this, Hyun Sang-min flinched and stopped his actions of making sure that Lee Hyung-sik and Jong Min-wo would not get up again with the help from the steel bar meeting their faces. And, he squeezed his eyes shut when her heel accurately slammed down on Kang Suk's family jewels. Perhaps Kang Suk had some energy left over as his scream was loud enough to tear open his own vocal cords. Only then could Seol feel the restriction spell being deactivated. Since the owner of the spell lost consciousness, it was only natural that it would be cancelled. Seol was able to regain his focus when he heard the wet, sticky footsteps coming from his rear. It was the monster, Gekwi. It would have been strange if the creature didn't show up after such noisy chaos unfolded. Although Seol was confident in being able to kill the monster, he'd rather make sure that an unlucky accident wouldn't happen. Seol hurriedly carried Yun Seora into the safe zone and then pulled the still enthusiastic Shin Sang-a inside as well. "Miss Shin Sang-a. Miss Shin. Please, stop. Let me go. Let me go, right now. Do you have any idea how much this bastard? It's the monster. The Gekwi has shown up. Mommy." When Shin Sang-a confirmed the monster's terrifying outer appearance approaching them, her attitude did a 180 real fast and she jumped into Seol's arms. Somehow successfully calming her down, Seol carried her back into the safe zone and only then could the four of them breathe long, long sighs of relief. It felt like they had to go through a torrential storm all thanks to a certain someone. Phew. First time ever hitting another person like that. Hyun Sang-min's hand, as it pulled out a cigarette, was unsteady. He offered what he extracted out from the packet first to Seol. Seol was about to pull out his own but quietly accepted that instead. "Hey, man. What are we going to do about those three outside the classroom? Should we bring them inside, then? You do that, and we are through." Hyun Sang-min bitterly spat out his opinion. Not too long after, the two men looked at the corridor through the classroom window. The Gekwi had come closer before anybody had noticed, and was in the middle of slowly devouring Jong Min-wo. Crunch, crunch. Seeing the monster chew and swallow the man from his head first, Seol could only feel the sense of astonished disgust. What happened just now? Oh, that. Yeah, well, that boy and I exchanged a look, if you know what I mean. I was the one who signaled Miss Shin over here, though. Did that really happen? Seol felt rather dazed after hearing that since he genuinely had not noticed it. Hyun Sang-min chuckled, sounding rather pleased with himself. What? You thought we really betrayed you just now? How did you signal to each other? Like this. I just had to show this off a bit, Anne. Hyun Sang-min began fiddling around with a half-torn piece of paper, but, it happened right then. Suddenly, the sliding door was flung open and Kang Suk's face entered the classroom. His arm was clawing the floor, desperately trying to reel himself inside. The two men couldn't hide their surprise. To think, he was able to regain his consciousness so quickly after being pummeled like that. His endurance was indeed higher than average, according to his status window, so that might have been enough to explain his resilience. Where the hell do you think you're trying to enter? As soon as she saw him, Shin Sang-ah ran hard and kicked Kang Suk's head like a ball. Please. Help me. Help you. You bastard. Have you forgotten all the crap you did already? Please. Get lost. Get lost. She stomped down on his hand that was desperately clinging onto the floor. In the end, he couldn't continue holding on, and his body was sucked out of the doorway like a receding tidal wave. Meanwhile, the Gekwi had finished devouring the two lackeys, and when it saw the bloodied Kang Suk, it reached out and grabbed him as if he was a delicious dessert. Hey! You devour that asshole slowly, okay? You eat him piece by piece, got that? The Gekwi blinked its large eyes several times while hearing that. Then, it proceeded to chew on Kang Suk from his feet onwards. Hyun Sang-min began shuddering after witnessing all this. I didn't know she was this insane. Seol almost ended up agreeing out aloud with him there. And well, there we go, that thing finishing everything up. I hadn't gotten my share of satisfaction yet, though. Isn't it enough just watching them die like that? Well, I guess so. But still, how are we going to deal with that thing now? Hyun Sang-min sighed and covered his face. They might have taken care of Kang Suk and his lackeys, but a new problem rose up to replace them, the monster Gekwi. If that thing decided to camp out in front of the safe zone's door, then they had no answers to that, at all. And it was obvious that they couldn't just stay in the safe zone for thousands, 10,000 years, either. In that case, we better kill it, then. Seol's voice was refreshingly confident. Kang Suk's screams that grew louder and louder eventually stopped at a certain point. When Seol opened the window and took a look, he could see a dead body that was missing the entire lower section below the chest. Seol then lightly tapped on the window sills. The Gekwi spun its head around like a bolt of lightning, faced him, and opened wide its jaw while emitting a chilling, shrill cry. Seol found the sight of the chewed-up human flesh stuck in between the monster's teeth rather disgusting and unappealing, so he quickly chucked in a spell ball down its basketball hoop-sized throat. The desired result occurred right away. The Gekwi began showing an unusual reaction after swallowing the spell ball. It began falling down on the ground while all of its limbs began convulsing uncontrollably. Its large eye shook so hard, the hidden whites could be seen. Out of his wide-open mouth, the monster belched out a thick, dark fog. I guess one ball wasn't enough. What did you throw in there? It's a spell ball called Poison Fog. Seol answered rather briefly and pulled a couple more spell balls out from his pocket, before asking Hyun Sang-min a question. Right. What was that thing earlier? What thing? You suddenly appearing out of thin air like that. While speaking, Seol carefully took aim and threw another spell ball. The red-colored spell ball drew a small arc in the air and landed perfectly inside the Gekwi mouth once more. Oh, that? I also got a paper talisman through my random box, you see. For concealment. Concealment, is it? Hyun Sang-min nodded his head while paying very close attention to the suffering Gekwi. I can stay invisible for a long time, but it gets cancelled if I attack someone just once. Didn't you say you only received 500 survival points? What the? Hey, man, let that one go, will ya? In any case, I helped out, didn't I? And, I need to hold a hidden trump ca. Boom. Hyun Sangmin couldn't finish his sentence thanks to the sudden explosion. Hyun Sangmin mouthed, "What the hell was that?" and quickly took a look outside the window, only to yank the sunglasses off his face. Gekwi was rolling on the ground, evidently in a lot of pain. And whenever there were sounds of explosion coming from its innards, its entire body took on a reddish hue and began swelling up. You even something like that? Well, I was going to use it just now, but you guys made a move first, so. Oh, it's running away. The Gekwi was doing whatever it could to scramble away, but Seol simply chucked another spell ball, which accurately landed on the fleeing monster's back. An explosion of light occurred next, and dozens of spiderweb-like things shot out, tightly bounding the Gekwi to the spot. It was about here that Hyun Sangmin decided to shut up and simply watch the proceedings unfold. All the enthusiasm he felt had been drained out of his system by now, and not only that, he was too worn out to feel shocked anymore. This should finish it off. The last spell ball landing on the monster transformed into a clear liquid and rained down on the monster that couldn't go anywhere. What happened? Shin Sang-ah asked after belatedly approaching them. I killed it. Suk spoke while pointing at the corridor. As it turned out, the most powerful spell ball of the four was the hydrochloric acid one. It even melted that scary monster into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Within the corridor, a mass of rotting flesh that was once the Gekwi could be found lying on the floor. Oh, wow. Really? Seol explained himself further as the others showed disbelieving reactions. The guide was right. By drawing a couple of spell balls, we could have got to have fun with this mission. And well, I got lucky with the right combination of spells. Spell balls? Combination? Yes. I spread the poison fog inside its body, which served to strengthen the explosions caused by the spell, Ignite. I tied down the escaping Gekwi with the spell, Spider Web, and then showered it with hydrochloric acid. Oh, my. Shin Sang-ah's mouth opened wide, and she quickly brought up her hand to cover it. Isn't that a bit too cruel? Seol and Hyun Sangmin could only stare at her totally dumbfounded, even Lee Sungjin too, as he sat there with his back against the wall. Dawn was mercifully uneventful. Inside the safe zone where only 8 people now remained, 2 men were busy chatting to each other in a relaxed manner. After that chaos had died down, Shin Sang-ah regained her bearings and quickly treated Yun Seora's injuries. Thankfully, her life was spared, but Shin Sang-ah had no confidence about the arm, saying there was nothing she could do anymore. Besides, the treatment itself had been delayed, which didn't help. The 4 of them discussed, and they decided to stay put until midday. They were thinking of waiting for Yun Seora to regain her consciousness, but also, the main issue was with them all being just too damn fatigued to carry on any further. While looking on at the trio of Lee Sungjin, Yun Seora, and Shin Sang-ah softly snoring away, Seol quietly asked a question. I don't see that middle-aged man. Who? You know, that guy with glasses. Oh, the guy who gave up on his family. Cough. Why? You want to go out and look for him, too? Seol didn't reply, and simply chugged down a bottle of energy drink. A short period of awkward silence flowed between them before Hyun Sangmin tapped a cigarette loose from the packet. Hey, man. Can I ask you about something? Back then, when you were staring down at Kong Suk. You were going to use those spell balls, weren't you? For the first time in a long while, a thin smile formed on Seol's formerly composed, serene face. You were planning to use one, but didn't, right? When Hyun Sangmin asked again to make sure, Seol simply nodded his head. Why did you do that? Well, the result was good, so there's that, but still. You said it before. Human beings would only reveal their true colors when pushed to a corner. I just wanted to confirm with my own eyes. This time, Hyun Sangmin became speechless. Another bout of silence descended upon them. But, a short while later. Fuck, so did we pass or what? The two men laughed at the same time. The morning sun rose up but classroom 3-1 remained still and quiet. The very first thing Seol did after waking up was to confirm that his 9 eyes was still there. His vision became dyed in green before returning back to normal. Seol felt relieved after his ability activated without an issue. Then, he came to realize that there were 3 people missing from the classroom. The bespectacled middle-aged man hadn't been seen since last night, but now, both Yun Seora and Lee Sungjin were gone as well. Where are they? The time was 9:47 a.m. There was still over 2 hours left until midday, so the hour of the deceased should still be active right now. I'm sure they are fine. Seol picked up his bag in the steel bar. Maybe because he and Hyun Sangmin ate a lot of food during the early morning hours, his innards were screaming out in bitter protest. Thankfully, toilets were located right near the stairwells of each floor, meaning the distance was rather mercifully short. After Seol took care of nature's call and exited from the bathroom, he spotted Lee Sungjin walking down the stairs, looking visibly downtrodden. After spotting Seol himself, the boy hurriedly bowed his head. Good morning, Hyung. Yes, good morning to you, too. Did you sleep well? Lee Sungjin's smile seemed a bit awkward and weak as if he found Seol's politeness strange. It's alright if you drop the honorifics, you know. That okay with you? Seol stopped using honorifics right away. He also noticed the boy's anxious demeanor as well. It was as if Lee Sungjin wanted to hurry up and get going. Still in the middle of the treasure hunt? Yes. How many did you find so far? If I count the ones I found after waking up this morning, then it's enough to pay for my passage. Considering the fact that Seol and Yun Seora had monopolized the majority of the coins, this amount was nothing to scoff at. Seol could imagine just how hard the boy must have worked to find that many. Seol carefully appraised the round, innocent-eyed teenager's face for a bit. Because of his slightly below average height and the baby fat still visible here and there, if he claimed to be a middle school freshman, anybody would be inclined to believe the boy. In hindsight, him hitting Kang Suk with a chair was a rather wonderfully mystifying act. Thanks for your help last night. I made it because of you. That's not true. That Hyung did most of the work, anyway. Although the boy said so, both Lee Sungjin and Shin Sang-ah combined their strength to knock Kang Suk out. The boy might not have come up with the plan, but his role in it was still considerable. In any case, I didn't expect you to lend help. Of course I'd help. I too had to suffer because of him on the second floor. You did it out of revenge, then? No, rather than revenge. I mean, he was deliberately indulging in only evil things. He had a really twisted, evil mind, you know. Seol chuckled slightly after hearing the teen's declaration. Indeed, Kang Suk was an evil man. As if he had more things to say, Lee Sungjin hesitated and mumbled softly. Besides, I got a feeling that you would have resolved the matters by yourself, anyways. Why do you think that? I mean, you did kill that Gekwi monster so easily. And, also. He hesitated again, before continuing on. I kinda thought that Nuna was telling me to find you. Miss Seola said that? Yes. No, I mean, it's just my gut feeling. I'll ask her after I revive her. Just the mere thought of his older sister must have made him happier because there was a radiant smile forming on Lee Sungjin's face. It was pleasing to see that the boy hadn't lost hope, so a warm smile also spread on Seol's face as well. Yeah, I'm also getting curious, too. Seol walked up the staircase. The boy's eyes dazedly chased after him going up. When Seol beckoned him to follow, Lee Sungjin hurriedly moved his legs. I think there aren't any more coins left on the 5th floor. And you don't have to. Nope. There are no coins left on the 4th floor for sure. But there should be 4 more left on the 5th. Seol knew this because he had checked the diary of the unknown student already. Besides all that, how did you and your sister receive your invitations? Seol quickly changed the topic. Although Lee Sungjin tilted his head while looking unconvinced, he still honestly retold his tale in full detail. From the beginning when his mother was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and how the family had to go through a tough struggle for a while, how he had heard of a certain medicine that could cure the said disease existing in the paradise from the mouth of a person the family knew, finally, to how he and his sister got to receive their invitations. When Seol asked about the matter of his schooling, Lee Sungjin mumbled some things and hurriedly glossed over it. Seol found the remaining coins while listening to the story, and the two of them headed off to the library next. The coins remaining in his possession was 885, from the original amount of 1065, he gave 30 to Shin Sang-ah, and he spent further 150 on trying to get the right medical supplies for Yun Seora. Now that there was no need to spend coins to open the 6th floor, even after deducting his passage fee, he could still freely spend 785 coins. I'll try my best, but I can't give you any guarantees, okay? Lee Sungjin looked like he still hadn't understood what was going on. I have nearly 800 coins on me. The revival should be listed under special, so I should be able to spin the machine twice. Seol said as such while pushing open the library's door. Lee Sungjin's eyes grew very large. Hyung. Belatedly regaining his senses, he quickly chased after Seol, but both of their steps came to an abrupt halt right afterwards. There was someone here already. On the floor around the item draw machine, 20-odd coins were strewn about, and near them, the owner of the coins was squatting on the ground, her hood pulled up to hide her face. Her right arm hung limp. Lee Sungjin gazed on at this sight with pitying eyes, before he proceeded to pick up all the coins on the floor. Seol approached Yun Seora and asked her in a soft voice. Are you feeling okay? Her head buried between her knees trembled slightly. Seol thought she might be raising her head, but it turned out that she was just shaking it, instead. Your right arm. You can't move it? At all? She silently nodded her head. Here. Lee Sungjin sheepishly entered into the conversation and cautiously reached out with his hands cupped together. Coins filled his hands. Finally, Yun Seora raised her head. She blinked her reddened eyes several times. Tear marks were still visible on her cheeks. Her slowly rising left hand trembled visibly to the naked eye. She received the coins with much difficulty and dropped her head again. Seol gently grasped the shoulder of the panicking and flustered boy. He then shook his head quietly, which led the boy to slowly nod his head in understanding. Seol then moved on, choosing to insert his coins into the machine in silence, instead. When he inserted the 300th coin, he could clearly hear Lee Sungjin gulping down a huge dollop of saliva. Seol looked down in time to see a familiar-looking item box fall down with a clung. A quill pen of flowing consciousness, X1. A quill pen? What? Whatever it was, it definitely wasn't what he wanted. Which meant that he only had one chance left. Getting a bit more tense now, Seol began inserting more coins to the machine. The second special he got was a box he hadn't seen before. His heart beat from anticipation as he opened the lid, only to find 10 spell balls neatly arranged inside. Just to make sure, he picked each one up and carefully checked them out. Unfortunately, these balls seemingly weren't designed for things like reviving someone from the beginning. He found none that could help. I'm really sorry. It's fine. I know that you did this only out of your generosity. Although he said that, Lee Sungjin was noticeably despairing. The higher one's expectations were, the greater the disappointment one would suffer. The teen was trying his best not to show it, but tears were forming on his eyes. But there was nothing either of them could do. The world didn't operate to their wishes and whims, after all. And all of the coins had been recovered by now, too. Seol was wondering how should he go about consoling the boy, but ended up flinching when a finger poked him on the ribs. It was you, Miss Yun Seora. She suddenly offered her hand. Here. She didn't speak for long, but it was clearly audible. And on her small left hand, a miniature bottle wrapped up in paper could be found. Seol dazedly stared at both of them. This is the potion of revival. It was the first time Seol heard her speak a proper sentence. There was a certain coldness to her voice, but it was also rather pleasing to listen to as well, just like a cool wind brushing past one's ears. Are you giving this to us? Yes. This was unexpected. Why was this disinterest personified doing an act of kindness out of the blue? As if she had read Seol's facial expression, Yun Seora tried to clear up her position. I heard from the boy not too long ago. Yesterday. When Yun Seora shifted her gaze to Lee Sungjin's direction, the boy got flustered and raised his voice. I ran into her earlier during the treasure hunt. She asked me what was going on, so, While he was speaking up, Lee Sungjin's eyes were completely fixated on Yun Seora's offered hand. Is it okay for us to receive this? What about your arm? This item won't work on a living person. You'll understand once you read the paper. Seol cautiously received the bottle. Her skin that came in contact with his was cold and very smooth. Yun Seora spat out a long sigh and brushed past the two males to leave the library as if she was finished with her business here. Thank you so much. Lee Sungjin shouted out loudly. Thank you. Really. Truly. Thank you. Tears were already flowing out from the boy's eyes as he bent his back forward 90 degrees. Thank you. Seol too thanked her. She stopped walking, then. Me, too. She then bowed slightly as well, before quickly leaving the library for good. I guess she's a nice person, after all. Seol tilted his head slightly, before quickly unwrapping the paper around the bottle. If he delayed any longer, Lee Sungjin might die of anticipation right in front of his eyes. Requirements for usage. 1. To be used on the deceased only. 2. A portion of the deceased's body part. 3. The cancellation of the state of insubordination for the deceased, death of the Gekwi. The first and the third requirements are met already, but, a portion of the body part? I know where to find that. Lee Sungjin hurriedly pulled Seol along. The place the boy led them to was a laboratory. However, as soon as the boy enthusiastically jumped inside the lab first, Lee Sungjin screamed out in fright. Seol held the steel bar tightly and entered too, only for a shocked gasp to escape from his mouth. The middle-aged man, missing since last night, was lying on the floor, his body torn in half, from top of his head right down to his groin. He wasn't here last night, though. Lee Sungjin fell even deeper into frightened confusion. However, Seol could roughly guess what happened here. Just by taking one look at that gruesome sight, it told him all he needed to know. Did they hate him that much? To kill their husband, a father, like this. It was in stark contrast to Lee Seola, who allowed her younger brother to run away. Sung, Jean. An ear-grating voice came from the corner of the lab. Seol and Lee Sungjin spotted a figure squatting down there, just like how Yun Seora did back in the library. Checking the appearance of this figure, Seol's brows instinctively furrowed. It was his first time seeing a deceased, and sure enough, it was as grotesque as he had imagined. Nuna. Lee Sungjin quickly recovered from the shock and jumped up and down. You can live again. Really? Live. This young got the potion to revive you. At the same time, Seol could feel his hand getting rapidly warmer. The miniature bottle in his hand began emitting bright light. He didn't know what to do next, so he simply removed the cork to see what might happen. Then, the clear liquid inside the bottle flowed out by itself and slowly danced in the air. The way it wiggled like that, it seemed to be asking Seol who he wanted to revive. Seol pointed at Seola. The liquid then smoothly flew over as if it understood his command. It disappeared as soon as coming in contact with the deceased in the blink of an eye as if it got sucked in. A bright light exploded out from Seola's figure. It was so blinding, Lee Sungjin near her had to squeeze his eyes shut. However, Seol could still see a blurry but amazing sight unfolding amongst the cascading rays of brilliant light. He saw her wounds slowly disappear, and new flesh grew to replace the missing parts. Then, with a sudden flash, the blinding light shower came to an abrupt end. At the spot where the light had died down, a girl was sitting on the floor, her eyes wide open and blinking non-stop. The previously grotesque appearance was nowhere to be found, only to be replaced by the warmth and prettiness she used to have. Finally, Seol had been revived. Nuna. Sungjin ran as if he was flying and embraced his older sister tightly. The two of them must have more tears left to shed. Seol remained confused for a while, but when she saw Sungjin crying his eyes out, she too began sobbing as well. Seol quietly left the laboratory while closing the door behind him. It was a moving reunion, but he didn't belong there. He hesitated slightly, wondering whether he should leave them alone before he leaned against the door and crossed his arms. While listening to the siblings cry their hearts out, he fidgeted around with the steel bar. He was staying, just in case a deceased overheard their cries and sauntered over here. When Seol returned with the siblings, chaos unfolded inside the safe zone. Hyun Sangmin was in the middle of chewing a piece of bread, but his jaw dropped so much that the piece actually fell out. Shin Sang-a's reaction wasn't all that much different from his. Seriously now. The revival thing was all true. After listening to a brief explanation, Hyun Sangmin laughed out loudly. Seol handed over a packet of food from the convenience store to Yun Seora as well as to the siblings, who had been expressing their gratitude non-stop since from a while ago. Seol completely ignored their thanks and began roughly chomping on a convenience store rice ball, as if he was completely fed up. When Hyun Sangmin threw him a questioning look, Seol finally relented and opened his mouth. I heard them thanking me 1,000 times while coming here. Now I understand why some people develop neurosis. Stop exaggerating. No, it's the truth. It started to get annoying around the 300th time they thanked me. I told them it's enough, but they won't listen. Even then, the siblings were expressing their gratitude in a multitude of ways and gestures. Seol ended up facepalming, before pointing towards Yun Seora, who happened to be sitting away from them a light distance away. Miss Seol. Yes, yes. Thank you. I am truly grateful. How should I go about repaying your kindness? You revived me and helped me to meet my little brother again, so I'd like to somehow. Wait. I got you. I hear you, but here's the thing, I didn't find the revival potion, but she did. She gave it to me. Yun Seora stopped quietly biting into her sandwich and threw him a look of protest. Seol resolutely ignored her. Is that true? Yes. If it weren't for Miss Yun Seora drawing the potion, reviving you wouldn't have been possible. Yeah. That's right, Nuna. That lady gave the revival potion to Hyung. Lady Yun Seora. Seol finally left Seol's side. He breathed out a sigh of relief and changed his target to Sungjin this time. He pulled out 100 coins and handed it over to the boy. Your Nuna's passage fee. Sungjin cried out as if he hadn't thought about that until now. Please, just stop. Seol pleaded. You don't need to thank me. In fact, don't even think to say thank you. You even mention the thanks, I'm not going to give you these coins. Got it? If you're grateful, then you quickly scoot over to Miss Yun Seora and tell her that. Just like your sister. Sungjin carefully received the coins with both of his hands. And, like a good boy, he did as he was told and after joining his sister, combined together with her to land as many attacks of gratitude on poor Yun Seora as possible. Only after somehow taking care of the crisis did Seol get to enjoy his meal in peace. Shin Sang-a and Hyun Sangmin simply giggled while watching this unfold. I might die of laughter here, you know. Just look at Miss Yun Seora's expressions. Yeah, that's quite something else, really. By the way, hey man. How many coins do you have on you now? Besides the passage fee, that is. Seol replied 85 foot. Hyun Sangmin used his eyes to send him a signal, telling him to look to his side. A trio of 2 men and a woman couldn't participate in the relaxed mealtime, and they could only look on in daze from the corner of the classroom. Seeing them, Seol quietly asked Hyun Sangmin. Aren't they going to have a meal, too? Please. Why should I waste my precious food on those guys? Well, if they were my comrades in arms, sure, I might have spared some. Even Shin Sang-a nodded her head in agreement. And, also. Not too long ago, they asked me if I could spare them any coins. That's right, their passage fees. They are short by how many? All 3 of them combined, around 20, maybe 30. Hyun Sangmin whispered the information, before snorting out in dissatisfaction. What a bunch of shameless fools. Hey man, you aren't thinking of helping them out, right? Don't help them. Like, never. For some reason, even Shin Sang-a piped in with a small voice. After the incident on the 2nd floor, her relationship with the trio had been soured somewhat. If they were like Lee Sungjin, who at least tried to open the metal barrier, then who knows. However, as it was now, Shin Sang-a couldn't forget the looks of, "It'll be fine as long as you're not one of us," they gave her as soon as Kang Suk made his offer back then. Even putting aside the fact that they actually didn't do anything at all, she lost what little favorable impression she had, from their selfish desires to survive at someone else's expense. Seol didn't reply. Instead, he pulled out the remaining coins and handed them over to Hyun Sangmin. You use them. There's still some time left before midday. You want me to spend them? On the draw machine? If you're scared of the deceased, then don't. However, I haven't spotted a lot of them so far. Hyun Sangmin's expressions became rather strange just then. What the? I can really spend these? I'm telling you, yeah. You can. Seol didn't have anything else to draw from the machine, anyways. Also, since he had peeked into Hyun Sangmin's status window, Seol figured it would be smarter to look after him every now and then. Not to mention, if it weren't for Hyun Sangmin, Seol might not have been able to kill the Gekwi, so this was sort of a reward as well. Seriously? You aren't gonna say anything about how I spend these, right? Use them or throw them away, do whatever you feel like. Since Seol said as much, there was no reason for Hyun Sangmin to refuse. With the coins in hand, the expression on his face resembled a naughty kid about to pull a prank. He then sneaked a glance to his side and left the classroom, his steps full of swagger. Let me go with you. Shin Sang-a stopped her meal and chased after him. The trio glared at Seol with resentful eyes and then, also left the classroom, clearing running after Hyun Sangmin and Shin Sang-a. Now that those 3 had seen the coins exchanging hands, they no doubt would beg for some of them. Seol sniggered and began enjoying his meal in peace for a bit while spectating on Yun Seora and her troubles. However, he nearly toppled over from his seat when the Yi siblings abruptly returned to his side instead. Yun Seora was ignoring them outright in the beginning, but in the end, even she couldn't endure and chased them away, while almost blowing up in anger. However, didn't the old saying go something like, even if the heavens fell, there would always be a spot for one to stand up? A message from the guide has arrived. Before long, the midday had arrived. The message told them to gather on the 6th floor. When Seol got to the 6th floor, he ended up feeling rather disappointed. He was wondering what kind of layout he'd get to see, but as it turned out, the 6th floor was just a normal rooftop. There was a round portal glowing in faint red light set up in the middle of the roof. The guide, Han, and the blonde maid were standing next to the portal and waiting for the arrival of the survivors. Yeah. Yes, you've all finally arrived. I must congratulate you on successfully passing all of your missions. Han gave them a formal greeting. He also looked like a happy man today as well. So much so, he felt like a somewhat different person from the Han of the assembly hall. Very good, very good. Now that everyone has gathered here, allow me to officially announce the completion of Area 1's tutorial. The blonde maid silently clapped her hands. Of course, no one else followed her example. As the awkward atmosphere descended on the rooftop, Seol was realizing there was a slight inconsistency to the guide's declaration. Is this everyone? Because there were only 6 people on the rooftop. The trio of 2 men and a woman were nowhere to be seen. From the beginning when 38 lives started this journey. While Han started gushing on and on about something, Seol approached Hyun Sangmin, who was whistling out in a carefree manner, and asked softly. What happened? You mean, with the coins? Those 3 people. Did you kill them? What? No, I gave 55 coins to Shin Sang-ah. I told her to draw whatever. And whatever she got, we split down the middle. And the rest? I'm sure you all wish to enter the portal right away, but regrettably, you will have to wait a little longer. We need to complete the setting of your dispositions, and also. Most importantly, we need to distribute the completion bonuses as well. Han was still in the middle of his speech. Hyun Sangmin stared at the guide, who seemed to have finally gotten around to the main topic, while whispering in a low voice. So, what do you think I did? If you promise me not to get mad, then I'll tell you. I promise. I threw them away. All 30 coins. Seol doubted his own hearing, then. You threw them away. That's what I said. I chucked them down the toilet bowl and flushed them away. Hyun Sangmin lowered his sunglasses. Even his eyes were smiling now, too. Not only that, I did it while they were looking on. Damn. What a shame. I wish I could have stayed and watched them throw a tantrum. Hyun Sangmin continued to giggle away. Will you please keep it down over there? The guide issued a stern warning as soon as things became a bit noisy. Hyun Sangmin didn't say anything else and suppressed his laughter. First of all, let us commence with evaluating your level of cognition. As soon as those words were spoken out, a message popped up in front of everyone's vision. 5. Level of cognition. Actions, emotions, disposition. This is how it should look to you. From the left, actions, emotions, and disposition. Well then, let's start by assessing your actions. Suddenly, the leftmost column began spinning up and down, just like how it was with a slot machine. Countless words flashed by. The first section reflects how you appear to others through your actions and speeches. As Han's explanation continued, the speed of the dizzying spin gradually slowed down. Righteous, fussy, temperamental, disgusting, all sorts of descriptors flashed by. Seol's column went back and forth between moderate, neutral, and hypocritical, before finally stopping on the word moderate. What? Shin Sang-ah responded to her evaluation as if it was the most absurd thing in the whole world. This can't be right. Is this really correct? I assure you, things will only get tougher for you if you are getting shocked already. Han chuckled to himself and clapped his hands. Then, the middle column began spinning this time. The middle column, emotions, reflects your thought process or what you feel from facing certain events or phenomena. Out of the 3, you could say it has the most variability. For Seol, the middle column came to a stop with the word curiosity. Seol nodded his head in agreement. He then saw Hyun Sangmin giggling to himself and couldn't help but get curious. What did he get as his assessment result? And finally, the last column, disposition. This one has been raising a lot of controversy for a long time now. Seol didn't even have the time to check using general observation before the third and the final column began spinning. The disposition column indicates your inclination according to your overall personality. There have been numerous cases where this part simply repeats what's been shown on temperament of your status. Seol's heartbeat sped up. He was judged to be weak-willed and short-tempered before. Since he couldn't really dispute those, he had no choice but to unhappily accept them until now. However, there have been quite a few cases where the disposition and temperament didn't match. Han's voice became rather serious there. How could such a thing be possible? After many debates and research later, we focused on the fact that temperament was listed under traits, while disposition was listed under the level of cognition. And so, we arrived at a temporary conclusion. Words such as altruistic, selfish, rational, lethargic, evil, detestable flashed by in front of Seol's eyes, until the spinning speed gradually slowed down. If your temperament is a personality trait formed by interacting with the world at large, then Seol's column heavily seesawed in between the words moderate, hot-headed, and narrow-minded. Then, your disposition should indicate your true nature, in other words, the foundation that forms the core of who you are. That's what we decided on. However, the column suddenly spun again wildly and landed on chaos instead. If you find that your disposition and temperament don't really match, or you find it disagreeable and that you're unhappy with the assessment, allow me to offer you this advice. Han's voice became as light as air once more. If you wish to change your disposition, then you do well to try changing your temperament first. You see, I personally hold the view that a good temperament would naturally lead your disposition towards the nicer path. If you wish to change, those words rang inside Seol's heart. On the flip side, your disposition looks good, but your temperament happens to be not. I can confidently say this, your disposition too will slowly deteriorate and end up corrupted, eventually matching your temperament. The implication was simple, he was saying that one should try to change one's temperament before it negatively influenced one's disposition. And so, the evaluation came to an end. Seol carefully surmised his own evaluation results. Moderate, actions and thoughts are sensible, /curiosity/chaotic, many things are jumbled up and is impossible to unravel. Your status window is being updated. Chaotic. Although his head was tilting to a side ever so slightly, he could more or less understand why he ended up with that assessment. No matter what, the contradiction coming from the disposition he used to have up until his early 20s, the disposition he revealed after falling into a gambling addiction and losing his ability, and finally, the disposition he suddenly gained after experiencing that dream, was as chaotic as one could imagine. Of course, that's not an easy thing to accomplish. The disposition has the lowest chance of changing, after all. Meaning, a person doesn't easily change. Han winked a little here. It happened, then. Accompanied by loud thuds indicating that someone was coming up, the sixth-floor door was violently flung open. A clearly incensed woman and a young man hesitantly following behind her entered the rooftop. They were the trio from before. No, one of them was missing now. The girl who pleaded with Seol to save her older brother was not among them. We've brought along the passage fee. With an icy voice, the woman threw down the object in her hand. It was a wooden handle of a mop, one that could be found commonly in any janitor's closet. However, from where a mop head should have been, only blood managed to drip down to the floor. Seol felt like he could hear the sorrowful wail of a woman coming from down below. However, the young man hurriedly closed the door behind him. A strange but conspicuous light flashed by Han's monocle. What's the matter? Are we not allowed up here? No. I shall acknowledge it. Han simply smiled even when the woman spat out coldly. In the end, the two belated arrivals also had to go through the assessment of their own level of cognition. As soon as that was completed, Han ordered everyone to line up in a row in front of the warp gate. The first one on the line was the last woman to arrive. She was glaring at Hyun Sangmin with venomous eyes. Even deep grudge could be spied on them as well. I'm so scared. Of course, Hyun Sangmin didn't even bat an eyelid. The woman then cast the coins off in a disgusted manner. However, Han showed off an incredible display of dexterity and caught every single one of them. And while maintaining a nonchalant smile, he pulled out a piece of document to read. Let's see. It was simple to calculate the points for Miss Oh Min Young. You will receive 35 survival points. Survival points. You haven't done anything during the first mission, so out of the possible 100, you get 0. No need to mention the second mission either, 0 out of the possible 150. In the third mission, you couldn't even find enough coins for your passage, so also 0. However, just now, you have been judged to have struggled bitterly for your own survival, so 35 points were added to your tally. That is all. Where are we supposed to use these points, then? You'll find out once you get there. The woman, Oh Min-young, glared at Han for a long, long time. She then wordlessly stepped through the warp gate and disappeared from the view. The next person was the young man who had followed Oh Min-young up to the roof. You have 0 point. Han's evaluation was short. You've done nothing. Literally, nothing. I can't even see one category where you might have earned a point or two. The young man was clearly embarrassed as he stepped through the gate. And so, the entry procedure carried on. Yun Seora received 317 points. Shin Sang-a, 116. Hyun Sang-min, 302. Lee Sung-jin, 114. As for Lee Seola, she could only receive 46 for the things she had done in the assembly hall. As people stepped through the gate and disappeared one by one, Seol's turn eventually arrived. Han began groaning out as soon as seeing Seol's face. Really now? I thought I was going to die while trying to calculate your points. Although it wasn't as difficult during the first mission, the second and third missions were really problematic for me. Especially so, during the second mission, when things became completely nonsensical. Not only were you not satisfied with breaking the all-time clear record, you then proceeded to destroy all of the traps as well as the mechanisms found there. Such an event is unprecedented. The tone of his voice was quite combative, but Han was beaming rather brilliantly. In any case, here is your points tally. During the first mission, 200 bonus points added after successfully chasing away the Gekwi from the assembly hall. Also, you made a correct move by going upstairs as soon as emptying out the convenience store. Since you were in possession of the diary, all you needed to do was to procure some food. So, 100 bonus points. Another 50 bonus points for rescuing Miss Shin Sang-a. That amounted to 350 points. Hearing this, Seol tilted his head. I thought 100 points was the maximum for the first mission. That's only for the base points. If you perform certain actions that weren't included within the mission goals, you're eligible to receive bonus points if those actions fall under certain categories. These bonus points can be as much as double the amount of base points. Seol nodded his head in acceptance. Is that why both Yun Seora and Hyun Sang-min have high scores? Just by receiving the points from the first mission, he had become the top scorer. For the second mission, the basic score is 150, 300 bonus points for the fastest clear in history. Another extra 300 points for destroying every trap and mechanism found. Total of 750 points. For the third mission, the base points on offer are 150, 300 bonus points for finding as many coins as you have during the treasure hunt. 300 extra points for killing the Gekwi alone. 150 extra points for reviving Miss E. Seola. 100 extra points for the act of giving out some of your coins to others, seen as an act of mercy. Total of 1050 points. When calculated together, 2,150 points. Han spoke non-stop up to here, but he wasn't finished yet. And finally, possessing the mark of survival, which adds a 10 times multiplier. So, your total survival points tally is 21,500. Han folded the paper away and stared at Seol with an envious expression. You must be very happy. Your points tally is the highest in history. You might even be able to use the VIP store as well. The VIP store? There is such a thing. You'll see once you get there. Oh, I almost forgot. Han suddenly displayed an extremely friendly attitude and leaned in closer to whisper something to Seol's ear. Seol began frowning somewhat after hearing the guide out. I do have it in my possession. But, why? I was only reminding you since you seem to have forgotten all about it. After all, you were lucky enough to draw them in the first place. Fufufu. Seol was about to ask something, but then, the blonde maid began pushing him from behind. Hey! Wait a minute. My role ends here. The last thing Seol got to see as he was being pushed into the warp gate was. I wish you best of luck in the neutral zone. Han politely bowing his head, his hand placed on his chest. As soon as Seol entered the warp gate, he arrived inside a small room. 7 people who entered before him were waiting there. The blonde maid was still pushing Seol forward while panting quite heavily. Once they were in, she let out a big sigh of relief and walked past everyone. She opened the exit door and pointed towards the passage beyond it, before walking first in light, airy steps. The passageway was made up of marble. It was long and dark like a tunnel. The group simply followed the maid while remaining completely clueless as to where they were headed off to. But, when they spotted light from a distance, a certain sense of excitement began filling them up. The maid arrived at the exit of the passage first and her steps came to a halt. She then softly opened her mouth. Korea, Area 1, cleared. An unexpectedly clean and beautiful voice came out of her mouth. She could actually speak. As Seol stood there stewing in mental shock, several other clean and nice voices rang out from somewhere and entered his ears. Europe, Area 2, cleared. Germany, Area 3, cleared. North America, Area 4, cleared. Asia, Area 5, cleared. Africa, Area 6, failed. China, Area 7, cleared. South America, Area 8, failed. Oceania, Area 9, failed. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Hyun Sang-min muttered almost inaudibly. What is? 6 of those areas are the 6 continents, right? So how come Korea, Germany, and China get a separate area designation? Hey man, what do you think? Seol shook his head. She's moving again. Are we supposed to enter first? Hyun Sang-min's guess proved to be correct. Beyond the exit of the passage was a large and empty area, shaped like a high-end theater. While walking on the red carpet, Seol took a look around him. Towards the darkened front, he could sort of see a stage. Although the lights were off, there were some strange things on the walls that glistened and managed to illuminate the darkness a little bit. The ceiling was so high, he couldn't even see it properly. The maid leading in front took the group towards a row of chairs located just before the stage. The number of chairs was exactly 8. After confirming that everyone had taken a seat, the blonde maid climbed up to the stage and disappeared behind the curtains. That was the signal. Seol could hear many more footsteps coming from behind him. I guess they are from the area too. Was it Europe? Hyun Sang-min spoke as he turned his head around to look. Over 30 people were following a maid to their seats. The place this maid led them to was a location a bit behind Seol's group. There was a total of 32 chairs. The unfamiliar maid also disappeared behind the curtains as soon as she was done leading them to their seats. So, that many people survived the European tutorial. As Seol wordlessly checked them out, one of them also began looking at Seol. It was a woman sitting in the middle of the front row. No, perhaps it would be more correct to call her a girl, instead. She possessed curly light brown hair and a pair of eyes bright enough to softly shimmer within this darkness. The rest of her face revealed with the aid of a white hairband holding her hair back was very memorable as well. Seol ended up inadvertently focusing on her neck that reminded him of a beautiful orchid flower until he saw her waving her hand slightly in greeting. So, he inadvertently ended up greeting back with a slight nod as well. Meanwhile, people continued to stream inside. Soon enough, Seol got to learn that the number of survivors differed greatly from area to area. Perhaps Hyun Sang-min thought of the same thing as he was constantly muttering to himself. We have 8 people. Europe, 32. Germany, 10. North America, 11. Asia, 17. The queue of people steadily entering this large area briefly broke up. A short while afterwards, 5 men, all wearing the same type of black suits, appeared from the passage. And there were 3 people following behind them as well, all women, and for some reason, their heads lowered. A group of 5 decked out in identical suits. Oh, there are 3 more. So, a total of 8 people from China, I guess. That was the end of the queue and no one else entered afterwards, no matter how long they waited. Does that mean there are no survivors from South America and Oceania? Don't forget Africa, too. When transitioning from Area 5 to Area 7, there was a short gap there. Hyun Sang-min added his opinion while agreeing to Seol's guesses. So, that means. The surroundings became quiet. Sitting inside this lengthy silence, Seol inexplicably began recalling Han's words from earlier on. You possess the notes from the guide with you, yes? How about reading them and see what's written on them? I suggest that you read them while you're alone, if possible. Seol got that note while drawing medical supplies. There were 3 of them, even. But, why did the guide go out of his way to mention them? They weren't even the so-called specials, either. Unable to calm his curiosity, Seol pulled his bag closer to open it. However, just as he was about to reach in, the curtains hiding the stage were silently pulled to the side. Suddenly, blinding lights bathed the stage. Not just Seol, but every survivor from the 6 continents dazedly stared at the brightly lit stage. Seol saw the blonde maid who guided him in Area 1. But she wasn't the only maid. A total of 9 maids all wearing the same outfit stood there, their hands neatly folded and resting in front of their stomachs. A lone woman sat in the middle of them all. This woman wasn't wearing a French-made outfit like the rest, which naturally drew everyone's attention towards her. It was unknown whether the lighting was to blame, but her silky hair reaching the arms of her chair had a bit of a sanguine hue. A thick coat hung loosely from her shoulders, her eyes were closed and her arms crossed in front of her chest as if she was in a state of deep contemplation. A short while later, all 9 maids began clapping their hands in unison. Congratulations and celebrations. When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. They even started singing Cliff Richard's famous song. What are they doing now? Someone from the back asked, sounding somewhat flabbergasted. Other people's reactions weren't all that different either. They were all dumbfounded at this unexpected celebration featuring a singing routine. Eventually, the song came to an end. The eyes of the woman sitting in the middle half opened. She slightly jutted her chin out, and as if she was appraising high-end luxury goods in a store, her eyes slowly swept across those sitting in the audience seats. The inside of the theater remained deathly silent. The reactions of those meeting her gaze were similar to one another, either they got nervous and lowered their heads, or sneakily averted their gazes. The sounds of saliva being swallowed could be heard here and there as well. Her heated gaze that reminded one of a predator surveying its potential prey, caused subtle fear to rise up in the hearts of those meeting it. Her crossed legs slowly unfurled. And when she elegantly stood up from her chair and walked leisurely towards the front, Seol got rather surprised by how tall she was. She was tall enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with a tall man. The woman suddenly halted her steps and directed her gaze towards Seol's general direction. Or, to be more specific, towards where the survivors from Area 2 were seated. There, the girl who shared wordless greetings with Seol was raising her hand up in the air. Are you also a tutorial guide? She can still ask a question even under such an atmosphere, thought Seol. He couldn't help but be impressed, and at the same time, slightly worried. Even he was feeling a certain unexplainable sense of danger from this woman. If he were to put it in words, she reminded him of a wild, untamed beast. The tall woman didn't reply, simply standing there in utter silence and staring back. While her gaze never wavered, she reached inside the thick coat and fished out a cigarette. The light from flame catching on to the end of her smoke illuminated the darkness just enough for the scar extending from her eye down to her cheek to be highlighted in all of its glory. If the girl was sensible enough to pick up on the awkward atmosphere, she would have lowered her hand already. But maybe she was either exceedingly brave or simply daring as she threw another question out instead. Or, what should I call you? Who are you? The tall woman's head tilted slightly towards her back. A maid standing 2 spots to the left of Seol's blonde maid stepped forward. Area 2, Odilette Delphine. Upon hearing that name, the half-closed eyes of the tall woman opened up fully, and she shifted her gaze back to the girl, Odilette Delphine. Her red lips slowly parted and the thin blue smoke eased out. Just call me Cynthia. The girl lowered her hand then. What have they been talking about? That tall lady said that her name is Cynthia. And the person who asked the question must be named Odilette Delphine from Area 2. Shin Sang-ah grumbled softly in a low voice, and Seol proceeded to whisper back. Cynthia? Othello Delphine? What kind of names are those? I think Cynthia is an Italian name. And, it's not Othello, but Odilette. Seol smiled awkwardly and tried to explain. However, the synchronization will now commence. Suddenly, a sharp and grating pain assaulted the brains of everyone sitting in the audience section without warning. Seol was in the midst of concentrating on Seol's explanations and was caught off guard. A heavy frown formed on his face as the pain attacked him relentlessly. Whimpers and moans came from pretty much everywhere as people began grasping their own heads. Thankfully, the assault didn't last for long. The synchronization has been completed. As soon as that announcement was made, the pain washed away as if it was all a lie. Now suddenly freed from the brain-melting pain, the crowd fell into a state of chaotic confusion. I guess the synchronization was delayed somewhat. Oh well, I'm sure you can all understand me now. The tall woman who introduced herself as Cynthia was looking on as if she found this whole affair quite entertaining. She spoke so fluently that even native speakers would have been impressed. At a bare minimum, it sounded like Korean to Seol's ears. Perhaps finding the stunned silence to her liking, the corners of Cynthia's mouth rose up. It sure is much more preferable to filter them out at least once, right? If they started yapping on and on like a bunch of goddamn parrots, I'd have been really pissed off by now. Her steps rang around loudly as she started walking again. As a show of respect for you all not raising a fuss regarding the synchronization, let me inform you of something important before we start. I don't like beating around the bush. Also, you should have a general idea what this place is by now. So, I'll get straight to the point. Cynthia took a couple more steps forward and spoke up in a low but powerful voice. This place is the sanctuary created through the combined powers of the 7 deities, called the Neutral Zone. Seol recalled Han's words after hearing that. The butler did wish for Seol to enjoy the kiss of Lady Luck in the Neutral Zone, didn't he? And in this place, all of you shall be given the chance to prove that you are capable of surviving in the paradise. You've all received your survival points, right? Seol's points tally was 21,500. Han confidently declared that it was the highest in history. Long story short, you must increase your points to over 1,000. That is the only way to leave this neutral zone. Although we've prepared various methods to increase your points tally, we are not going to mind other ways you cook up yourselves. However, you only have 1 month to do so. A small commotion began rising up. After all, most of them present here heard that, as soon as they cleared the tutorial, they would be allowed to enter paradise. So, this was contrary to what they were promised. Of course, there were few here that displayed a relaxed demeanor as well. These were the people who got to hear a more in-depth explanation beforehand, so they knew what was going on already. If you fail to gather the points in a month's time. What is the meaning of this? The loud voice of dissent came from Area 4. A man with an imposing physique and a beard stood up from his seat. However, Cynthia only spared him a cursory glance. Humph. If you don't want to regurgitate that burrito you shoved down your throat before you got here, you'd better sit your ass back down. I really hate being asked a question in the middle of my sentence. The bearded man blinked his eyes in surprise for a few seconds before his expression crumpled in anger. The hell did you say? Watch your mouth, you spaghetti bitch. Cynthia threw her head back in a loud fit of laughter. Certainly a barbaric Mexican, ain't ya? You from the Sinaloa, right? How do you know? It's obvious. Out of those with the authority to recruit, the only one who can mass mobilize the bronze marks is found there. Cynthia's laughter abruptly came to halt and she beckoned with her index finger. The fourth maid from the left stepped forward and handed over a piece of paper to her. Let's see. I'm getting curious here if your results match that mouth of yours. Cynthia took a look at the paper, and a mocking smile formed on her lips. 0 points. What? Is this real? The maid quietly nodded her head. You're not even a red mark. Getting a 0 as a bronze. Cynthia threw away the paper and coldly looked at the burly Mexican. I can't bother to talk to you again. Sit back down, burrito. You. Sit. Otherwise, I'm going to make the ones who invited you regret it. The abrupt change in the tone of her voice was so eerie and terrifying that it roused goosebumps on all who heard it. The Mexican man shrunk back in an instant and collapsed back down to his seats unsteadily. I think you're all misunderstanding something here. Cynthia continued to smoke without saying anything for a while before sweeping her gaze across the audience seats with eyes belonging to a wild beast. The official title of this land is Lost Paradise. Got that? She emphasized the last part of her words. Specifically, the name. Did you all think that because it's called Paradise, that you'd get to ride in roller coasters and have a jolly good time? You all better wake up. If I were to compare this place to Earth, then the land you're about to step into is a battlefield full of gunshots and explosions happening every single day. This is a war zone, where you will be permitted to survive only after your enemies are all dead. She flicked the butt of the cigarette away and crossed her arms again. Just because you managed to somehow escape from a weakling monster, you think you got the right to bark at me? Don't you get the meaning behind the tutorial? Don't get cocky. You better not fool yourselves into thinking that things you'll encounter in Lost Paradise are around the same level as what you experienced in the tutorial. The reality of the situation must have sunk in as the small commotion died down almost immediately. That's right. If you understood, then keep your mouths shut, you useless bunch of woodpeckers. It was at this moment that a giggle escaped out from Seol's lips. He was seriously concentrating on Cynthia's words but couldn't help himself when she blared out the woodpecker bit. He realized he made a mistake right away and tried to cover his mouth, but he had already become the center of attention by then. You're. A strange glimmer flickered in Cynthia's eyes. I see. Indeed, you may find all of this rather adorable. But, you should try to understand too. No matter how careful the selection process was, there will always be some dirt that manages to escape the filtering. Seol was expecting to hear an earful, but upon hearing her voice that seemingly asked for his understanding, he could only feel confusion. Well, this place will be the end of that anyways. Cynthia shifted her gaze back to Area 4's direction and giggled. You are going to go through a lot of hardship, that's for sure. To get to 1,000 points from 0, now that isn't going to be a walk in the park. Hearing this, several people began to flinch noticeably. This is the consequence of your own actions. Who told you to get a free pass through the tutorial? Even Seol's complexion wasn't so good. Her points only amounted to 46. Now that we're here, we might as well get the award ceremony done and dusted too. If there's someone deserving of punishment, then there should be others deserving of rewards. Cynthia let off a lengthy groan and reached into her inner coat pocket. From now, if I call out your name, stand up. Area 5, Tong Chai. A thin man wearing a white turban stood up. You already meet the requirements. If you want, you can enter paradise right away. I choose to remain. Then, take this. Cynthia threw something at Tong Chai. He easily snatched it off the air and asked her, full of curiosity. What's this? What, a member of the assassination squad is asking for info? An unreadable smile formed on Tong Chai's face as he sat back down. If you're really curious, then ask your maid standing behind me later. Area 2, Salvatore Liorda. This time, a man with a buzz cut stood up. Cinzia didn't bother to say anything and simply threw something at his way. The unexpectedly youthful man caught it, bowed slightly, and sat back down on his seat. Area 7, Hao Win. One of the identically kicked Chinese men, a man with good physique and looking somewhere around in the mid-30s, stood up. Seeing how you carry yourself, I can easily guess where you're from. So, will you be staying? That is a foolish question. I will be staying, of course. The man named Hao Win smiled refreshingly. Okay. And then? Area 2, Odilette Delphine. I'm also staying. The girl answered right away. She quickly caught the thrown item that drew a long arc in the air. She checked it and then, promptly raised her hand up high again. Excuse me for a second. I think you gave me the wrong one because it says number 2 on the plate. Nope. I know full well that you earned 7,500 points. Shocked and impressed gasps came from the various parts of the audience. Most of the crowd here stared at the girl with the white hairband with disbelieving eyes. If I deduct the 1,000 survival points you got as your starting bonus, then your original points tally is 6,500. And your silver mark got you a mark of survival with the 5 times multiplier. So, you earned 1,300 points during the tutorial. Am I right? Yes, you are right. How regretful. That amount would have been enough to get you to the top of the rankings. But this time, it's only enough for the second place. The girl's jaw dropped. Quite likely, she hadn't thought of the possibility that someone else could have surpassed her in the points tally. Wait a minute. Didn't I also receive some survival points as the starting bonus? Now that he thought about it, Seol did receive 5,000 points in the assembly hall as starting bonus. It seemed that the points he got back then were not subjected to the multiplier effect of the mark of the survival. In any case, that meant the actual total of Seol's survival points was not 21,500, but 26500, instead. Area 1. I'm staying. Seol quickly got up from his seat. The back of his head was getting really itchy right about now. How many points did that guy receive, then? You shouldn't even ask. Just tallying up the original points alone, it's 2150. It's higher than yours by 850. Doesn't she know any shame? Seol inwardly complained while catching the incoming object. It was a key with a golden numeral 1 engraved on the attached plate. You know, I find it really amazing. Cinzia unexpectedly displayed a certain amount of admiration. It's already impressive that your tiny country earned the right to recruit people independently, but now a second irregular has appeared. Thanks to her declaration, the eyes that fell on Odilette was now firmly fixed on Seol. He really wanted to decline all this attention. Finally, Cinzia gave out a signal, prompting the maids to hurriedly descend from the stage and move to either side of the audience area. What are you all doing? Stand up. Seol was about halfway down to his chair, but he had to stand back up again. The countdown to the month's deadline has begun already. What, you want me to spoon-feed you everything you need before you'll starting moving your asses? Hearing this, Seol quickly picked up his bag. The blonde maid was waiting for him in a different doorway than the one he used to enter the theater. It was as if she was telling him to use this one now. Everyone formed the same sort of surprised expressions once they exited from the theater and took in the sights unfolding before their eyes. The so-called neutral zone reminded one of a supermassive department store with its spectacular interior. The ground floor was shaped in a huge circle, and wherever they looked, they could find lounges and shops as well as other facilities. And none here could even start figuring out just how many floors, interconnected with spiraling staircases, there were above their heads. They couldn't exit from the neutral zone yet, but it wasn't hard to imagine how this place might have looked from the outside, like the legendary Tower of Babel, a tall and round tower. Seol found an empty chair inside one of the ground floor's lounges and settled down to survey the area around him. The most eye-catching object within this lobby was a giant noticeboard set up next to a fountain in the middle of the floor. On this board, there were countless pieces of paper that resembled paper talismans stuck to it. And a healthy crowd of people had gathered in front. Seol decided to go and check out that later, once things had calmed down a little bit. So, he sat here and organized his thoughts. He was initially thinking of leaving the neutral zone right away. Since he already possessed the qualifications, he believed that there was no real need to waste his time here. However, the other 4 people who had amassed over 1,000 points all chose to remain. They didn't even show a hint of hesitation, either. And also, didn't that man Hao-Win say it out loud, too? He said that was a foolish question. Okay, then. What did I dream about this place? He couldn't remember anything about this place at all. There must be a reason why all 4 of them said they'd rather remain here. In times like this, Seol couldn't help but grow resentful of Kim Hana. Seol remained sitting there while rubbing his face, unsure of what to do next. He felt someone approaching him and raised his head. How do you do? The woman greeting him with dignified elegance as soon as their eyes met, was decked out in a rather familiar attire. Seeing her neatly tied hair, as well as the pair of spectacles sitting on her nose, Seol easily recognized her. She was the second maid standing to the left on the stage. She's from Area 2, isn't she? Hi. Is there anything I can help you with? I'm called Agnes. If it's okay with you, I'd like the honor of guiding you around this facility. Now that was a wonderful thing to hear. But it also raised a question in Seol's head. I thought we were supposed to find the necessary info by ourselves. Indeed, that is the case. However, we are tasked with providing basic information. And also, providing more information on our own volition isn't against the rules. Seol figured that this nice treatment had something to do with his gold mark. He nodded his head in acceptance. Being guided around, instead of stumbling around by himself, certainly saved him a lot of time. Thank you for your help. I'll be in your care, then. In that case. Just as Agnes's complexions brightened, she began glancing behind Seol with a stiffened face. He looked behind and found the blonde maid from the tutorial standing there. Not only that, there was a refreshing smile on her face too. Agnes did her best to reciprocate a smile on her own. Maria. Of course, I know that Area 1 isn't my jurisdiction. But the tutorial has ended already. Isn't it fine to yield this little thing to me this time? The blonde maid, Maria, continued to smile radiantly. Meanwhile, she began raising her middle finger. Agnes's expression hardened instantly. What's the meaning of that gesture? Excuse me. Don't fuck around, please. You're still as coarse as ever, I see. Agnes let off a soft but resolute harumph before silently bowing to Seol and leaving without saying anything else. Still with that disgusting habit of trying to wag your tail everywhere, you Sicilian bitch. Seol couldn't help but doubt his own hearing. He had already confirmed that the blonde maid could speak just fine, but to see such hardcore swearing jumping out of that adorable and radiant face of hers was just. Well, then. Allow me to guide you. You are pretty good. With talking, I mean. Ah, that. I am currently practicing the vow of silence, you know. The vow of silence? Yes. I'm trying to fix this bad habit of mine. You see, my words tend to not get filtered by my brain and just jump out of my mouth first. Maria was implying that she talked without thinking. Somehow, Seol could see that. Well, I'll be in your care, then. When Seol stood up from his seat, Maria began tugging at the corners of his clothes. Then, she pointed towards the inside of the lounge area. The facilities there resembled a cafe. Before we get started, would you like to buy me something to drink from there first? Seol turned around to call for Agnes. Maria jumped up and down in alarm. Wait. Okay, fine. Fine. But, what's wrong with buying me something to drink? But, why should I? Scrooge. You have a lot of survival points, don't you? Seol blinked his eyes a couple of times. While she was begging him to buy her something, she mentioned the survival points. Why? Does that mean you have to use survival points to use the facilities in this place? Yes. Within the neutral zone, survival points act as the sole currency. In order to eat, sleep, and buy things to wear, you need survival points for all of those. Seol furrowed his brows. Not just needing to amass lots of points but also needing to spend them, now that would spike the difficulty upwards rather steeply. How do you gather more survival points? Rather than a verbal answer, Maria pointed at the notice board, instead. There was still a healthy crowd of people in front of it. By taking on the missions placed on that notice board and clearing them, you'll be eligible to receive points as rewards. That's the normal way of getting the points. The normal way, huh? The survival points can be loaned out or transferred to others, too. A bitter smile formed on Seol's face. By connecting what Maria said to Cynthia's words of, "We are not going to mind other ways you cook up yourselves," Seol could make a pretty good guess here. Most would go about solving their problems by getting a loan or, more likely, resorting to robbery. Since I told you, you'll buy me something, right? I refuse. But, why? I'll have to conserve my points. It's not like they fall down from the sky or something. But, why so stingy? You know you will get free accommodation and food, so how come? Seol tilted his head, wondering what she was on about now. Maria sneakily looked around her and began whispering to his ear. Even here, you'll see lots of discrimination, you know. The contracted has to pay the full amount when using the facilities found here, but that's not the case for the invited, right? The bronze marks get 10% discount, the silver marks gets 20% discount, and if that's the case, as a gold mark, you get 30% off on every available facility here. On top of that, you were the highest ranked survivor. So, not only are you given an exclusive residence, but you also receive 70% discount when utilizing the services of certain shops and restaurants. When Seol stared at her in disbelief, Maria nodded her head quite animatedly. And as it turned out, she was telling the truth. The cheapest drink available cost 1 survival point. Maria chose a drink that cost 10 points, but as soon as he showed off his gold mark and the plate attached to his key, he didn't even have to pay a single point. You really made a wise decision to stay behind, you know. As they were headed off to his residence located on the upper floors, Maria suddenly told him thus. Her expression was one full of happiness as she sucked in the drink through the straw. You see, it's really difficult to return to the neutral zone once you leave. Since you already have secured your right to leave, you might as well suck out every little benefit you can from here, right? And what benefits are there that can make my stay worthwhile? The VIP store. Maria answered him right away and pulled out a pamphlet from seemingly out of nowhere. This here is the list of some of the things you can buy from the VIP store. Seol's eyes grew wider and wider in surprise as he scanned contents of the list. The biggest difference between the area where the tutorial took place and the neutral zone was the facilities available at the latter. If Seol were to get technical about it, then the neutral zone could only exist in paradise and nowhere else. He could definitely agree to the notion of this sanctuary being very special. After all, the 7 deities combined their might to create this place. Seol sensed that they paid a considerable amount of attention to the safe integration and adaptation of the survivors. Such a thing was easy to figure out when recalling the initial reactions of who all saw this place for the first time. Even he thought he was looking at a high-end department store. The plaza located in the middle of the ground floor or the mock cafes where one could buy something to drink were good examples of that. However, such considerations could only be extended so far. Just with a casual glance, he spotted several items that people from modern Earth wouldn't have the chance to see or use in their everyday lives. But that was to be expected. Paradise wasn't as scientifically advanced as Earth, and its culture was different as well. In other words, certain things to remind one about what to come was essential, all in order to minimize the sense of incongruence one might feel during their initial days spent outside the walls of the neutral zone. The upper floors were solely reserved for those who managed to amass more than 1,000 points during the tutorial. When looking down from the guardrail of the winding corridor, one could easily take in nearly everything happening below. That proved to be quite a view. Seol couldn't hide his anticipation, wondering what it would be like inside the room. Maria led him to a door with "1" engraved on it. Seol opened it and entered the room beyond, only to struggle very hard to keep his jaw shut that threatened to drop to the floor. The floor space of the so-called room was as wide open as an ocean, so much so, he couldn't even figure out how big this place was. And as his eyes took in the many luxurious paintings and sculptures decorating the walls and pockets of space, as well as the gorgeous chandelier hanging high in the ceiling, he couldn't help but mistakenly believe that this room ought to have belonged to a king. For all of his 26 years of life, Seol had never ever stepped foot inside any room or space as luxurious as this one. He had clapped his eyes on something this grand only through the magic of the internet. As a comparison, probably the legendary Ambassador Suite of Brunei's Empire Hotel, supposedly there were only 2 such rooms in the world, would be able to rival the level of opulence seen here. Seol took his time checking out this room that was obviously far too large to be called a mere room, before sitting down on the edge of the equally too large for one-person bed and decided to relax for a bit. His elation lasted for a brief moment, though. Finding himself all alone in such an expansive room, he ended up getting bored quite quickly. What was the point of such a wide-open space and all this luxury? There was no TV here. No fridge. No computer, too. The only object that operated on electricity he had on his person was the smartphone he got at the beginning of the tutorial, used to receive the missions and the like. He had basically nothing to do here. So, he ended up checking out the pamphlet Maria left behind once more. And as he browsed through it, his eyes remained wide in surprise, but the expression on his face was getting more and more complicated in the meantime. Greetings to you. The neutral zone operates a very special store for those of you with plenty of survival points burning a hole in your pocket. The VIP store possesses 3 distinct characteristics that separate it from other stores within the zone. Firstly, this is a very unique store created through the combined guidance of the 7 deities. Secondly, the products from this store won't be restocked ever again once it's been purchased. And finally, the number of people who have used the services of this store can be counted on one hand. Although the pricing on each item might be unimaginably high, we can confidently guarantee their effects. The following are the list of items purchasable from the VIP store. We eagerly look forward to your patronage, so see you soon. VIP item list. 1. Ambrosia, 30,000 SP each, x2. 2. Numa's Sky Boots, 50,000 SP per pair, x1. 3. Moirai's Souvenir, 600,000 SP, x1. 4. Miles Branding Iron, 100,000 SP, x1. 5. Divine Elixirs, 30,000 SP each, Strength x1, Endurance x1, Agility x2, Stamina x2, Magic x1, Luck x3. 6. The Divine Stigmata, 300,000 SP, x1. 7. The Seat of the World Tree, 400,000 SP, x1. 8. Sidisa's Divine Strength, 80,000 SP, x1. 9. Aphrodite's Sedge, 150,000 SP each, x5. 10. Psyche's Tears, 250,000 SP, x1. There were only 10 items on the list, but every single one of them possessed outstanding effects. The obvious problem was, of course, the prices were incredibly, absurdly, nonsensically, sky-high. Crazy. He felt like swearing out here. Just looking at that Morai's souvenir told him seemingly everything he needed to know. Were they actually being serious here? Wasn't this like making fun of him or something, by showing off an item so profound and desirable, only to declare loudly, "Oh, look how expensive it is." Kakik. Just who in their right minds can afford things this expensive? He kept thinking like this, yet he couldn't just forget about it. Especially so, he couldn't let go of his interest in the first and the fifth items on the list. The ambrosia was supposedly a drop of morning dew that forcibly evolved one of the awakened abilities to the next level. As for the divine elixirs, they were miraculous medicines that increased the physical stats by one level higher. Their pricing seemed reasonable too, comparatively speaking. Currently, out of the possible 5 directions, Seol's 9 eyes had opened up the central and the left directions. If he could drink 2 ambrosias, then he'd get to open 2 more directions out of the remaining 3. Which meant Seol would be that much closer to unraveling the mystery that he had to live with for the last 26 years. I shouldn't be wasting time like this. The time period of 1 month was not long at all. No, he thought it was far, far too short. He felt the sense of urgency take over his thought process. After picking up the bag, Seol left the room. Back on the ground floor. There was still a crowd in the plaza there, but it was much smaller than when Seol first came out of the theater. Seol took a look around to see if he could find anyone he was familiar with, only to realize that other people were, for some reason, inching away from him. Thanks to that, he was able to approach the notice board in peace. As Maria had mentioned earlier, the board was chock-full with numerous parchments. After deciding on the mission to undertake, one just had to take its parchment and rip it in half. That would teleport the person to space where the given mission took place. There was this one rule that had to be adhered to, though. There were many missions available here that allowed the survivors to band together in order to complete. However, one couldn't form a party where more than half of the minimum required number of participants were from the same area as him or herself. In other words, one was forced to cooperate with survivors from other areas. Seol wasn't thinking of forming a party now, anyways. Thinking like this, he quickly took a sweeping look at the board. Survive on a mountainside, remaining number of attempts, 14/15. Avoid the fangs of a starving beast and survive for the next 2 hours within the mountainside. Difficulty, very easy. When successful, plus 10 survival points. When unsuccessful, NA. Asterisk cooperation not allowed. Nope. Pass. It was an easy mission, but the reward on offer was too low. What Seol wanted was a mission that could be done in the shortest amount of time while also having the highest possible rewards. And if it was safe to boot, then there would be nothing more he'd ask for. What with his numerous prerequisites, his search didn't go easily, but there were literally hundreds of missions available here, so it was only a matter of time. Soon enough, he spotted a certain mission parchment. Find your path inside a maze. Remaining number of attempts, 90 to 90. Escape from an underground maze in 6 hours. If you end up in the wrong path. Difficulty, normal. When successful, plus 100 survival points. When unsuccessful, starting from the beginning again or death. Asterisk cooperation allowed, up to 2 people. Just by looking at the reward, he wasn't too keen on it. However, he could repeat it as much as he wanted to, and more importantly, he liked the fact that he could potentially rely on his innate ability. The mission explanation implied that he could die if he entered the wrong path. However, wouldn't it be fine if he only stuck to the paths that shone in green? It was certainly worth a shot. Seol made up his mind and took one parchment out from the thick bundle. He checked the time with his smartphone, it was 11:31 a.m. After confirming the time, he ripped the paper in half. A bright light exploded and he felt a strong suction force sucking in from his midriff. Seol closed his eyes and opened again a bit later. He realized that he was now standing inside a cavern. The novelty of his new surroundings wore off really quickly, though. He tightly grasped the steel bar and cautiously surveyed the immediate area around him. However, even after 1-2 minutes of solid waiting, not a single thing showed up. He breathed a sigh of relief and shifted his gaze to his front. There were 5 big holes in the wall, shaped like entrances. As soon as he activated his 9 eyes, things unfolded as he suspected it might. The hole to his far left glowed in green, the middle 3 glowed in yellow, while the rightmost one was in the hues of orange. Seol stepped forward in this slightly bending cavern and entered the left entrance. You have completed the normal, rated mission. 100 survival points has been awarded. Current SP, 26,600 SP. With the announcement ringing in his ears, Seol's vision was filled with the sight of the ground floor plaza. As soon as he made out of the maze, he was transferred back to the neutral zone. The clock on his phone displayed 12:56 p.m., he only needed 1 hour and 25 minutes to complete a 6-hour mission. He only walked in the direction dictated by his innate ability, so he didn't encounter anything that could have been called dangerous. Clearing the mission took a bit longer than he'd liked because it was his first time attempting it. However, he figured that as soon as he became familiar with it, he might be able to finish the maze in less than 1 hour. Seol nodded his head, now convinced. He then returned to the notice board in a hurry to rip up the mission parchment for the maze once more. And so, he proceeded to vanish and return to the plaza several more times. After he completed the mission that nominally needed 6 hours to complete 6 more times, a couple of unexpected problems rose up. The first problem was that the number of attempts remaining had decreased quite noticeably. This was because the other survivors witnessed Seol continuously completing this particular mission. They figured that it must have been easier than they initially feared, and 1 or 2 people began trying their luck. After all, for a regular survivor, 100 survival points amounted to 1/10 of their aim, so the allure was indeed great. And the second problem was Yuk. A sharp pain momentarily bore through his brain. Seol had no choice but to halt his hands from ripping up another mission parchment. There was no need to even mention what this pain signified. He was all too acutely familiar with it, after all. It was a warning. Or, perhaps, an omen. He had been using 9 eyes for over 6 hours straight now, so it wasn't all that surprising for his brain to cry out in anguish. But, I still need to do a few more. The level of pain wasn't all that great if he thought about it. However, back in the past, back a few years ago when he proceeded to ignore similar warning signs, he ended up wallowing in the harsh reality of losing his ability and suffering the consequences of it. Now that I think about it, my whole body kind of feels fatigued, too. No matter how important evolving his ability was, if the ability itself was lost through recklessness, then that would be the worst way to waste his time, ever. He didn't want to repeat the mistake of losing his ability ever again. In the end, Seol returned the mission parchment back to the board, and decided to take a break in his room upstairs. Seol woke up from his slumber feeling completely refreshed. Not only his head, but his entire body felt alive and rejuvenated. His body, which did feel a bit heavy, although not to the extent of feeling like a mountain, felt quite normal now. Maria explained that there was definitely a reason why expensive rooms cost so much. There were dozens of rooms in the neutral zone, but their pricing varied to quite a ridiculous degree. According to her, the cheap rooms were only good for sleeping, but as the price increased, the environment found in the rooms gradually became more beneficial towards the survivor trying to rest there. More importantly, Seol's room was one of its kind in the whole zone. Even if he rested as long as everyone else, he'd get to enjoy the effects of a rest that seemingly had lasted for several times longer. The phone's display now showed 11:12 p.m. I slept for around 5 hours, huh? Seol pulled out the convenience store food from the bag. He could eat for free in the restaurants, but he couldn't waste the time going there to order and eat. While chewing on a sandwich, he organized his thoughts. The efficiency is too poor. Including the break, he spent 11 hours to earn 600 survival points. If he earned 1,200 points in 24 hours, then in a month, that would be 36,000 points. He might be able to somehow afford 2 ambrosias at this rate, but the problem is with the remaining number of attempts. Seol knew very well that it was impossible to go and repeat the same mission over and over again. He also needed to consider those people who would try to follow whatever he painstakingly chose to do next as well. Seol felt the distinct need to revise his strategy. The 2 prerequisite conditions of short time requirement/high rewards upon completion were non-negotiable, but he thought he could forego his safety. No, he had to forget about it. Why? Higher the danger, higher the payout, that was why. Honestly, he was very much tempted by what was on offer at the VIP store. Besides, he was told that once he left, it'd be exceedingly difficult to return to the neutral zone, too. So, he earnestly wanted to at least drink the divine elixir as soon as possible. He wondered whether he should visit the other stores, too. But, he just shook his head in the end. Really now, he couldn't afford to waste a single point, so what was there for him to possibly buy? However, he couldn't neglect to make thorough preparations. So, Seol pulled his bag closer and began inspecting its contents. Let's see. The quill pen of flowing consciousness is, not for combat. And this mirror of understanding is for. Damn it, it's only useful against the deceased. There wasn't a mission to get rid of the walking dead in the tutorial, nor would the survivors be given such a mission in the first place, so why? Fortunately, though, he possessed a box full of spell balls. He only needed 4 of these balls to take care of that terrifying Gekui, so he was sure of these coming in handy in the near future. Seol extracted the familiar combination of poison fog, ignite, spider web, and hydrochloric acid and put them in his pockets. Then, he headed towards the ground floor. The hour may have been late, yet there were still 20+ people loitering around the plaza. Even the second-place Odelette Delphine and Hao Win could be seen among them as well. When the first-place Seol made his entrance, both of them turned around to meet him as if they had a prior agreement. However, Seol was too preoccupied with earning more survival points, so he failed to notice their actions. He simply poured his attention on the notice board. Excuse me. Just as Seol's gaze headed upwards, Odelette Delphine called out to him. Yes. Seol tilted his head slightly. She was fidgeting with a strand of her brown hair. Unlike the first time he saw her, she seemed to be in a slight bind over something. Did you know? Do you perchance remember Mr. Tong Chai? Mr. Tong Chai, you say? You mean, the man wearing a turban? Yes. He was the 5th-place finisher. That man. I think he has met his doom. Met his doom? He's dead. A survivor who managed to amass more than 1,000 points during the tutorial died already. Now that was something Seol couldn't just gloss over. That one. I think he died while attempting that mission. The mission parchment Odelette pointed at was the very same mission Seol was repeating earlier in the day. Indeed, there is a warning that you might die, but why do you think he's dead? It's been 6 hours since he disappeared, but he hasn't returned yet. I'm not so sure about that. No matter what, to say he died while attempting something as simple as this normal difficulty mission is a bit. Odelette's expression became complicated when she heard his words. Something as simple. I see. Well, will you be attempting the same mission again? No. I was thinking of trying my hands on a different mission this time. Seol shifted his gaze back to the notice board. Odelette Delphine stood there licking her lips for a little while longer, before opening her mouth again. Can you spare some time to share a cup of tea with me? Although her suggestion didn't sound so bad, meeting a girl possessing an amazing beauty late at night, Seol had something far more pressing to attend to first. He needed to select a new mission and attempt it at least once. I apologize, but there is something I really need to confirm first. If it's not too much trouble, can I take a rain check? Seol spoke while considering the fact that she was a foreigner. After listening to his formal rejection, Odelette formed a wistful expression. I guess it can't be helped, then. She turned around to leave. Seol resumed checking the board out, then, he thought what if, and activated his ability. Most of the mission parchments placed lower down on the board didn't emit any color, but as he raised his gaze upwards, he saw yellow, vermilion and crimson, in that ascending order. Does that mean missions found higher up on the board are harder? Seol then stared in disbelief at the mission parchment dyed in deep crimson color located at the very top of the board, which proudly boasted the mission reward of 172,800 points. However, his gaze spotted something odd nearby and stayed there. Among the sea of orange, there was one mission parchment dyed in yellow. 1,000 survival points as the mission reward. The difficulty was one step above the slightly hard. Remaining attempts: 15 out of 15. Most importantly, there was no time limit either. As he looked up at that piece of paper, greed filled up Seol's expression. Break through the siege and survive. Remaining number of attempts, 15/15. Survive the encirclement of the group of skeletons. Difficulty, hard. When successful, plus 1,000 survival points. When unsuccessful, death. Asterisk cooperation possible, up to 6 participants. A siege. Skeletons. The mission parchment screamed danger even through a cursory glance. The fact that the mission allowed up to 6 people to form a party told the same story, as well. Quite likely, Seol would find himself surrounded from all sides the moment he ripped the parchment in half. However, no matter how long he stared, the mission's color remained yellow. And that color, without a doubt, signified that he should pay attention. Seol stood there, hesitating somewhat thanks to the word siege, but then he remembered that Kong Suk also glowed in yellowish color as well. If the creatures he'd encounter were on that guy's level, then I have to take the risk. If he could survive and succeed, then he could potentially earn up to 15,000 points. He'd get to amass almost half of his goal of 34,000 points with this one mission alone. Besides, other survivors showed no sign of even touching this parchment, so it seemed perfect for his current situation. I should still be careful, though. After making up his mind, Seol pulled out all the spell balls in his possession. Will poison work against skeletons? Seol deliberated for a while, before deciding to use them even if they proved to be ineffective. He did confirm the crucial fact during killing the Gekwi, that the poisonous fog seemed to possess some elements of explosive gas. If he combined that with ignite, then there was a good chance that he'd reap huge benefits, just like the last time. So, it should be better to combine these two. He carefully checked each of the spell balls and divided them into 2 groups, ones that would be used in combination and the rest that would be used by themselves. It was a shame that there were no spell balls related to holy or divine magic. It'd be a lie if he wasn't feeling nervous. Still, he shoved the spell balls inside his pockets and grasped the steel bar as tightly as he could, before ripping the parchment up with his teeth. The already familiar sensation brushed past him and the scenery changed in an instant. The location for this mission was set inside an underground cavern-like space. His vision immediately took in the ceiling above that seemed far too low for his liking. And, right in front of his eyes, several dozens of skeletons stood there, as he expected they might, and were glaring at the intruder. They all look rather hostile, don't they? The disparity between what he saw in things like video games and that of reality was as great as heaven and earth. Whatever the case may have been, his plan was to start his assault with a bang. Seol pulled out the combination of poison fog and ignite, the very combo that worked so splendidly against the Gekwi, and was about to throw the two, before his hands hastily froze mid-action. Suddenly, he had a thought. He was standing in a completely different environment compared to when he was killing the Gekwi. He glanced behind him and saw a solid wall. There wasn't a lot of space around him, and worst of all, there was no room to retreat. But, he was thinking of using a poisonous gas here. And to make it explode, too. He nervously swallowed down his saliva after realizing how close he got to inadvertently killing himself. From the very beginning, things were going sideways. Right at the back of the undead horde, a skeleton wearing a battle helmet roared out. Then, dozens of normal skeletons began to repeatedly clatter their teeth in unison. They raised their weapons and began inching closer to Seol's position. Realizing how urgent his situation had become, Seol quickly chucked the ignite spell ball first. It caused a small explosion and knocked out 2 skeletons. Maybe because it was used independently, its overall prowess was far lesser than what he was hoping for. Seol tried to remain calm and pulled out his second combination from the pocket, spiderweb and the hydrochloric acid. The thrown spell ball rapidly spun in the air, before tens of silvery threads exploded out. 10 odd skeletons were tied up by these threads. Seol chucked the acid ball a beat later. The acidic liquid rained down on the immobile monsters. The skulls, ribs, pelvic bones, femurs, etc., got melted in the blink of an eye, taking care of the first wave. The overall effect was more or less acceptable, but the problem was that he still had to take care of 20+ remaining skeletons. These monsters continued to advance forward while their teeth noisily clattered, even though the flames from ignite spread around and caught a few of them on fire. All these were still within Seol's calculations, though. He had to decrease their numbers as much as he could before he was pushed up against the wall. While cautiously retreating, Seol pulled out more spell balls from his pocket. Strong beams of light exploded out from the 4th ball he threw in the air. With a loud buzz, the ball exploded in a blinding shower of arcing electricity which spread out to everywhere, causing a chain reaction of sorts. The skeletons trembled non-stop before they collapsed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Somehow, Seol managed to bring down the second wave. From the back, the helmet-wearing skeleton roared out in anger once more. Since it seemed to be the leader of this undead horde, its anger was more or less understandable, what with its subordinates decreasing by over half in only a few breaths' time. The leader's skeleton grasped a large axe and rushed forward, before powerfully kicking off from the ground. The bony hand arced back and then, shot downward as if the monster wanted to slice apart the rude intruder in one go. Seol didn't expect the enemy to perform an aerial assault like that and stood there blinking in a daze. Meanwhile, the distance between him and the monster shrunk rapidly. He was about to pull 3 more spell balls out but had to urgently raise the steel bar to defend himself, instead. Although he was slightly caught off guard, as long as he could defend this attack and hit the skeleton with lots of spell balls, then he'd be. Seol's body tilted to one side rather unexpectedly. His eyes grew wide in disbelief. The airborne attack that carried the downward momentum contained destructive power that easily exceeded his expectations. The angle of defense allowed him to deflect the descending axe, but at the same time, the impact force shoved his own arm away as well. The axe was swung again in a diagonal line and smacked away Seol's steel bar like it was nothing. Then, it swung back towards his now exposed ribcage. His eyes instinctively spun and took in the sight of the powerful arc the axe was drawing. Seol's head blanked out, then. I'm going to die here. Just like this? Really? But, it was only attention required, wasn't it? I still have spell balls left to use, and I am not in a disadvantageous position yet. As thousands of thoughts entered and left his head, his instinct screamed out. It told him it was too late now. Seol gave up on counterattacking right away and spun around with what little reflex he could muster up. While exposing his back, he crouched forward as much as he could. Slice! The sharp blade of the axe didn't cut the intruder's back but sliced up the object slung across his shoulders, the thick bag that contained pretty much every little thing from a certain convenience store. At the same time, the skeleton's head was reflected on the smooth, polished surface peeking out from underneath the gap cut open by the axe. Suddenly, a light beam shot out from the bag and penetrated the skeleton's eye sockets. The skeleton screamed. Seol nearly toppled over from the impact but managed to prop himself up by placing his hands against the wall. He turned his head around to look. Although he was dazed and stunned silly, he still got to see the skeleton screaming out in pain as it was burning away. The moment of quick thinking had saved his neck, but he couldn't hide his shock from the sudden change of situation. What happened? He managed to survive, but that didn't mean his troubles were over. He quickly pulled the bag that served as a wonderful shield to his front and rummaged through its contents. He then figured out the cause of the change. A beam of bright light was coming from the sliced gap of the bag. The mirror of understanding. It was the special item he drew from the drawing machine, supposedly for dealing with the deceased. Thinking, what if, Seol pulled the mirror out and shined its light on the still-burning skeleton with the helmet. Every single bone on its body began to change color right away. Very soon, the monster completely became ash and scattered away like dust. It wasn't the only that monster, though. Even the ones trapped within the spiderweb, even the ones hastily retreating, as soon as the light touched them, they turned into ash while crying out in sorrowful wails. He only had to shine the light once around the cavern, but the tens of skeletons all became dust in less than 1 minute. When all of its targets were gone, the mirror's surface cracked as if to signal that it had achieved what it was designed for. You have successfully completed a hard difficulty mission. 1,000 survival points has been added to your tally. Current SP, 28,100 SP. When Seol returned to the plaza, a small commotion rose up. After the first-place survivor vanished from the plaza, the crowd quickly checked what mission he had chosen, only to be shocked out of their minds. Not even one person among them dared to attempt a normal difficulty mission yet, but this youth was challenging a hard difficulty already. Not only that, all by himself. The opinions were evenly split. Some were saying that he had bitten off more than he could chew, while others said that they should wait and see. And as everyone could see, Seol returned to the plaza in less than 5 minutes. Since there was only one possibility upon failure of the mission, which was death, his re-emergence meant only one thing. I can't believe it. Hao Win muttered out softly in disbelief. It could be said that Hao Win's surprise was on a different level compared to other survivors here. He had managed to complete a few missions already, and while doing so, he got to form a certain view, an educated guess of sorts, regarding how one should go about surviving in the neutral zone. He was convinced that, if he wanted to undertake missions, he would have to make adequate preparations first by purchasing various items through many stores found here. And also, even if he could form a party with other people possessing similar level of abilities as himself, he should not, under no circumstances, attempt to clear missions that had difficulty rating higher than normal, at least not for now. That was probably why Odilette Delphine went to chat with the first-placed young man from Korea. Of course, she still got refused rather grandly, though. But that man from Korea had completed a mission with a difficulty rating 2 rungs higher than normal, this quickly. How did he do it? Is able to use magic already. Hao Win was thinking of inching closer to Seol and ask, but he ended up tilting his head instead. Seol was standing in the same spot, unmoving like a stone sculpture. There was a strange, awkward atmosphere surrounding him. It was as if Hao Win was looking at a soldier who barely managed to return from a bloody and brutal war zone. When Hao Win took a closer look, the golden bag he was so envious of was split almost in half, and Seol's expression seemed to be lost and contemplative at the same time. Then, Seol began moving his feet in silence. The crowd could only stare at the back of the young man wordlessly climbing up the staircase in unsteady steps. Seol couldn't recall how he returned to his room. His head hurt and he felt dizzy as if he had too much to drink. Upon regaining his focus, he found his entire body soaked in cold sweat. A chill crept up his back. His breathing seemed normal on the surface, but his heart kept pounding. His throat felt so dry and clammy that he thought it might crack into pieces at any second. He pulled out a 2-liter bottle of water and drank from it non-stop. His Adam's apple danced up and down for a long time. Seol drank almost half of the bottle in one go, then forced his shaking legs to move. Soon, he fell on top of the bed. Only then, this sensation of returning alive from the abyss came washing over him. Honestly speaking, had he ever felt this enervated since the tutorial began? He heard someone knocking on the door and raised his head, but then, decided not to care and dropped his head back down the sheets. He didn't feel like talking to anyone at the moment. The knocking continued for a while, but when there was no response, it stopped. Seol just lay there and wordlessly stared at the ceiling. The checkered pattern on the ceiling above seemed to be spinning in his view. How much time went by? The thick and enduring silence continued on. Seol's fearful and shocked eyes slowly closed until only a sliver remained open. Did I place too much blind faith in my ability? The parchment was glowing yellow. He thought he could definitely clear the mission given his previous experience with Kong Suk. Or was I too careless? It wasn't that he thought it would be a walk in the park. He knew it would be very dangerous. He simply thought that he could take risk. Maybe, I was too relaxed. But didn't he make preparations? He checked each spell ball and even divided them into possible combinations. Seol thought up to here, and then. Was I too hasty? He completely closed his eyes shut. The more he tried to analyze his actions, the more foolish he looked to himself. At least, he had successfully completed the mission. Or, more correctly, he could only manage to barely clear it. The wrong choices he made came back to bite him in the ass and he nearly lost his life. Actually, being able to return alive and in one piece was a miracle in itself already. His 9 eyes didn't lie. When he thought about it carefully, that mission was on the level where he could have cleared it if he was being very careful. He even had in possession the necessary answer to clear the mission, too. What would have happened if he pulled the mirror of understanding out the moment he got there? Whether it was a deceased or a skeleton, they both were undead, so why couldn't he think of this obvious similarity beforehand? Or, what would have happened if he came up with different types of spell ball combinations? Only by relying on that pathetically small level of experience of killing the Gekwi, he went and picked the poison fog as his first line of attack out of the 10 spell balls in his possession. Meanwhile, he didn't even stop to consider just what kind of location he might find himself in after the teleportation. In the end, his mind was to blame. He pretended to be not relaxed. He pretended to be not overconfident. His mind, his greed, blinded him with the need to amass the survival points as quickly as possible. At a bare minimum, he wouldn't have acted this complacent back during the tutorial. No, that's not right, is it? Even back then, was there anything he did with his own power? More and more questions naturally reared their ugly heads as Seol was pulled along by this chain of logic. When he chased away the Gekwi at the assembly hall, was that through his own power? Or, when he broke past the second mission full of traps alone? They were both due to his future vision ability. He didn't even know how to activate that thing right now. And more importantly, it wasn't as if Seol made the conscious choice to act. He was simply overwhelmed by the emotions at the time. And when he killed the Gekwi? That was only possible because of the absolute safety the safe zone provided. What about when he earned the highest amount of points during the tutorial, then? That was all thanks to the diary of an unknown student. Most likely, he had become too cocky. As soon as he stepped into the assembly hall, he got recognized as the holder of the hallowed gold mark and everyone was super respectful of him. Everyone tried to follow after his footsteps and some even worshipped him. Even the smallest things he did garnered so much attention. They all said that he was someone very special. He must have been enjoying all this attention, this acknowledgement of his being, even though outwardly he denied it, did not want it, didn't even like it. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Weak-willed. Possesses a weak will, thus unable to make decisions alone nor sticks to ones already made. Short-tempered. 2. Aptitude. Average. Normal in every way, possesses no particular talent or qualities. 3. Physical level. Strength, low, low. Endurance, extreme, low. Agility, intermediate, low. Stamina, low, low. Magic, high, intermediate. Luck, low, intermediate. Remaining ability points, 0. In reality, he was weak. If one took away this and that, then he literally had nothing and was nothing. He already knew what happened to him the moment he lost his ability. He knew so well what kind of useless wastrel he was, yet. Also, wasn't he given so much more this time? Besides his own supernatural ability? You stupid son of a bitch. He found it hard to endure this sense of shame. Seol stood right back up and gripped the water bottle the other way, then he poured the water over his head. The cooling liquid rained down from his head, rushed past his face and wetted his upper torso. This was him mocking himself. He told himself, you find yourself in such a favorable position, so much better than compared to other people, yet is this all you can do? Even after the bottle emptied, Seol remained standing there with his eyes closed. He focused on every drop of water falling from the tips of his hair. When he did this for a long time, that whirlwind of boiling emotions deep inside the pit of his stomach began to cool down just a tad. Only then did he reopen his eyes. The light of greed was completely gone from his eyes now and the original glow returned. This can't go on. He began reflecting from the very beginning, a detail by every small detail. Not just when he started doing the missions, but the moment he stepped foot inside the neutral zone. Why am I so hung up on getting the ambrosia? His obsession started the moment when Maria handed over the pamphlet. No, that wasn't quite right. He knew the existence of the VIP store even before he got here. Maybe you might be able to use the VIP store. The guide, Han. When Seol recalled Han's face, he also remembered something he'd forgotten until now. Why did that guy choose that time to whisper those words to Seol? Why did he go out of his way to mention the VIP store in the first place? The water drop still fell from Seol as he moved to grab the bag. He flung it open and rummaged through the contents until he found 3 neatly folded pieces of paper inside. He picked one up and cautiously unfolded it. A note from the guide, 49/50. 2. Advice to remember when in the neutral zone. Do you wish to quickly increase your physical level? Why not use the special competence available in the VIP store? Again, another mention of the VIP store. Competence. Now that he had taken a look, the note turned out to be just that, a note that had neither a beginning nor a proper ending. Seol still decided to leave his room, however. The only way to satisfy his curiosity was to check this competence with his own 2 eyes. The VIP store was located on the 8th floor. When he pushed the door open, he found a small room, a counter, and a maid sitting behind it. Her eyes grew wide as soon as she saw him. Oh, my apologies. I didn't expect to see a survivor to enter through those doors so soon. Are you perhaps here to window shop? Is this the VIP store? If you wish to purchase an item, please enter through here. The maid pointed towards a small door to her side. It seemed that there was another room behind the one they were in. Unfortunately, it isn't possible to window shop in this store. You also need a minimum of 30,000 SP to enter, as well. If you're curious about the products available in here. Do you have an item called competence on sale? Seeing the maid about to pick up a familiar-looking pamphlet, Seol hurriedly interjected. The maid flinched and stopped. She then spotted the piece of paper gripped in his hand and an unreadable light flickered in her eyes. Of course. The guides. Well, then. The story changes a little bit in that case. Please give me the note. After receiving the guide's note, she opened up the huge closet right behind her. The interior of this wooden closet was packed full with rows upon rows of adult finger-sized potion bottles. The maid pulled one out and placed it on the counter. Seol stared at this small bottle containing a milky white substance. He activated 9 eyes but couldn't see any color. You will also find competence in the regular stores down below. However, they pale in comparison to the ones found in this VIP store, the price, the effects, etc. What differences are there? Well, the most expensive competence you can find in the regular stores is priced at 250 SP. Its effects last for 12 hours. The maximum amount of boost you will receive is 4 times the normal. That's not so bad if you consider the cost-effectiveness. Don't you agree? Oh, you meant the VIP stores. There isn't even a need to say it out loud because the potion's effects and its duration are doubled. For a low price of 400 SP, the duration lasts for 24 hours while you receive 8 times the boost. Training one single day will give you the same results as training for 8 days straight, guaranteed. Seol had to wonder whether he made a mistake when he thought the tone of her voice shifted subtly as if to ask, "You'll buy it, right? You will definitely buy it after this sales pitch, right? Isn't that just impossible? How can such a thing be?" Seol displayed a strong sense of disbelief. While she was laughing with her eyes, the maid's overall expression was calm and composed. "This is the neutral zone." "Yes, so. This is the divine sanctuary created through the combined might of the 7 deities. As long as you are trying to complete the tasks found within this zone, no effort will be spared in supporting you. Of course, a part of this zone's reason for existence is to test you. But the main objective is to help you develop your skills even further and to increase the odds of your survival outside." The maid tilted her head slightly to the side and smiled radiantly. "That's what I'd like to say, but well, it's true that this potion is a little bit peculiar. Only 60 bottles are made available during each of the neutral zone's openings. Also, not everyone can buy one. There are even restrictions placed where one needs to bring along these notes from the guide. That's just in case an invited hears of the potion's existence before arriving at the neutral zone." Seol thought about this carefully. He felt like he could see the answer to his quandary. Until now, he had been blinded by the VIP store to have realized it, but the words, "trying to complete the tasks found within this zone," continued to tug at his mind. "Will you buy one?" The maid placed both of her hands on her waist and confidently asked him. Seol organized his thoughts for a bit, then raised his head to meet her gaze. "Yes." After leaving the VIP store and heading back to his room, Seol ran into someone he was rather familiar with. And that was Seola, looking somewhat anxious as she paced up and down in front of his door. "Miss Seola. Orabionim. Orabionim." While Seol stood there confused, Seola ran to him with a look of worry on her face. "Are you alright? Are you really alright? What do you mean? You looked like you were in pain before. I was worried, so I followed you and tried to see if you were okay, but you weren't in your room." Seol realized that the knocking noise he heard earlier belonged to Seola. She was most likely referring to the time when Seol came back looking haunted after completing the hard difficulty mission. He was out of it back then, so he must have looked rather odd. Seol could understand now why she was behaving this way. "Have you been crying?" "Crying?" Seol unconsciously touched around his face and found that the spring water he poured on himself hadn't fully dried yet. "I guess so. But, why?" "Because I'm pathetic." "Orabionim isn't pathetic at all." Seola jumped up and down on the spot. She hurriedly scuttled towards him and carefully grasped hold of his arms. "No, you are simply amazing, that's all. You even completed a hard mission by yourself. Because of that, a huge chaos is unfolding downstairs." Seeing her worry-filled eyes staring up at him, Seol felt like he was feeling a little bit better than before. "Just a little." He slowly shook his head. "That mission was not something I should have tried in the first place. The mission was that difficult. I attempted it without even realizing my own limits. And I almost died because of it. To be honest, it's a miracle that I'm standing here." Seola was about to say something, but she chose not to after seeing Seol's deeply wounded facial expression. "I shouldn't have carried on like that. I shouldn't have tried that mission. Until now, I've only..." His furrowed brows deepened even more. He closed shut his mouth for a second or two, the sounds of gritting teeth escaping from between his lips. "I was using my own life as collateral in a stupid gamble. And I even swore to myself I'd never, ever gamble again. Orebio nim. Seol fidgeted and fretted about while wondering whether there was something she could do to aid him. She then grasped his sleeves a bit tighter and tugged. Seol raised his downtrodden eyes, only to find Seol and her gentle smile looking back. Would you like to run with me for a while? Excuse me? Yes, we should have a foot race. Seol ended up slightly panicking after that suggestion literally came out of nowhere. A race? Why a race, all of a sudden? Running is really great, you see. Your mind clears up when you're in the middle of your strides, and you'll definitely feel better after sweating a lot. But, there is no space around here to run, though. And to run on the corridors is just. Take a look at this dot. A foot race, number of available attempts, NA. Lap the track 10 times. Difficulty, basic. When successful, none. When unsuccessful, none. Cooperation possible, up to 6 people. These were the contents from the mission parchment the girl produced. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 pages either, she was holding at least 30 of them. Seol looked at the bundle with a dazed expression, prompting her to go, oops, and explain herself. It's okay. The number of attempts for this mission is infinite, so I think it doesn't really matter if I take a few more than usual. But still, isn't that a bit too much? Oh. Well, I need to run around for a while before I go to bed, or I won't be able to fall asleep. She poked her tongue out and waved around the mission parchment slightly. Seeing her bright, innocent smile, Seol couldn't bring himself to say no. The method of cooperating was rather simple. Whether it was by holding hands or touching shoulders, it was fine as long as there was some kind of body contact when the parchment was torn in half. The location they moved to was an athletic field. It was no bigger than what one might find in a middle school. Seol thought that doing 10 laps around the track found here shouldn't be too hard, but well, he had to revise his assessment soon enough. Was my fitness level this terrible? He had no problems up to 4th and 5th laps. However, he began gradually slowing down on the 6th lap, and by the time he barely managed to complete the 7th, he couldn't even see Seol's back anymore, never mind thinking of catching up. He couldn't even tell whether he was running on the track or the track was running him out, his breathing was beyond rough, and his heart pounded incredibly hard while loudly demanding more and more oxygen to be delivered. Sweat poured out from his back as if it was raining, and a bittersweet odor leaked out from his throat. I can't do this. He wanted to plop down on the floor and pass out, but then again, that would be just too embarrassing. Why? Seol had already finished all of her 10 laps and was waiting by the start/finish line while carefully regulating and calming down her breathing, that was why. However, this was unsurprising. For many, many years, his body had been poisoned by the constant stream of late-night gambling, alcohol intake, and non-stop smoking. So, there was no way he would be in a healthy state at all, especially when he never exercised in the first place. Change the way you breathe. Don't breathe through your mouth, but through your nose. Like this. Seol heard her encouragements and gritted his teeth. Only now, the answer that was just within his reach became crystal clear. Just like his own words muttered out not too long ago, Seol had been doing things by simply gambling with his life as the collateral. Sure, he had received a favorable hand thanks to his gold marking, but if one single thing went wrong somewhere, then he'd end up dead without a doubt, like when he collapsed from the skeleton's jumping attack, for instance. Also, the maid was right, too. The neutral zone wasn't designed to be a place where you must find a way to survive. No, it was designed to help one learn how to survive. Everything had an order to follow. Seol finally managed to complete all 10 laps and stopped just before the finish line. He crumpled to the floor like a collapsing building, and roughly wheezed in and out. Seol trotted to where he was and advised him to slowly regulate his breathing, before tilting her head a bit, looking somewhat surprised. I didn't expect Orabionim's fitness level to be this low. How come? Miss. Seol can run so well. Well, I've been delivering milk in the early mornings, you see. I did that for about 1 year straight. Sounds rough. Oh no, not at all. I've always enjoyed running, you know. Even when I was at school, I entered the athletics club and ran track and fields almost every day. Seol drew a victory sign with her fingers. Seol always thought her demure, shy demeanor and her good looks matched up pretty well, but as it turned out, she was a bona fide athlete, instead. He gladly accepted her extended helping hand while opening his mouth. Thank you. She became flustered as his gratitude came out from nowhere. My mind's a lot clearer now. It was nothing. If I was able to help somehow, then I'm glad. Besides, you have saved me, so I should be, instead. She quickly lowered her gaze and her cheeks reddened softly. Seeing her at a loss and not knowing how to respond, a certain streak of mischievousness tickled Seol's fancy. In any case, thank you. No. It's nothing at all. Thank you. I mean it. No, it's really nothing at all. It's me who's. I really don't know how I should repay this debt to you. Orabionim. Seol puckered her lower lip in a pout and cutely glared at him. You are doing this only because of what Sungjin and I did, yes. Am I busted? Seol winked at her and stood up straight. This was quite surprising. During the run itself, he felt like a dying man, but now that it was over, his mood had improved dramatically. It's not bad, this running thing. Right? Running is easily the best way to increase your fitness level. It increases your lung capacity, improves the way your lungs function, and it strengthens your heart. Plus, it even improves your blood circulation. Seol's eyes gradually grew wider as he listened to the virtues of running. He genuinely had no idea that something as simple as running could be this beneficial. In that case, shall we run together one more time? I'm happy with that, but... Seol tilted her head this way and that before she spoke to him in a low voice. You have to drop the honorifics, okay? Seol let off a soft chuckle at her unexpected request. After ending the running session with Seol rechecked the notice board, and sure enough, he could see them. Right at the bottom of the board, he found huge stacks of parchments with "Basic" written on them. With no survival points offered up as rewards, everyone had been ignoring them until now. Seol revised his plans completely. The first thing he did was to visit the VIP store again. He then ignored the pleas of the maid there and bought the remaining 59 bottles of competence. After drinking a bottle, he began running again. Healthy citizens make a strong nation. Shouting the famous slogan that encouraged people of Korea to exercise, Seol solely focused on improving his fitness level. He figured that before he could start doing any missions, he needed to be healthy and fit. As days passed, other survivors began to think Seol's actions were odd. After all, to their eyes, he possessed enough abilities to solo a hard-ranked mission. Even so, he was only doing basic training regimes that offered no rewards. Not only that, he was repeating them over and over, completely stopping other missions. Seol also found it pretty hard in the beginning. His weak physique demanded rest way too often. And inevitably, he grew bored of repeating the same thing all the time. He was constantly haunted by thoughts that told him, "This is enough, you can stop now." However, when he sensed the gradual change his body was going through, he was able to throw away all doubts and temptations. On the same track that he could barely run around 10 times at the start of it all, now he could complete the distance without decreasing his speed one bit. His breathing would be ruffled only a little, too. In the end, he thought this wasn't going to be enough, so he proceeded straight into the next training mission. And that was to run 20 laps around a slightly longer track. There was one thing different for this mission than the previous one, though. There was a reward of 1 SP, regardless. He repeated this mission diligently for a while, and he could feel his body developing ever so gradually. Maybe it was all due to the effects of the competence potion, he could definitely feel the improvements the more he exercised. And since the results were so tangible and palpable, he no longer found the training routine monotonous and boring anymore. They had become much more interesting and fun. Every time he succeeded when he thought he couldn't, every time he endured and achieved his goal, something within him was changing. He got addicted to this euphoria of success. And he began pouring all of his focus on training like a madman. He spent 2/3 of a day strictly on training. The big reason why he could continue doing this, though, was his room, the room that Maria personally declared as the best in the neutral zone for resting. Just 1 hour of rest washed away all the fatigue, and he only had to sleep for 4 hours to recover his stamina completely. Soon, Seol realized that time was too precious to waste on anything else and thus became interested in how to recover his stamina even faster. Since there were potions like competence, he figured there could be something else similar to improve one's recovery rate as well. He didn't hesitate to spend his SP in this regard. After all, he had no other place to spend these points, what with his meals and sleeping quarters being free to use. Soon, his exercise time increased to nearly 20 hours. He believed that he had finally begun making good use of the great starting conditions he was given, not just relying on them as if they were his crutch. Yes, he felt envious of other survivors forming teams to tackle various missions. He still felt some attachment towards the Ambrosias, too. But, when he ran around with all his might, all the negative thoughts filtered out of his system and he could control his mind better. He was determined not to take on any missions until he felt confident enough to tackle them again. And so, 2 weeks went by, just like that. For everyone else, it was 14 days, but for Seol, the past 2 weeks were more like 112 days, instead. He's insane. Cynthia concluded as so while watching the footage. She was resting her chin on one hand at the same time. On the screen, Seol was running on the track without taking a break. Spending half of the month only on training his basic fitness. Ha! I really did not expect that someone like him would pop up. I'm sure the gods are really happy right about now. Shouldn't we think about informing the survivors soon? The maid courteously waiting behind her spoke up. It was Agnes, the maid who offered to guide Seol around in the beginning, only to be kicked to the curb rather rudely by Maria. What? Oh, you mean the fake deadline? The neutral zone is in turmoil at the moment. The deadline has been shortened far too drastically. If the survivors learn of the original deadline, then, what can they realistically do? Cynthia extracted a cigarette from her inner pocket. Agnes expertly lit it up. Don't worry about it. We'll just relax and wait and then tell them, oh, you're all so pitiful. I decided to generously extend the deadline. Simple. But still. Enough. Agnes shut her mouth right away. A thin smoke slowly drifted out of Cynthia's mouth. There's no problem. Besides, didn't I already send the word out that the neutral zone's deadline will be left to my discretion? There has been a debate as to whether you changing the rules as you please is wise. Humph. Well, then. Tell me, what do you think would have happened if I told them that they can stay in here for 3 months? Agnes could only sigh out after being on the receiving end of that pointed question. It's too obvious. They would take it bloody easy. I mean, even those with 0 points would only need to get 30, 40 points a day to pass. Don't you know just how much price we had to pay to establish this neutral zone? You think I'll just sit here and watch such a thing unfold? That is, true, as well. Agnes reluctantly agreed. Even the most worthless fool can complete the normal difficulty mission by the deadline as long as they build themselves up step by step. More promising eggs would be able to go beyond that. You've heard of Sung Shirhyun who started off from the basic difficulty and cleared the impossible difficulty on the final day, right? Yes, I've heard the story. That's right. This place is designed to speed up growth. But what's the point of telling them that it's important when they don't even bother? Hearing it thousands of times is far worse than seeing it once. If they can't feel it and sense it by themselves, there's no point telling them the truth hundreds of times. At least now, with the short deadline, they're forced to desperately give their all. But they will reach their breaking point soon, was what Agnes was about to say, but she kept silent and just lowered her head. She didn't 100% agree with this notion of forcing people because there weren't enough of them voluntarily going for the optimal. But she didn't have any sound rebuttals to offer. The countless cases of the past neutral zone openings were ample enough proof of Cinzia's assertion. Most importantly, though, the manager in charge of the summons of March 2017 was Cinzia. Besides the basic rules that needed to be adhered to, the rest was left to her sole discretion. Well, I shouldn't be saying those words out aloud, right? I too used to complete these missions like a loon, after all. Cinzia returned her gaze to the screen and licked her lips slightly. Rather than dissatisfied, she looked somewhat envious, instead. Agnes covered her mouth and smiled softly. If I trained as hard as he did when I came to this place, then, I'd be twice as strong as I am by now. I also think so. Ho. Even the famous Agnes thinks so. Of course. Every time I'm faced with my limits, I have regrets. If I could buy a chance to start from the beginning, then I would not hesitate to spend millions and millions. Cinzia smiled brightly. She seemed to be really enjoying this. Returning in time, huh? That's an interesting topic. So, how would you do things differently? First, I'd try to amass as many survival points as possible in the tutorial. Then once I reached the neutral zone, I'd drink 1 bottle of competence from the VIP store every day while fully utilizing the sleeping quarters provided to the top survivor. Since I'd have points left over even after that, well, I'd probably do the same thing that man is doing right now. That's right. That's why I'm kinda envious. Cinzia nodded her head and shifted her gaze away from the screen. Within the eyes of Agnes busily staring at the footage, an odd desire was visibly burning bright. I guess your instincts as a craftsman hasn't gone away. It's fine if you wish to help him out. Cinzia's sudden consent made Agnes blink her eyes in surprise. Pardon? Ah. But, that man is. I know, he was invited by Miss Foxy. Here's the thing, though. I've heard of something interesting. While still smoking her cigarette, the ends of Cinzia's lips began arching upwards. Interesting information. That man. He might not be affiliated with Sin Young. Upon hearing Cinzia's straightforward declaration, Agnes's slim, shapely eyebrows furrowed noticeably. But that can't be. Kim Hannah definitely. Yes, Miss Foxy is affiliated with Sin Young. But what's important is that the gold stamp wasn't issued by them. What do you mean? Our investigation revealed that the Temple of Gula has granted her the stamp. Agnes lowered her head and closed her eyes. She did this out of habit whenever she needed to reorganize her thoughts. To have another gold mark appear when Sung Shirhyun is still missing. So. Don't you think it's all a bit fishy? Of course, nothing's certain. Well, it really doesn't matter even if Miss Foxy guides him to Sin Young. They and we, Cecilia, might not be in a cooperative relationship, but we're still in an amicable position with them, after all. Agnes raised her head. Unfitting for her usual taciturn expression, there was a glint of a strange light in her eyes. In that case, I'll deal with Maria for you. That girl won't be opposed to the idea, anyways. Will it really be fine for me to get involved? With my personality, I will undoubtedly go all out once I start. Right back at you, Drill Sergeant Agnes. You'll have to give it your all, or else. Cinzia's expression became somewhat sinister. Sung Shirhyun was an irregular with a gold mark, and that man is also a gold mark irregular. Conditions are seemingly the same. But if there is one thing different compared to how things were 2 years ago, then it'd be the trainers involved, ISN. Ah, right, I guess Sung Shirhyun was personally trained by an executor, so I guess there would be some differences. Cynthia didn't miss the brief flash of fury rising up on Agnes's face. If you think you can do it, then go for it. Show me what the Cecilia's infamous demonic instructor, the conqueror of the South, has to offer. In case that man becomes a powerful enemy that stands in our way at a later juncture, please do not blame me. Agnes bowed her head in a respectful manner and quietly made her exit from the room. Humph. Did I push her a little too hard? Cynthia exhaled the cigarette smoke and chuckled to herself. Foot race, number of available attempts, NA. Run around the track until you collapse from fatigue. Difficulty, basic. When successful, plus 10 SP. When unsuccessful, NA. Asterisk cooperation not allowed. Seol was running on the track with a completely empty mind while utilizing the breathing method Seola had taught him. By now, he had long gotten rid of the habit of keeping count the number of laps he'd done. He simply did as the mission required from him, run until collapsing from the exhaustion. After a certain point, he stopped noticing his body improving. There was only one reason why he continued to train like a madman, and that was to win the competition against himself. Like now. He maintained the highest speed he could muster and lapped the track dozens of times, yet, as if he was trying to run around the endless ocean, he saw no signs of the finish line. It was quite obvious that Seol's stamina wouldn't be infinite. No matter how hard he struggled, he would eventually reach his limit. When that happened, temptations would quickly flood in. They'd whisper, "You've done enough. Take a short break. It'll be fine to walk for a bit, why don't you slow down a little?" When he was so short of breaths that he felt like he'd die at any second, everything around him seemed to fade away. Even taking one step forward became excruciatingly difficult. It was as if a giant wall was blocking his progress. It was telling him that this was as far as he could go. Suddenly, a drop of tear leaked out from the corner of his eye. He wanted to cry. He wanted to cry because it was so hard. He knew it was pathetic, but he still wanted to collapse on the floor and cry his eyes out. Then, maybe, just maybe, he'd feel a lot better. Other survivors were too busy completing various missions, yet why was he here, doing this thankless work all by himself? It wasn't as if anyone would acknowledge the hard work and sacrifice he had put in. No, he began to regret the fact that he entered this place in the first place. Seol resolutely held back his tears. He gritted his teeth and endured. Whenever he was on the brink of falling to those whispers, he felt an unpleasant sense of déjà vu. For some reason, he felt like he would fall into his old habit of gambling again if he couldn't overcome this here. He'd rather die than fall back into that hateful state ever again. He thought that wishing for a change when he couldn't even win against himself was an unfunny joke not worth repeating. This desire, this drive to not admit defeat, became the motivating force that ensured he would never falter. Just recalling the days when he was lost to the ecstasy of gambling boiled his blood and enraged him. Remembering back to how badly he ended up disappointing his family and how he made Yusienhua cry, he gritted his teeth. He hated himself so much that he could even start harming his own body. His rage transformed into the whip of stubbornness that mercilessly pounded on his legs. He reached out with his hands, his feet powerfully kicked the ground as if he was trying to jump over a wall. Unbelievably, his outstretched leg didn't falter, and it stepped on the ground with strength and stability. Right in that moment, a strange feeling wrapped around Seol's senses. The wall that had been resolutely prohibiting his approach until now, became a trusty and secure foothold as he jumped over it and landed on top. Seol moved his leg one last time, before finally faltering to the ground and rolled ungainly along the track's surface. Even then, he tried to run again and his arms and legs flailed about, only to feel vomit rushing up his throat. Seol continued to puke while tears fell down his face non-stop. The retching eventually ended, and he powerlessly rolled onto his back. He closed his eyes, wanting to enjoy the remaining traces of ecstasy that overwhelmed his senses just now for a bit longer. Basic difficulty mission has been successfully completed. 10 survival points have been accredited to you. Current SP, 2840 SP. Meanwhile, Seol's energyless hands slowly but tightly clenched into fists. Your personality trait, weak-willed, has been erased. Your stamina level has risen from low to intermediate, low. The track disappeared from his view, and the familiar sight of the neutral zone's interior entered his view. Seol was teleported back to the plaza while still on his back. He raised his head slightly when a shadow loomed over him. His slowly rising eyes spotted someone's rather shapely legs first. Then, he even got to see the ends of the garter belt crossing her inner thighs, just hidden beneath her dress. And when his sights dug in just a little bit higher, a piece of frilly fabric with a cute teddy bear sewn in front that seemed to be protecting the most secretive and important area. Lilac. With a grunt, a pair of legs hurriedly backtracked. Seol nodded his head, thinking that was one very cute bear. Then, after spotting Agnes's cold glare penetrating through her glasses, he began to panic. But how was that possible? After all, she looked like one of those uber-strict head maids working for some historically important household. I beg your pardon. I did not expect you to be teleported back while lying on the ground. Agnes coughed to clear her throat and quite abruptly presented Seol a cup with some kind of liquid in it. Seol was feeling thirsty anyway, so he gladly accepted it and smiled. Soon, the cool and refreshing liquid slid down his throat. It felt as if a little bit of his energy had returned immediately. He pushed off the ground and stood up. Thank you. I was actually. It's 10 SP. It wasn't free. Seol was about to argue that he was being forced into buying something he didn't really need but swallowed his words right back down as soon as he felt the changes taking place within his body. The cold liquid sliding down his throat suddenly felt warm and gentle once it arrived in his stomach. A truly refreshing sensation spread throughout every corner of his body and gently massaged all the accumulated fatigue away. Instead of topping up his spent energy, the liquid seemed to enhance his own surging vitality. It's nothing much. If you rest for a little longer, you should be able to move as usual. Agnes stopped there for a second and stared at Seol. And also, although I fully understand your intentions, it'd be for the best that you no longer drink the stamina recovery potion for the time being. Why? Seol was surprised. Rather than, how did you know, his surprise was more of, why shouldn't I? But, if I want to increase my training time. I never thought I, as a trainer, would say this, but. Agnes fixed her glasses on her nose. You need to decrease the length of your training time. You're telling me to train less? Yes. Agnes readily agreed with his answer as if she was waiting for it. It may sound presumptuous of me, but through my observation of the past 2 weeks, I have come to the conclusion that your training routine has gone beyond the realm of simple fitness training and is now harming your body instead. Your body needs time to cool down properly through regularly scheduled breaks. However, you're punishing it even before it can get adequately ready. It is almost to the point of cruelty. Her cold analysis left Seol speechless. You have been using recovery potions to forcibly regain your stamina. Although it's fine to use it every once in a while, continuous intake over a prolonged period of time will not help you at all. Resting well is also part of a proper training routine. The more your fatigued body repeats recovering stamina through natural means, the faster your natural recovery rate will get. Now is the time you let your body get used to recovering naturally. I see. From here onwards, rather than relying on recovery potions that instantly replenish your stamina, I strongly advise you to use various items that aid you in natural recovery. For example, there are refreshments, special scented oils for bathing, plants or scented candles to place near your pillow, and others. Agnes also added that such items would also have positive effects on his endurance, strength, and agility. Seol could only nod his head in a daze. He was currently lost among the influx of information, not knowing what to make of it. He knew she wanted to give him important advice, but right now, that dang teddy bear from before merrily danced inside his brain and he couldn't concentrate properly. If it's not too inconvenient for you. Completely unaware of what Seol was thinking at the moment, Agnes quietly continued on with her words. Will you grant me the honor of guiding you? Please. She said something very similar on the first day Seol arrived on the neutral zone. However, the nuance of her words was a little different this time. It'd be my honor. Seol had no reason to refuse, so he didn't. There is one thing that I'm curious about. As they climbed up the staircase, Agnes asked him. Why do you not eat at the restaurants, and instead, choose the food items you found in the tutorial's convenience store? You can utilize the services of the restaurants for free. Her voice sounded like she was admonishing him somewhat. Seol sheepishly scratched his cheek. Well, I thought I didn't have a lot of time to waste, so. That will not do. Just as proper rest is important, so are your meals. Your body needs more nutrients as you train, yet you've been eating those unhealthy junk food. Agnes shook her head in disappointment. Eventually, their steps came to a halt. They arrived on the third floor. Through the glass door, they could see a wide-open space filled with various exercise equipment. Even though there was no treadmill in sight, it was still better kitted out than some of the best gyms out there. Running for 2 weeks. And you have been taking the special competence daily, so that equates to almost 4 months of constant training. I believe that you are at least fit to a certain degree now. It was at this point that Seol became sure, this strict-looking maid, who just so happened to possess a taste in cute underwear, had knowledge of everything that occurred inside the neutral zone. Running isn't the only form of training. In order to evenly raise your physical stats, I recommend that you try other types of training as well. Seol agreed with that idea. He was thinking of starting other basic training besides running, anyways. Agnes was introducing him to this facility because of that reason as well. Of course, it wouldn't be free to use this place, though. How much is it to use this place? 10 points per day, but if you pay for a week in advance, then it's discounted to 50. Also, if you wish to hire a full-time trainer to aid you in your training, it will cost you further 1 extra meal a day. Seol had been paying close attention and ended up doubting his own hearing. Seeing that dumbfounded expression on his face, Agnes hurriedly added something else. You see, the cuisine offered here in the neutral zone is really delicious. Although Seol couldn't really understand what she meant by that exactly, he decided to accept it as her way of saying she'd help him for free. Even he knew that having a trainer beside you while training made a huge difference. Besides, he could tell Agnes was fired up about something. Feeling something was slightly odd, Seol activated 9 eyes, but she didn't emit any color. In other words, she wasn't necessarily trying to harm him. Seol carefully assessed his situation before opening his mouth. By any chance, are there any other maids beside you who can also train me? Agnes tilted her head slightly. It's not impossible to find one, but... Are you perhaps not satisfied with me? No, not at all. Seol denied the notion and quietly took a deep breath. I'd like someone who possesses excellent skill set, but also someone who can train me without holding back. Agnes adjusted her glass, the glare from the light reflected off the lens rather sharply. In that case, there is no need to introduce anyone else. Her eyes remained fixed on Seol as she quietly gathered her hands in front of her chest. He thought that there was a trace of smirk on her lips. It is quite embarrassing to say this out aloud, but I am also referred to as the Cecilia's demonic instructor. Demonic instructor. That's good. Will you be fine with it? I was planning to be gentle with you at first. Her words seemed to be implying, do you think you can handle it? Seol replied without hesitation after hearing such a naked provocation. Let me pay the survival points first. Exactly 10 minutes later. Seol was regretting everything he had said while figuratively beating the ground up in anguish. The nickname of Demon wasn't just for show. The moment the training began, Agnes pushed him to the brink without mercy. It was to the point that Seol began missing the pain he felt while he was running laps around the track. He even ended up protesting during the training by saying, "Isn't this too harsh? Didn't you say something about taking a break?" And the reply he got was, "You can rest after the training is over. No one said you could take a break in the middle of your training." Another thing he couldn't bring himself to understand was her suddenly getting violent in the middle of the training. "I told you to keep your eyes forward." Slap. Her thin stick sharply landed on Seol's shoulders with a loud slap. Again. 1. Seol panted non-stop as he fixed his grip on the barbell resting on his trapezoid muscles. While doing squats, the so-called must for training the muscles on the lower body, Seol was suffering from the kind of pain that felt like his thighs were being cut up with a dull knife. 2. When he somehow managed to lower his hips, the stick slapped him hard on the back once more. "You are bending your knees, yet why are they sticking out beyond your toes? Straighten yourself. I've never seen someone as vicious as you." Seol was screaming inside. He didn't say anything since he knew that getting hit would help with increasing his endurance. But still, he had no idea she would be this heartless. Was it because he inadvertently sneaked a peek at that laced lilac teddy bear underwear? Meanwhile, Agnes sharply shouted out. Again. Unfortunately, Seol's quaking thighs couldn't hold on any longer and he fell on his butt. "What do you think you're doing?" Agnes's icy cold voice politely entered his eardrums. Not caring one bit, Seol began massaging his aching thighs. He was getting seriously worried about blood coalescing there and then bursting out of the skin or something. Agnes let off a snort and crossed her arms against her chest. "Only with this much. If you'd like, I can go a little easier on you." "Well, I think I'm being sufficiently gentle even now. You. If this is not to your liking, I can introduce you to someone else at any time." The corners of Agnes's lips curled up. Seol barely managed to swallow the curse words almost jumping out his mouth and lowered his head. "No, it's fine. Let's continue. Let me say this one more time. I not go easy on you during the duration of your training. This is what I wanted. I'll just shout out some jihap and continue on." "Jihap, is it? What you need right now isn't some random shouts, but the willpower to endure. In any case, let us continue. Please, stand up." Seol spat out a lengthy groan after hearing her. "Is it fine if my jihap is a bit peculiar?" When he asked her while still massaging his thighs, Agnes's eyes became narrower than a slit. "Are you trying to buy yourself time? You can do whatever you want with your jihap, but you will need to hurry and stand up, please." "Damn it." Seol stood back up while gritting his teeth. Meanwhile, she simply hoisted the barbell on his shoulders. And then. No matter what type of training you perform, the two most important things are your posture and your breathing pattern. 1. He timed his jihap with the count. Li. Li. That's indeed a peculiar jihap. 2. Lack. 1. Li. 2. Lack. Suddenly, the counting came to an abrupt stop. When Seol turned his head around to look, he found Agnes glaring at him with her face completely dyed red. She was furtively grasping the hems of her dress, and the stick in her hand was trembling ever so slightly as well. She seemed to be very flustered at the moment. Suddenly, Seol felt quite satisfied for some reason. He slyly threw out a question. "Why did you stop counting?" "What? What are you saying? Is there a problem with my posture?" "No. That's not the issue." "You mean, with my jihap?" "You said I can do whatever I want with my jihap, so." "Ah, right. Let me change it to something else." Seol raised the white flag when Agnes threateningly raised the stick up high. Of course, he had no desire to end things here. "Please, train properly. 1. Teddy. 2. Bear." Again, the counting stopped. A short moment later. Slap. From the third-floor gym, a sticky slapping noise resounded out. After Agnes entered his life, Seol's way of living in the neutral zone underwent yet another noticeable change. The biggest change, of course, had to do with his haphazard training regime. Now, he was working off on a well-defined and thought-out training routine. Now he could say that, although the length of the time spent had decreased, the overall quality of the training had been increased several folds. Strength, endurance, agility, and stamina, the severity of the training regime targeting these four key areas remained cruel enough for him to resort to throwing out multiple expletives. However, thanks to his fitness level raised through the constant running, he could cling on more or less. Also, Agnes showed much diligence and even mapped out his activities outside training, including his diet and methods of resting, etc. Since the instructor displayed the kind of zeal only seen when polishing a valuable but still rough diamond, Seol too was motivated to reciprocate that dedication and worked hard. Not only that, the special competence with the 8 times the effects were added on top, so naturally, he grew at an explosive pace. Indeed, his fitness and stats continued to improve. Not only that, his body would now cool down rapidly from the state of sweaty exhaustion soon after the training ended. The transformation felt so alien to him, Seol sometimes had to wonder whether this was his own body or not. While Seol constantly and rapidly grew under the guidance of Agnes, the 30th morning finally arrived on the neutral zone. For other people, it was 30 days, but for Seol, it was more like 240, almost 8 months of hardcore training. On this day, the situations of those who had made preparations and those who hadn't would be changed somewhat. On the morning of the 30th day, as planned, Cynthia made the announcement of the deadline being extended by another 2 months. She sounded like she was being generous towards everyone, and that led many of the survivors to breathe out a sigh of relief. After all, most of them had failed to gather 1,000 points until now. Of course, not everyone displayed the same reaction. What is it, Hao Win? Cynthia knew that Hao Win was staring at her for a long time, but she decided to reply only now and shifted her own gaze towards the man in the black suit. Hao Win's eyebrows rose up ever so slightly. It's nothing, really. Just that. Just that. It's different from what I've heard. Wasn't it originally 3 months to begin with? Hao Win seemed to have found a way to imply those words without saying them out aloud. Of course, he had no real reason to reveal the truth and get on Cynthia's bad side. Is that so? What a shame. I don't know which moron told you those things, but you must have not heard that I'm the general manager this time around. If you say something like that, then I guess there's nothing more to say. Hao Win shrugged his shoulders and turned around, breaking eye contact. Cynthia then casually swept her gaze across the rest of the survivors. So, how was the first month of your stay in the neutral zone? Her question was met with nothing but silence. The reality of the survivors' situation was that no matter how many of them gathered to form a team, none could crack a single, normal, difficulty mission. Unless you're a complete moron, I'm pretty sure you began to realize the harsh truth by now. I'm really worthless. If I leave this place now, I will die right away. You must have thought about such things, no? Don't you think so, Burrito? The burly Mexican man who complained about not being let into paradise avoided meeting her gaze in embarrassment. Looks like you've all woken up by now. Cynthia seemed to be satisfied by their reactions as the tone of her voice softened just a tad. Now that you've become aware of your own reality, surely you're more willing to listen now than ever before. Most of you probably have amassed at least some survival points by now, correct? That was indeed the case. Pretty much everyone did nothing but complete missions like madmen. Even those who entered the zone with 0 points had amassed a few hundred points at this point. Well, I've prepared a gift for all of you. At the mere mention of a gift, the eyes of the survivors opened up wide in anticipation. For tomorrow only, the Chamber of Awakening will open up for you. And inside this Chamber of Awakening, you will get to meet the 7 gods that rule this world. Not only that, you will receive classes that best suit your situation as well as your disposition. Simply put, you will be able to use mana from that moment on. Whisper, whisper. The once quiet theater grew noisy in an instant. Once you receive your class, it should become easier for you to figure out what kind of missions you should take on or what kind of roles you should play during cooperative missions. Also, Cinzia's eyes arched up. The survival points you've earned so far will become even more valuable. Several questions came flying at her from the audience seats. Unlike the first day, Cinzia patiently answered every single one of them. Meanwhile, Agnes was sighing softly in the sidelines. She could already tell what would happen in the neutral zone after the awakening. Just as Cinzia suggested, the moment one's class was assigned, one would be able to use mana. Naturally, that meant one would have to learn how to utilize it and receive specialized training tailored to their new class. This matter could be resolved easily through SP. One just had to purchase ability and mana application from the stores. But that was the core of the issue. The survivors would become stronger too easily. But they would hit the limit to their growth just as quickly. It'd be more correct to say that one would forever be stuck at a certain level and never improve by relying on this method. The gap between relying only on what's shown on the status windows and perceiving the truth on your own was absolutely huge. And that gap would only grow wider and wider as one's levels increased. Perhaps, Cinzia was aiming for this, to turn those who spend SP as soon as the awakening was completed into a usable combat force as soon as possible. In other words, those who knew what they were doing would be left alone, while those who had no clue at all would be, well, ushered around like that. Cinzia's methods of doing things were too ambiguous to truly label it wrong, and likewise, Agnes couldn't definitely pick faults with her decision-making process. After all, it all boiled simply down to matters of differing opinions. More importantly, since Cinzia was the general manager of the neutral zone this time around, it was her prerogative on how she'd raise this flock of young hatchlings. Seol was glad to hear about the extension of the deadline by another 2 months. Now he'd be able to use up all the competence he had bought already without feeling the urgency. He could use any items he bought here in parity, but that was outside these safe walls. The neutral zone was constructed solely for the purpose of ensuring the survival of newbies and the training of future combatants. There was no better place to use the competence than here. Your class will be determined tomorrow in the Chamber of Awakening. Agnes spoke as she cut into a slab of juicy T-bone steak. Seol had agreed to her suggestion and stopped eating junk food spirited away from the convenience store. He now ate proper meals from the restaurant. Doing that caused him to feel deep regret over 2 matters. The first regret was all to do with him not coming here sooner. Not only did the food taste amazing, but they also provided the right amount of necessary nutrients. It didn't simply fill him up, he felt like his body was visibly getting healthier. Of course, the tastier the food, the more expensive it got, but such things didn't matter to Seol at all. The second was that he should never fool around Agnes when it came to food. There was this one time not too long ago when Seol inadvertently broke the promise of buying her a meal once every day. She coldly told him, "You had your meal alone, I see. Why don't we get started training right away?" Then, she proceeded to not talk to him for the next 4 days. When he thought about how much he had to sweat while trying to appease her cold, simmering fury, well, what's on your mind? Well, the thing is, I've already made up my mind about which class I want. Seol quickly came up with an answer. Agnes sighed softly. You don't get to choose your class. It's chosen for you. Is that so? The 7 gods that rule over this world debate among themselves before granting survivors a class out of these 4 beginner ones: archer, magician, priest, and warrior. Hearing this, Seol tilted his head slightly. Only 4. That's not as many as I expected. That's only in the beginning. Depending on how your level progresses, countless other class paths will become available to you. Agnes elegantly chewed on the meat and swallowed it before continuing on. For instance, let's say a level 1 warrior uses a sword as his main weapon. Then, he levels up to 2. His class title will change to Swordsman from then on. If he used an axe, then he will become an Axe Warrior instead. It is the same for the Archer class. If you rely on short swords or daggers as your main attack weapon, then when you reach level 2, your class will become Assassin. In other words, only the initial stages would be the same, and the evolution of classes would entirely depend on how one developed themselves. After carefully thinking about a few things, he couldn't help but become curious. What would happen when you're chosen as a magician but you level up using a sword all the time? You'd become a level 2 magic swordsman, but I wouldn't recommend going down that route. It's very difficult to dig just one well, after all. Indeed, raising one's stats accordingly to suit the class bestowed made sense. There was no point in becoming a jack of all trades that wasn't good at any one thing. Seol nodded his head in agreement, while Agnes continued on with her explanations. Also, when you level up to 5, the dividing line separating the lower class and higher class combatants, you will be asked to choose which god you wish to serve. That is the moment when the class path you have chosen becomes critically important. It is the same story when you reach level 7. I have to choose a god. Seol. Think of it this way. Your class will either evolve or become even more specialized to suit the powers of the gods you choose. For now, this much information should suffice. Seol's brows furrowed slightly. He thought this whole class situation would be something a bit simpler, but it turned out to be far more complex than he bargained for. As for our future training schedule, Seol thought that whatever the case may have been, he'd get to figure it out eventually as he carried on. However, as soon as he heard Agnes, he became quite tense. Whenever Agnes mentioned training, his body automatically reacted in this manner. You must inform me immediately as soon as your class has been chosen. We will need to tailor your training to match that. Are you talking about the class-specific training as well as mana training? Yes. You know about them already. I heard about them today. If it's only those. I strongly do not recommend buying the applications from the stores for that purpose. Seol was slightly taken back by her sterner-than-usual tone. Learning how to use mana and basic skills related to your class, those can be learned via regular training. They aren't difficult at all, so there is no point in wasting your SP on them. Not to mention, you also have the special competence, so you will definitely learn them all in no time. It felt like there was another reason for her to forbid him from buying the applications, but Seol decided not to pry. One of the things he learned during the last few weeks under her tutelage was that he'd end up with gold in his pocket if he just listened to her. From now on, your fitness training will only take place during the morning. During the afternoon, you will learn how to use mana. Seol was about to ask her when he'd get to start doing the missions but stopped. He already made up his mind that he'd only do so once his lost confidence returned on its own. Although there was a certain sense of anxiety, a sort of urgency, he endured and told himself to wait for a little while longer. I won't be able to come back here again, remember that. There should be a good reason why Agnes was ordering him like so. Since Seol knew next to nothing about the world outside, it wasn't wise to disregard her recommendations at all. Seol slowly licked his lips, before lowering his fork. I guess we'll only decide after my class is chosen tomorrow. Agnes nodded her head as if she was satisfied with that answer. Next morning, the Chamber of the Awakening opened up. Every single survivor was told to come to the 8th floor and stand in a queue. The corridor wasn't long enough to accommodate everyone, so the queue had to snake down the staircase, as well. The process seemed rather simple. People who entered first emerged from the chamber not even after 30 seconds passed by while looking a bit lost and dazed. Although there were some differences among the survivors, the shortest time was 15 seconds, while the longest took around 1 minute. The queue decreased quite rapidly as a result. Iseol was deeply worried about not receiving a class, but once she emerged from the chamber, she seemed to be in a strange state, just like everyone else before her. I'm an archer now. An archer? As Seol chatted to her, over half of the survivors had already received their class. It was not a definite thing, but from what Seol overheard, most of them had received the class that favored close-quarter battles, in other words, the warrior class. Next up was the archer class. There were a few survivors with the priest class assigned as well. However, Seol hadn't heard of a single magician so far. If there was one odd thing about this whole process, it was that different classes equated to different reactions when exiting from the chamber. While those with the warrior class walked around seemingly fine, those with archer classes like Seol looked quite troubled by something. In the case of Shin Sang-ah, who received the priest class, she looked to be in a sorry state as she exited from the chamber. What about mana? Can you sense it? Not sure yet. It feels like my body is a little bit warmer than before, but... Seol rubbed her chest and stomach while tilting her head this way and that, looking somewhat unconvinced. It was at this point in time that Seol got jolted by the loud, abrupt opening of the door and the sound of someone falling over in a heap. When he lifted his gaze to see what happened, Seol saw a young female barely standing on her 2 feet coming out from the chamber. She couldn't walk properly and swayed uneasily, before falling on her knees and hands. She started heaving for breaths uncontrollably. Her entire back was soaked in sweat. She needed a little bit of time, but eventually, Odilette Delphine managed to stand back up. She leaned her head back slightly and placed her hands on her chest and stomach. It was as if she was standing there contemplating something. Could she have? While Seol was pondering about Odilette's class potentially being a magician, his turn finally came. Before he entered the chamber, his eyes met Odilette's. Her curiosity-filled eyes seemed to be egging him on to enter already. She seemed to be waiting around to find out what kind of a class Seol would end up with. "Are you feeling all right?" Seol asked out of courtesy. Odilette Delphine giggled. "It's like I'm pregnant or something." Seol smiled back and entered the chamber. As soon as he closed the door behind him and turned around. Huh! The chamber's interior changed. Everything was white. No, it was more correct to say that this space contained no color at all. It was to the point where he couldn't tell if he was standing on something or was floating in the empty air. Since he teleported around countless times all thanks to the mission parchments, Seol was able to get used to this abrupt change pretty quickly, but he could not get rid of the wonderment he was feeling at the moment. Still holding the door handle with one hand, he slowly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, several large things appeared in this space and entered his view. And they were stone statues. The doorway was right in the middle of the encirclement of the 7 10-meter-tall stone statues. He is finally here. Let us commence with his awakening first. As these powerful voices resounded in his head, Seol felt as if a giant hand came to rest on top of his head. He flinched as all his nerves felt like they were being pricked. All the hair on his skin stood up. Ah! Was this how it felt like to be sucked in by a vacuum cleaner? Seol could feel his pores opening up one by one. This sensation of being sucked in lasted only for a short while. Something changed within him. Inexplicably, the place just below his navel became quite itchy. It felt like a seedling of energy was slowly blooming there, before it rapidly boiled over and began enlarging in size. It didn't even take 5 seconds for the sapling to turn into a thick vine. Ho! With this much mana, he should at least be high intermediate, no? He has an innate ability. I see. I get it now. He must have opened his eyes when he was still young. There is a trace of him losing his power at least once before. How regretful, how regretful. Several different voices resounded in his head, a voice that sounded supremely arrogant, a thunderous voice seemingly filled with rage, a lazy voice filled with annoyance, a sensuous voice that stirred one's hidden desires. However, Seol didn't even have enough leeway to mind the voices. That energy was rising up like a wiggling worm and proceeded to course through every nook and cranny of his body. As the unfamiliar sensation of the unknown energy stormed throughout every orifice and hidden depth of his entire being, he couldn't even think straight. Indeed, it is a waste. During the time he lost his ability, his mana had also regressed a great deal. If only that didn't occur. He might have surpassed low height by now. It can't be helped. He wouldn't even have been cognizant of mana in that planet of his. Let us make our decision right away. Without a doubt, it is magician, yes. Agreed. No debate necessary. 2 magicians in a row. A rich harvest. A rich harvest, indeed. It felt like the world around Seol was spinning endlessly. However, even though his head felt like it was stuck in a dizzying loop, he still clearly heard the word magician. He summoned what little willpower he could and pinched his thigh real hard. Spear. When he managed to murmur out a sound, the surroundings fell silent for a while. Spear. What a peculiar man. He wishes to become a warrior. Now that I took another look, he does possess a great potential as a warrior as well. I am unwilling to give up on this path. Certainly. I can see his compatibility. He might not suit the class of magician, after all. What are you all talking about? With his talents, he can become a unique ranker in no time. Difficult. It is truly difficult. God damn it. I don't care what it is, just make up your minds already. Seol fervently prayed in his head. He wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. His body didn't feel fatigued, yet, the longer he remained here, the harder it was to stand upright, like he was under some kind of hypnosis or something. Why don't you all stop? Have you forgotten that the longer one stays, the higher the cost of the contribution? Why don't we bestow the class this child wants? No. That is enough. We shall decide with a vote. Seol forced his eyes to open after realizing that they were about to come to a decision. His vision was blurry as if the liquid had gotten into his eyes. Magician. Magician. Warrior. Magician. Warrior. Warrior. 3 magician votes, and 3 warrior votes. Gula. Why haven't you said anything? Gula. Even though he was barely standing there, Seol tried to comb his memories. That name sounded way too familiar. As Seol got to hear the rest of the voice, he instinctively knew that it was finally over. He grasped the door handle and barely managed to turn it. The cold air outside cooled his body down rapidly. He had no idea that the neutral zone was this cold until now. Seol leaned against wall and flinched in shock after sensing the cold wetness on his back. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He felt encumbered. Meanwhile, that energy stirring and wildly roaming inside his body was settling down in the spot between his heart and just below his navel. He felt drowsy as well, but just by the virtue of being able to breathe freely, his condition was gradually improving. Seol opened his eyes to find dozens of pairs of eyes dazedly staring at him. Now that he thought about it, his exit from the chamber was no different from how Odelette Delphine made hers. I knew this would happen. Odelette Delphine was waiting for Seol while sitting on the floor. I'm guessing that you're now a magician as well. Perhaps she was feeling a lot better now since she could ask him while forming an expression that said, I knew it. Seol carefully regulated his breathing and quietly opened his mouth to speak. Talk. 8 replies to Chapter 25. Hidden Potential Bursting Out, 2. Snow White 234. July 6, 2019 at 7:35 p.m. Thanks for the updated chapters. Log in to reply. July 7, 2019 at 4:56 a.m. Chapter 91 I am waiting for you. Log in to reply. Chromir. July 7, 2019 at 9:39 a.m. Finally some new chapters. Log in to reply. July 7, 2019 at 11:21 a.m. Thanks for the updates. Log in to reply. July 7, 2019 at 6:16 p.m. There are 2 power-up philosophies that have been stuck on my mind since I first read this chapter, improving through raw training/effort and improving through items/cheat. In many trash Isekais, some system grants the MC OP magic/martial abilities and the MC proceeds to wipe the floor with blade masters/royal mages/talented peers who have probably been honing their expertise their entire life. NPCs either realize that the MC is a monster and respect his strength out of fear, or fall in love if female, or get jealous and tries to backstab in, which never works out well. In such stories, shortcuts to power are favored over raw effort. In cases like the Second Coming of Gluttony and Max LVL Noob, there will be penalties for trying to cheat your way to power without putting in the effort properly. Penalties for relying on the system are often stagnating power levels, and reduced proficiency in the learned techniques. Thus, the MCs of these novels are incentivized to spend time and train to obtain their techniques. In such stories, the effort is favored over the shortcuts. Which of these philosophies would you like authors to embrace in the stories that you read? For any story that has an emphasis on adventure, I want an effort shortcut philosophy because the path to earning power is an adventure in and of itself. The only cases where I would prefer a shortcut effort approach for gaining power is when the actual battles aren't the determining factor for story progression, so your MC could win every combat but make a mistake elsewhere such as strategic planning, and end up with a Pyrrhic victory. To re-emphasize the question, which of these philosophies would you like authors to embrace in the stories that you read? Log in to reply. Lothric. July 7, 2019 at 11:43 p.m. I vastly prefer stories where the author rewards effort over shortcuts. Too many authors put the cart before the horse when writing and decide on the end result before even thinking about the events that lead up to it, forcing themselves to pull solutions out of their ass for the MC or risk needing to rewrite entire chapters. It's really obvious when this happens, and I've dropped more than one LN because of it. Authors that do this also tend to not understand that character flaws are just as important, if not more important than their strengths. Character flaws give you a really obvious way to pretend you are that character and understand their motivations and thought processes, which is important both for the writer and the reader. A warrior? Seol nodded his head at Agnes's question. Just as he had been ordered to, he informed her of his class as soon as it was bestowed to him. I see. Agnes nodded back while inwardly breathing a wistful sigh. If one were to rate the values of different classes, then the magician class possessed an unmatched brilliance that no others could hope to match. Not only did this class boast incredible firepower, but it also came with the inherent advantage of cheat-like flexibility, allowing for the rapid adaptation to the situation at hand. On top of that, it was a rare class too. It would be difficult to find even 1 out of 100 candidates. In order to become a magician, one's mana stat had to be low intermediate at a bare minimum. Not to mention, one's personality trait and the talent had to be suitable as well. In reality, the average mana value of the survivors entering the neutral zone was only at low. It was only par for the course that their mana stat would be that low since they had been living on Earth with its advanced technology. So, it was only natural that finding a magician among them would be difficult. And it was definitely not an exaggeration to say survivors with the magician class would be treated as a nobility regardless of where they showed up. It was a similar story for priests as well. The basic requirements were for one to possess mana stat of at least intermediate low, and luck stat of low intermediate. Priests were well recognized as an important class as they had supportive abilities such as healing, detoxification, and removal of curses. Since such abilities were in high demand, the presence of a priest was welcomed by pretty much everyone. If he was at least an archer. Archers also formed an important and necessary fighting force in an expedition. After all, the ability to track, scout, and sense the enemy's movements was indispensable. Of course, this didn't mean that warriors didn't play an important role. The issue had to do with the abundant supply, there were just too many of them. Taking one look at the class distribution among the March's neutral zone entrants told everything one needed to know in that regard. 86 people entered the neutral zone on the first day, and currently 78 still remained. Among them, there were 4 priests, 1 magician, and 22 archers. The remaining 51 were warriors. Some even joked that all warriors had to do was be a meat shield. This wasn't entirely a joke, as a contracted who didn't show any redeeming qualities often ended up as a meat shield. Regardless, all I have to do is train him well. Agnes carefully fixed her expression so as to not reveal her thoughts. Then, she handed Seol a piece of paper. I understand. Let us begin with training your mana first. Reacting to mana, remaining number of attempts Na. Sense your mana. Difficulty, basic. When successful, Na. When unsuccessful, Na. Asterisk cooperation possible, up to 6 people. The parchment contained one of the new missions that appeared on the notice board after the awakening was completed. Although he took the parchment since Agnes was giving it to him, he was feeling a bit skeptical as well. Sense my mana, is it? A firm, heavy energy had taken root inside his body. This thing didn't feel alien to him anymore. Not only could he sense it very clearly, but he also thought that he'd be able to circulate this energy inside his body as long as he concentrated. Okay. I'm off. While remaining not wholly convinced, Seol ripped the parchment in half and disappeared from the spot. Agnes looked on. The space Seol teleported to was an artificially created space where the density of mana was thicker than usual and helped one's training by stimulating the energy hidden within. Even if one was a warrior, one would still be able to sense mana coursing through their body. Agnes became slightly worried, wondering how should she go about guiding him after the mana training came to an end. She was about to turn around to leave, but then her movements came to an abrupt halt. Seol had reappeared on the same spot. I succeeded. Agnes blinked several times as she stared at the relaxed youth. You succeeded already? Yes. It was easier than I thought. As soon as I got there, What did you say? Agnes's brows angrily shot up. I told you not to buy the application method from the store, haven't I? Her misunderstanding made sense. Since she had an errand to run in the morning and couldn't be at the awakening, Agnes had mistakenly thought that Seol's mana was somewhere around extreme low or low. Seol stared back at her confused before raising his own voice in denial. I didn't do that. And what didn't you do? I never went to the store. I find that hard to believe. If you feel confident, can you show me your status window? Just show me your class-related abilities. Ah, that's right, we can do that. Seol readily agreed and revealed the relevant portion of his status window. Agnes, who remained suspicious even when he strongly denied it, could only be dumbfounded after reading the information. 4. Abilities. 2. Class-related abilities, 0. If Seol had bought mana application, then that the 0 would have changed to 1. No matter how many times she looked, it was still a resolute 0. I told you, I didn't. Seeing her flustered and not knowing what to do, a smile of satisfaction crept on Seol's face. For the first time in a while, he got himself a good opportunity here. I beg your pardon. I seem to have made a mistake. No, it's fine. So, what should we do next? Agnes nodded her head. She was about to pull out another mission parchment before hesitating slightly. Can you circulate your mana? You mean, right here? Yes. She was thinking of teaching him about the fundamentals of using mana, but decided to keep her mouth shut for now. Although she confirmed the truth with her own 2 eyes, she still couldn't bring herself to believe it. If this was happening for real, then there was something she needed to confirm first. Seol corrected his posture and closed his eyes. Wiggle. The energy inside him twisted and quivered. Immediately, it began to course through his body according to his will. It circulated freely by following the unseen pathways of his body, to the tips of every finger, to the ends of every toe, all the way up to the crown of his head. Seol enjoyed this smooth gliding sensation. He was also slightly amazed by this development. It hadn't been that long since the awakening, yet he couldn't feel one iota of resistance. No, he only felt a sense of intimate familiarity. It was as if this energy was a best friend he grew up with since his childhood. Seol circulated this energy around him a few more times and opened his eyes as messages suddenly began popping up. The class ability, Mana Application, has been created. Your innate ability, Future Vision, is responding to the creation of the new ability. The class ability, Mana Application, Lowest, has evolved to Mana Application, Intermediate. Please confirm through your status window. Agnes was half in doubt, but as soon as she saw Seol's reaction, her suspicion was confirmed. Has Mana Application been created? Yes. Agnes began massaging her temples. She hoped that this wouldn't be the case. She prayed, even. Unfortunately, there was only one reason why a situation like this could occur. You refused the magician class, didn't you? Well, I didn't really refuse it, per se. You didn't. The gods were debating between the warrior and the magician classes. They voted, and the end result was warrior. Well, I did say I wanted to use a spear before that though. Hearing that, Agnes's expression became frozen. Seol's words had forced her to recall a certain person's face. Sung Shir-hyun. Another irregular from Area 1. How could they be so similar to each other? She didn't mean to, yet she ended up comparing the two. The road they walked on and the direction they were walking towards were just too similar. No, there were some differences. Many knew about the famous tale of Sung Shir-hyun refusing to become a magician and stubbornly choosing the life of a warrior. However, Seol said that the gods had to take a vote to choose his class. This isn't a matter I can interfere with. Agnes decided to give up on worrying about it. But, one thing was for sure, she'd have to change the plan she had in mind in its entirety. She initially envisioned the mana training to last around a week, yet it was completed in less than 5 minutes. So what was next? We will begin your class-related training right away. But, before that, she added a condition. You are not allowed to use your mana. Stabbing, remaining number of attempts, NA. Learn the thrust. Difficulty, Basic. When successful, NA. When unsuccessful, NA. Asterisk cooperation possible, up to 6 people. Seol surveyed his new surroundings. There were only 2 things visible on the flat plane he was standing on, a scarecrow with a target draped over it, and a spear lying next to it on the ground. Seeing that weapon, Seol suddenly felt quite happy. He felt like he had missed it. His heart even began beating faster. The spear was around 1.5 meters long, making it a short spear. Seol joyfully studied the weapon's sleek and smoothly flowing shaft and its pointy tip reflecting the bright sunlight in an X. He then carefully picked it up. Every hair on his body stood up, his shoulders tightened. Learn to thrust, huh? Seol got into a suitable spot in front of the scarecrow and while standing a bit awkwardly, grasped the spear's shaft with both of his hands. Then, he thrust forward with some power. The spear tip pierced the target and sunk in deeply. He missed the bullseye by a little bit. Seol pulled the spear out and tilted his head this way and that, his expression showing the level of dissatisfaction he was feeling at the moment. Next, he held the spear with only the right hand and attempted to stab the target. He tried this 3 times, but the results were all bad. Not only was the depth of penetration shallower than before, his aim each time was off by a lot. This isn't right. Seol desperately combed through his memories. Normally, a person would start forgetting the dream he had as soon as one woke up. Only some parts of the dream would remain etched in memory. However, a scene so shocking or a scene that kept on repeating itself would not be forgotten and be firmly imprinted into one's brain. More importantly, he wasn't merely a spectator watching those events happen. He had experienced it personally. There was a reason he chose the thrust as his first training mission, he was drawn to it. The Seol of the dream always carried around a spear, and he utilized the thrust the most. The number of enemies that fell from a single stab piercing into their exposed gaps was too numerous to count. So, his body should be able to remember it. I'm not supposed to rely only on my arm strength. I need to move my entire body. He changed his posture. He strengthened his right hand and grasped the lower part of the spear tighter. The spear shaft came to rest on his left palm. He grasped it without using too much strength. The spear tip seemed to waver a little. In this state, Seol took aim at the target. Not yet. Something didn't feel right. He looked down and found his right foot slightly out in front, pointing to his flanks. He repositioned the foot by pulling it back and glared at the scarecrow. After a moment of silence that was neither too long or too short, he kicked the ground hard. His left foot shot out first. His right foot followed next as he stretched out his left arm. Accompanying the sensation of his right arm shoving away, Seol thrust his spear forward. Swish! A crisp sound cut through the air. Just before the spear struck the target, the back of his left hand facing the ground spun halfway up and pointed towards the sky. The spear tip spun as well, and it accurately struck the middle of the target. A satisfyingly heavy feeling was transmitted through his hands. Confirming that the spear had penetrated much deeper than before, an equally deep smile formed on Seol's face as well. Class ability, basic spearmanship, thrust, lowest, has been generated. Your innate ability, future vision, is responding to the creation of the new ability. Class ability, basic spearmanship, thrust, lowest, has evolved into basic spearmanship, thrust, high intermediate. Please confirm your status window. As the message cascaded down, the surrounding scenery changed. The scarecrow disappeared, and the spear in his hands also dissipated away. Damn it, Seol mused wistfully and took a look at the plaza of the neutral zone. He wanted to feel that sensation for a bit longer. I've barely done anything. Seol opened and clenched his fists several times, still left wanting for more before falling deeply into thought. What if he used that thrust against the skeleton that attacked him by jumping in the air? At that time, Seol chose to defend himself. No matter how many times he dissected his choice of action, he was far too carefree. The skeleton simply knocked Seol's steel bar away and left him defenseless. If I stabbed back at that time. Eventually, Seol shook his head. Since the monster was airborne, it wouldn't have been able to dodge the thrust, but he still had to consider the possibility that he might miss his target as well. Also, even if he succeeded in landing a blow with the thrust, what would happen if the axe swinging down didn't sway and continued on the trajectory to split his head open? Relying only on a simple thrust isn't the answer. The basics of spearmanship was to prey on the opponent's openings. And if there were none, he would simply have to make one. So, back in that situation against the skeleton, how should he go about creating an opening? The answer was obvious, the monster had shown him what to do already. I have to do the same thing. I'll knock his axe away first and then stab the skeleton. Reorganizing his thoughts as so, Seol swept his gaze across the notice board. His slow-moving eyes found the parchment he was looking for. Swatting, remaining number of attempts, /. Learn the strike. Difficulty, basic. When successful, NA. When unsuccessful, NA. Asterisk cooperation possible, up to 6 people. Seol ripped that paper up right away. Even though his class had been decided, Seol's daily life hadn't changed. He got addicted to the joy that his new training regime brought him and concentrated on it like a madman. Seol's morning routine looked like this. As soon as he opened his eyes, he drank a vial of the special competence. After breakfast, he ran on the track as a light after-meal exercise. Most of the time, he ran alone, but there were times when he ran together with Seol. Seol couldn't hide her shock. She was able to run past Seol like it was nothing the first time they ran together, but from some time onwards, he stopped lagging behind. And today, he even managed to overtake her. That's impossible. They must have run 10 laps or so already. No matter how hard she pushed, the distance between the two was widening instead of diminishing. In the end, she reached her physical limit. Orabio nim. Hearing her pitiful cry, Seol turned his body around to face her. Aren't you tired yet? Don't know. Maybe. If it's too much, why don't you rest for a bit? He replied to her with a nonplussed expression while lightly running on the spot. He was obviously implying he had energy left in the tank and that he'd simply been matching her pace. Seol bit her lower lips. She managed to finish the laps but only after a considerable amount of time. She panted heavily for a while, before asking him with a disbelieving expression. How did you do it? It's only been 2 months, but you're faster than me. Oh, that? Seol told her about competence. Since he heard that it could also be purchased from the regular store, he figured that Seol should also be able to enjoy its effects. Of course, the regular one wasn't as good as the VIP stores. After hearing the explanation, Seol's expression was frozen in a daze. It seemed that she didn't even know of competence's existence until now. When he advised her to buy one even if she didn't want to spend her survival points, she squeezed her eyes shut. Her cheeks reddened gradually, then, out of the blue, she lifted her clenched fists up high towards the sky and shouted out. No doping. Absolutely not. Seol spent a bit of time explaining to Seol that competence wasn't a drug, that he wasn't doping or anything like that. After convincing her somehow, he headed to the gym on the 3rd floor. For some reason, Agnes hadn't shown up for a while, but he figured that it didn't really matter. Even if she wasn't around to supervise him, Seol still faithfully stuck to the diet and training regime she laid out. After ending the physical training, he returned to his quarters and practiced mana application while taking a break at the same time. Seol was a human being just like everyone else, so he found it easier and several dozen times more enjoyable to sit and meditate than do squats with barbells resting on his shoulders for hours on end. As for mana application, the more he practiced, the faster the speed of the energy flow became. The sense of unfamiliarity also gradually lessened until it was gone for good. Since moving it from the get-go wasn't an issue, he instead focused on accepting this energy as a part of his own body as well as exerting finer control over its flow. It would be past midday when he finished with meditation. Seol would head back down to the 1st floor, this time for the class-related training. This was the last training task for the day, and Seol looked forward to it the most. Sometimes, when he swung and stabbed his spear, his mind became free from all distracting thoughts. He felt that the hours were figuratively flying away in a blink in this state. He even went and bought a spear to use during training. It cost him a grand total of 580 survival points. A short spear was already provided for the class-related training missions, but he found it a tad too short for his personal taste. Also, the fact that he couldn't bring it out of the missions played a key role in the decision to buy a spear of his own. If he were to continue using it at a later date, it seemed like a prudent thing to get used to the weapon as early as possible. Seol focused on mastering 3 spear techniques, the thrust, the strike, and the cut. Although there were more techniques available, Seol chose to stick to these 3 only. Stabbing, swatting away, and slicing apart, he knew that the Seol of the Dream managed to kill and destroy countless enemies with just these 3 techniques. While partaking in the training missions, Seol always adhered to 4 rules. First, as Agnes said, he never used his mana. Not even once. Second, if he wasn't satisfied with his posture, then that practice move wouldn't count, and he would redo the move again. Third, he would perform the same basic move at least 1250 times during the missions. And finally, even if he was in the middle of hard training, he would never neglect to eat healthy food and proper rest. He settled on the number 1250 simply because of special competence. Since it gave 8 times the boost to the training's effects, wasn't it the same as him performing the move 10,000 times in a single day? By the time he was done with these training missions, his smartphone's clock would display past midnight. The end of the day's routine had come to an end at this point. He would return to his quarters completely drained, but his complexion remained bright. This continued on for several days and weeks. Of course, he had a good reason to smile all the time. Your status windows. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Marking grade, gold. Sex age, male 26. Height/weight, 180.5 centimeters 72.8 kilograms. Current condition, good. Class, LV, 1, warrior. Nationality, the Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, NA. Alias, top of the pile. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Short-tempered. Patient. Will endure and overcome pain and/or hardship. 2. Aptitude. Average. Normal in every way, possesses no particular talent or qualities. 3. Physical level. Strength, high-low 2. Endurance, high-low 2. Agility, low-intermediate 2. Stamina, high-low 2. Mana, high-intermediate. Luck, low-intermediate. Remaining ability points, 1. 4. Abilities. 1. Innate abilities, 2. Future vision, grade unknown. 9 eyes, grade unknown. 2. Class abilities, 2. Mana application, intermediate. Basic spearmanship, thrust, high intermediate, strike, intermediate, cut, intermediate. 3. Other abilities, 0. 5. Level of cognition. Moderate, actions and thoughts are sensible, hardworking, / intense yearning / chaotic, many things are jumbled up and is impossible to unravel. Seol's mood as he checked his status windows was one of contentment. His physical stats had risen by 9 times. Just by relying on physical exercises, he had achieved the exact same results as drinking 9 elixirs. He'd need 270,000 survival points if he wanted to match that. While he was happily checking out his status, the stinging pain coming from his hands made him deeply frown. He didn't have to look to see why it hurt, his hands must have been bruised badly again. He began washing the aching hands with cold water, and his teeth began clattering all on their own. Damn it, I thought my hands are calloused enough by now. Although he was complaining inwardly, he still appreciated the progress he had made. The first day he practiced with a spear, the skin ruptured and he was bleeding all over the place. He was in so much pain that day, right up to the moment he hit the sack and passed out. Should I take a shower, or just go to sleep as I am? While Seol was wondering what to do next, he heard someone knock on his door. Who is it? Seol opened the door, only for his eyes to open wide in surprise. Past the doorway stood a woman wearing a French-maid get-up, her hands demurely gathered in front. He could see her cold, strict eyes behind a pair of glasses and her slim, athletic figure as well, her hair cleanly pulled up to a bun. Agnes? It's been a while. What brings you here at this late hour? There is something I'd like to talk to you about. Of course. Please come in. Thank you, Agnes said in a polite manner and entered his room in a dignified stride. Oh yeah, Agnes. Seol was guiding her into the room before turning towards her direction as if he had remembered something just now. Yes. How is your little teddy bear doing nowadays? Pow! Her lightning-fast fist landed squarely in the pit of his stomach. Seol toppled over and began wheezing in pain. Booch! You and that stupid teddy bear! Agnes cried out in anguish, which was quite unlike her, and her entire body began to shudder. I can't breathe. God damn it. Do you have any goddamn idea what showed up in my status Windows alias column because of you? Still, my stomach. She must have been royally pissed off because she raised up her elbow very high in order to land an elbow drop on his back. However, she stopped after spotting something odd in the way he was clutching his stomach. Seol wasn't using his palm but the edges of his hands to press onto the stomach. Only then did she notice his bruised and messed up hands. Aren't you going to heal your hands? He managed to raise his head somehow and eked out a pained whimper. Agnes spat out a lengthy groan and shook her head. I see that you're still persistent with your foolish ways. It will be better if you at least get some kind of basic treatment on the injury. She dragged Seol and sat him down on the bed, then pulled out a bottle of antiseptic, healing salve, and some bandages from a closet nearby. Seol didn't even have a clue such things were there, so he was understandably stunned. Give me your hands. Seol obediently presented his hands. She knelt down in front of him. This room will aid you greatly in recovering your vitality, but has only a minimal effect on healing injuries. At least, if you were to take baths with the special ointments I've recommended, then. While opening the bottle of the antiseptic, she continued to talk to him. Watching her expertly clean his wounds, apply the salve, and bandage them in one go, a thin smile crept up on Seol's lips. He felt rather happy at the moment. Actually, it had been a rather long time since he felt this way. He enjoyed this new life of his, where he got to spend the whole day engrossed in the things that interested him and still have someone to take care of him. It felt comforting. Even his personality was changing for the better. When he was still addicted to gambling, he was constantly on edge. The victim mentality took center stage in his heart and caused him to choke up over nothing important. Often, he'd get defensive and angry even if he was in the wrong. However, Seol was changing gradually the longer he stayed in the neutral zone. Perhaps, it might be more correct to say that the old personality, the one YPP Xianhua fell for all those years ago, was finally returning. Whatever the case may have been, a new problem had risen up along the way. His mischievous side came back, too. Agnes focused solely on wrapping the bandages around Seol's hands, allowing him to stare at the top of her head for a while. He then asked her a question out of the blue. I'm curious, how old are you, Agnes? I'm 27. As she was almost done with the treatment, Agnes focused on that and didn't pay attention when she answered him. You are a nuna to me by 1 year, then. Pardon? I'm only 26, you see. A frown quickly formed on Agnes's face. She was quite clearly taken off guard. She stared at Seol with a pair of eyes that seemed to imply, where are you going with this now? Actually, the word nuna was as unfamiliar as it could possibly be for her. Seol scratched his cheek in an awkward expression. It's nothing, really. Only that, if it's okay with you, I'd like to call you Nuna from now on. Let's talk tea, dreaming. Agnes hurriedly spat out some incomprehensible words before she quickly covered her mouth with an expression that screamed, oh, no. Tasselsk dreaming. Forgive me. I bit my tongue. I was talking about your training. Agnes cleared her throat with a fake cough and spoke properly this time. Ah. My training, is it? At the mere mention of training, Seol's eyes began gleaming brightly. Seeing this, Agnes inwardly felt relieved. She didn't know why she felt that way, though. She succeeded in changing the subject, but she still kind of resented Seol. Her thoughts had been complicated for a little while now, yet he just had to say something totally unnecessary and make her feel even more conflicted than before. A short while later, Agnes opened her mouth to speak. I've carefully considered this matter for a while. Agnes never stopped caring about Seol's daily training, no. On the contrary, she couldn't appear before him precisely because there was nothing further she could do for him at this stage. Is it time for the new type of training? Initially, there was no reason for her to be this meticulous on someone else's training. However, her pride as Seol's teacher played 30% of the decision, while 20% belonged to Cinzia's provocation. Well, I wonder. You could say this is indeed a new type of training, in a way. As for the rest, though, that was the fault of her own desires. A wish, a desire, that any earthling in this place would harbor at least once in their lifetime. Perhaps, she was seeking to find fulfillment through a substitute, for instance, only if I did things like this when I first arrived in the neutral zone, or only if I did things that way, then I'd have. She was pouring out her own avarice of pursuing the ideal perfection, the one she had failed to achieve herself. In a way, you say. For the period of 1 month since Seol got his class, she watched him train by himself. Seeing him get better and better all alone, she felt envious, and yes. And also, thankful. She was thankful that he gave her the opportunity, she was thankful that he was patient enough to not partake in any other missions, she was thankful that he didn't give up halfway through, she was thankful that he didn't complain much, and followed her advice without questioning it. The youth sitting in front of her not only satisfied her avarice, she also satisfied her pride as a teacher as well. Perhaps that was why she no longer felt the need to compare Seol to Sung Shih-hyun. This youth was his own person. And that man was his own, too. Simply put, the Seol she knew now was a survivor who had properly tread on the steps of the neutral zone, one at the time. Indeed, that was who he was. And finally, the ends of those steps were within sights. Cutting to the chase, I believe you have performed enough training by now. The role Agnes performed so far could be compared to being an automobile's steering wheel and its gear lever. Now, it was time to hand the control back to the owner. You've done truly well. You've endured wonderfully until now. I am being honest. The chassis of the said automobile had been replaced with something even sturdier than before. But, from now on, it's time to increase your combat experience. The engine had been a high-performance unit, to begin with. Seol erased the smile off his face. You mean? His voice was soft, almost inaudible. Agnes adjusted her glasses. The only thing remaining to do. It's time to start doing the missions. To storm the Autobahn and run free. It was early dawn, yet the neutral zone's first-floor plaza was still packed with people. Ever since everyone's classes had awakened, missions became that much more doable. Likewise, the survival rate had improved greatly as well. Before the awakening, not many dared to attempt normal difficulty missions. But now, as long as the party's composition was well thought out, such missions could be cleared without taking too much risk. One could even hear rumors floating around that a party had managed to successfully clear a hard mission. There were 3 motivating factors that forced the survivors to become more proactive. And those were succeed in more missions, earn more survival points, and then purchase better abilities or equipment. Everyone could see that they were visibly getting stronger through spending their SP, which led the survivors to be completely immersed in doing the missions. One could say that this was like the famed bias strip. Cinzia had hit the bull's-eye on this one. A man sitting inside the first floor's lounge area opened his mouth wide and yawned loudly. He licked his lips and surveyed his surroundings as if he was waiting for someone. He lifted his head slightly when he heard the steady footsteps walking closer. His eyes grew a bit larger in anticipation as he looked up the staircase. But his curiosity lasted only for a brief second. He rested his chin on his elbow and disinterestedly studied the person who climbed down the staircase. It was a young man holding a spear. Everyone knew who this guy was. The survivor sitting on the first spot, who also hogged all the spotlight after solo clearing a hard mission. Of course, that was in the past. 2 months had passed by since then, and now, people no longer thought of him as someone special. The spear-wielding youth's actions barely made any sense. He didn't perform any real missions whatsoever. He only repeated the same basic training missions that yielded no rewards at all. It was only natural for everyone else to find his behavior rather odd. Lots of rumors swirled around the youth and his unexplainable ways, but even that lasted only for a little while before dying down completely. As he wasn't getting in anyone's way, people lost interest. Add in the fact that he had plenty of survival points to begin with, people understood that there was seemingly no reason for him to do anything. The thoughts of the man in the lounge arrived here, and he withdrew his attention completely. What's so fun about running all the time, anyways, huh? The man in the lounge suddenly realized there was a small change in the way the youth behaved today. Normally, he'd rip the mission parchment for the track running as soon as he got to the plaza and disappear from sight. However, for some reason, he was standing around in front of the notice board for a while now. Even where he stood was slightly different from the norm, too. He finally selected a parchment and cautiously ripped it in half. He was gone the next second. The running mission isn't found on that part of the board, though. Could it be? The man in the lounge got up. His eyes didn't leave the exact spot the youth was standing just now and ran there as if he'd grown a pair of wings. He took this one, here. The second row from the bottom, at the far right, the man took the mission parchment and took a look. Survived the assault of the ape dogs. Remaining number of attempts, February 30th. Fight 3 ape dogs in the jungle and survive. Difficulty, slightly easy. When successful, plus 40 SP. When unsuccessful, death. Asterisk cooperation possible, up to 2 people. The man's brows creased up as he read the mission details. The place Seol ended up in was a jungle full of twisting vines and large, sprawling trees that blocked the heavens above. He pulled out a small pouch from his bag. He lifted it above his head and shook it, causing a pinkish powder to spill forth and disperse in the air. The name of the pouch was Smell of Meat. Sold in the stores of Neutral Zone, it had an effect of attracting monsters. It was one of the things Agnes said he should buy. The thing was, in missions where one was asked to survive in the wild, it was actually faster to kill every beast and monster found in the mission area, instead of trying to avoid them for the next 2 hours or whatever the time limit may be. Excluding missions that didn't feature any combat, such as find the correct path or escape the maze, Seol was planning to at least try every single one available on the board. So, this smell of meat was an indispensable item if he wanted to speed up the clearing process. While waiting, Seol emptied a vial of competence down his throat. The ones he bought from the VIP store were already finished, so he bought a new batch from the regular store. He thought that 4 times the training efficiency was certainly better than not having any. The ape dogs had highly developed olfactory senses, so they should arrive at Seol's location pretty soon. Sure enough, sounds of rustling bushes began tickling his ears not too long afterwards. The direction was to his side. Seol discarded the vial and held his spear tightly. The thicket rustled softly a few times before 2 ape dogs slowly emerged from the vegetation. Covered entirely in black fur, the monsters possessed quite a large, hulking frame. Not only its 4 limbs, but the monster's entire frame was bulging with rippling muscles. They reminded Seol of a gorilla, but slightly smaller, its canine-like snout being the major difference. One of the 2 ape dogs positioned itself in front of Seol's view. The other one slowly circled around to his side in an anti-clockwise direction, as if he was tempting Seol to look at it. Seol swallowed his saliva while continuously glancing at the monsters. His throat was getting clammy, and thick sweat drops formed on his forehead. He hadn't felt fear when facing dozens of skeletons, yet he was now getting unbearably tense while facing only 2 dog-like monsters. It was a noticeable change in mindset compared to how he was like 2 months ago. Even though he was feeling the heart-tightening anxiety, his brain never stopped working. The mana circulating through his body at the same time transmitted into the spear as well, and the weapon began to hum ever so softly in his hands. Do I need to wait for them to make a move? No, I shouldn't. If left alone, these 2 creatures would soon face each other, and that meant he'd have to contend with enemies in front and back at the same time. In that case, he might as well. The first to strike, wins the battle. When he took aim with the spear, the leisurely walking ape dog stopped in its tracks. Just before he moved, Seol regulated his breathing. Was it this difficult to take the very first step? He was inwardly astonished. Seol wasn't even thinking of having a spectacular battle, like the ones he witnessed countless times in his dream. No, he only wished to fight accordingly to the training he received up until now. Let's do this. He already got into the correct posture. His eyes gained renewed focus. The moment he made up his mind, his left leg pushed off the ground hard while he thrust his arms out. The ape dog quickly dodged to the side and then, savagely pounced forward. The monster was keeping a close eye on the spear as well. The spear would miss at this trajectory, without a doubt. But Seol wasn't waiting around doing nothing. As soon as he saw the monster dodge to the side, he shifted the grip he had on the spear. His attack changed from the thrust into the cut. The thrusting spear tip suddenly drew a sharp arc and sliced past the ape dog's throat. It felt like he was cutting through a hardened block of tofu. Seeing the blood spurt out from the wound, he swiftly jumped to his back. Claws that tried to ambush him barely missed his waist and brushed past. The ape dog's sneak attack failed by a hair's breadth. The monster slid across the ground before spinning its body around as if it was a drifting master, leaving behind claw trails on the dirt. Too bad, by the time it tried to look at the human, a sharp object was already digging into its head. The spear embedded itself deep into the monster's brain. The ape dog's body shook as it collapsed. Seol had taken care of 2 ape dogs in the blink of an eye, but it was not over yet. He retracted the spear, now dripping with blood, and spun around like a cartwheel and slashed out. Strike. Slam. The open maw of the remaining ape dog aimed at his back spewed blood like a fountain in the air. The creature spun in the air a couple of times before landing head first on the ground with a heavy thud. It wiggled around like a dying worm, before eventually going completely limp. Seol looked at the dead monster with a dumbfounded expression on his face. He did guess that the third ape dog must be in hiding. Since it was written on the mission parchment that there were 3 of them, he suspected as much. What really took him by surprise, though, was his unexpectedly high attacking power. For a battle that psyched him up so much, it ended in such a whimper. At the moment, he couldn't help but find it quite funny, thinking back to how he had to continuously encourage himself to take the first step. And they didn't even look that weak either. Before he knew it, the surroundings changed. It was a victory worthy to be called perfect, yet Seol wasn't happy about it at all. Was there a need for me to step back and then thrust forward? He replayed the battle in his head, step by step. When I was switching from the thrust to the cut, I could have taken care of both of them at the same time. Agnes said that these missions were also a form of training. Basic technique training alone could not fill a certain gap, she said. It was now time to go through various types of combat situations and earn valuable experience, she also said. The survival points earned would only be an icing on the cake, she added. One more time. Seol picked up the last remaining mission parchment with an excited face and ripped it in half. Finally, the ignition was turned on. Currently, the survivor wielding the most influence within the neutral zone was, without a doubt, Odelette Delphine. Not only was she a much fancied holder of the magician class, but her initial starting SP of 7,500 had also given her a figurative pair of wings to soar highly. She proceeded to purchase several abilities and equipment as soon as her awakening was completed. Soon, she found herself being elevated to the status of the most talked about in the neutral zone. Perhaps befitting her personality, though, she then chose to form her own party rather than enter someone else's. The survivor from the same area as her, Leorda Salvatore, and the Area 7's Hao Win entered her party. Which meant that calling her group the top of the pile within the neutral zone wasn't an exaggeration. It was simply a fact. Who? That man. The top-ranked. Odelette Delphine was looking at the unusually excited Leorda with an intrigued face. Just what could agitate the normally taciturn holder of the archer class like this? Was it since yesterday? I did hear that he began doing the missions again. But, that is. Isn't it a good thing, though? Pardon? I was expecting him to start making his move soon, anyways. In any case, I will personally go and talk to him. That man. Honestly, he was the #1 person I wanted to recruit, you see. Leorda could only feel a sense of frustration as he listened to the blueprint of a bright future coming from this still naive teenage girl who hadn't figured out what was going on. That's not the issue here. Then, what is? 2 days ago, every single easy and slightly easy mission on the board disappeared. Gone. That man cleared them all. Alone. Those 2 difficulties weren't much to begin with, though. Hao-Win muttered in between his cigarette smokes while leaning back on his chair, both feet on the table. He seemed to imply that there was no need to fuss about things. There was a total of 9 different difficulty levels found on the board. Basic. Very easy, easy, and slightly easy. Normal. Slightly hard, hard, and very hard. And finally, impossible. The remaining attempts available for missions rated very easy, easy, and slightly easy were almost all finished by now, due to the survivors flocking to clear them during the first month of their stay in the neutral zone. Not to forget, the number of attempts was low to begin with, so them disappearing completely was bound to happen sooner or later. After their jobs were awakened, survivors were now flocking to normal and slightly hard missions. However, it was still fine because their number of attempts had increased rather dramatically to coincide the awakening. The number of attempts available for the next tier of difficulty was far lower in comparison. Of course, parties attempting hard difficulty were pretty low in number as well. No, the real problem was. See, 1/3 of the remaining normal missions have disappeared since last night, too. What? Both eyes of Odilette Delphine shot up. If it was last night, she was in the middle of attempting to clear a hard mission with her party. It's not only that. I personally went there and confirmed it. Even the slightly hard missions are decreasing at a frightening pace. What did you say? Hao-Win had to lower his feet and sit upright. Didn't I tell you this already? The whole plaza is in an uproar. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. The man and the girl stood up from their respective seats simultaneously. Odilette Delphine hurried to the first floor, only to run into a spectacle she failed to understand right away. Dozens of survivors were surrounding one man while whispering to each other. In the middle of that crowd, Seol was busy ripping a piece of paper in half. What is going on? Odilette Delphine became flustered as she saw Seol disappear. She was about to push the blocking bodies away and rush towards the notice board, only to stop dead in her tracks. What? The teenage girl couldn't help but exclaim out in shock as Seol reappeared in the plaza. Was that around 1 minute? It was definitely no more than 2 minutes. She even felt scared after seeing the expressionless face he had as he walked up to the board and ripped up another parchment. What did he choose? When Seol disappeared again, she hurriedly checked the board. Survive against a Wendigo. Remaining number of attempts, 14 of 60. Fight a Wendigo inside a forest and survive. Difficulty, slightly hard. When successful, plus 450 SP. When unsuccessful, death. Cooperation possible, up to 4 people. I just heard that this is his 6th time doing that mission. Liorda was standing by her side before she had the chance to notice it. He shook his head as a bitter chuckle escaped his mouth. Delphine counted in her head, 1, 2, 3, 4. When she counted to 57, Seol returned to the plaza. The youth then proceeded to choose another mission. Rarely did he attempt a mission only once, most of the time, he repeated it 2 or 3 times before moving on. Some missions, he tried them well over 5 times. Before she knew it, even she became one of the stunned spectators. Within the span of 20 minutes, she got to hear the sounds of the parchments being ripped in half 12 more times. Each mission was combat-related. No matter how one put it, Seol was clearing each mission at a frightening rate. 2 men watching on from the lounge could only click their tongues in amazement. Wow! Is that even humanly possible? Dunno. But look, there he is. He did it again. How envious, being the gold mark and all. Ha! And here I was, wondering why he hadn't done anything until now. It's like everything's a pushover to him, right? Gold mark. A pushover? Agnes snorted in derision as she listened from the corner of the lounge. What a bunch of fools. These 2 could never see the light of truth, even if they were sent to hell and back. While they fell for Cinzia's tricks and concentrated on clearing the missions, Seol alone had to endure an unforgiving training regime. Did Seol not want to clear missions and earn SP? Of course not. He really wanted to clear them as well. But he simply endured. The skills and abilities he piled on for the past 2 months without complaining were finally bearing delicious fruits now. As if he had something to prove, Seol continued to appear and then disappear for a long, long time. A soft, subtle smile floated on Agnes's lips. Break through the siege and survive. Remaining number of attempts, November 15th. Survive the encirclement of the group of skeletons. Difficulty, hard. When successful, plus 1000 survival points. When unsuccessful, death. Asterisk cooperation possible, up to 6 participants. Finally. Seol mopped up the available, slightly hard missions in the next 4 days. And now, he was about to attempt the first, hard mission. He already made up his mind which one he'd go for, so there was no hesitation. The place he was teleported to was the underground cavern. Staring at that low ceiling, a strange sense of déjà vu flooded in. It's been a while. Dozens of skeletons were glaring at him, just like before. Seol grinned slightly before the look of resolute focus returned to his face while his body shifted into the correct stance. The battle arena was small and confined, there was no room for retreat. The correct answer here was to not back off but push forward. The moment the skeleton wearing the helmet at the back opened its bony jaw, Seol pounced forward like a leopard. When he powerfully thrust forward at the area with a large concentration of skeletons, dull cracking noises filled the cavern and shattered bits of bones flew about. He slapped away a blade trying to cut him from the side and thrust his spear at the exposed gap. The skeleton, with its head split open, shook around comically before crumbling into a heap. He secured some space for himself in this fashion. Then, he proceeded to speedily kill the skeletons one by one as they attempted to rush to his position. Seol's style of battle was simple yet effective. He first swatted away the incoming attack and relied on the thrust to shatter the enemy's head. If another attack came at him at the same time, he rapidly fell back, preyed on the timing when the attacks missed, and stabbed forward. He only aimed at the skull specifically. The shift between the strike and the thrust was as seamless as a flowing stream of water. His hand speed was genuinely quick as he continued to wield the spear non-stop. The experience gained through hundreds of missions was helping Seol to grow even further than before. In a blink, the front line of the skeletons was decimated. And as the second line was getting pummeled into submission as well. Just as he expected. Roar. The skeleton with the helmet let loose a loud roar from the back. It grabbed a huge axe and began madly running towards Seol's direction. It was at this moment when Seol's heart shook and cried out. How long? Just how long did he wait for this moment? The number of simulations he ran inside his head amounted to several dozens. He was not going to make a single mistake here. He swatted away the incoming attack of a small fry and took 4 quick steps back. At the same time, the helmet-wearing skeleton jumped in the air. The axe was pulled back and then, came down towards Seol's head. Right then, his eyes shone with a dangerous glint. Strike. The falling axe and the rising, spinning spear violently collided in the air. Clang. The ear-ripping metallic screech bounced around the cavern. The axe could not descend any further nor could the spear deflect it away. However, something had changed compared to before. Sparks flew off as the axe blade and the spear shaft grinded against each other. A short competition of strength soon developed as Seol bore the brunt of the skeleton's attack. The monster's great power, enhanced by its fall, dissipated quickly. However, Seol's mana constantly bubbled up like a bottomless spring and supplemented his physical strength. Seol successfully shoved the axe away and quickly seized the opening that was created. When a grandiose attack failed to connect, the resulting exposed gap would be equally grand. The skeleton fell from the air after losing its balance, and Seol swiftly stabbed his spear forward into one of the skull's empty eye sockets. Clunk! The helmet made up of bones flung away after the spear slammed into it. The skeleton began a drunken dance as it crumpled to the ground after more than half of its head was blown away. I did it! Seol seldom shouted, but he did now out of excitement. Swatting and stabbing the skeleton, the event he could only dream about pulling off, he'd finally done in reality as well. His complexion was filled with happiness as he eyed the heap of unmoving bones on the ground. The sense of accomplishment, a victory well earned, ballooned inside his heart. He thought that he'd never ever grow sick and tired of this joy for the rest of his life. Hang on a sec. Suddenly, he pondered on what might have happened if he chose a different method to counter. Since he was aware of the opponent using a jumping attack, couldn't he have tried something else other than swatting and stabbing and still win in a simple, efficient manner? Several possibilities continued to enter and leave his brain. He needed to try them out first to see what was what. One more time. The desire to quickly fight the helmet-wearing skeleton filled him up, so he quickly brandished his spear towards the remaining monsters. A joyful smile never left his face, however. Seol continued to attack the encirclement, hard mission over and over again. He considered other survivors' positions and left behind enough attempts for other missions, but for this skeleton mission, the thought of being polite did not once enter his mind. Every time he defeated the helmet-wearing skeleton, he felt as if an unseen weight weighing down on his shoulders was lifting up. He finally felt like he could breathe again. Unfortunately, the unavoidable problem eventually reared its head. Since he was so enthusiastic about clearing the mission, the remaining number of attempts depleted quickly as well. There was nothing Seol could do as there were only 12 attempts left to being with. But he still wasn't satisfied. On the contrary, he thought that he needed to do at least 50 more times before he'd be satisfied. Naturally, Seol deliberated on what he should do. Then, on the last remaining attempt, he did something completely unheard of. He defeated every single small fry found in the mission super fast while leaving behind only the helmet-wearing boss skeleton. There were plenty of opportunities to kill it, but Seol made sure not to fatally wound it. Get up, you bastard. Seol was glaring at the skeleton lying on the floor. On his hands, his spear and the skeleton's axe. He found this sight of the monster not to his liking, so he used the end of the spear to tap its skull a few times, trying to make it stand. Stand up straight, Skelly. When he kicked a bit hard, the skeleton noisily rolled away. Its helmet was missing and couldn't be found anymore. It was not hard to imagine the level of torture the monster had to go through simply by looking at the misaligned collarbones or several cracked ribs. The skeleton flinched and began to shuffle about. It tried to push off against the ground with its trembling bones, and once up, swayed about unsteadily on its feet. Seol then tossed the axe over to it and strode away, widening the distance between them. His sour expression showed how unsatisfied he was, as he continued to glare at the skeleton that kinda looked like it might keel over at any second. The idea of one-on-one face-off he came up with was a brilliant one, if he could say so himself. Now, he was able to continuously fight to his heart's content without the pesky remaining number of attempts handicapping him. For the first 30 times they fought, the skeleton seemed to be humoring Seol's whims. However, past the 50th time, it felt like the skeleton began to desperately resist him. Past the 60th, it visibly lost all motivation to even put up a fight. Seol too had made several mistakes adjusting his strength during the fight and ended up damaging the skeleton here and there. Even considering that, the disappointment he felt was hard to describe in mere words. Please, please. Just do one more jumping attack. You know, that jumping attack you do. Can you even understand me? It was unknown whether the skeleton was listening to him or not. It simply raised the axe, but then, one of its shoulder bones snapped and fell. The bone finally gave in and broke after the repeated abuse it had to endure. The skeleton froze on the spot, its empty eye socket sneaked a quick glance at Seol's direction. Well, you still have your right arm. The skeleton powerlessly clattered its teeth. No one knew what it was trying to say, but it still sounded like a plea. Come on, let's fight. Hurry. In the end, the skeleton succeeded in grasping the axe as it squeaked and creaked noisily. It was as if it was forcing itself to overcome its limits. Although it was just a measly skeleton. Good. Come at me. I heard that an undead monster like you carry around unconditional hatred for all living things. So, show me. Seol used his spear to beckon the monster. I'll end this after 20 more times, okay? It was then, Seol momentarily thought that he could see the exposed spine of the skeleton flinch. The skeleton standing around doing nothing finally moved its legs. It heaved the axe up high and began its rush. However, its attack had none of its former viciousness nor conviction. No, it only looked wretched and miserable. Seol licked his lips and readied the stance for the strike. And so, the skeleton unsteadily ran towards Seol, and lifted its remaining arm over its head. Just as he was about to get ready to swat away the falling axe, the skeleton simply let go of the axe as its arm fell down. Seol's attention was stolen away by the axe that flew past him. In that moment he wasn't looking, the skeleton grasped the spear shaft as tightly as it could. Then, summoning whatever strength it could still bring forth, it slammed its own head on the spear tip. The skull disintegrated, and the rest of the bones clattered to the ground. The way its remains piled up like that, one couldn't help but feel that salvation had finally come to the poor monster. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. You have successfully completed a hard difficulty mission. 1,000 survival points have been added to your tally. Current SP, 85,280 SP. Seol just stood there dumbfounded, his eyes blinking non-stop. When Seol returned to the Neutral Zone's plaza, he was met with the sounds of people taking huge gulps. They looked like they had just seen a ghost. That was quite understandable. The longest he took to clear a mission was only around 5 minutes. Yet, he took several hours this time, so people were thinking that maybe he met an accident and got killed, whether through carelessness or by a mistake. But, here he was, unharmed and healthy as if to taunt everyone looking on. Seol tried to clarify what happened, adding that it was all just a misunderstanding. That only caused Hyun Sang-min to beat the floor while laughing his head off. The skeleton killed itself. Even Shin Sang-ah was in tears as she joined in on laughing, her breaths eventually running ragged and short. Seol found this scene a bit mystifying. Only 2 months had passed since the ending of the tutorial. Yet, these two seemed to have gone through a rather remarkable transformation. Perhaps it was their new outfits, but even their aura seemed to be different. Shin Sang-ah and Hyun Sang-min laughed their hearts out and then complained how difficult it was to talk to him for the last couple of months, never mind even seeing his face. So, the three of them chatted for a long time. Hyun Sang-min's class was Archer. His quick wits and that active personality of his combined to make the decision to not hold back on spending his SP as soon as the awakening was completed. As a result, he got a head start over his peers in earning more survival points, and now he was known as a quite skillful survivor. Although the team he worked with wasn't as amazing as Odelet Delphine's, Hyun Sang-min said they were steadily clearing missions. As for Shin Sang-ah, her life turned for the better after the Chamber of Awakening opened up. Her priest class was a highly sought-after rare class, only losing out to that of the magician. Thanks to that, the moment her class was revealed, the number of teams that tried to court her couldn't be counted. Some even tempted her with the promise of advance SP payment. Shin Sang-ah entered the team that offered her the most amount of signing fee. She was very proud of herself, saying that she was finally living like a normal human being now, only to be promptly shot down by Hyun Sang-min. He mocked her for showing off in front of Seol, who had far more points than she could ever dream of. Seol simply smiled while listening to their banter. Realizing that these two had adapted well and were carving out their own paths now put his mind at ease. What about Miss Yunseora? Seol suddenly remembered about her in the midst of listening to the duo's antics and asked them offhandedly. He met up with Seol and her brother, Sungjin, a few times in the last couple of months, but he hadn't seen Yun Seora once. Hyun Sangmin stopped talking for some reason. Shin Song-a's complexion darkened at the same time. Seeing their reactions, Seol felt his heart skip for a moment. Did she die? No, she's, more or less alive. Hyun Sangmin corrected Seol. But what he said sounded far more ominous. She was more or less alive. Well, I think it's really tough for her. With her right arm in that state. Shin Sang-a's voice was full of pity. Seol inwardly went, oh, crap. Now that he thought about it, she lost her right arm's mobility for good during the treasure hunt, all thanks to Kong Suk and his cronies ambushing her. The image of her silently shedding tears next to the item draw machine floated back up to the top of his head. Yun Seora received around 300 SP at the end of the tutorial. That amount was way too short to endure 2 months of stay in the neutral zone. Even if she saved up like a madman and lived frugally, she couldn't have enough to endure for more than a fortnight, at most. I think the Yi siblings have been constantly helping her out until now. Ah, that's right. You also gave out some SP, didn't you? Miss Shin Sang-a. It was only once, though. Shin Sang-a averted her gaze and hesitated slightly. I couldn't heal her arm, maybe because my class level is still too low. I tried to give her some of my points, but Miss Seora didn't want to take them. And it feels like she's been avoiding me for a little while now, too. Listening to her voice getting progressively smaller, one got the impression that she was trying to come up with excuses. Actually, she was feeling ashamed for bragging about living pretty well nowadays. Hyun Sangmin waved his hand about and said that there was no need to act like this. It was understandable for someone like Seol, who was indebted to Yun Seora for her life. However, there was no reason for someone with a self-centered personality like him to go out of his way to help Yun Seora. Even Seol had nothing much to say in this regard. Quite frankly, he had completely forgotten about this matter as he was too busy with the training regime until now. After a lengthy bout of silence went by, Hyun Sangmin slowly got up from his seat. You shouldn't worry about her too much. Sure, you can help her out if you've got some wiggle room yourself, but you know this too, don't you? That we're all equally having a rough time trying out there, trying to fend for ourselves. That was also true. It could get pretty hectic trying to survive within the neutral zone. Looking after someone else in this place was basically a luxury very few could afford. Well, I should get going now. If we have a chance later, why don't we do some missions together? I'm confident of being more helpful to you now, you see. Hyun Sangmin lightly tapped on his crossbow and grinned. Me too. If you need any help, you can call on me anytime, regardless of when. I'll cancel everything and run to your rescue. Shin Sang-a waved her hand goodbye as well and walked away. After separating from the two, Seol returned to the plaza. He was planning to have a go at the remaining untouched, hard mission types right away. However, he was feeling a bit restless inside. So, he figured that, by immersing himself into clearing missions, he'd be able to forget about everything for a while. The number of different hard difficulty mission parchments found on the notice board was 11. All of them were combat missions, while the SP completion reward on offer varied greatly from 500 to 1000. The escape from encirclement mission Seol ran to the ground just so happened to be one of the most dangerous available among the hard difficulty. Since he didn't encounter any hardship completing that, he was confident of blitzing the remaining ones in no time. Some time later. The remaining attempts for the missions were 15 for every single type, but he only did 6 times each before moving on to the next one. Even still, he got to earn another 43,500 survival points. This should be enough. He could probably do more, but, after chatting to Shin Sang-a and Hyun Sangmin, he decided not to monopolize. Their stories taught Seol of the harsh reality that, although completing missions became easier than before, there were very few who could afford to live as good a life as him among the survivors, even now. For example, if 4 people cooperated and completed a mission rated slightly hard, worth 300 SP, the reward would be split evenly according to the number of participants. Of course, the individual survival rate would go up, but at the same time, all their hard work would only result in a measly 75 points per participant. The truth could be seen from the way Shin Sang-a described her situation. Someone as in demand as her didn't say that she was rich, but merely that she was living like a human. Seol wasn't too worried about others criticizing him for hogging all the high-paying missions. But, there was this one thing he came to realize during the treasure hunt. Because he got too enthusiastic and swept away every coin he could find, Shin Sang-a and Hyun Sang-min had to go through so much trouble. As for Lee Sungjin, the boy had to search throughout the night too, without rest. As time went on, more and more teams would start attempting the hard missions. Since he left behind more than half of each mission types, the survivors should not complain. Not too much, at least. Besides, it wasn't as if there were no harder difficulty missions, either. You have successfully completed a hard difficulty mission. 950 survival points have been added to your tally. Current SP, 128780 SP. Seol clenched his fist tightly. He decided to stop doing the missions for now. There was something else he needed to do first before moving on to the next difficulty. The very hard difficulty had a total of 6 missions. The lowest point payout was 10,000 points. That was 10 times the reward of the most dangerous hard difficulty missions. When he skimmed through the mission detail, it sounded rather challenging, as well. Clearly, he would need to make thorough preparations to challenge them. Not only would he need to acquire a set of armor and potions but also capable comrades. Right on top of the notice board, there was the lone, impossible, difficulty mission, but he didn't pay that any attention whatsoever. Although its payout was a humongous 172,800 points, the mission goal was completely, utterly absurd that no one would be able to clear it. Seol turned around to leave. There were several things he needed to prepare. But he already knew what needed to be bought first. The 8th floor. As Seol stepped outside the VIP store, he had to do everything in his willpower to calm his wildly beating heart. Within his grasp were 2 small medicine vials. They were ambrosias, the mysterious liquid that would evolve one's already awakened abilities. He didn't stop at that though. Even after he bought both of the available vials of ambrosia, he still had a fair amount of SP left, so he bought a bottle of divine elixir, which would raise his mana stat by 1 stage. With this, the VIP store no longer had ambrosias or mana-boosting divine elixir for sale. All thanks to their enormous price tags, Seol's survival points tally dropped all the way down to 38,780 in a single breath. With the remaining points, he could have bought another bottle of divine elixir. However, he held back with what could only be described as superhuman patience. He still needed these points to purchase his equipment, after all. He thought that, after getting himself the best equipment on sale, he'd be able to earn back the points in no time. Ahem. However, no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself, he couldn't prevent a foolish grin from bursting out of his lips. He even momentarily thought that the entire world was blooming in a rosy color. I should wait until I get to my room first. No. Waiting around might invite a disaster. He only had to climb up 2 flights of stairs, but Seol couldn't wait anymore. He drank both vials of ambrosias in one go. Fearing that his other abilities might evolve instead, he fervently thought of 9 eyes and nothing else. Your innate ability, 9 eyes is evolving. The lower direction, 1, of your innate ability, 9 eyes, black color, escape immediately, has been unlocked. Your innate ability, 9 eyes is evolving. The upper direction, 1, of your innate ability, 9 eyes, gold color, golden commandment, has been unlocked. Finally, he got to pull back the 2 layers of veil covering his ability. With this, he unlocked 4 out of 5 directions. The only one remaining was the right. Seol activated his ability right away and fell into deep contemplation. Yellow was, attention required. Orange was, do not approach. Red was for, immediate retreat recommended. Black was, escape immediately. Judging from this, the newly unlocked color, black, was an extension of already available emergency warning signals. I get what's up with escape immediately, but... Golden Commandment? He pondered for a while, but he couldn't quite grasp what it did. That wasn't the only riddle he could not solve, however. The lower direction only opened up after he had unlocked the left direction first. So, he thought that the upper direction would also open up only after he unlocked the right direction. The order of the things had been changed, as far as he could tell. Was it because the colors were on opposite directions? How can I use it without knowing what it does? Seol began walking again and climbed up the stairs, all the while shaking his head slightly. But then... Gold color? His eyes shot open abruptly. Beyond the 10th floor railing, he could see a clear and radiant golden glow, coming from a spot right in front of his quarters. He hurriedly ran up and found a person quietly waiting there. Seol's thought process dimmed just for a bit when he confirmed who it was from her back. She was certainly one of the last people he expected to see in the neutral zone. You're finally here. As if she sensed his approach, the business suit-wearing woman turned around to greet him. You're... It was none other than Kim Hannah. It's been a while. She smiled refreshingly. And sure enough, her entire body was bathed in a golden hue. Seol couldn't help but be confused. For one, he was curious why she was here, and two, why was there a golden color coming from her? Can we go inside? It's a bit awkward to talk out here and all. Her friendly voice brought Seol back to reality. As soon as they entered his room, Kim Hannah couldn't hide her astonishment. Wow. It really is nice here. Honestly, I never dreamed that you'd end up using this room. Kim Hannah's facial expression implied that she wasn't sure where to park her rear as she stood around before she chose a spot on a comfy couch and settled down. Seol quickly sat on the opposite side. Seeing this, she burst out a fit of giggles. Why are you in such a hurry? What, are you that surprised to see me? Obviously. Before we get started, I guess I should appease that curiosity of yours. Fine. What would you like to know? Seol almost blurted out, why is your body glowing in a golden hue, but somehow was able to change his words at the last second. How did you get here? Well, because I know how to. Hey. Just kidding. Of course, the neutral zone isn't a place that anyone can just come and go as they please. However, I'm an exception, you see. Seol stared at her without saying anything. You idiot. Didn't you read the invitation letter? The invitation letter? What about it? Seol was about to ask her, before going, ah. He just remembered that, in the gold stamp invitation letter, there was a clause about him being able to bring along one helper. You don't have to fret, okay? Miss Cynthia knows about me being here. I went through the proper procedures, so there's no problem. That's a relief. Suddenly, Kim Hannah raised her hand. Hold on, it's my turn to get an answer. It's about Miss Cynthia and Miss Agnes. Especially Agnes, she seems to be particularly interested in your growth for some reason. Is she? Yes. Just what underhanded tricks did you use to flip those violent Sicilian gangsters over to your side? Seol couldn't help but doubt his own hearing just then. Violent? Gangsters? Kim Hannah's eyes went round when she saw his expression. You didn't know. You really had no idea. Those two are pretty infamous as the battle maniacs of the South. A battle maniac? Miss Agnes is. Yeah. She's the direct subordinate of Boss Cynthia and Cecilia's top executive. She's even known as the demonic drill instructor. Almost everyone in Paradise knows about them. As the explanation continued on, a certain sense of chill crept up on Seol's backside. He had no idea that Agnes was such a big shot. Maybe I shouldn't have teased her. If you're done asking me about stuff, shall we get to the main topic of my visit? Seol nodded his head. He was indeed curious as to know why she came here in the first place. There was still a month left to go before the neutral zone's deadline, after all. Well, I came to cheer you on, Anne. I wanted to give you advice. Also, there's something I need your help with. Kim Hannah took her glasses off and stared at Seol. Compared to how it was like back on the riverbank, the way she looked at him had softened considerably. First of all, I gotta praise you. You've exceeded all of my expectations. I honestly would never have guessed you were this excellent. I thought you were unhappy about using the golden stamp on me. That was back then. But, not anymore. The stamp wasn't wasted on you. At all. Honest. Seol felt an itch creeping up on his face hearing the constant stream of praises. Okay, so that's the cheering bit done. What advice do you have for me? When Seol sheepishly scratched his cheek, Kim Hannah grinned slyly. You did the right thing by stopping at the hard missions. You see, the difficulty spike in the very hard missions is nothing to laugh about. You have to prepare yourself properly first. But of course, Seol was expecting as much as well. Seeing that the rewards on offer jumped by 10 times in value, the difficulty should rise just as much, too. And you should find yourself reliable comrades. If I have a complaint to make, then you just stick to yourself too much. Comrades, huh? That's right. Odelette Delphine, Hao Win, I recommend these two people. I'm telling you this before you get the wrong idea, my suggestion isn't solely because of their skills. Then why? They will certainly become a big help to you in the future, that's why. It was rather clear what Kim Hannah was implying here. Are you telling me to form a personal connection with them? That's one way of looking at it. In any case, you already have a link called fellow survivors from the same time period going for you. I mean, there's nothing to lose by getting friendly with them, right? I get it with Delphine since she's a magician, but what about Hao Win? He's a big player in the darker side of the society. I heard that he's a top-level executive in the biggest triad in China. Seol slowly facepalmed. Not only the Sicilian battle maniacs, he had to deal with a man from a damn Chinese triads, too. He would have never imagined getting mixed up with these sorts of people in his old life. It was here that a thought popped up in his head. If I worked together with those two, then could I challenge the impossible mission, Anne? No. Do not even think about challenging that one. He was just blurting out the possibility, but Kim Hannah promptly cut him off before he got anywhere with the idea. Seol could only smile bitterly. It's that difficult, huh? Even I'm not confident with that mission. At a bare minimum, only a mid to large-sized team of level 4 or above Earthlings would be needed to have a chance of clearing it. Really, I don't know why the gods would have such a mission here in the first place. She complained bitterly before turning her sharp gaze on him. Wait a minute. You are not thinking of trying your luck on that one, just because you've heard of someone clearing it in the past, right? Someone cleared it before. Now this was the first time he heard of it. Yeah, sure. In the entire history of the zone, one guy did pull it off. But, how? Seeing Seol's shocked expression, Kim Hannah simply snorted. Only a few know about this. But that guy, he didn't clear the mission in what you'd call a proper fashion. He just got lucky, that's all. Even if it was down to luck, it still counts. That's true, too. But whatever, do not ever attempt that mission. Got it? It'd be better to fight a monster from the world of the dead with your bare hands rather than attempting that mission. Kim Hannah passionately voiced her opposition and slowly regulated her breathing. She shook her head, causing her ponytail to sway this way and that. I'm sure you'll do what's best for you, anyways. She sneakily raised the end of her sentence and glanced at him. Seol ignored that and asked her once more. Didn't you say you need my help? What's that about? Well, it's nothing big, really. Kim Hana hesitated slightly, which was unlike her, before opening her mouth. Again, let me make this clear. What I'm about to say from here onwards isn't coming from me. Okay, so from who is it, then? One of my superiors. One of your superiors. You mean from Sinyoung? Kim Hana nodded her head and continued. Anyways. What I'm trying to say is, someone else other than me is asking you for a favor. If you don't want to do it, fine. You don't have to. But if you do decide to go for it, there are plenty of benefits for me. You might also get to share in the loot too. What's the favor? You know Yun Seora, right? Kim Hana got to the main topic right away. Seol was taken back somewhat, though. You see, the person who invited Yun Seora is the person asking you for the favor. From Sinyoung. Hold on, let me get this straight. You're saying that your superior officer from Sinyoung invited Miss Yun Seora? That's right. That person is known for having a discerning eye. Everyone he invited all turned out to be big hits, you see. He even resorted to using a silver stamp and invited her this time, so the company's expectations are high. But. Right. You know this too, don't you? At this rate, Yun Seora is going to fail. Understandably, my superior officer is a nervous shell of his former self. Only then did Seol get the rough idea of what the favor could be. Let me get straight to the point, that person would like you to look after Yun Seora. That's too unspecific, isn't it? Do I need to give her 1,000 survival points and be done with that? After all, she'd be able to leave the neutral zone with that. That would be worse than failing, actually. Okay, if I were to get more specific, he wants to see Yun Seora develop normally in the zone, just like everyone else. Heal her arm if it's possible, let her tag along when you go around clearing missions, etc., etc. Basically, I want you to carry her. Carry. Seol inwardly let off a long groan. Coincidentally, he got to hear about Yun Seora twice in one day. Seol understood that her life in the zone was fraught with extreme hardship. It wasn't as if he had no plans of helping her out. However. You know this too, don't you? He also thought what Hyun Sang-min said back not too long ago wasn't wrong either. Kim Hana was waiting for Seol's reply. She was still emitting the golden hue. What do you think I should do? Me? As I said this before, I didn't invite her. I know that. I'm asking the person who invited me what her opinion is. Perhaps she didn't expect to be questioned, her expression became somewhat dazed and lost. Soon enough, though, the corner of her lips arched up ever so slightly. Of course, I'll be very happy if you do this one thing for me. I'll be owed a debt. There was a slight grin etched on her face as she spoke up, clearly enjoying herself. I understand. I can't give you a definite answer, but I promise I'll look into it. HNG. Not bad, you even know what to say to make me feel better, too. She muttered to herself, are you even the same gambling addict from back then, and continued on with what she wanted to say to him. In any case, consider it carefully. Yun Seora is supposed to be a rising star invited by Sinyoung's greatest talent scout. Making him owe you a favor would be a good thing for you, too. A favor, huh? He hadn't given much thought over the notion of Yun Seora being a potential rising star, but that did make sense. Back in the assembly hall, when he inadvertently spied on her stats, he saw "brilliant" appearing on the personality column, after all. Having finished what she wanted to say, Kim Hana began standing up. That's right, a favor. Well, there's that saying, right? The golden rule. Take CA. What did you say? Seol was taken by surprise again and stared at her. You know, the golden rule. She winked at him and walked towards the exit of the room. Therefore whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them, for this is the law and the prophets. Is that The Golden Rule. It's a verse from the Gospel of Matthew. Verse 7:12. I never really thought of those words as altruistic babble, though. No, it's much more closer to give and take, don't you agree? Who knows? If you appear before her like a prince riding on a white horse and rescue her, she might just fall hard for you. I mean, she's pretty cute, right? Of course, she was only joking. However, Seol's mute response seemed rather suspect. Feeling a bit embarrassed now, she fixed her high heel, lightly tapped on the floor with her feet, and opened the door. Before she slipped through the door, she turned around one more time. No need to see me off. Oh, and don't forget the deal we have. You negotiate with me before anyone else when you leave the neutral zone. Right. Don't get killed. I'll be here in a month's time to fetch you. She closed the door. Although Kim Hana was gone, Seol didn't show any sign of movement. For a long time, he stood there and dwelled on everything she said. And then, dwelled on them some more. Even as the sounds of high heels getting further away disappeared altogether. The Golden Commandment is it? Its meaning wasn't complicated and the phrase wasn't trying to imply anything deep either. So, he only needed to interpret it as he heard it. However, he just couldn't link the original meaning of the phrase to his ability, 9 eyes. It didn't feel quite right. Just like the right and left directions, there must be some kind of deeper meaning behind the way it was named like that. He thought about it dozens of times, but could only draw a blank. The deeper he thought about it, the more complicated his head became. In the end, he spent the whole night without a wink of sleep. I can't figure it out. Sleep didn't want to visit him. Eventually, Seol got exhausted stirring around the bed wide awake and decided to postpone deciphering the Golden Commandment to another time. He knew better than to force himself to a wrong conclusion here. In any case, he needed to find the proverbial loose string to yank out first if he wanted to unravel this mystery. There were 2 ways he could think of that might resolve this quandary. 1, to open up the right direction. Just like how the left direction was connected to lower direction, the odds of upper direction having a link with the right was high. If he could find what the remaining 3 colors were, he might be able to narrow down the meaning of the golden color. But there are no ambrosias left. 2, the sole remaining method, was to find the truth by experimentation. Having stared at the ceiling for the entirety of the night, Seol made up his mind and pushed himself off the bed. The longer one stayed in the neutral zone, the harder it became to sense the hours passing by. Not only were there no clocks in this place, but most of the facilities also stayed open 24 hours a day, which kind of made finding a spot without light shining on it a rarity. Only the smartphone he received at the beginning of the tutorial kept him up with the current date and time. 5:17 a.m. Around this early morning hour, the always crowded first-floor plaza would be much quieter. Wondering if Yun Seora was there, Seol came down to the first floor only to find someone else's familiar back, instead. Seola. He was about to call out to greet her but stopped. His half-opened mouth slowly closed shut. Seola was in the midst of taking a halting glance at the notice board. It didn't seem as if she was here for the running mission. A basic difficulty mission could be repeated infinitely, so there was no need to worry about the mission parchments running out. If she was hesitating like that in front of the board, that could only mean that she was thinking of challenging a mission with a difficulty higher than very easy. Her petite shoulders drooped in disappointment. Her head faltered, hinting that she was deeply devastated over something. Seol quickly walked over to her side. What should I do now? Miss Seola. Hyukyak. When he called out to her out of the blue, a rather peculiar scream jumped out of her mouth. She quickly turned around to face Seol. Her shocked expression calmed down quickly after seemingly losing 10 years of her life through fright. Orabio Nim. Good morning. You here to try the running mission again? It's been a while since we ran side by side, so how about it? Well, shall we? She sounded really unwilling. Seol didn't miss the fact that she hesitated ever so slightly before answering him. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Oh, no. Not at all. It's like, I'm lacking in confidence, something like that. I haven't practiced a lot lately and stuff. She blurred the ends of her sentence and smiled awkwardly. Her smile was the usual one that seemed pure and innocent, but today, he picked up the hint of unnaturalness that she couldn't completely conceal. Her always sunny complexion seemed very haggard as well. Seol carefully studied her appearance for a little while and tilted his head. Now that he had taken a closer look at her, there were a few odd things about her. It had been slightly over a month since classes were awakened, yet her attire remained the same as what she wore during the tutorial. And having met up with Shin Sang and Hyun Sang-min earlier on, this oddness came across as quite bizarre to him now. Seol's aptitude wasn't bad when he took a peek at her status windows. Although it couldn't be called as desirable as brilliant, he did remember seeing the description of Jack of all trades or something similar to that in her aptitude column. Have you eaten breakfast yet? When he asked her while thinking, it can't be, right, she hurriedly nodded her head. Oh, of course. I filled up before Getty. Growl. With the exquisite timing, the loud cry of an empty stomach roared out for everyone to hear. And sure enough, it was not coming from Seol's belly. If I want to eat, I need to complete missions, you see. Quite unlike how she sounded just a minute ago, there was no energy in her voice now. Her pinkish neck slowly reddened up in the shade of sunset. Seol dazedly shifted his gaze over to the notice board. As expected, she wasn't here to do basic difficulty missions. She was checking out the sections where very easy and easy missions were originally located. Unfortunately, there were no parchments left there. That was because Seol ended up completely exhausting what little remained a few days ago. Siblings are constantly helping out Yoon Seora. Suddenly, Seol recalled Hyun Sangmin's words. And right away, it felt like a hammer struck him in the head. Now he understood the truth. It wasn't as if the siblings failed to earn enough SPs for themselves. No, it was more like they couldn't as they were trying to look after Yoon Seora as well. In order to complete a mission that paid out enough survival points for one to carry on living in the zone, one would need to get the matching equipment and suitable abilities for one's class. Attempting a mission without those would be akin to throwing your life away. If one had to lower the difficulty through a sheer lack of choice, then the rewards on offer were too low. Even then, if one continued to persevere and complete them, it'd be possible to amass a few handfuls of points. But for the siblings, those points would have been spent in looking after Yoon Seora, instead. It'd only leave them towards a continuous downward spiral. On top of this, Seola entered the neutral zone with only 46 points to her name. Her brother, Sungjin, had only 114 points. Since they had to support another person with their already struggling finances, their situation must have been in a downward slide for a long time by now. God damn it. Seol's hand clutched his spear tightly. And I had no reason to even do those missions either. He resolved himself not to repeat the mistake he made during the treasure hunt, yet he had done it again. He told himself to control his desires, yet, in the end, he thoughtlessly used himself as an example when making decisions. Only if he paid little more attention. How could he fail so spectacularly to consider the possibility that the situation would be different for other survivors? From Seola's perspective, it must have been like him robbing her of the last lifeline she had been depending on. I'm sorry. Hearing his sudden apology, Seola's eyes grew wider and wider. Of course, she was aware of it, too. There was no way she didn't know since the stories about Seol were widespread around the neutral zone nowadays. No. Don't say that. I'm at fault. I'm the one who finished off all the easier missions. Orabionim, don't say that. Those mission papers aren't mine to begin with. More importantly, for the last 2 months, you didn't touch any of those missions, anyways. It's my fault for being lazy and not completing the missions more often, you know. It's my fault instead. Seeing her trying to console him, his hard-to-describe guilty conscience got heavier by another layer. She said that she had been lazy, but there was no way that could be true. No, it was far more likely that she was struggling desperately to survive. I heard that you are looking after Miss Yun Seora. Oh, that is. Seol could only open and shut her mouth repeatedly as if she didn't know what to say. Her expression was asking him, how did you find out? How long has it been? Maybe. After entering the neutral zone. Around 10 days after that. So, well over a month, huh? Seol chuckled out bitterly. She could have asked him for help during that time, at least once. But she didn't say anything, even when they met a few times to lap the track together. She didn't even show any signs of struggling either. If no one told him of the Yun Seora situation, he might have never found out what was going on. Seeing her helplessly lower her gaze, Seol's thoughts became very complicated. What should I do now? Although he didn't give a definite answer to Kim Hana, he was planning to help Yun Seora out, anyways. He thought that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to repay Kim Hana's kindness since he had received lots of benefits from her gold mark up until now. However, helping out the siblings was out of his calculations. Of course, if he began supporting Yun Seora, the burden on the siblings would decrease considerably, but it was already too late. Others had leapfrogged far ahead of them by now. Never mind catching up to them, could she and her brother even manage to gather 1,000 points each before the end of the deadline? While stewing inside the swirling mess of jumbled-up thoughts, Seol got to confirm his disposition being chaotic one more time. Even though he thought he should aid them somehow, no small part of him didn't want to get involved here and just wanted to concentrate on completing missions, instead. Should he help them, or not? Encountering yet another crossroads in his path, Seol closed his eyes to contemplate. It was then, he suddenly recalled a scene from almost 2 months ago. Let's run together. He remembered a scene of a girl who came to console him after seeing how shaken he was back then. It was of a girl who'd never forget her savior and tried to repay the favor no matter what. And then, that Bible verse Kim Hana left behind entered his thoughts as well. Therefore whatever you desire for men to do to you, you shall also do to them. He then decided to look at things from the siblings' perspective. What if he ran into a situation similar to what the siblings, or even, Yun Seora were facing? Without a doubt, he'd be wishing for someone to come and help him out right about now. I never really thought of those words as altruistic babble, though. No, it's much more closer to give and take. Although it was only by a little bit, Seol thought he could understand where Kim Hana's sentiment was coming from. Maybe. Just maybe, there could be a future that might unfold in the way Kim Hana had been implying, a future, where Seol needed to receive help from someone else. Could this girl in front of him be one of the potential, someone else? No, that didn't matter. What did matter was his feelings on the subject regardless of what might happen in the future. He didn't know why, but he wanted to help her. He wasn't dealing with a bastard like Kong Suk. Knowing the struggles this kind-hearted and warm girl was going through, he couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. It's not like I don't have a wiggle room, is it? The moment he decided, Seol opened his eyes and spoke to her. Come. Let's run for a while. Seol and Seola began jogging on the track. He completed his portion of the allocated laps first and waited for her to finish. Seeing her slowly inch closer to the finish line, he waved his hands in encouragement. She managed to get to the line, but before crossing it, she collapsed on the floor and began panting heavily. Seeing this, Seol grinned softly. It's only 30 laps, you know. I didn't know you were this unfit. Doping is not allowed. Seola protested to the injustice of this situation. I'm telling you, it's not doping. While defending himself, Seol's lips formed a bitter smile. He remembered giving advice that she should buy competence, while being completely oblivious to her living conditions. How do you feel after you ran around for a while? It feels nice. Seol smiled brightly on the ground as she regulated her breathing. Even though he forcibly dragged her in here, she wasn't dissatisfied at all. Well, then. Should I make you feel even better? In the neutral zone, one could lend out or transfer survival points to another. Seol transferred 200 survival points from his account to Seol. 200 points. You've successfully cleared a mission, right? You should receive compensation for that. Seol jokingly said that, but her expression showed how apologetic and at a loss she was. Even still. If you give me so much points, then I. Her words only managed to make Seol surprised and flustered instead. Just how difficult had her stay in the neutral zone been for her to act like that over measly 200 points? What is your brother doing right now? Oh, Sungjin. He should be waking up soon, I think. In that case, go have a good breakfast with him. With 200 points, you should be able to enjoy a hearty meal once. Just once. If I save up, I think we can stretch it out to 10 days. No can do. You will spend it all in one go. All 200 points. Seol resolutely cut her off. For a short while, she didn't say anything. She simply stared at him with a dazed facial expression as if she hadn't finished processing this event quite yet. Once you're done eating, come up to my quarters with your brother. Oh, and by the way, do you know where I can find Miss Yunseora? Orabionim? Seol unsteadily got up from the ground. She still looked like she hadn't been able to tell whether she was in a dream or not. But, why? Well, because I'm grateful to you. About what, exactly? I haven't done anything. Seol sheepishly scratched his cheek as she stammered out. What do you mean, you haven't? You ran with me back then, didn't you? When looking back, one could say that was indeed the case. Only by running together with her, Seol finally got to realize how weak he was. From that day on, he focused on improving himself like a madman. In a way, it was because of Seol's intervention that he had begun his intense training regime to get to where he was now. Seol couldn't say anything for a little while longer. Only her lips parted and closed several times. Orabionim. She somehow managed to squeeze out a word. Yes. Can you turn around for a second? Sure, why not? But, why? I want to cry, but it's embarrassing. Seol smiled gently. She was probably trying to express how grateful she was in her own way. Do what you want. However, as soon as he turned around, he heard her crying out loudly. His heart nearly jumped out of his mouth in fright, and he quickly looked back, only to find Seol squatting on the ground again while shedding thick tears of appreciation. She's really crying. This time, it was Seol's turn to panic, instead. After sending Seol back to her place, Seol headed off to the 5th floor. He'd never stopped by this floor before. According to Seol's explanation, a sizable lounge could be found there, and Yunseora spent most of her time in that place. Seol initially believed that, since that space was called a lounge, the facilities there shouldn't be so bad, but as soon as he arrived there, he had to revise his thoughts immediately. The circular lounge was indeed rather spacious and open. But there were only a handful of chairs to be found here. He couldn't even begin to call this place a lounge at all. When he pushed open the glass door and entered, he spotted a lone female figure lying quietly in the far corner of the room. She had a hood covering her head while her body was in a huddle. Seol heard her cough. It sounded dry and scratchy. Seol placed his palm on the floor, and his body shivered slightly after sensing the coldness coming from the hard surface. It's really cold in here. She must be in a deep sleep. Seol walked towards her in loud enough footsteps, but she still showed no signs of movement. While listening to her soft, nearly imperceptible breathing, Seol looked at her face and became utterly speechless. Yun Seora's appearance too had changed a fair deal since the end of the tutorial. Unfortunately, it was for the worse. Her previously pale smooth cheeks were now yellowing and sunken. Her exposed wrist was so thin, he mistakenly thought he was looking at bones. He thought he was looking at a broken doll. Miss Yun Seora. Seol called out her name and placed his hand on her shoulder. Her body flinched a little, then. Miss Yun Seora. And when he gently shook her. Suddenly, she sucked in a heavy breath, as if she was having a nightmare. A strained cry escaped from her lips, and she desperately hit her face with her left hand. She huddled even closer and began shaking like a leaf. What the? He thought he looking an abused child trying to not get hit anymore. Seol took a step back in astonishment. Are you alright? Miss Yun Seora. Abruptly, she raised her head. A pair of blurry, unintelligent eyes gazed at Seol. She let off a pained whimper, and her eyes slowly closed again. Her entire body slumped, too. And when he called out to her again, she didn't respond. Is she unconscious? Her current state seemed too precarious to simply say she fell unconscious. Seol quickly lifted her up. He only used his arms, yet he could barely feel her weight. Leaving the 5th-floor lounge, Seol immediately went to his quarters on the 10th. He thought that, since his room restored one's stamina rapidly, simply by being there would help her regain her consciousness. After carefully laying Yun Seora down on the bed, Seol was overcome with a feeling of helplessness. Although he did bring her here, he hadn't realized how bad her conditions actually were. Perhaps, that superior officer asking Kim Hana for favor must have realized that Yun Seora was on the brink, too. Let's confirm her status first. Seol activated his 9 eyes. Yun Seora's status windows. 1. General information. Summon date, March 16, 2017. Marking grade, silver. Sex age, female 20. Height/weight, 166.2 centimeters 48.2 kilograms. Current condition, heavily injured. Class, LV-1 warrior. Nationality, Republic of Korea, Area 1. Affiliation, NA. Alias, NA. 2. Traits. 1. Temperament. Indifferent. She's not easily interested in anything particular. Despair. Has fallen into despair and gave up on herself, and has not looked after her own body. 2. Aptitude. Brilliant. Possesses a smart brain as well as good overall talents. Highly observant. Will carefully analyze and study items and events all around her. 3. Physical level. Strength, extreme, low 2. Endurance, extreme, low 1. Agility, extreme, low 3. Stamina, extreme low 2. Mana, high low. Luck, high low. Remaining ability points, 1. 4. Abilities. 1. Innate abilities, 0. 2. Class abilities, 0. 3. Other abilities, 0. 5. Level of cognition. Depressed, deeply worried and/or frustrated, lacking in energy, /despair/pessimistic, has a gloomy outlook on her life, is in mourning, is in despair. What the hell? Seol's brows furrowed in a deep frown. Yun Seora's condition, confirmed through her status windows, was in a terrible state.